Chapter 1: A Surprise for My Wife and Daughter. When He arrived in Italy, it was 4 in the afternoon. Dressed in a sleek black leather jacket, he cradled his 4-year-old daughter in one arm while dragging his luggage with the other, striding purposefully forward. In the bustling airport, this strikingly handsome father-daughter duo quickly captured the attention of passers-by. Before they had even exited the terminal, an expatriate exclaimed with surprise, "Oh my God! Robinson, is that really you? You remain so radiant amidst the crowd." He politely nodded at the team manager, acknowledging his presence, and continued onward with his luggage. "Oh no." The manager's expression shifted as he hurried after him. "Robinson, would it be too much to ask for your guidance with our team? I'm afraid today is reserved for personal matters." He responded fluently in Italian. The manager's face fell. "Oh, that is truly unfortunate, but I must reiterate, our doors at the Ferrari team are always open to you." With impeccable manners, he graciously declined the offer once again before turning to board taxi. As soon as he settled into the car, his phone buzzed incessantly. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a flurry of birthday wishes from his friends, yet notably absent were any messages from his wife, Lou Ruin. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no disappointment, yet he reassured himself that as the president of a publicly traded company, Lou Ruin undoubtedly had a demanding schedule, making it understandable that she might forget his birthday. Observing his melancholic demeanor, Inin wrapped her little arms around his neck and sweetly kissed his cheek. "Daddy, the most handsome man in the world, you must be happy on your birthday." No frowning allowed. He's spirits lifted instantly at the affectionate words of his angelic daughter. Throughout the journey, the two shared laughter and joy, their bond evident enough that even the driver couldn't resist glancing back at them in the rearview mirror. Before long, they arrived at the villa. Aunt Lou greeted he warmly. "Sir, you're here. Madam and the young master will be so pleased." The young master she referred to as Dodo, Inin's twin brother. As Aunt Lou spoke, she took the luggage from He's hands. "Madam hasn't returned yet, but the young master is in his room." "Understood," he replied, first carrying the sleeping Inin to her princess-themed room, tucking her in with a cozy blanket before heading to Dodo's room. Upon opening the door, he found Dodo diligently constructing a race car model, its blue and white design aligning perfectly with his aesthetic. The thought of his son meticulously crafting a birthday gift for him brought a smile to He's face. "Dodo," he called softly, opening his arms in anticipation of his son's embrace. To his surprise, Dodo merely acknowledged him with a detached dad, before returning to his Lego creations. He chuckled resignedly, walking over himself. He mused that Dodo's aloof demeanor was undoubtedly a reflection of his mother. However, as he approached, Dodo reacted sharply, pushing him away. "Dad, please step back. What if you damage my Lego? This car model is quite difficult to assemble." Upon witnessing his son's earnest concern for his birthday gift, he felt a surge of happiness, dismissing the child's capriciousness. He glanced again at the Lego blueprint, which displayed over 7,000 pieces, a formidable challenge indeed for a 4-year-old. "Let me assist you," he offered, reaching for a small piece, only to have it snatched away by Dodo. "I won't allow you to touch it." He was momentarily taken aback, hearing his son's innocent yet harsh declaration. "This is a birthday gift for Uncle Inin, and I must assemble it piece by piece with my own hands. Moreover, Mama has prepared a customized gift for Uncle Inin, and I cannot be outdone by her." In just 2 simple sentences, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped He's heart. After a prolonged silence, he managed to ask Dodo, "Do you remember Daddy's birthday?" At that moment, a piece of Lego tumbled off the table, and Dodo quickly crawled underneath to retrieve it, entirely oblivious to his father's question. When he resurfaced, he complained, "Daddy, you should hurry downstairs and make dinner. If you keep talking to me like this, it will interfere with my Lego building." He felt a lump in his throat. It took him some time to regain his composure and exit Dodo's room, prompting him to call Lou Ruin. "Dear, I've arrived in Italy. Shall we have dinner together tonight? It's my birthday." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chun Xian's voice on the other end. "Yin Yin, come quickly and see this. This person seems to be exactly who the Ferrari team is looking for." He furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable with the overly familiar tone of a subordinate addressing his superior. In a moment of distraction, he failed to catch the latter part of Chun Xian's sentence, only hearing Lou Ruoyan respond to him in a soft voice. "All right, I will come to see. Then, in a distinctly cold and businesslike tone, she added, I understand. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll hang up now. The stark contrast in her tones was apparent even to the most oblivious observer, leaving Qin He with a chilling sense of unease. But was it surprising? Not particularly so. Qin He's parents had once saved the elder Lu, who then promised a marriage between their families. Lu Ruoyan had been compelled by her family to marry him. Over 5 years, her demeanor towards him had remained consistently distant, indifferent, even impatient. Qin He lowered his gaze. Ultimately, he had forced this union. In a moment of distraction, his son poked his head out of the room. Daddy, I want to eat the lion's head you make. Please hurry, I haven't had it in a long time. All right, Qin He replied, heading downstairs to prepare the birthday dinner. He yearned for a harmonious meal for their family of 4. After dinner, he intended to discuss the impending expiration of their contract marriage with Lu Ruoyan, contemplating the future of their relationship. According to the terms of their agreement, upon completion of 5 years, if no feelings had developed, they would proceed to the divorce stage. Now, with only 1 day remaining until the contract's end, if Lu Ruoyan still harbored no affection for him, then Qin He would not impose any further. Descending the stairs, Qin He found himself in the kitchen, where he observed Aunt Lu busy at work while she cleaned the second floor. When Qin He could not locate the oyster sauce, he ascended to inquire with Aunt Lu, only to inadvertently overhear a conversation between her and his son. Is the young master feeling unhappy? It's all Dad's fault. He arrived without even greeting us. Now that he's here, what will happen to our weekend family day with Uncle and then tomorrow? We had already planned to go go-karting, but Sir can accompany you for go-karting as well, Aunt Lu patiently explained. The weekend family day should rightfully be spent with both the husband and wife. You are all family, but I really like Uncle Inen. For the past 2 years, he has spent every weekend with me. Plus, Uncle Inen is incredibly skilled, and Mom likes him a lot. It's all Dad's fault for coming unannounced. Doesn't he realize he causes trouble for others? At his age, how can he still be so inconsiderate? Now I have to pretend to be happy to comfort him. Aunt Lu hesitated to respond, finally murmuring, let's keep these words from the Sir. If he hears them, it would surely sadden him. After that, Dodo continued to speak, but Qin He could no longer bear to listen. In truth, Qin He had been the one to care for Dodo since his birth. During that time, Dodo had been quite attached to him, while remaining unfamiliar with Lu Ruoyan. Later, when Lu Ruoyan needed to expand her business overseas in Italy, she brought Dodo along to avoid prolonged separation. Qin He, however, was required to remain in Shanghai to care for his paralyzed father-in-law. As Lu Ruoyan put it, she could not trust anyone else and needed a family member present to ensure that the medical staff would not take advantage of her speech-impaired father. At that moment, despite his numerous reservations, Qin He ultimately acquiesced, yet he never anticipated that during the 2 years he spent caring for the elderly, his wife would be enjoying weekly family days with another man and their son. How could this not infuriate him? Qin He nearly suppressed his anger while finishing the meal. As the soup was served at the table, headlights from a car illuminated the villa from outside. He recognized it was his wife, Lu Ruoyan, returning home. Chapter 2. Qin He obtains the divorce certificate. Suppressing the complex emotions within, Qin He still wished to share a pleasant dinner with Lu Ruoyan and their children. Even if it were to be a farewell dinner for their family of 4, he desired to maintain decorum and ingrained aspect of his upbringing. However, before he could articulate anything, Dodo had already donned his Batman costume, bouncing joyfully down the stairs, his face revealing a hint of embarrassment and guilt. Dad, I need to go to our class, so I won't be joining you for dinner. With that, he dashed outside, appearing somewhat oblivious to the situation. Concerned that Dodo might fall, Qin He hurried after him, only to find Dodo swiftly getting into a car. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, Qin He vaguely recognized the man driving his wife's Maybach as Chun Ziyan, the impoverished college student whom his wife had supported years ago. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the delivery person arrived with a cake. Qin He accepted the cake with an icy demeanor, placing it carelessly on the table. Aunt Lu hesitated several times before finally offering comfort. It's all my fault I forgot that the young master has that program in class tonight. Qin He forced a bitter smile, gazing at the cake before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. He found himself unable to eat, nor could he bear to remain in the villa for even a moment longer. The very thought of lingering there for another minute filled him with a sense of suffocation and despair, as he couldn't help but wonder if Chunzin frequently visited this place, perhaps occupying the very seat he now sat in. The mere notion made him feel nauseous. After instructing Aunt Lu to look after his daughter, he fled the villa, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Italy, contemplating whether to persist in his marriage to Lu Ruoyan. Years ago, he had fallen head over heels for her, and despite knowing she did not return his affections, he still yearned to seize an opportunity for himself. His friends, upon learning of his feelings, had mocked him, claiming he had never experienced the hardships of poverty and should thus endure the pains of love. At the time, he had brushed off their jests, kicking one of them and confidently asserting, "Nonsense. I refuse to believe that with my charm, I cannot win over a mere Lu Ruoyan." In retrospect, his earlier confidence only served to slap him in the face. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, he could no longer bear to torment his stomach and randomly entered a restaurant. As he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon a stunning woman seated at a table ahead, whose beauty was utterly captivating. With a classic Eastern oval face, large expressive eyes, a refined nose, and delicate lips, she exuded an ethereal charm, radiating both coolness and nobility. This woman was none other than his wife, Lu Ruoyan. What struck Qin like a bolt of lightning was the sight of Chunzin sitting beside her, along with Dodo, as the three shared an intimate dinner together. The waiter served them dessert, and Dodo sampled a bite before feeding a piece of cake to Chunzin, then offering a small morsel to Lu Ruoyan. Chunzin must have said something amusing, as the typically aloof Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh, her gaze softening as it fell upon him. That was a tenderness Qin he had never witnessed before. With a self-deprecating smile, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. He had intended to surprise his wife and child, only to find himself transformed into a mere joke. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated rushing over to confront his wife, even imagining delivering a fierce blow to the interloper, Chunzin. Yet, reason and the ingrained decorum of the Qin family ultimately prevailed. He deemed it utterly pointless to argue with a woman who did not love him or to compete for the affections of a man he deemed beneath him. Since he could not warm Lu Ruoyan's heart, he resolved to cut his losses and gracefully extricate himself from this failing marriage. With his mind made up, Qin swiftly returned to the villa to gather his belongings, cradling the sleeping Nin, and departed Italy that very night. Upon exiting the airport, he settled in before heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he presented the divorce agreement and applied for divorce on the grounds that his wife was unable to attend due to special circumstances. At that time, both the marriage contract and the divorce agreement had been notarized, and all procedures were in order. However, the staff still requested that Qin make a video call to Lu Ruoyan, who was far away in Italy. After several attempts, Lu Ruoyan had hung up on him multiple times, causing a degree of awkwardness for those present. On the final attempt, she answered the call, revealing her icy beauty on the screen. "What is it?" Lu Ruoyan's demeanor was frosty. The sounds of several staff members could be faintly heard nearby, indicating their busyness. Qin, seeking a swift resolution, spoke up. "The staff has something to inquire of you." Lu Ruoyan, only partially focused on the screen, continued to converse with her subordinate. When she heard the staff call her name, "Ms. Lu, could you please confirm whether this is the marriage agreement and divorce agreement you signed with Mr. Qin?" Lu Ruoyan took a cursory glance and replied, "Yes." After that, she paid little attention to what the staff said, remaining engrossed in her discussion with her subordinate. Ultimately, the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau awkwardly remarked, "Well then, Mr. Qin, let's conclude it this way." Before Qin ended the call, Tap staff members stamped the 2 red divorce certificates and handed them to Qin. He expressed his gratitude and departed, while behind him, murmurs of the staff's discussions could be faintly heard. "I wonder what that woman is thinking, letting go of such a handsome husband. Indeed, he seems very polite and cultured. He appears to be quite a decent person. Yes, his demeanor is commendable. He looks like a wealthy individual." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruoyan was still engrossed in a chaotic meeting. "President Lu, it's not our incompetence, it's just that this technology, on a global scale, can only be resolved by Robinson." Lu Ruoyan cast a cold glance at the executive standing before her desk. Robinson, I've been in Italy for 2 years, and you haven't even determined whether he is tall or short, whether he is Chinese or Italian. How dare you even mention him to me?" At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's assistant rushed in breathlessly. "President Lu, breaking news. Someone spotted Robinson boarding an Italian flight back to Magic City. Lu Ruoyan instantly sprang to her feet. Prepare for my return home immediately. As she prepared to leave, Lu Ruoyan suddenly recalled that Qin he had mentioned he was coming over last night, so she attempted to call him to ask for assistance in packing her luggage. However, her calls did not connect. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, she decided to abandon the idea and head straight back to the villa. Upon hearing that Lu Ruoyan was returning home, Chen Zian hurried after her, out of breath. President Lu, are you heading back to the country? Yes. I just received the latest news that Robinson is from Magic City. It turns out he hasn't been in Italy for the past 2 years. Our search direction was incorrect from the very start. Upon returning to Magic City, I am confident I will find him and persuade him to collaborate with our company. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's plan, Chen Zian's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly implored, "Then, President Lu, may I apply to accompany you back to headquarters? You know, you sponsor my university education, and I have always wanted to repay you with my professional expertise. If you're not in Italy, what significance is there for me to remain here? Moreover, my family actually quite hopes that I return." Lu Ruoyan chuckled lightly. "What's the problem? I intended to bring you back with me all along." "Thank you, President Lu." Receiving her affirmative response, Chen Zian promptly returned to his apartment to pack his belongings. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Ruoyan inquired, "Where's Qin He?" "Sir returned home overnight," Aunt Lu replied. "Have you returned home?" Lu momentarily blinked in surprise, her gaze halting abruptly upon the sight of the lavish spread of dishes and cake adorning the table. When she arrived last night, it was quite late, and the living room was shrouded in darkness, preventing her from noticing the cake set upon the dining table. Subsequently, she had retreated to her study to work late into the night, never returning to the master bedroom, and therefore remained oblivious to Qin He's circumstances. It was Aunt Lu's deliberate intention to foster their marital bond, as she had intentionally left the dining table untouched for Lu Ruoyan to discover. After much hesitation, Aunt Lu finally spoke, observing the expression on Lu Ruoyan's face. "Madam, yesterday, the sir toiled in the kitchen for over 2 hours, simply to celebrate your birthday together." Chapter 3 Brother-in-Law. How could we possibly live without you? Lu Ruoyan, after toiling for over 2 hours, felt her expression darken instantly, suppressing the initial pangs of guilt for not celebrating Qin He's birthday. The very notion of him squandering his time on such trivial pursuits irked her immensely. If only he could dedicate his time and energy to research and development like Chen Zian. Aunt Lu, mistaking Lu Ruoyan's silence for regret, whispered, "Sir must be quite upset." Lu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow. "Now, that is rather peculiar." In her recollection, Qin He had always been the epitome of emotional stability and good temper. To discover that he, too, could exhibit childish whims was unexpected. Aunt Lu, drawing from her own experiences, quickly offered her counsel. "Everyone has their moments of temper. Perhaps you might consider soothing him." "Soothe what? At his age, throwing such childish tantrums is simply absurd. If he devoted his time and energy elsewhere, I might hold him in higher regard." Before Aunt Lu could respond, Lu Ruoyan interjected, "You should hurry and pack your things. Come back with us. Dodo is accustomed to your care." "All right," Aunt Lu replied hurriedly, flustered as she began to gather her belongings. Meanwhile, Dodo, upon hearing they were returning home, became quite disheartened. It seemed that his father held a strong aversion to Uncle Anin. If they returned to their homeland, he would not be able to frequently enjoy excursions with Uncle Anin and his mother. How vexing! The little one was in low spirits. Lu Ruoyan bent down and inquired, "What's the matter?" Dodo candidly expressed, "Mommy, what if I want to see Uncle Anin? I don't want to always rely on video calls. I want to play with Uncle Anin." He then raised his small head and asked, "Mommy, could you transfer Daddy to Italy, and then we can return home with Uncle Anin?" Lu Ruoyan chuckled, playfully poking her son's forehead. "Your Uncle Anin will be returning home with us this time. He won't be staying in Italy." "Really?" Dodo's eyes sparkled, and he clapped his hands joyfully. "Yay, that's wonderful." Soon, Lu Ruoyan, along with her child, Aunt Lu, and Chen Zian, embarked on their journey back home, boarding the evening flight. They arrived at the airport just as the clock struck 6. Suddenly, Dodo's expression soured. He quietly asked, "Mommy, can I not answer Daddy's call later? He is really annoying, always video calling me at 6:30. I want to hear stories from Uncle Anin. His stories are so much fun." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lou could not resist interjecting, "Young master, it's 6:30 in Italy, but it's 12:30 midnight back home. Sir stays up late, waiting to speak with you, concerned that it might interfere with your homework after kindergarten or your meal times, which is why he specifically chose this hour." Before Aunt Lou could continue, Chan Zian hastily interrupted. "Aunt Lou, could you please fetch me a bottle of water?" Being an employee, Aunt Lou felt it inappropriate to say too much, so she complied and went to buy it. As she turned to leave, she muttered under her breath, "Not a good sir at all. A university student, yet so unrefined." After Aunt Lou departed, Dodo pouted in displeasure. Observing her son's demeanor, Lu Ruoyan directly remarked, "If you dislike it, simply don't answer. You can mute it later." "Yay, mommy is the best." Dodo smiled at his mother, and then at Uncle Anin. However, he forgot to silence his phone, and, curiously, at 6:30, his father did not call. Lu Ruoyan also noticed this but paid it little mind. Assuming that he had received word of their impending return and chose not to call. Or perhaps he was still upset with her for not dining with him the previous evening. How perplexing. A person who has never attended university can be so immature. Soon, it was time to board, and Lu Ruoyan and her companions settled onto the flight home. Meanwhile, after obtaining the divorce certificate, he promptly sent Lu Ruoyan's copy to her company. He then visited the Lu family's ancestral home to clarify the circumstances surrounding his contractual marriage with Lu Ruoyan. With the contract now expired, he could no longer delay General Lu. "Grandfather, I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. Lu Ruoyan and I have." Upon hearing this, Old Master Lu clutched his chest in distress. "Wang Ma, quickly bring me my heart-saving pills." He acted swiftly, proficiently administering the pills to Old Master Lu. Leaning against the redwood armchair, the old man gasped for breath while continually reassuring He. "My dear, I never anticipated that Yin Yin would compel you to sign a marriage contract and a divorce agreement. Rest assured, when she returns to the country, I shall properly educate her to ensure she lives harmoniously with you." He initially intended to inform his grandfather that they had already acquired their divorce certificate. But seeing the old man's pallor and labored breathing, he refrained from further agitating him. "My dear, I have heard whispers regarding Yin Yin's situation in Italy with that Shenzian lad. You have endured quite a bit these past 2 years. I assure you, when she returns, I will advocate for you. I will see to it that Yin Yin treats you well." Sighing, the old man continued, "This Yin is truly something else, neglecting such a fine husband to pursue overseas market expansion in Italy with her son. Just think, in the past 2 years, how would our Lu family have managed all its affairs without you? My son, who suffered a stroke, is fortunate to have your constant care. Grandfather, I also wish to discuss matters concerning my father-in-law. Given the impending expiration of our contract, I had considered that General Lu might not wish to continue our life together. So I made early arrangements. For the care of my father-in-law, I have vetted 2 caregivers for Lu Uncle, ensuring their integrity and capabilities are trustworthy. They will alternate shifts to allow for adequate rest. Should one need to take a leave, the other can step in. Additionally, I have installed several surveillance cameras in my father-in-law's room, allowing me to monitor their caregiving through my phone." Upon hearing this, Old Master Lu was filled with a myriad of emotions. What a wonderful child. It is a pity that Yin does not appreciate him. He grasped He's hand tightly, reassuring him, "You can rest easy. As long as I draw breath, your marriage shall not be dissolved. However, grandfather, I do not wish to force Lu." Before the words could fully escape, Lu Ruoyan's younger brother and sister arrived at the old residence. The two of them turned their gaze towards he in unison. "Brother-in-law, why did you summon us?" He elucidated, "My contract with your sister has expired, and thus our marital bond has concluded. I must now convey certain household matters to you." In an instant, the siblings felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. "Brother-in-law, what did you just say?" The 2 sycophants hastily clutched one of He's arms, lamenting, "Without you, how shall we survive?" Chapter 4. The intrinsic nature of humanity. Old Master Lu nodded in agreement as he listened to the words of his 2 grandsons. Soon after, the family doctor arrived, and He, along with Lu Ruoyan's brother, Lu Jia, assisted the elderly gentleman back to his room. Once the old man had undergone his examination and settled down to rest, the 2 young men took their leave. Upon returning to the living room, Lu Ruoyun's sister, Lu Kiki, approached them. Brother-in-law, I have heard whispers regarding my sister and Chen Zian's affairs in Italy. However, I assure you, my sister is a person of strong principles. She would never stray during her marriage. After saying this, Lu Kiki cast a tentative glance at Qin He and timidly inquired, Brother-in-law, did you perhaps see something during your trip to Italy? In truth, she and Lu Zhe were already aware of the close relationship between their sister and Chen Zian. The news from the Italian branch had spread exaggeratedly, claiming that the pair often appeared together, with rumors suggesting that Chen Zian would soon become the male figurehead of the Italian division, the second in command. Such gossip had even reached the domestic headquarters. Out of concern that their brother-in-law might feel distressed, they had been suppressing the rumors. Lu Zhe chimed in, Indeed, brother-in-law, you must trust my sister's character. There must be some misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Qin He replied with a self-deprecating smile. The reason my relationship with your sister has faltered is not due to a third party, but rather issues between us. To be more precise, your sister has never had any affection for me. Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They could neither refute nor offer comforting remarks. As claiming that their sister harbored feelings for Qin, he felt entirely disingenuous. Lu Zhe opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Kiki shot him a warning look. Well then, let us wish you, brother-in-law, all the charm and brilliance after you part ways with my sister. May your dazzling presence captivate not just Shanghai, but the entire world, leaving my sister filled with regret. Qin He chuckled at this playful jest from his sister-in-law. However, Lu Zhe's eyes widened in alarm. Lu Kiki, have you lost your mind? You're advocating for separation instead of reconciliation. Oh, you don't understand. Lu Kiki pulled Lu Zhe aside, lowering her voice. If brother-in-law maintains his marriage with our sister, she will never appreciate him. Her heart is solely occupied by that shameless Chen Zian. But think about it. Once brother-in-law leaves, our sister will realize his importance and begin to pursue him. This is how novels always unfold. Lu Zhe regarded her with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Lu Kiki nodded vigorously. Trust me, the essence of humanity is inherently self-deprecating. Besides, they're not even divorced yet. With our grandfather around, do you really think they could part ways? After saying this, Lu Kiki glanced at Qin He with concern. So, brother-in-law, what are your plans after you leave? Perhaps I could arrange for my cousin to settle some dividends for you, allowing you to pursue your studies? Yes. Lu Zhe eagerly agreed. My sister has gone too far, demanding you leave with nothing. You have committed no wrong, and we have all witnessed your contributions to this family over the years. This is unacceptable. At the very least, your cousin should secure you 10 million. No, it must be 50 million. If you move out now, you will certainly need funds for your own protection. Qin He gently ruffled the hair of the two little ones, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the 5 years of dedication had not yielded no rewards. At least he had garnered the genuine affection of this family. With a smile, he politely declined, saying, There is no need. I have money of my own and would not take a single cent from the Lu family. In truth, the Qin family's financial strength was not inferior to that of the Lu family. The Qin family operated a vast enterprise, but his ambitions lay elsewhere. Currently, their family business was managed by his eldest cousin, and they merely received dividends. However, those dividends alone were sufficient to allow Qin He to live comfortably for the rest of his life and beyond. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding finances. What are your plans after leaving the Lu family? Lu Zhe asked as he playfully nudged Qin He. How about you come to university with me? I'll look out for you. Qin He chuckled, replying, Actually, I obtained my graduate degree abroad when I was 20. What? Both Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku stared at Qin He in astonishment. Lu Kuku was the first to react, exclaiming, How is that possible? Most people start university at 18. How could one graduate from a Master program by 20? I skipped several grades and was admitted to a foreign university at 15. Qin He explained calmly, not considering it a matter of great pride. Yet, Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku were utterly taken aback. They had never doubted Qin He, for they subconsciously believed him to be incapable of deceit. Oh my goodness, does my sister know about this? Lu Kuku squeaked, incredulous. She could not fathom that her sister, aware of Qin He's exceptional capabilities, would treat him so coldly day after day. If it were true, then her sister was somewhat lacking in understanding. Qin He sighed. I mentioned this to your sister once, but before I could finish, she interrupted me. She didn't believe it and thought I was lying. Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku exchanged glances, realizing, with a sister like that, it's no wonder she struggles to pursue a relationship. Qin He then instructed the two youngsters on how to check the surveillance in their father-in-law's room and shared some precautions before taking his leave. Even after he departed, Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku remained enveloped in shock. No wonder they found Qin He so remarkable. He was indeed extraordinary. Was he not far superior to that Shenxian? Lu Zhe glanced at Lu Kuku and remarked, now that brother-in-law has left, won't he be summoned by that tyrannical eldest cousin to be exploited at the company? Indeed, woe is us. Without brother-in-law around, no one will shield us. The two siblings huddled together, lamenting their fate. In reality, the management rights of the Lu family's enterprise were also concentrated in the hands of the eldest daughter of the main branch, who held 55, while Lu Ruoyan possessed 45. However, each branch was required to participate in the company's operations. Lu Ruoyan's eldest cousin presided over the headquarters, while Lu Ruoyan had been in Italy for the past 2 years. Whenever decisions needed to be made, the eldest cousin would summon members from the second branch. Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku bore no responsibilities, but ultimately, these matters fell upon Qin He. Now that he was gone, the two siblings recalled the times when their eldest cousin had vehemently criticized their proposals, prompting another round of lamentations. The heavens conspire against me. The following day, Lu Ruoyan and her companions arrived in the enchanted city. Before they could exit the airport, Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki approached with palpable anxiety, exclaiming in unison, Sister, a significant situation has arisen. Chapter 5. The circle of friends schemes to ensnare Qin He's sister-in-law went to the old residence to inform Grandpa about their contractual marriage, mentioning that their agreement was nearing its expiration. Indeed, he mentioned wanting to part ways with you. Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku chimed in. But before they could elaborate, Lu Ruoyan silenced them with a frosty glare. What nonsense are you saying in front of the child? The contractual marriage was a decision made between two consenting adults, yet she did not wish for such a young mind to be burdened with these complexities. Lu Zhe and Lu Kuku glanced at their little nephew and reluctantly chose to fall silent. Upon hearing that the so-called incident was related to Qin He, Lu Ruoyan resumed her usual demeanor as the composed businesswoman, striding forward in her high heels. Chun Zian, who had been assisting her with the luggage, secretly smirked. So Lu Ruoyan and Qin He were indeed in a contractual marriage, and it was nearing its conclusion. Did this signify an opportunity for him? As the group exited the airport, their thoughts diverged. Lu Ruoyan arranged to meet her friends, assigning Lu Zhe and Kuku the responsibility of escorting Dodo and Shenxian back home. Once in the car, she suddenly recalled Lu Zhe's earlier remarks and nearly laughed in exasperation. Qin He had certainly learned to complain. Was it really such a grand affair, just because he had not celebrated his birthday? Shaking her head, she drove her Cullinan towards her rendezvous with her friends. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe drove, intentionally diverting to a service area on the highway, instructing Chunzi and to fetch them some bottled water. Once Chunzi and exited the vehicle, Lu Zhe pressed the accelerator to the floor and sped away. Lu Kuku turned to watch Chunzi and running after the car and sneered, hoping to marry into wealth. You must first get past your auntie. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, agreeing, exactly. I won't let anyone bully my brother-in-law. Lu Yi, cradling the sleeping Dodo, felt a sense of satisfaction. Someone needed to set Shenxian straight. It was evident to everyone that his intentions were not pure, yet inexplicably, the lady held him in high regard. In the private room of the bar, upon Lu Ruoyan's arrival, her friends eagerly inquired about Chunzi, and Lu Ruoyan responded to each question and shared her plans. This time, upon returning, I intend to establish a laboratory for Zian, enabling him to specifically develop AI systems for automobiles, allowing him to shine on this stage. As her words settled, her friends expressed their enthusiastic support. Yes, Zian is so talented, he deserves this. Soon, he will undoubtedly be the brightest star in the metropolis. Indeed, the youngest and most handsome mechanical engineer. What a splendid idea. I wish to invest as well. I cannot miss the chance to support Z and in stepping onto the AI stage. This is our debt to him. Lu Ruoyan raised her glass, clinking it with each of her friends. They were all in harmonious agreement regarding their support for Chen Ziyan. All were daughters of affluent families in the metropolis, and although their economic standing was slightly beneath that of the Lu family, they were more than capable of uplifting Chen Ziyan. At that moment, someone remarked, "I believe Ziyan's future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of Robinson." Lu Ruoyan's expression instantly soured. What nonsense! Robinson is the most exceptional automotive mechanical engineer in the world. Upon uttering these words, Lu Ruoyan realized her reaction was overly intense and subdued her demeanor, opting for a drink in silence. Her closest friend nudged her elbow playfully and teased, "Yin Yin, surely you haven't fallen for Robinson just because you caught a distant glimpse of him 5 years ago?" Impossible. Lu Ruoyan's reaction was pronounced, as if her most concealed secret had been exposed. At that moment, a sister quickly interjected, "How could our Yin Yin possibly like a man whose face she hasn't even seen? If she were to have feelings, it would certainly be for Ziyan, given his exceptional qualities." Having reacted too strongly, Lu Ruoyan found it hard to refute her friend's offered escape, merely responding with a muted grunt. The group of friends exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Lu Ruoyan harbored feelings for Chen Ziyan. Thus, someone inquired, "What about Qin He? What do you intend to do? Don't mention that troublemaker." Lu Ruoyan recounted how Qin He had gone to their grandfather to complain. The thought of how to face her grandfather made her rub her aching temples. If only he resembled Chen Ziyan even a little, I wouldn't be so troubled. With that, Lu Ruoyan downed several more gulps of her drink. "Hey, should we help you figure out how to deal with this nuisance?" Her friend nudged her arm again. Lu Ruoyan, now quite tipsy, toppled onto the sofa but still managed to raise her hand and declared, "Get rid of him, that nuisance." After that, she lay down to sleep, occasionally mumbling incoherently. Receiving an affirmative response, the friend who had proposed the idea turned seriously to the others. "We need to assist Yin Yin with her situation regarding Qin He. How can we help?" Lu Ruoyan does not care for Qin He, wishes to be with Chen Ziyan, yet fears her grandfather will oppose their divorce. As good sisters, what we can do is entice Qin He. Upon hearing this, the room collectively gasped in surprise. "Are you serious?" "Yes, quite serious. Disgracing Qin He's reputation will naturally lead Lu's grandfather to lose faith in him, thus consenting to the divorce." However, some hesitated. The proposer chuckled. "It doesn't have to go that far. A kiss or a few intimate photos would suffice. Or we could enchant Qin He so thoroughly that he sends one of us sweet private messages daily, and then we can present these to Lu's grandfather, who will promptly understand what a terrible person Qin He is. That makes sense?" "Agreed." One voice chimed in confidently, "As long as I take the lead, there's nothing I can't manage." At that moment, a friend with a rather cute appearance raised an eyebrow. "Not necessarily. Perhaps Qin He is to my taste." The group began to bicker. "How about we place a bet? Let us see who can win over Qin He first. The wager is 5 million. Deal." In attendance were several of Lu Ruoyan's close friends, each possessing distinct charms, some exuding an alluring maturity, others of voluptuous appeal, a few embodying a seductive allure, while others presented a spirited demeanor, a nurturing essence, and even a youthful innocence, all graced with striking beauty. At that moment, the already inebriated Lu Ruoyan giggled as she echoed her friends, "Yay, let's entice Qin He," blissfully oblivious to the figure in the corner, capturing the moment on a mobile device for posterity. Soon after, Lu Jia and Lu Kiki arrived to escort her home. Once seated in the vehicle, Lu Ruoyan reclined in the back seat, resembling a heartbroken woman rambling in her stupor. "Robinson, where on earth are you?" "Ro. Vincent." Lu Jia cast a glance at his sister and sighed, "Ugh, how annoying." As if one Chen Ziyan wasn't enough. "Now we have to deal with this Robinson nonsense." Lu Kiki echoed his sentiment with a sigh. "Isn't that the truth? Oh dear, my brother-in-law truly has a hard lot. You'd think my sister's idealized figures were too numerous." With a face devoid of hope, Lu Jia resignedly drove on. Meanwhile, Qin He returned to his apartment, intending to discuss the matter of divorce with his daughter, while also inquiring if she would wish to live with him. Chapter 6. If I cannot inherit the Lu family, I shall inherit the Qin family. Yet, Upon witnessing his daughter joyfully savoring her chicken nuggets, he hesitated to reveal the truth of his and her mother's divorce. Chin He yearned to provide his daughter and son with a complete family, but he was never one to compromise his own happiness for the sake of his children. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to express himself in terms his child could comprehend. Sweetheart, it seems that your father and mother may no longer be able to live together if your father and mother separate. You before he could finish. The perceptive Enan gazed steadfastly in Chin He's eyes and declared, Daddy, I want to be with you. I wish to live with you. A surge of love filled Chin He's heart. Although the divorce agreement signed 5 years prior stipulated that their son would reside with Lu Ruoyun and their daughter with Chin He still wished to honor his child's wishes. Overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving her affirmation, he embraced his daughter tightly. Thank you for choosing Daddy, my darling. Enan expressed her fondness for her father, but then, with a hint of guilt, lowered her head and quietly confessed, But I don't like Dodo and Mommy very much. Dodo always says he will be the heir and that I have no share in the Lu family. She continued, There were times I wanted to take private lessons like Dodo, but Mommy wouldn't allow it. She said girls don't need to learn so much because Dodo is destined to inherit the Lu family. A pang of sorrow pierced Chin He's heart. He was aware of his wife's preference for sons and had often tried to mediate conflicts, yet he had not anticipated the harm it would inflict upon their daughter. Gently patting her back, he inquired softly, So, does Enan enjoy those lessons that Dodo takes? Is it enjoyment or a desire to compete with him? It is enjoyment, Enan asserted firmly. I truly love the financial literacy class taught by the teacher. It's particularly fascinating. I aspire to be a formidable businesswoman like Mommy or like Daddy, excel in stock trading, and become a financial expert. Amused by his daughter's enthusiastic demeanor, Chin He chuckled and reassured her, Rest assured, as long as you are with Daddy, your quality of life will remain unchanged. Whatever classes you wish to take, we shall pursue them together. If we cannot inherit the Lu family, we shall inherit the Chin family. As long as you desire it, your father will always support you. Enan gleefully wrapped her arms around her father's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy, Enan loves you the most. Observing his daughter's angelic smile, Chin He mused that these 5 years of marriage had not been entirely devoid of rewards. The following day, Chin He resolved to resign from the Lu family business. Previously, in an effort to strengthen the bond between the young couple, the elder Lu had assigned Chin He a leisurely role, offering an exceedingly generous salary and remarkably favorable conditions, explicitly stating that he was free to attend or skip work at his discretion. Should any family matters arise, Chin He could leave without adhering to the company's leave procedures, and his attendance bonus would remain intact for that month. This preferential treatment, coupled with the concealment of Chin He's identity, had initially stirred envy among many in the company. Now, however, having divorced Lu Ruoyun, he could no longer take advantage of the Lu family's generosity. Upon arriving at the elevator lobby of the company, Chin He unexpectedly encountered Chun Zian, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Zian's return to the country. However, these matters were no longer of concern to him. Once the elevator arrived, he was the first to stride in with long strides. It was the morning rush hour, and soon a multitude of people flooded into the elevator. Someone nudged Chin He. Hey, move to the side. Can't you see Director Chun has entered? Honestly, can't you be more perceptive? Chin He paid no heed to the remark, standing resolutely in place. Director Chun can also move to the side, he thought. How could Director Chun possibly move aside? The speaker, Julie, an assistant from the administrative office, exclaimed, her voice rising several octaves. She had previously attempted to gift Chin He a pair of provocative underwear. After being rejected, she had relentlessly sought to create trouble for him. Seeing that Chin He remained unresponsive, Julie escalated her outburst. Hey, Chin He, are you out of your mind? Who do you think Director Chun is? And who are you? He is the apple of Deputy General Lu's eye. Furthermore, Director Chun was exceptionally talented, a graduate of a prestigious university. Can you even compare? This flattery delighted Chun Zian, who couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Yet, Chin He dismissed Julie's provocation entirely, casting her a mere indifferent glance. What? Now one must flaunt their educational credentials for mere elevator space? You, Julie, incensed, was about to retort when Chanzian adjusted his glasses, a congenial smile adorning his lips, stepping in to mediate. It's quite all right. Thank you, everyone. I'm perfectly fine standing here. There's no issue in squeezing together. After all, we are colleagues, all working for Lou's company. We are all in this together. He then turned to Julie with a serious expression. And, Assistant Julie, I kindly ask that you refrain from making such statements in public about me being Deputy Lou's favorite. It could lead to misunderstandings. I was merely a student supported by Deputy Lou in the past. In this lifetime, I can only repay that kindness through hard work. Nothing more. Though Chen Zian appeared forthright, he had his own calculations. He was aware of the hidden marriage between Lou Ruoyan and Qin He, a fact unknown to the company. Yet he understood the necessity of discretion. Should this reach Lou Ruoyan's ears, her temperament would undoubtedly lead to displeasure and distance. Consequently, before establishing himself firmly, every step had to be taken with caution. He could not allow a fool like Julie to tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing his words, Julie smiled with an expression of understanding, quickly giving a thumbs up and refraining from further comment. Before long, the elevator reached the administrative floor of Lou's company. In Qin, he was the first to step out. Julie, watching Qin He's imposing figure, couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's so impressive? Just a privileged newcomer. The only thing he is going for him is his looks. No degree, no personal credentials, merely occupying a position, and he doesn't even have to clock in. What a charmed life. No wonder they say that as long as you know how to cater to wealthy women, attendance doesn't matter. I believe he is so busy pleasing wealthy women that he's lost his wits. Lacking any discernment, he dares to offend Director Chun. Is that not akin to offending Deputy Lou? Indeed, as the crowd exited the elevator, they exchanged disparaging remarks about Qin He, unwittingly venting their pent-up resentment stemming from envy over his seemingly effortless work life. However, Chun Zian remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics, finding delight in the gossip, even deliberately slowing his pace to savor the chatter of the gossiping women. Suddenly, the receptionist from the secretary's office interjected with a different perspective. But don't you all think that Qin He is not only handsome, but his physique is quite impressive as well? In this regard, Director Chen simply cannot compete. With his firm buttocks, sculpted abs, and well-defined chest, oh, I can't even imagine how happy that wealthy woman must be. If I were Vice President Lou, I would definitely choose Qin He. As her words hung in the air, Chun Zian abruptly halted his steps, and the surrounding female staff fell into a hush, their gazes converging on Qin He's well-defined posterior. Chapter 7. Qin He inquired of Lou Ruoyan, "Have you received the divorce certificate?" The female staff member offered a few awkward chuckles, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, but was met with contemplative nods from her colleagues. I had not noticed how remarkably toned Qin He's physique was until now. Goodness, it makes me want to reach out and touch. Do you think Qin He visits the gym daily? Certainly, someone who caters to wealthy women must maintain a disciplined fitness regimen. Alas, I can only lament that I cannot be one of those affluent women. The conversation spiraled into increasingly absurd territory, with Chen Zian visibly twitching at the corners of his mouth. Listening to the banter, Julie could not resist the urge to steal a glance at Qin He and ultimately decided to join the discourse. Honestly, I think the most attractive feature of Qin He is his nose. I've heard that a well-defined nose suggests prowess in other areas. In comparison, Director Chen's nose lacks similar prominence. One wonders if he measures up. As her words lingered in the air, Chun Zian, who had intended to request office supplies, found himself frozen in embarrassment. After deciphering the unspoken cues from the others, Julie mustered her courage and turned with a flirtatious smile. This turn of events inadvertently drew her gaze to Chen Zian's nose, which suddenly felt like it was on fire. Both individuals found themselves in an incredibly awkward situation. Suppressing the impulse to touch his nose, Chun Zian handed over the application form. "This is the application list for this month." "Oh, all right, Director Chun, take care." Julie accepted the list, bowing slightly as she bid Chun Zian farewell. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, thinking that Julie had surely offended him beyond repair. All her earlier flattery in the elevator now seemed futile. Serve her right. Some even noticed Chen Zian leaving and discreetly touched their own noses, casting sly glances at Qin He's backside, which was positively amusing. Meanwhile, Qin He, diligently processing documents at his workstation, remained oblivious to the gossip surrounding him, calmly addressing feedback on the projects he was involved in. He was a man who valued consistency and thoroughness. Once he completed the paperwork, he promptly composed a resignation letter and submitted it to the office system. Before long, President Liu Ruxu received his resignation and called him. Qin He, please print out the current project documents and deliver them to Ruoyan, then come to my office. Understood. Qin He complied, printing the documents before knocking on Liu Ruoyan's office door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning woman at her desk. Her demeanor cool and composed. The fitted white blouse accentuated her curvaceous figure, making it difficult to divert one's gaze from her engrossed expression as she worked. Still breathtakingly beautiful, just as he had remembered from their first encounter. Qin He had not anticipated that their reunion post-divorce would unfold in such a manner. Suppressing the emotions that surged within him, he conducted himself with professionalism, stating, "Director Liu sent me to deliver these documents. Just set them down." Liu Ruoyan replied in a flat tone, her focus unwaveringly fixed on the securities page on her computer screen, not sparing Qin He a single glance. Qin He placed the documents on the table and casually inquired, "Have you received the package I sent? It contains our divorce certificate." Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Ruoyan impatiently interrupted him, "Yes, I've received it. You may leave now." With that, Liu Ruoyan focused intently on the operations on her securities page. Noticing that Liu Ruoyan had indeed received the divorce certificate, Qin He refrained from saying anything further and decisively exited her office. Once the door was closed, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had not anticipated that even when asking about the receipt of the divorce certificate, Liu Ruoyan would display such impatience towards him. However, since she had received the divorce certificate, it indicated that their ties were finally severed. It was time for him to let go. With this thought, Qin He resolutely made his way to Liu Ruxu's office. As soon as he sat down, Liu Ruxu promptly thrust the project proposal into his hands. "I am aware that you have submitted your resignation, but please consider this as a favor to me. Help me review this plan." Given her insistence, Qin He felt he could not refuse her request and began to peruse the proposal. Initially, he was taken aback by Liu Ruoyan's plan, as it aligned perfectly with his own previous ideas. It was as if Liu Ruoyan had an innate understanding of his thoughts. His expression was one of barely contained excitement. Yet as he continued reading, his features gradually grew colder. To be precise, this was Liu Ruoyan's proposal to establish an AI laboratory for Chen Zian. Should this AI laboratory come to fruition, it would be the largest of its kind in the country. The mere thought that Liu Ruoyan was willing to risk everything to support Chen Zian tightened his chest, leaving him breathless as if gripped by invisible hands. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Liu Ruxu quickly asked, "What do you think of the plan, Qin He?" Qin He sighed, attempting to maintain an objective tone as he explained. "The plan is commendable, but the execution strategy is somewhat radical. Starting with autonomous driving and later expanding to encompass all applicable AI industries is indeed the future trend. However, the required investment is exorbitant, nearly 2/3 of Liu's liquid assets, and the team to be assembled would be unprecedentedly large. Any misstep in the process could plunge Liu's into irreversible peril." Liu Ruxu nodded in agreement. "Then, during our discussion meeting later, you will represent me in speaking." "Me?" Qin He was taken aback. "But I have already resigned." "Yes, I acknowledge that," she replied, "but according to the company's labor contract, you are still required to work for another 3 months to assist in training your replacement until they are fully capable of taking over your projects." As she spoke, Liu Ruxu placed the documents into Qin He's hands, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "I entrust this project to you, Qin He. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, especially since Ruoyan is your wife, and having you two at odds is certainly not ideal. However, when it comes to AI technology, I truly cannot compete with Ruoyan's expertise. Yet, at this moment, I find no one more suitable. Please consider it a favor to the Liu family. Grandfather treats you so well. You wouldn't want to see the enterprise painstakingly established by the Liu family crumble because of a mere Chen Zian, would you?" Without waiting for Qin He to decline, Lu Ruxu promptly instructed her secretary to arrange for a conference room. Qin He, though resigned, decided to regard the matter as merely a task to be completed. Noticing Qin He's silence, Lu Ruxu closed her notebook, her excitement propelling her towards the meeting room. In her haste, her high heels caught on the carpet, sending her stumbling directly towards Qin He. Quick to react, he grasped her arm, allowing her to regain her balance. Apologies escaped her lips. Perhaps she had never been this close to a man before, and her heart raced unexpectedly. She caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from Qin He, distinctly different from the common sense of ordinary men, more akin to the subtle aroma of ancient forest wood, faint yet alluring, mingled with his natural scent, exuding an irresistible charm. Her heart fluttered as she stole a glance at Qin He. A thrill coursed through her. Perhaps it was because he was about to resign, but Qin He had opted for a black leather jacket instead of a suit, presenting a youthful and stylish demeanor, accentuated by his perfect profile and sleek hairstyle. Wasn't he far superior to that Chen Zian? Lu Ruxu internally criticized her cousin for being utterly wasteful. Had she encountered a man as captivating, knowledgeable in AI, and dependable as Qin He, she would have been unable to contain her joy. What was the point of lingering over some idealized love? Regaining her composure, Lu Ruxu feigned nonchalance as she exited the office, only to accidentally twist her ankle just before stepping out. Qin He observed her retreating figure, shaking his head in silence. The personalities of these two sisters were starkly contrasting, one like fire, the other like ice. Lu Ruxu shattered his preconceived notions of a female executive, always warm and passionate towards her subordinates, never domineering despite her position, embodying a guiding leadership style. Yet she was also shrewd, concealing her true thoughts like a cunning little fox who smiles on the surface while wielding hidden tactics. In contrast, Lu Ruoyan was aloof and harsh with her subordinates, rarely displaying a smile, save for her interactions with Chen Zian and Dodo. In a moment of distraction, Qin He found himself entering the conference room. Lu Ruxu guided him to a seat on one side. Soon, Lu Ruoyan entered alongside Chen Zian, taking their places opposite Lu Ruxu and Qin He. As she settled down, Lu Ruoyan's gaze met Qin He's, momentarily taken aback. Her usually frigid demeanor betrayed a hint of coldness. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Chapter 8. The Confrontation of Chen Zian, Lu Ruoyan, and Qin He Yin. I confess that my understanding of AI is rather limited. Hence, I have requested Qin He to articulate a professional opinion on my behalf. Upon hearing her cousin's explanation, Lu Ruoyan merely furrowed her brow slightly, her demeanor remaining as frosty as ever. Chen Zian, however, hesitantly directed his gaze towards Lu Ruoyan, inquiring, "Can Qin He truly comprehend our project proposal?" He then turned to Qin He. "I apologize, but I recall you have been primarily at home. When did you acquire knowledge of AI programming?" "Self-taught," Qin He replied dismissively, unwilling to engage in further trivial discourse with Chen Zian, whose presence he found quite unpalatable. The fact that he restrained himself from retaliating was a testament to his self-control. "Self-taught?" Chen Zian's brow knitted together, his voice rising an octave. "AI programming is exceedingly intricate. You mastered it on your own?" Lu Ruxu, overhearing this exchange, cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What now, Director Chen? Are you questioning my judgment in selecting capable individuals?" "Not at all." Chen Zian stammered, his smile stiffening. "Very well. If there are no objections, let us commence." Lu Ruxu turned her attention to Chen Zian, asserting, "Director Chen, are you familiar with Project 734? "Yes, I am aware," Chen Zian replied, casting a bashful glance at Lu Ruoyan. "I never anticipated that Vice President Lu, would facilitate the construction of such an expansive laboratory for me. It is an honor." He deliberately threw a glance at Qin, only to find him utterly unfazed. Lu Ruxu, having heard his response, rolled her eyes in exasperation, as if to say that it was hardly a matter of honor. Taking a deep breath, she continued without further ado, "Now, I would like you to present this project to us, with Qin He as my representative to pose inquiries." Chen Zian nodded, picking up the proposal and speaking with confidence. Throughout the discussion, Qin He interjected with incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter, earning a rare, prolonged glance of intrigue from Lu Ruoyan. Yet, that moment was fleeting, and she quickly averted her gaze. As the dialogue unfolded, a spirited debate ensued between Chen Zian and Qin He, each volleying their arguments with vigor, creating a captivating exchange. It was at this moment that Lu Ruoyan finally regarded Qin He with earnest attention, diligently noting the technical inquiries he raised. When the intermission arrived, neither party had succeeded in convincing the other. Just as tempers threatened to flare, Lu Ruxu intervened to restore order. Lu Ruoyan, glancing at her notepad filled with questions and annotations, then at Qin He's strikingly handsome visage, felt a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering when Qin He had become so remarkably adept. Noticing Lu Ruoyan's lingering gaze upon Qin He, Chen Zian hastily called her aside, suggesting a coffee break under the pretense of rest, but in reality, it was to strategize. As they walked side by side towards the pantry, Lu Ruoyan appeared momentarily lost in thought. Zian, do you not sense that Qin He has transformed remarkably? It's as if he has become an entirely different person. I have never heard him speak of AI technology before. Chen Zian, upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's observation, betrayed a hint of unease. Indeed, it is not solely Lu Ruoyan who is astonished. Even Chen Zian, just moments ago, finds himself equally taken aback. How can a self-taught individual in the realm of artificial intelligence hold his ground against him in such a manner? This is truly perplexing. Yet, maintaining an air of nonchalance, he remarked, these inquiries likely stem from the AI engineers in Qin He's team, who have been burning the midnight oil in meetings for several consecutive nights. They come prepared, whereas we are engaged in a formidable struggle, naturally encountering more challenges. Furthermore, with the plethora of AI software available, it is conceivable that Qin He enlisted the assistance of AI tools to devise these intricate questions. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, Lu Ruoyan responded, taking the coffee from Chen Zian's hand and offering a light laugh. What you've been contemplating moments ago. How could someone who has never set foot in a university, a person who typically spends her days fishing and wandering through flower and bird markets, suddenly exhibit such prowess? After a brief respite, Lu Ruoyan and Chen Zian returned to the conference room. This time, Lu Ruoyan joined the fray of discussion. The technical debate unfolded with greater intensity, with Qin He single-handedly contending against two opponents, the brilliance of the discourse akin to a celestial battle of legendary proportions. In the end, neither side emerged victorious. Lu Ruxu delivered a concluding statement. Since neither party can persuade the other, I propose that we temporarily shelve this project and defer it to the board meeting. On what grounds? Upon hearing the project was to be postponed, Lu Ruoyan sprang to her feet in indignation. Is it merely because of Qin He's obscure and unprofessional queries? Cousin, I refuse to accept this. Lu Ruxu, incensed by her words, retorted, Yin Yin, have you lost your mind? Just now, Qin He indeed pointed out the project's vulnerabilities. Moreover, entrusting a project worth hundreds of billions to Chen Zian, he has only been in the workforce for a few years since graduating. Does he possess any experience managing large-scale projects? Cousin, I disagree with your assessment. Which recent graduate possesses experience managing significant projects? If we do not provide opportunities to newcomers, they will never gain experience. I am well aware of Chen Zian's exceptional capabilities. He has already secured multiple research and development awards during his university years. That is beside the point. Do I need to educate you on the actual value of academic awards? In any case, I will not risk 2/3 of Lu's liquid assets on this endeavor. It is far too perilous. At this juncture, the two sisters exchanged sharp retorts. Chen Zian busied himself, attempting to placate both parties. Ms. Lu, Vice President Lu, please do not let this outsider cause discord between you. He bore an expression of both guilt and enjoyment as he witnessed the two women argue over him. Ultimately, the sisters parted ways in discontent. Just before leaving, Lu Ruoyan shot a furious glare at Qin He and, in a moment of inexplicable emotion, posed a question. Do you have dreams? Qin He was taken aback, unable to fathom why Lu Ruoyan suddenly broached such a topic. Yet, as he faltered in his response, Lu Ruoyan's eyes brimmed with tears and frustration. Indeed, how could someone like you possess dreams? But Qin, while it may suffice for you to live in a haze, why must you personally obliterate my lifelong aspirations? Do you not understand that I have fought tirelessly over the years to realize this dream? Lu Ruoyan's tightly clenched fists trembled with fury as she let out a low growl. She had long dreamed of establishing the largest and most exceptional laboratory in the country, one that would attract Robinson. She had never worried about the technical challenges, for even if Chun Zian were to falter, she firmly believed that Robinson would undoubtedly find a solution. There was no problem in this world that Robinson could not resolve. Yet now, all of this was poised to be shattered by the mere words of the uninitiated Qin, leaving her unable to contain her agitation. At that moment, while Lu Ruxu still contemplated defending Qin, Lu Ruoyan had already stormed out of the conference room. Lu Ruxu glanced apologetically at the visibly troubled Qin, expressing her regrets for the rift that had formed between the couple. It's no longer significant. We have long since parted ways, Qin replied with a resigned smile, taking a moment to regain his composure after Lu Ruoyan's accusations. This was the first time he had witnessed the typically composed Lu Ruoyan lose her poise. He had not anticipated that she would care so deeply about this project. It turned out that building the largest laboratory in the nation for Chun Zian was her greatest dream in life. Was it possible that Chun Zian had saved the galaxy in a past life? Shaking his head, Qin exited the conference room, and, as he passed Lu Ruoyan's office, he saw Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki being scolded by Chun Zian, who was pleading on their behalf. No, Yin, they're not bullying me. It was my own desire to exercise and walk back. Please don't blame my younger siblings. Yin, please don't be harsh with them. When I posted on social media, I meant no offense. I simply wanted to express how I haven't exercised in so long that I struggled after walking just a few kilometers. I miss the days when I often hiked in the mountains. Chapter 9. The Red Marks on My Sister. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhe was consumed by anger and forcefully shoved Chun Zian's shoulder. Shut your mouth. You think you could just call Yin? Do you comprehend the hierarchy here? Lu Kiki echoed his sentiments, pushing Chun Zian's shoulder as well. Indeed, we do not require your assistance in explaining. You, an ancient dragon well, have long been a thorn in our side. If we wish to deal with you, we shall do so without justification. Seeing Chun Zian defending her younger siblings while they pressed him, Lu Ruoyan seized the documents on the table and struck their arms. You dare claim to have been dissatisfied with Chun Zian for ages? What grounds do you two possess? Lu Kiki, never having been struck by her sister before, was momentarily stunned by the sudden blow, her eyes reddening. Sister, are you hitting me for this guy? Whether it's for you or not, I've been irritated with both of you for quite some time. Lu Ruoyan, now infuriated, raised the folder and brought it down again with a resounding smack. You two academic underachievers, have you ever accomplished anything during your internships at the company? Instead of learning from Zian, you dare bully him? How have I instructed you? Do not presume that wealth grants you the right to oppress others. Have my words all fallen upon deaf ears? Lu Ruoyan's fury intensified. Qin, observing her severity, could see the redness spreading across Lu Kiki's arm. Unable to bear it any longer, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, grasping Lu Ruoyan's descending wrist just in time. At that moment, the once defiant siblings, upon seeing their brother-in-law, immediately retreated behind him like lost cubs seeking refuge. Lu Ruoyan struggled to free her wrist, hissing at Qin, "Let go of me." "I will not," Qin replied, his gaze unwavering as he met Lu Ruoyan's eyes. "Calm yourself first, then I will release you." She struggled again, but to no avail, prompting Chun Zian to step forward in assistance. "Qin, release her. You are hurting Yin." At that, Chun Zian attempted to pry Qin's grip away. Qin, expressionless, shoved him back. "Leave. If you do not wish for me to act, then get out." Chun Zian hesitated before resolutely stating, "I will not leave. I cannot stand by while you harm Yin. If you have grievances, vent them at me instead. However, I have one condition. You must not lay a finger on her." "What makes you think you can impose conditions upon me?" Qin scoffed, a hint of the Qin family's arrogance surfacing. Lu Zhe chimed in exactly. "We are family here. What concern is it of yours? Right? Lu Kiki added, peeking from behind Qin and making a face. "Just leave. Can't you see the rightful queen is present? Lu Ruoyan parted her lips, initially intending to interject further. But after a moment's contemplation, she deemed Lu Zhi's point valid and instructed Chen Zian to step outside. Chen Zian hesitated, worry etched across his face. Lu Ruoyan reassured him. Do not fret, I shall be fine. But Yan, Qin, he has made your arm red. Upon hearing these words, Lu Kiki could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes dramatically. My sister has numerous red marks from being with Qin He. This is merely a playful aspect of their relationship. Do you intend to meddle in that as well? As her voice trailed off, both Qin He and Lu Ruoyan were rendered somewhat uncomfortable, with Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushing with an inappropriate hue, while Chen Zian awkwardly took his leave. Once Chen Zian had departed, Qin He finally released Lu Ruoyan's wrist. He felt a twinge of regret for involving himself in this trivial matter. Recognizing that he had no standing to dictate how others should reprimand their younger siblings. However, glancing at Lu Keek's flushed arms, he felt compelled to advise. Do not resort to violence. The children are merely mischievous. It is best to communicate and educate them properly. Is this mere mischief? It concerns their upbringing. Did you not see their attitude towards Chen Zian just now? Lu Ruoyan found herself increasingly unable to control her emotions in Qin He's presence. Qin He furrowed his brows and replied calmly. The situation is not as grave as you perceive. At least from my perspective, these two youngsters, while somewhat indolent, possess a fundamentally sound worldview. Lu Ruoyan was incredulous. Not serious? Chen Zian is not like us. He hails from a less fortunate background and already struggles with feelings of inferiority. The way Lu Zhi and Kiki treat him could damage his self-esteem. Moreover, is it not blatantly taking advantage of one's privileged background to bully others? You should understand that I find the behavior of certain affluent young masters and mistresses in this circle utterly repugnant. Qin He scoffed. So, you assert that because Chen Zian's family is poor and he feels inferior, he is justified in his weakness, while our wealth becomes a sin. Precisely. Lu Zhi and Lu Kiki nodded in unison, fully agreeing with her. Lu Ruoyan coldly raised her chin. You all seem rather self-important. Qin He, you merely borrowed the influence of the Lu family. What gives you the right to look down upon Zian? With that, she turned to her younger siblings and you too. As the parasites of the Lu family, what authority do you have to dictate Chen Zian's life? Starting this month, I shall cut off your allowances. Let us see what pride you maintain in front of him. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, Qin He's expression turned icy. Is this how you perceive me? Pray tell, have I married into the Lu family? Whenever your family faces difficulties, have I not always been at the forefront? A paralyzed father-in-law, challenging projects, demanding clients. Over the years, have I not been a diligent contributor to the Lu family's endeavors? Lu Zhi and Lu Kiki felt a pang of sympathy for their brother-in-law. Indeed, sister, you may take away our allowances, but you cannot speak of our brother-in-law in such a manner. He has sacrificed so much for our family. Do you truly wish to hurt him over a mere schemer? A wave of pain surged through Qin He's heart as he could bear it no longer. He turned and exited the office without another word. Lu Zhi and Lu Kiki glared at Lu Ruoyan in frustration. Sister, you have gone too far. You have genuinely hurt our brother-in-law's feelings. Yes, if you do not reconcile with him, we shall no longer acknowledge you as our sister. As they spoke, Lu Zhi and Lu Kiki scoffed and departed from Lu Ruoyan's room. Once they left, Lu Ruoyan became increasingly agitated, unable to focus on the stock market trading page. The image of Qin He's expression before he exited the office lingered in her mind, seemingly tinged with a hint of hurt. Had her words truly been too harsh? Yet, recalling how Qin He had thwarted her plans, her demeanor grew cold once more. It was all Qin He's fault. Were it not for him, she might have swiftly met Robinson. He had shattered her dreams, and she had no desire to placate him. In that moment, Lu Ruoyan's gaze fell upon a stack of unopened delivery documents. The topmost envelope bore the signature. It then dawned on her that Qin He had inquired earlier that morning about her received items. She picked up the envelope and tore it open. Halfway through ripping the seal, she abruptly halted. She had no intention of discovering what Qin He had sent her. A man who merely indulged in such frivolous gestures to win her favor could hardly comprehend her grand aspirations. With that thought, Lu Ruoyan furiously tossed the partially opened envelope back onto the pile of documents on her desk. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and Lu Kiki had remained close to Qin He since leaving the office, concerned about their brother-in-law's mood and eager to provide him with companionship and comfort. As the workday concluded, the two directly accompanied Qin He as they exited together, descending the stairs just as they stepped out of the company's entrance. Lu Kiki spotted the familiar Maybach and came to an abrupt halt. "Isn't that our family car?" As her words fell, Qin He noticed his son, Dodo, sprinting towards him from the vehicle, having not seen him for several days. Instinctively, he moved to protect him. However, Dodo was quicker, darting like an arrow towards Chen Zian, holding up the familiar race car model and exuberantly exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Daddy!" In Chapter 10. To forgive Qin He or not, the words in Anne's father struck Qin He like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. Lu Kiki and Lu Jia stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. The three of them stood 50 meters away, observing the affectionate interaction between Chen Zian and Dodo. Chen Zian accepted the gift, showering Dodo with hugs and kisses. At that moment, Dodo exclaimed, "And Anne's father, there's an even greater surprise." With that, he clapped his hands. Soon, several stunning beauties emerged from luxury cars nearby, each with a distinct style. They were all close friends of Lu Ruoyan. The group set off a celebratory cannon, and vibrant fireworks erupted above Chen Zian's head. Bystanders gazed in envy as these top-tier beauties celebrated the birthday of Director Chen. My goodness, Director Chen must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Indeed, I recognize one of them as the female president of the Lin Group. Not just her. All of them are daughters of wealthy tycoons. Moreover, they're all friends of Vice President Lu. Goodness, Vice President Lu dotes on Director Chen too much, doesn't she? Absolutely. Who else would dare to pull off such a spectacle in front of Lu's building without the Vice President's backing, especially with fireworks? Remember last time when someone attempted a proposal? They were chased away by the cleaning lady and security. Sighing, the onlookers' murmurs reached Qin He, Lu Kiki, and Lu Jia, each feeling varying degrees of bitterness in their hearts. Rationality urged them to leave, to preserve some dignity, yet their legs felt heavy, as if leaden, making it impossible to move. With each call of an Anne's father from Dodo, Qin He's heart tightened painfully. He was acutely aware that they were divorced, that she had the right to choose someone else, and that in the future, their child might even call Lu Ruoyan's partner father. Yet, the pain felt like a blunt knife twisting within him. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's friends began presenting gifts to Chen Zian. Lu Jia and Lu Kiki sympathetically patted Qin He's shoulder. They had learned from Aunt Lu that on Qin He's birthday, he had prepared a lavish meal in hopes of celebrating with their sister and Dodo. Yet, she hadn't returned at all. One was neglecting to accompany him on his birthday, while the other celebrated ostentatiously with her friends and child outside Lu's building. Could the contrast be any more pronounced? Furthermore, wasn't she essentially announcing Chen Zian's status as her mistress? The more Lu Jia thought about it, the angrier he became, and just as he was about to intervene, Qin He restrained him. "Let us go." Qin He's voice was hoarse and weary. Confronting them would only bring humiliation. Love and indifference are realities of life. But what my sister is doing is utterly excessive. Lu Kiki couldn't help but voice her frustration. Exactly. Regardless of my sister's attitude, I cannot stand to see Chen Zian flaunting himself like this. Lu Jia said, rolling up his sleeves to confront the situation, but in the end, he was forcibly placed in the passenger seat by Qin He. Once inside the car, Qin He glanced towards Dodo and spoke softly. "Your sister and I are already divorced. She has the right to do anything for Chen Zian now." Lu Jia and Lu Kiki both believed that Qin He was merely speaking in anger, failing to take the words divorce to heart. They continued to console Qin He, assuring him that one day their sister would recognize his merits. Qin He gazed at Chen Zian, who was surrounded by Lu Ruoyan's circle of friends, and a bitter smile crossed his lips. "Her heart, after all, does not reside with me. She has never introduced me to her friends." With his eyelids slightly lowered, Qin He let out a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, his attempts to integrate her into his social circle, his circle of friends and family, were met with refusal by Lu Ruoyan time and again. It became evident that loving someone requires genuine effort to win them over, to invite them into one's own social realm. The dynamic between Chen Zian and him illustrated the stark contrast between love and indifference. Suppressing the last trace of bitterness in his heart, Qin He quietly reminded himself that it was time to awaken and to let go. He deserved to embrace a beautiful future of his own. One cannot falter in pursuit of happiness simply because of a setback with a woman. With this thought, Qin He slightly curled the corners of his mouth and said to the two youngsters, "Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal, celebrating my rebirth. From this day forth, your sister's affairs will no longer concern me." Lu Jia and Lu Kiki exchange a glance, speechless. They understood all too well that their sister had truly hurt Qin He this time. Just as Qin He's car pulled away, one of Lu Ruoyan's friends lingered. Her gaze fixated. Leaning against a red Ferrari, she bore a hint of predatory allure, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. A friend beside her nudged her elbow, inquiring, Yuan, what's the matter? Have you spotted another appealing man? Just now, I think I saw Qin He, clad in a black leather jacket. Looking quite handsome, Lin Yuan replied, her lips painted in a captivating shade, lingering on the thought, and his legs. Quite long. The friend paused. Wait, Yuan. Are you serious? Do you really intend to entice Qin He? Yin be upset? Lin Yuan chuckled. Come on, and an S father is already involved. Do you think Yin's feelings are unclear? Besides, that night, Yin agreed to it herself, and we have video evidence. Moreover, today's gathering was arranged by Yin, stating that Chen Zian was feeling down, asking us to cheer him up. Do you still not grasp that she doesn't hold Qin He in her heart? That makes sense. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan emerged from Lu's enterprises. Hearing Dodo call out for an S father, her brow furrowed abruptly. What a ridiculous title. You should refer to him as Uncle Inen. Oh, Dodo stuck out his tongue, explaining, I was just thinking of Uncle Inen's birthday. That does not matter. Lu Ruoyan shot Dodo a stern look, then glanced at the scattered confetti and spilled champagne, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. She was aware that Chen Zian had faced a setback in his project today, and with the commotion caused by Lu Jia and Lu Kiki, he must be feeling quite disheartened. She had asked her friends to invite him to celebrate, hoping to lift his spirits, but she had not intended for such a grand spectacle. Suppressing her displeasure, Lu Ruoyan approached the security office to communicate with the personnel there, and discreetly slipped some money to the cleaning lady, requesting assistance in tidying up the scene. Once these tasks were accomplished, she took Dodo and her friends to celebrate Chen Zian's birthday. Throughout the evening, Lu Ruoyan's expression remained rather grim. One of her friends suggested, why not invite Qin He and Inen over? We could all enjoy ourselves together. Upon hearing Qin He's name, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow and replied with irritation. What purpose would that serve? Her friends exchanged knowing glances, wisely refraining from mentioning Qin He again. As the clock struck 9, Lu Ruoyan prepared to take Dodo home. Dodo protested, no. Today is Uncle Inen's birthday, and I want to play a little longer. With that, Dodo shook Lu Ruoyan's arm, pleading, Mom, can't I sleep with Uncle Inen tonight? I like Uncle Inen. Lin Yuan, amused by Dodo's cuteness, chuckled and pinched his little cheek, saying, that's not possible. You must wait until Uncle Inen becomes your father. Besides, Lin Yuan laughed even more, once Uncle Inen becomes your father, he will sleep with your mother and not with you anymore. Chen Zian, hearing this, blushed and hurriedly interjected, Ms. Lin, please refrain from joking about me and Yin. Lu Ruoyan cast a cold glance at Lin Yuan, stating bluntly, you are intoxicated. Lin Yuan quickly realized her faux pas, pretending to fan her face. Yes, I am drunk. Let me drink 3 more cups as punishment. The other friends helped to ease the tension, allowing Lu Ruoyan to stay with Dodo for an additional half hour. When the time came, regardless of Dodo's protests, Lu Ruoyan insisted on taking him back to the villa. On the way, Dodo sulked, blaming his father. It's all his fault that I can't sleep with Uncle Inen. Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed. She initially intended to explain, but the words morphed into, don't you miss Inen? How long has it been since you last saw her? The mention of Inen reminded Lu Ruoyan of their missed meeting in Italy, and she realized it had been a while since she had seen her little daughter. The thought struck her deeply, igniting a fierce longing for her child. In contrast, Dodo pouted, clearly displeased. I don't want to see that annoying Inen. She always bullies me. Nonsense. I believe it is you who bullies Enan, Lu Ruoyan replied. Humph. Mommy favors sister. Shaking her head, Lu Ruoyan attributed Dodo's behavior to childishness and chose not to pursue the matter further. As they approached the villa, her thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. She could not help but ponder whether she would be inclined to forgive Qin He if he were to prepare a midnight snack as a peace offering. Chapter 11. How could that handsome man be my father? Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the villa, yet Dodo stubbornly refused to disembark. Lu Ruoyan glanced at him and inquired, "What is the matter?" Dodo pouted, "Returning to the villa means Dad will surely restrict my calls to Uncle Enan. It's so annoying. How can he dislike Uncle Enan? He is simply remarkable." Consequently, he had been hiding in his mother's modest apartment these past few days, just to avoid his father. Upon hearing Dodo's concerns, Lu Ruoyan assured him, "I will communicate with your father about this, so he will no longer limit your freedom to call." "Yay!" Dodo cheered, then added, "Mom, can Uncle Enan take me to school tomorrow? It's my first day back after returning to the country. I prefer Uncle Enan to take me, and then Dad can take me later." This time, Lu Ruoyan firmly declined. No, since Dad is home, he should take you and Enan to school together. It makes no sense for Uncle Enan to do so. Moreover, even if Dad is busy, we have a driver home. Isn't it a bit excessive to have Uncle Enan come all the way from the south of the city to pick you up? After this lecture, Dodo pondered thoughtfully. So, his mother was concerned about Uncle Enan being too tired. He reluctantly acquiesced. "All right then, I'll just let Dad take me tomorrow." "But, Mom, if I finish my homework early, can I go watch Uncle Enan's drone competition tomorrow night?" Lu Ruoyan nodded, intentionally encouraging her child's interest in drones, and she agreed to the request. As she stepped out of the car, she contemplated inviting In along, recalling that In had expressed interest last time. With this thought in mind, Lu Ruoyan quickened her pace. Upon entering, she eagerly called out, "In." Aunt Lu approached promptly. "Madam, neither In nor Sir are here." "Not here? At this hour, they are not home?" Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed slightly in concern. Noticing her displeasure, Aunt Lu hurriedly explained, "Sir and Miss and In have not yet returned." Upon their arrival back in the country, they began packing and left. Lu Ruoyan hesitated. Her instinct was to call Qin He, but she paused, then said to Aunt Lu, "Oh, he is probably dealing with family matters," and took the child to visit. Lu Ruoyan's words carried a hint of unease. She knew nothing of Qin He's family. He had previously mentioned that his relatives wished to meet her and the child, yet she had consistently declined with various excuses. At the time, she felt that their marriage was merely a contractual arrangement, and once the contract expired, they would part ways. There was no need to meet the Qin family, as she had no genuine desire to be a part of it. In retrospect, it seemed that his family had expressed discontent, and Qin He had no choice but to take In back temporarily. Just then, Lu Jia and Lu Kuku returned from Qin He's apartment, entering with a mocking tone. Some individuals truly are hypocritical. Indeed, bringing his son home so late, yet criticizing how the brother-in-law manages his daughter. How does he manage? The brother-in-law does splendidly. Absolutely. Aunt Lu nodded gently, earnestly advising, "Madam, your husband is moving out, likely heartbroken. It may not necessarily mean he's returning to the Qin family." "What heart is broken? Is his fragile heart my fault? With my busy schedule, how could I possibly remember his birthday? If I sometimes cannot arrange things, is it all my fault?" Lu Ruoyan could hardly bear to see a man so consumed by his emotions. If he had time, he should strive for his career like Chun Zian. Why must his mind be plagued with such chaotic thoughts? He is simply too idle. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu shook her head, choosing to remain silent as she resumed her cleaning in the kitchen. After all, she was but a servant and felt it inappropriate to say more. However, Lu Jia, listening to the exchange, was infuriated to the point of feeling his lungs might burst. "Sister, how can you utter such words? What is so commendable about Chun Zian? You always compare my brother-in-law to him. Moreover, does my brother-in-law not have his own aspirations? Does Chun Zian not have ambitions? He is likely preoccupied with thoughts of advancement every single day. Fine, you claim my brother-in-law is overly sensitive, yet he is your husband. On his birthday, he brought his own cake, prepared his own meal, and waited eagerly for your return, only to find you absent. And what of Chen Xian's birthday? You had a group of friends publicly celebrate for him at the entrance of the Liu family. Is that not excessive? In a fit of frustration, Liu Ruoyan picked up a decorative pillow from the living room and hurled it at Liu Jia. If it weren't for both of you bullying Chen Xian, would I need to act this way? At that moment, Do nudged Liu Jia with his head. Uncle is mean. Both uncle and aunt bully Uncle Nen. I dislike you. Liu Jia, overwhelmed by emotion, empathized deeply with his brother-in-law. His eyes inexplicably welled with tears as he looked at Liu Ruoyan. Sister, I truly cannot fathom how my brother-in-law has endured all these years. I shan't say more. Take care of yourself. With that, Liu Jia and Liu Kiki exited the living room, traversing the backyard to their respective homes. Liu Ruoyan gazed at their departing figures, her head throbbing with frustration. After handing Dodo over to Aunt Liu, she returned to her master bedroom as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, Dodo poked at the breakfast prepared by Aunt Liu, his enthusiasm waning. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the breakfast his father used to make, including the braised lion's head he had missed out on last time. After changing her clothes, Liu Ruoyan sat across from Dodo. Suddenly, Dodo looked up at his mother. It seems like Dad hasn't called me in a long time. Liu Ruoyan paused, aware of Qin He's recent changes. But she brushed it off. She softly urged him, hurry up and eat. We're going to be late. Dodo continued to mutter to himself, it's strange. Dad used to seem so upset if he didn't call me in a day. Why has he gone so long without contacting me? But then again, he probably still loves me the most. Perhaps something has delayed him recently, and not receiving a call might actually be a relief. He can be quite bothersome. After finishing breakfast, Liu Ruoyan drove Dodo to the international kindergarten he attended. Upon arriving at the entrance, a teacher came over to greet Dodo. Liu Ruoyan engaged in conversation with her teacher for a while when she was suddenly startled by the exclamations of several mothers accompanying their children to school. Following their gazes, she beheld a striking deep brown Hummer, from which emerged a pair of powerful long legs clad in black cargo pants and stylish Martin boots. The outfit was complemented by a matching leather jacket and a white t-shirt, adorned with a casually draped long chain featuring a cross, exuding an effortlessly relaxed yet edgy vibe. At that moment, Dodo found himself irresistibly drawn to the figure before him. He lifted his little head to glance at his mother and exclaimed, "That car and that uncle are so cool." However, when Dodo and Liu Ruoyan finally discerned the full visage of the man descending from the vehicle, they were both taken aback in astonishment. Why was it Qin He? Why was it Dad? Chapter 12. The confrontation of the main wife and the mistress the surrounding mothers gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought our kindergarten harbored such a stunning beauty? Indeed, the way he cradles his daughter in one arm is incredibly handsome. In our social circle, whose husband isn't a balding, portly figure? Oh, I truly wonder which mother indulges so lavishly. Just look at that waist. It exudes strength. My goodness. Those legs. I can't help but feel an urge to touch and see if they are as firm as they appear. As the mothers continued their increasingly inappropriate chatter, Liu Ruoyan initially followed their line of discussion, reminiscing about countless enchanting nights. And indeed, Qin He's sculpted physique was captivating. But upon hearing their desire to touch Qin He's legs, an unsettling feeling surged within her, prompting her to speak up. Ladies, please refrain from discussing my husband in such a manner. The mothers, caught off guard, quickly retreated. Liu Ruoyan felt a significant relief wash over her. Now, as she glanced at Qin He's vehicle and his attire, something felt amiss. If her memory served her right, that elongated Hummer H2 should be priced around 50 million. Where could Qin He possibly acquire such wealth? Just as Liu Ruoyan's thoughts began to deepen, she was interrupted by a soft huff from her son. She instinctively glanced at him. What's the matter? Daddy is so gross. He's trying to attract our attention with that ridiculous look, just like Uncle Nen. How superficial can he be? No matter how he imitates Uncle Nen, he will never be as cool. Liu Ruoyan furrowed her brows, wanting to explain that a 50 million Hummer was beyond Uncle Nen's means, hence there was no imitation involved. Yet, before she could utter a word, and sweetly called out to her mama, and then Liu Ruoyan's frosty expression softened considerably. But an continued, "Good morning, mama." His tone was overly polite. leaving Lu Ruoyan with a lingering sense of unease. At that moment, the morning exercise bell rang at the kindergarten. The teacher promptly ushered inside, leaving Qin He and Lu Ruoyan face to face. Lu Ruoyan scrutinized Qin He's outfit. She had to admit it was striking and wild, reminiscent of the allure she felt when she first laid eyes on Robinson. However, her heart still simmered with frustration, making it impossible for her to utter compliments. Qin He, you, follow me. Vice President Lu, is there something you need? Qin He replied coldly. Hearing that address made Lu Ruoyan's blood boil. Just come, she insisted, pushing open the car door for him to get in. I have my own car. With that, Qin He entered his vehicle, signaling for Lu Ruoyan to drive ahead while he followed behind. Lu Ruoyan had intended to say more, but considering the setting at the kindergarten, she opted for silence and drove directly to a comprehensive shopping mall. Upon arrival, she grasped Qin He's wrist and led him straight to the men's luxury section. As soon as the sales associate spotted Lu Ruoyan, she treated her like a deity, promptly offering pastries and coffee. Lu Ruoyan glanced at several suit jackets and pointed. These two I don't want. Have him try on the rest. Qin He looked at her in confusion. What does Vice President Lu mean by this? You want me to change, so I shall. Lu Ruoyan sat on the sofa, exuding an air of authority befitting a president. Qin He remained unmoved, glancing at his watch. I am nearly late for work. If you do not explain the reason, I cannot indulge in your little dress-up game. Lu Ruoyan, biting her lips in frustration, left marks on her rosy petals. Qin He forced himself not to look at her. Previously, he had relished the sensation of biting Lu Ruoyan's lips, finding them delightful, and enjoyed kissing them. However, now that they were divorced, it was inappropriate to entertain any fantasies regarding his ex-wife's lips. As they reached an impasse, it was Lu Ruoyan who finally spoke first. Your attire does not comply with the company's dress code. Change before heading to work. She muttered under her breath. You don't even have to clock in, so why the rush? Qin He glanced at the price of the clothes and teased. Vice President Lu, this outfit is rather expensive. I wouldn't dare spend the Lu family's money so frivolously. Lu Ruoyan promptly produced a black card, nonchalantly handing it to the sales assistant while her gaze remained fixed on Qin He. Charge it to my card. You need not concern yourself. Raising an eyebrow, Qin He changed into a suit, finding the situation rather peculiar. After 5 years of marriage and 2 children, Lu Ruoyan had never gifted him a single item, not even a pair of underwear. Yet now, post-divorce, she had taken it upon herself to purchase him clothing. He chose to regard it as a parting gift. Once Qin He emerged in the suit, he casually inquired, How do I look? Lu Ruoyan's eyes brightened suddenly. When she first laid eyes on this suit, she thought it suited Qin He perfectly. It seemed as though it had been tailored for him, accentuating him like a scion of a wealthy family. However, not wishing for Qin He to become too smug, she maintained a neutral expression and replied, It's satisfactory. As Qin He tried on several more outfits, Lu Ruoyan continued to say, It's satisfactory, though thoughts from a conversation among kindergarten parents surfaced in her mind. Those legs, that waist. Suddenly, she felt her heart race. Ultimately, she selected one outfit for Qin He to wear, and the two made their way back to the company. Upon entering the office, they collided with Chen Zian, who approached with documents in hand to report on work. The situation became even more awkward as both Qin He and Chen Zian wore the same suit. They had inadvertently matched. Upon seeing Chen Zian in the suit, Qin He let out a derisive snicker. Luja hurried over to defuse the tension, chastising her sister in a low voice. You've gone too far. How can both the legitimate wife and the mistress be dressed alike? Qin He was at a loss for how to react to this remark. He could not quite comprehend Lu Ruoyan's sudden whim today. Was it a playful jab at him post-divorce? Not wanting to dwell on such trivialities, he returned to his workstation, while Chen Zian followed Lu Ruoyan into her office. As the trio dispersed, the company's gossip group erupted with chatter. Wow, Qin He actually matched outfits with Chen Zian. What is there to compare? Let us be real. Qin He is a living mannequin. Indeed, today, Qin He donned an ensemble that rendered me utterly transfixed. Once again, I find myself envious of the affluent. Oh, how I yearn to savor the essence of Qin He. Allow me to share a secret with you all. The The official price of that particular piece Qin he wears is a staggering 50,000. I cannot help but suspect that Chun Xian's attire might be a counterfeit. That is undoubtedly the case. Qin he has wealthy benefactors, whereas what does Chun Xian possess? Chun Xian has Vice President Liu, who could certainly purchase it for him. Upon observing the gossip in the group, Qin he merely chuckled. He felt an extraordinary sense of calm regarding matters related to his ex-wife. Excellent. Just like this, things will only improve from here. Meanwhile, Chun Xian was inwardly vexed. During a previous inspection of the store with Lu Ruoyan, he noticed her gaze linger on a particular suit for quite some time. Believing she had taken a liking to it, he discreetly inquired about the price. The sales assistant informed him that the suit costs 50,000, but without membership, one cannot simply take it home. It requires matching with stock, reaching L3 level to purchase at the original price. He felt a pang of regret, pondering deeply upon returning home, ultimately deciding to spend his savings to match the stock, shelling out a total of 360,000 to acquire that suit. How absurd it is to have people claim he wears a counterfeit. They even suggest he does not wear it as well as Qin he does. After discussing work, Chun Xian cast a troubled glance at Lu Ruoyan. Do you think my purchase of this suit might lead Qin he to misconstrue my intentions? Chapter 13, A Daughter's Defense. We only have one father. Lu Ruoyan glanced at the suit worn by Chun Xian, pondering that it indeed lacked the charm of Qin he's attire. Lost in thought, she finally remarked, he has a fragile heart. You need not concern yourself with him. Your choice of clothing is your own freedom. Upon hearing her words, Chun Xian felt a slight lift in his spirits. Indeed, Lu Ruoyan still held a preference for him deep down. However, during their time in Italy, where the couple live apart, Lu Ruoyan was a workaholic, often forgetting her husband's existence amidst her busy schedule. Now that they had returned home, Qin he paraded around Lu Ruoyan like a flamboyant peacock, and over time, she might waver in her feelings. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan to provoke a divorce between Qin he and Lu Ruoyan and swiftly win her over, lest the night be long and dreams plentiful. With this in mind, he presented Lu Ruoyan with 2 entry tickets to a drone racing competition. Will you and Do come to support me tonight? He inquired. Of course, Lu Ruoyan replied, then added, do you have an extra ticket? She wished to take In along. However, Chun Xian mistakenly thought she intended to bring Qin he and apologetically shook his head. That's all right. It will just be Do and me. Then I shall see you tonight, Chun Xian said, offering Lu Ruoyan a gentle smile. See you tonight, Lu Ruoyan responded without lifting her gaze. Coincidentally at that moment, Qin he also received 2 entry tickets to the drone racing competition from his cousin's assistant. He planned to take In to watch the event that evening. As the workday drew to a close, Lin Yuan added Qin he on WeChat. Coincidentally, Qin he's cousin had mentioned that he wanted his new female assistant to add him on WeChat for approval, so he accepted without a second thought. Shortly after accepting, Lin Yuan sent 2 electronic tickets for the drone racing event to Qin he. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering if his cousin's assistant had not already delivered the tickets during lunch. Perhaps this person feared he might lose them and sent an extra copy. In any case, these tickets were trivial for the president of the Qin Corporation. He thought nothing of it and casually replied with an acknowledgement. Upon receiving his response, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile, thinking that Qin he was rather easy to entice. A mere flick of her fingers had captured his interest. After work, Qin he went to pick up In from her daycare for dinner. The father and daughter enjoyed their meal before wandering through a shopping mall. Displeased with the suit Lu Ruoyan had bought for him, Qin he switched back to the leather jacket he wore that morning and even chose a similar little leather jacket for In, pairing it with a fluffy skirt for a matching parent-child outfit. As they passed by the drone section, he helped In select a beginner-level drone, and In was thrilled to receive her gift. Before long, they arrived at the competition venue, a vast expanse of land perfectly suited for flying. Inagaidi then In, explaining the racing obstacles. This is an archway, and this is a tunnel. That is a spiral tower, where the pilot must maneuver the drone to ascend or descend in a spiral around the tower, completing a specific path. And over there is the obstacle wall. And In looked at Qin he with wide, admiring eyes. Daddy, you are amazing. You understand everything. As the sound of their voices faded, Mocking remarks emerged behind the two. What is so impressive? Dad merely talks big. When it comes to drone racing, Uncle Lin is the real expert. And Anne's dad is the greatest. Upon hearing this, Anne was instantly incensed. You're talking nonsense. Dad is the best. And Anne's dad is the best. Dodo retorted. In that moment, the previously docile Anne transformed into a fierce protector, standing resolutely in front of her father. You're wrong, and I want to allow you to call out like that. We only have one dad. There is no such thing as an Anne's dad. I want to. Dodo stuck out her tongue at In and gave her a gentle shove. And In, unwilling to back down, pushed Dodo back with equal force. With her greater strength, In sent Dodo tumbling onto the ground. Just then, Lu Ruoyan approached and witnessed the scene unfold. She swiftly lifted the crying Dodo and shot a reproachful glance at Qin He. Why aren't you watching the children? Are you just going to stand by while they fight? Qin He hesitated before responding. I don't believe an In is at fault. Besides, small disputes among children should be resolved among themselves. Not every incident requires parental intervention. As his words lingered in the air, Dodo began to wail on. My bottom hurts. Hit me. Mom, Mom, you must make that nasty In apologize to me. Lu Ruoyan embraced Dodo and turned to In, commanding, you are the older sister. It is wrong for you to push your younger brother. Apologize to Dodo immediately. Upon hearing this, N's eyes welled with tears. She bit her lip, ready to respond, but was abruptly lifted by Qin He, who whispered soothingly by her ear, if you don't wish to apologize, you needn't. I believe you're not in the wrong. In immediately clung to her father's neck, feeling aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's usually composed demeanor darkened with anger. Qin He, if you have grievances with me or with Chen Zian, you may voice them directly. However, I will not permit you to use our daughter as a pawn. Do you truly believe this is beneficial for her education? Qin He's voice turned icy. Is this how you perceive me? Lu Ruoyan, I also wish to question your capability as a mother. Did you witness the entire incident? You did not. You didn't even inquire about what happened. You simply took Dodo's word and demanded that In apologize. Is that fair to her? Just as their arguments seemed poised to escalate, Lin Yuan and Chen Zian conveniently arrived. Chen Zian intervened, separating Lu Ruoyan, while Lin Yuan calmed Qin He, suggesting they avoid a public dispute, especially given the Lu family's prominent status. Chen Zian took Dodo from Lu Ruoyan's arms, cradling her gently, and soon Dodo ceased her tears, appearing as if they were a happy family of three. Qin He felt a pang of discomfort, but reminded himself to accept his ex-wife's new life. Lin Yuan patted Qin He's arm, signaling, let us move over there and sit. Ever the gentleman, Qin He did not wish to undermine anyone's dignity. Believing Lin Yuan was attempting to mediate between him and Lu Ruoyan, he followed her lead. He certainly did not wish to argue with his ex-wife in public, especially in front of their child. Lin Yuan possessed a remarkable ability to provide emotional support, continuously praising In. You look exceptionally beautiful tonight, like a little princess. There is no one more lovely than you in the entire venue. After being comforted by Lin Yuan for a while, In's spirits began to lift. Lin Yuan then inquired, are you interested in drone racing? In nodded in response. Lin Yuan enthusiastically began to introduce her to the details of the competition. However, Lin Yuan was astute. She understood that Qin He was sensitive to Chen Zian's presence, so she mentioned several competitors while conveniently omitting Chen Zian. In listened intently to Lin Yuan's descriptions, her head leaning closer to Lin Yuan's. Qin He, ever composed, maintained his focus on Lin Yuan as she elaborated on the event. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Ruoyan glanced over, instantly invoking a sense of familial unity among the three of them, which left her with an indescribable discomfort. Despite recognizing Lin Yuan's good intentions and understanding that she was merely trying to prevent any quarrel between them, she could not shake off her unease. She was troubled by their appearance as a family of three and disturbed by the closeness between her daughter and Lin Yuan. Had it not been for the announcement, she might have genuinely considered intervening to pull Lin Yuan away. At that moment, the announcement echoed once more, reminding the competitors to come to the front for signing in. Chen Zian stood up and Do clenched his fist towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle Inen, go for it." Chun Zian affectionately ruffled Do's hair, assuring him, "Uncle will definitely win a medal for you." Chapter 14. Qin He challenges Chun Zian. Hooray! Do clapped his hands enthusiastically. His swaggered over to and then provocatively starting. Uncle Inen said he would win a medal for me. Aren't you envious? If you have the ability, why not have your dad win you a medal too? In huffed, turning her face away to avoid looking at Do. At a loss for words now, aren't you? You said your dad is impressive. What makes him so? I fail to see it. Do became increasingly boastful, uttering many taunting remarks directed at Inen. The more Lin Yuan listened, the more her brows knitted together. She felt that Lu Ruoyan's approach to educating her child was somewhat lacking. Stealing a glance at Lu Ruoyan, she noted her complete lack of intervention and could only gently suggest to Do, "Why don't you return to your seat? Uncle Inen's competition is about to commence. If you don't go back now, you might miss some thrilling moments." Only then did Do obediently return to his seat. Lin Yuan observed Qin He and noticed that his demeanor was remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired, which was somewhat surprising. Before long, the competition commenced. At the referee's command, Chun Zian's drone surged ahead, deftly navigating through various obstacles, showcasing an impressive performance. Do shouted from a distance, First! Uncle Inen is first!" As Chun Zian's drone effortlessly soared through the archway obstacle. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Beautiful!" Surrounding spectators began to comment on Chun Zian's performance. He exhibits remarkable stability. Indeed, it's clear he's an expert. I heard he returned from abroad. Truly impressive. His control is exceptional. His reflexes are commendable as well. Upon hearing these remarks, Do couldn't resist casting a proud glance at Inen. However, he noticed that neither Inen nor her father had glanced in his direction at all. Instead, Inen was intently observing Chen Xian's maneuvers, her little fingers even mimicking his actions. Lin Yuan also stole a sideways glance at Qin He, discovering that his expression was not the dark and twisted one she had anticipated. Rather, he appeared calm, objectively watching Chun Zian's performance. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Qin He did not harbor deep feelings for Lu Ruoyan? Otherwise, how could he appreciate a rival in such a situation? Were Lu Ruoyan's previous claims about Qin He's infatuation merely fabrications? As Lin Yuan collected her thoughts, the announcement of the competition echoed through the air. A champion has emerged. Congratulations to contestant number 201, Mr. Chun Zian. Mr. Chin's performance today was truly remarkable. Not only did he secure first place with an exceptionally high level of control, but he also established a 5-second lead over the second-place competitor. This achievement is astonishing. Let's once again congratulate Mr. Chun Zian. As the announcement concluded, Do leapt excitedly from his seat. "Mom, Uncle Inen is amazing. He really won me a gold medal. Mom, I admire Uncle Inen so much." Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan also clapped enthusiastically. At this moment, Chun Zian ascended the podium, receiving a gold medal and a cash prize of 30,000. Basking in the adoration of the audience, the second and third place winners, after accepting their medals, offered Chun Zian a few complimentary words. His vanity reached its zenith at that moment. The host, microphone in hand, excitedly called out to the audience, "Are there any drone enthusiasts in the crowd who would dare to challenge our champion?" An immediate hush fell over the venue. Who would dare to humiliate themselves? The host continued to encourage participation. It's merely a post-competition activity, a little surprise. Participants, regardless of victory or defeat, will receive our commemorative medal. Upon hearing that there would be no shame in losing, a few enthusiasts raised their hands. After all, losing to the champion was no disgrace. At that moment, Qin He turned to Inen and asked, "Do you like that commemorative medal?" Inen's eyes lit up as she nodded. "Can I have one? Daddy, can you help me get it?" Qin He nodded, took the drone from Inen's hands, entrusted her to Lin Yuan, and then strode down the stage. Lu Ruoyan and Do reacted significantly upon seeing Qin He descend. Both rushed to join him. Lu Ruoyan, displeased, tugged at Qin He's arm. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin He shrugged off her grip, explaining in a calm tone, "Just helping my daughter win a commemorative medal." "A medal? Can that possibly compare to my gold medal?" Do scoffed, taking the medal from Chun Zian and draping it around her neck. Daddy, do you know how to fly a drone? I advise you not to participate, lest you embarrass yourself. You could never win against Uncle Inen. Lu Ruoyan tugged at Qin He's arm again. You can jest with me, but don't mess with Chun Zian. Qin He looked at Lu Ruoyan, disappointment evident in his eyes. I merely wish to fulfill Inen's desire. Lu Ruoyan, do you only see Dodo? Is our daughter's perspective insignificant to you? Lu Ruoyan glanced at her daughter on stage. Her heart softened slightly, yet she lowered her voice to advise Qin He. If Inen wants a medal, I can buy a few for her later. I believe that, more than a medal, Inen needs a strong father, not one who brings shame upon himself in public. Your actions could tarnish the image she holds of you. Oh, Qin He replied with a cold laugh. Is that how you see it, Vice President Lu? I believe Inen needs a father who is unyielding. Regardless of winning or losing, I hope to impart to her today the courage to embrace challenges. As his words lingered, Chun Zian interjected to ease the tension. Yin Yin, if Qin He wishes to participate, let him. The organizers have stated that all participants will receive a commemorative medal. Win or lose, consider it a friendly sparring session between me and Qin He. At that moment, Qin He had already approached the host to declare his intention to compete. Chun Zian secretly smirked, having observed that the drone in Qin He's hands was a beginner's model, leading him to conclude that he was an amateur. Moreover, the thrust of such a model was entirely incomparable to his own competition-grade drone. This time, he is determined to ruthlessly humiliate Qin He before everyone, releasing the pent-up frustration from the company. Naturally, he also aims to garner greater admiration from Lu Ruoyan and Dodo. Perhaps, after this competition, and will also begin to disdain Qin He. Qin He, by that time, I wonder what you will have left to contest against me. At this moment, Qin He remains entirely oblivious to Chun Zian's intricate psychological machinations as he focuses solely on unboxing the drone and commencing its calibration. Being a new device, its handling feels unfamiliar, requiring Qin He to acclimate. Under his guidance, the drone awkwardly ascends and descends, veering eastward and looping in circles. Dodo slaps her forehead in exasperation. Mommy, is there truly no other way? I really don't want my father to embarrass me like this. Chapter 15. The terror of Qin He. Chun Zian couldn't help but chuckle upon observing Qin He maneuvering during the test flight. At that moment, a fellow enthusiast, also preparing for the post-competition activities, remarked to Qin He, "Brother, why not call it a day? It seems you are a complete novice, still at the very beginning." Qin He smiled gently, replying, "I have no choice. My daughter is eagerly awaiting her commemorative medal." The other enthusiast nodded in understanding. I see. I'm in the same boat. I originally didn't want to embarrass myself, but my son insists on earning that commemorative medal. Bonded by their shared motivation for their children, the two quickly grew familiar with each other. However, Dodo, overhearing their conversation, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. In a huff, he grasped Chun Zian's hand and implored, "Uncle Inen, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" Chun Zian inquired. "When the flight begins, could you crash my dad's drone? I truly can't bear to witness him making a fool of himself." Upon hearing this, Chun Zian instinctively glanced at Lu Ruoyan, seeking her approval. Lu Ruoyan, her thoughts in disarray, didn't quite catch what he said and responded absent-mindedly, "You handle it as you see fit." Qin He, catching wind of their exchange, cast a lingering gaze at Lu Ruoyan, who, arms crossed, met his eyes with indifference. With a bittersweet smile, Qin He averted his gaze. Soon, the overtime round commenced. The participants lined up at the starting line. At the judge's command, the drones took flight. Chun Zian's drone was aimed directly at Qin He. The audience, witnessing the impending collision, gasped in surprise. How thrilling! During the official competition, such collisions were strictly prohibited, but in this informal match, the rules were considerably more relaxed. As Chun Zian boldly instigated the confrontation, the crowd's excitement surged. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Qin He executed a deft low-altitude maneuver, skillfully evading the forceful strike from Chun Zian's drone and successfully navigating through the first obstacle. Meanwhile, Chun Zian, in his mischievous attempt, nearly collided with the barrier. Regaining his composure, he pursued once more, but as he adjusted his drone, he was taken aback. Where was Qin He? He couldn't even spot Qin He's drone. No, wait. He recalled that Qin He's drone was red. As Chun Zian focused intently, he indeed glimpsed a fleeting red specter. He chased after it, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. At that moment, Qin He had seamlessly synchronized with his new drone's control stick, achieving an almost harmonious man-machine integration. As he soared through the multi-layered circular obstacles, he moved with such speed that he seemed to dissolve into mere light. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Incredible. Astonishing. They had never witnessed such a captivating performance. Was this gentleman truly piloting a drone? Good heavens, was he navigating solely by instinct? Otherwise, how could he move so swiftly? And then jumped up, clapping, "Daddy is amazing. Daddy is incredible." Lu Ruoyan and Do Do were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. "Mom, is that red drone really being controlled by Dad?" Lu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for an answer. At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within her. She had witnessed numerous drone racing competitions, including those held abroad, yet none exhibited such an extraordinary level of control. It was almost terror-inducing in its intensity. She attempted to persuade herself that the crimson specter of a drone before her was not being manipulated by Qin He. However, she could not convince herself, for among all the competitors in the overtime event, only Qin He had gifted his daughter a drone of that striking red hue. A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Lin Yuan, in her excitement, even let out a whistle. Meanwhile, Chun Zian found himself in a state of panic, straining with all his might, but unable to catch up with Qin He, and he made several blunders in succession. His performance could only be described as abysmal. In light of the thrilling contest, the friends who had just been chatting with Qin He ceased their competition altogether to simply revel in the spectacle. Several other competitors, influenced by the murmurs among the audience, also abandoned the race to admire the prowess of this masterful pilot. After witnessing Qin He's exceptional control, they were further convinced that relinquishing the competition was indeed worthwhile. Such an opportunity to witness such breathtaking skill might not present itself again. With a rush of wind signaling the finish line, the judge announced the arrival of the first-place winner. The host approached, eager to discover how many minutes it took for this astonishing competitor to conquer our obstacle course. Suddenly, his voice faltered, and he stood there dumbfounded. How could this be possible? As the host took a moment to gather himself, many anxious spectators arose, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, only to hear the host's incredulous exclamation, 1 minute and 3 seconds. This was a full minute faster than the previous record holder. Could this speed warrant a world record? As the words settled, a hush fell over the crowd, enveloping them in a shared moment of astonishment. Gradually, murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the audience. A full minute faster than the previous champion. What a disparity. Just moments ago, the first-place competitor had contemplated colliding with his drone. Goodness, I had been sweating bullets for him. It turns out the fool was me. Just then I was thinking, my friend, why the modesty? Your drone is entry-level. If I were in your position, I would have gone all in. But it appears he was not timid at all. He simply held himself above such trivialities. This made the earlier competitor's intent to crash seem rather uncouth. Wait a moment. What kind of drone is this distinguished individual using? An entry-level one? The questioner nearly fell to their knees upon receiving the answer. The man who had been conversing with Qin, he hurried over to him for a photograph, calling for his son to join them. Come quickly, son. Your father has earned you a commemorative medal and a picture with this remarkable figure. Thus, with a click, the man embraced his son and posed for a photo with Qin He. At that moment, a voice from the audience rang out. Judges, the first-place medal should be awarded to this handsome gentleman. Indeed, the reward should be bestowed upon him. He is truly remarkable. Yes, I wholeheartedly support this. It is a commendation for our hero. Hero, hero. Numerous voices rose in unison. Enan was utterly exhilarated, considering her father to be exceptionally dashing. However, dissenting voices soon emerged. Judges, you cannot alter the competition rankings. This contestant's drone was not subjected to inspection. Indeed, it is quite possible that it has been modified. Absolutely otherwise, it would not be capable of such speed. Consequently, a cacophony of opposing opinions erupted in the venue. Qin He remained unfazed. stepping onto the stage to retrieve the commemorative medal, casually declaring, "I only desire this. I do not want the medal or the prize money." With that, he draped the medal around the neck of the approaching Enon and embraced her as they departed. Enon, rather than provoking or mocking Dodo, seemed to render her a mere jester. Dodo, feeling humiliated, indignantly exclaimed, "Mother, I will no longer answer father's calls. I shall sever ties with that insufferable Enon. They are despicable for using a modified drone in the competition. I detest them." Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, wishing to explain to Dodo that even if the drone were modified, the level of control displayed was undeniably impressive. He maneuvered the drone with precision, executing loops, low flights, and navigating intricate obstacles with remarkable steadiness, surpassing even Chen Zian's skill, appearing far from a novice. In a moment of distraction, she glanced at He's expression, noting that he was far more relaxed than Chen Zian, as if he were intimately familiar with such devices. But how could this be? In this moment of bewilderment, Chen Zian approached, and Lu Ruoyan found it inappropriate to continue her explanation to Dodo. "I apologize, Yin Yin, for bringing embarrassment upon you and Dodo." Lu Ruoyan reassured him, "It is of no consequence. He may simply be fortunate." "Exactly. His victory is dishonorable," Dodo chimed in. Chen Zian cast a furtive glance at Lu Ruoyan, observing her contemplative demeanor, and a wave of unease rippled through him. How infuriating! He had been careless, allowing He to overshadow his own brilliance. This could not stand. He needed to devise a new strategy to incite Lu Ruoyan's disdain for He. Suddenly, a shadow crossed his gaze, and an intriguing idea took form. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan watched He's departing silhouette, then glanced at her palm. She had just brushed against He's back, which felt firm and muscular, quite enticing indeed. A slow smile crept across her lips, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of spotting a delectable prey. Chapter 16. He is supported by a wealthy woman on the way back. Lu Ruoyan found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend how he managed to triumph over Chen Zian. Could it be that He, in a bid to win her affection, had secretly devoted himself to arduous practice, all for this moment, to impress her? If that were indeed the case, Lu Ruoyan mused, perhaps there was hope for He. He possessed some redeeming qualities after all. Well, considering his earnest efforts in learning about drones for her sake, she decided to show him a bit of kindness upon his return. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the villa. Lu Ruoyan wandered through the house, but found no sign of He or Enon, surmising that they were still out searching for food and had yet to return home. How frustrating. When He finally returned, she would have to admonish him. Young girls ought not to eat so late. With this thought, Lu Ruoyan turned and headed to her study to catch up on work. After completing her tasks, she proceeded to the master bedroom for a shower. When she emerged, adorned in a beautiful silk camisole, she still found no sign of He. Furrowing her brow, she began to suspect that something serious must have occurred in the Qin family. Otherwise, how could He and Enon still be away from the villa at such a late hour? Perhaps an elderly relative was gravely ill, compelling Enon to stay and offer companionship. Contemplating this, Lu Ruoyan calmly pulled back the covers and nestled into bed. It had been quite a while since she had engaged in intimacy, and that night, Lu Ruoyan dreamt of He, their encounter fervent and passionate. When she awoke in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling, she found herself questioning her life choices. The following day, upon arriving at the office, He received a project assignment through the office system, instructing him to negotiate the development of a customized AI system for room service with a client. After swiftly familiarizing himself with the client's background, he contacted the secretary. Upon understanding his purpose, the secretary responded, "All right, come on over. Our manager Lin is currently available in room 808 of the Magpie Hotel." Upon hearing that it was a hotel room, He tactfully replied, "Visiting manager Lin in her room might be inconvenient. Could we arrange to meet in the lobby for a cup of coffee instead?" The secretary chuckled. "Does manager Lin really need your coffee? Besides, she isn't intimidated by your presence as a man. Why should you be? Furthermore, how can you customize the room service system without visiting the room and understanding the actual situation?" After a brief pause, she added, "Manager Lin is occupied at the moment, playing mahjong with her friends. In 2 hours, she will be boarding a flight abroad, and when she returns is uncertain. You may choose how to proceed, as there are other companies capable of developing such a room service system. With that, the secretary abruptly ended the call. He felt an odd sense of unease, but he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, given that this task had been assigned to him, he knew he must go and obtain the necessary signature on the follow-up record to consider the matter complete. After gathering his essentials, he left with his bag in hand. Just as he departed, Chen Xian's lips curled into a smirk. He approached the door of Lu Ruoyan's office, hesitating, unsure whether to enter. Upon noticing his presence, Lu Ruoyan invited him in, urging, "Speak freely about whatever it is." Chen Xian remained reticent, pressing his lips together, displaying a visage of awkwardness and discomfort. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's interest was piqued by him, prompting her to set aside her work and observe him intently. "Xian, I believe that our friendship would allow for total transparency. Given your demeanor, this matter must be quite significant." Chen Xian, seated opposite Lu Ruoyan, lifted his gaze but could not meet her eyes. "Yin, if this pertains to work-related issues, even if it means betraying your cousin, I would share everything with you unreservedly. In the entire company, I am the only one who could never betray you. However, the information I just overheard in the office concerns Xinhe. I fear that revealing it may adversely affect your marital relationship." Upon hearing Xinhe's name, Lu Ruoyan's expression instantly turned cold. "What about Xinhe? Yin, you must promise me that you will not let Xinhe know I was the one who disclosed this." Chen Xian continued to appear troubled. "You needn't worry. I will not reveal to anyone that it was you who spoke of this," Lu Ruoyan reassured him. Only then did Chen Xian muster the courage to proceed. While carefully gauging Lu Ruoyan's reaction, "I just overheard someone in the break room mention that there are issues with Xinhe's financial sources." Lu Ruoyan frowned slightly. Chen Xian's lips curled into a clandestine smile as he elaborated. "People in the office remarked that Xinhe previously did not appear to be so affluent. It seems he has undergone a sudden transformation, acquiring a limited edition Hummer and donning designer apparel, not to mention that bag he carries, reportedly worth over 400,000. The more Lu Ruoyan listened, the more pronounced her frown became. She too found it peculiar. The Lu family had never been remiss in providing for Xinhe, yet the notion that he could afford a limited edition Hummer was implausible. Upon her return, Lu Ruoyan sensed that he was concealing numerous secrets from her. "Furthermore, I have also heard that Xinhe's recent associations with wealthy women have led him to develop an interest in drones." As those words hung in the air, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say? Are you implying that Xinhe is interested in drones because of—" Her breath quickened considerably. Chen Xian struggled to suppress the upward curl of his lips and continued, "Yin, please do not be angry. I am merely sharing hearsay, and I lack concrete evidence. However, obtaining proof should not prove difficult. I just overheard in the break room that Xinhe recently took advantage of work hours to meet a wealthy woman at room 808 in the Magpie Hotel." "What?" Lu Ruoyan felt a chill coursing through her veins, springing to her feet. "You mean to say that Xinhe is actually utilizing work hours for such activities?" In an instant, Lu Ruoyan felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort. She retreated to her office cubicle, repeatedly washing her hands and arms. The mere thought of Xinhe touching another woman and then returning to her was enough to elicit a wave of nausea, rendering her entire being awash with unease. After some time, she splashed cold water on her face and gazed into the mirror at her disheveled reflection, her resolve gradually solidifying. "Xinhe, if you truly betray me, then I shall not retain you any longer. I demand you leave." Upon hearing those words, Chen Xian could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips. He glanced at the time and urged Lu Ruoyan, "Please do not be overly excited. After all, regarding this matter, I am not entirely certain. It is merely hearsay. I believe it is prudent to investigate the veracity of this situation first." Lu Ruoyan regained her composure, dabbed her face with a few tissues, and then grabbed her bag to exit the office. Before she left, she instructed Chen Xian, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Remain in the office. I will have Lin Yuan accompany me." Chen Xian nodded, "Be careful on the way." Lu Ruoyan, preoccupied with her thoughts, did not respond. Once outside Lu's corporation, she called Lin Yuan to explain the circumstances and requested her to accompany her as a witness. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan drove to wait for her at the base of the Magpie Hotel. The two met, prepared their phones for recording, and proceeded to room 808. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruoyan knocked on the door. The one who answered was Qin He, clad only in a white bath towel cinched around his waist, revealing a chiseled 8-pack and a striking V-line, while the steam clung to his chest and arms, rendering him both alluring and enticing. Chapter 17. The bath towel. If it weren't for Lu Ruoyan's presence, Lin Yuan would have lunged at Qin He without hesitation. What a magnificent physique he possessed. How infuriating that the wealthy woman feasted better than she did. Those abdominal muscles and that tantalizing V-line were simply irresistible. Lin Yuan was so preoccupied with her thoughts that she failed to notice the emotional turmoil brewing within Lu Ruoyan. In mere seconds, Lu Ruoyan, who had remained silent until now, found her eyes welling with tears. Her hands, hanging by her sides, trembled uncontrollably. Just as Qin He furrowed his brow and inquired about her arrival, she struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Qin He, you have certainly taken advantage of me. You eat at our Lu family's table, live in our home, spend our money, and yet you dare to betray me during work hours. Lu Ruoyan exclaimed, her voice brimming with indignation. I once thought you were merely idle and unambitious, but I never anticipated your vanity. To think you would debase yourself for designer bags and luxury cars, catering to a wealthy woman. With that, Lu Ruoyan shoved Qin He aside and stormed into the hotel room, fuming. I shall see what this wealthy woman looks like. Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki sitting in the suite's living room, exchanging puzzled glances. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? One asked. Right, what rich woman? You can't possibly think our brother-in-law is being kept by a wealthy woman, can you? Lu Ruoyan stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, a delivery person arrived, bringing Qin He a fresh set of clothes. He took the garments and breezed past Lu Ruoyan without uttering a word, heading straight for the bathroom. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Ruoyan, in a fit of anger, tugged at him. Qin He, I demand an explanation. Right now. Why are you dressed like this? Appearing here, as she pulled him, the white bath towel shifted slightly, threatening to slip. Lin Yuan watched intently as the towel moved down by an inch, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of the dark, alluring area beneath. Goodness, the way it threatened to fall was utterly captivating. Qin He shook off Lu Ruoyan's grasp, unbothered by her presence. With his slightest movement, the towel shifted again. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind echoed with a wild thought. Dear heavens, bath towel, do be sensible. Just drop. Let me behold something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan continued to roar. Speak up. And with Kiki here, is this appropriate? Qin He sneered. A dirty heart sees everything in a filthy light. With that, he walked away, disappointment etched across his face as he took the clothes into the bathroom. Lu Ruoyan was about to retort when Lu Zhe interjected. Sister, you aren't trying to catch him in the act, are you? Lu Ruoyan's expression stiffened slightly. I received a report that Qin He's been using his work's convenience to meet with a wealthy woman under the guise of business. As the vice president, is it not my duty to investigate? What's so absurd about that? ISNT, that's sheer nonsense? Lu Kiki exploded in anger. It should be the other way around. Someone is coveting my brother-in-law's looks, seeking to exploit him under the guise of business. Lu Zhe concurred exactly. Mr. Lin insisted that discussions regarding the room service system could only occur within the confines of the room, emphasizing the necessity to comprehend the hotel's operations. He further remarked that there were other women in the room engaged in a game of mahjong, dismissing any concerns. However, my brother-in-law, wary of a potential setup, suggested that we accompany him to learn more. As anticipated, upon entering the room, there was no one playing mahjong, only the manager present. My brother-in-law introduced us as his assistants who were there to engage in business discussions. To our astonishment, the hotel manager erupted in indignation, splashing coffee over my brother-in-law and accusing him of humiliating her, questioning her motives for bringing along two assistants. Her words were harsh and unkind, insinuating that she believed my brother-in-law was of such stature that any woman would be eager to pursue him. Lu Kiki vigorously nodded in agreement. While my brother-in-law earnestly attempted to clarify that he meant no offense and was genuinely interested in discussing business. Yet, the manager inexplicably stormed out. It was evident that her intentions were far from sincere. Lu Kiki produced her phone, stating, "Look, we have evidence." As Lu Ruoyan listened, her frown deepened. And upon witnessing Qin, he drenched in coffee by a middle-aged woman. His expression darkened profoundly. Before the video concluded, Qin he had already changed his attire and left abruptly. Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki, observing this, hurried after him. Just before departing, Lu Zhe shot a frustrated glance at his sister, remarking about a potential whistleblower. "Sister, could it be Qin Ziyan? He harbors ill intentions and likely wishes for you and your brother-in-law to part ways. Moreover, I suspect this entire scheme is intricately linked to him. I implore you, think carefully." With that, Lu Zhou exited. Soon, only Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan remained in the room. Lin Yuan nudged Lu Ruoyan's elbow and teased, "Given your old Qin's character, it's only natural for someone to take an interest in him. Are you truly uninterested?" Lu Ruoyan pondered this, but refrained from responding. Lin Yuan, unable to suppress her curiosity, leaned in and whispered, "Yin Yin, let me ask you something sisterly. The last time you were intoxicated, you mentioned that Qin he was quite impressive in certain aspects, likening him to a steel motor that left you thoroughly exhausted. Is that true? You also said you weren't particularly keen on being with him, as it always took too long. Is that all genuine?" As Lin Yuan's description unfolded, memories of past encounters flooded Lu Ruoyan's mind, and she responded with a subdued hum. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt parched. Recalling the dream she had the previous night, her cheeks flushing with heat. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but swallow hard. Soon, Lu Ruoyan regained her composure and shot her a glare, asking, "Why are you inquiring about that?" Lin Yuan shrugged, "Just curious about my sister's romantic affairs. Nothing serious." Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes, aware that among their group, Lin Yuan was the most adventurous, and chose not to delve deeper. As they exited the room, Lin Yuan glanced at her, saying, "Hey, Yin Yin, were you contemplating whether to heed your obnoxious little one's words and doubt Ziyan?" Lu Ruoyan replied, "Not at all. I am well aware of how Ziyan treats us. If it weren't for him rescuing us back then, who knows what those ruffians would have done to us." The thought that the esteemed second miss of the Lu family could potentially become a victim of illicit video exposure filled her with dread. Such an occurrence would be a catastrophic blow to any woman's life. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "Ziyan is a benefactor to us all. Should you harbor doubts about him, I shall not let it pass lightly. Rest assured. Moreover, that scoundrel Lu Zhe has always been unreliable." Lu Ruoyan provided Lin Yuan with a reassuring response and, upon entering the Grand Hall, asserted her position as the vice president of the Lu Corporation, requesting to meet with the manager of the Magpie Hotel. The reply she received was that the manager was currently abroad. Lu Ruoyan paused momentarily, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the woman from the coffee shop, Qin He. She inquired at the front desk, "And who might that be?" "Oh, she's our business manager. If you wish to discuss business, you may liaise with her." A smile graced Lu Ruoyan's lips as she donned her heels and approached Manager Lin. Presenting her business card, she introduced herself. As the hotel's appointed business manager, Manager Lin was naturally respectful upon encountering a young lady from a prominent family. She guided Lu Ruoyan to a seating area in the hotel's CAF and engaged her in conversation about the hotel services. Lu Ruoyan watched her with a smile and suddenly remarked, "Were you satisfied with the male business representative who just visited your room?" Chapter 18. Lu Ruoyan stands up for her husband. Manager Lin suddenly halted, gazing intently at Lu Ruoyan. A flicker of understanding illuminating her eyes that only a woman could comprehend. Satisfaction was evident, yet there lingered a hint of naivety. "What? Do you possess a means to enlighten him?" "Naturally, but our company's affairs," Lu Ruoyan replied coolly, exuding the commanding presence of a corporate president. The woman seated across from her retrieved a room card from her pocket, grinning mischievously. "Have him come over tonight, alone, and be accommodating. Tomorrow, I shall finalize the contract for him to take back." "Oh." Lu Ruoyan arched an eyebrow, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the woman before her. "However, I wonder if Manager Lin is aware. That man is my husband. What exactly do you wish for him to do in your room?" As she spoke, Lu Ruoyan's demeanor shifted dramatically. She seized the coffee on the table and splashed it across Manager Lin's face. Were you? Do you think you have a right to covet my man? Our Lu family can forego this business deal. But let me make it clear, even if I were to relinquish my husband, it would not be for you to take liberties. With that, Lu Ruoyan strode away from the Magpie Hotel in her high heels, radiating an icy elegance. Lin Yuan, witnessing the coffee-drenched woman, stood in stunned silence before snatching the coffee from her hand and retaliating with a splash of her own, a smile curling on her lips. Qin He is mine. He is not for you. With that, she swayed away like a serpent. Upon returning to the office, Chen Zian entered Lu Ruoyan's office, visibly anxious. Yin, are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Ruoyan replied, her expression weary and drained. Chen Zian, assuming the situation was dire, quickly offered solace. Do not be too disheartened. One must always look forward. Qin He's behavior indicates he is not worthy of your affection. Interrupting him, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow. Qin He has not been unfaithful. It is that client who harbors ulterior motives. He is not involved. What? Chen Zian exclaimed, his surprise evident as his voice rose. But his intelligence quickly prompted him to adjust his tone. That is truly wonderful. Yin, to be honest, I have been hoping for your marital happiness. My apologies for relaying what I foolishly heard. No need for that, Zian. Thank you. In the future, should similar matters arise, please ensure you inform me. The thought of Qin He being wronged by that vile woman ignited her anger. Had she not gone there, how would she have had the chance to douse that wretched woman in coffee? Chen Zian, relieved by Lu Ruoyan's continued trust in him, exhaled softly. Well then, Yin, do not dwell on it too much. I shall return to work now. Lu Ruoyan nodded in acknowledgement. Not long after, Lu Zhu approached her with a firm demeanor. Sister, I believe you must apologize to brother-in-law. You have no idea how hurtful your words were. You have wounded his heart. Lu Ruoyan pinched the bridge of her nose. Looking up at Lu Zhu. And how do you explain the matter of Qin He's limited edition Hummer? You must be well aware of its value. He could not possibly afford it solely through his salary and bonuses. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhu responded, Then you do not permit brother-in-law to take private jobs to earn money. He is quite capable. Lu Ruoyan continued to peruse the documents, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, and leisurely remarked, What abilities does he possess? Lu Zhu momentarily forgot about Qin He's academic credentials, stammering, In any case, in my and Keek's eyes, he is exceptionally capable. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Lu Ruoyan interjected, Even if he can take on private contracts, Lu Zhu, do you not have any understanding? How much does a limited edition Hummer H2 cost? Lu Zhu's expression shifted subtly, yet he maintained his defiance, asserting, regardless, it is a matter of principle. You were in the wrong, and you must apologize to my brother-in-law. I unconditionally trust his character. He would never do anything to hurt you. Lu Ruoyan sighed, feeling that Lu Zhu was still quite naive. Soon, Lu Kiki joined the fray, echoing the sentiment that Lu Ruoyan should issue an apology. Frustrated by the persistent entreaties and acknowledging that she had perhaps overstepped, Lu Ruoyan sent a simple apology message to Qin He via WeChat, consisting solely of the words, I'm sorry. After sending it, she illuminated the chat window for Lu Zhu and Lu Kiki to see, asking, Is this acceptable? What kind of apology is this? Lu Zhu retorted, his frustration mounting. However, Lu Kiki intervened, saying, Enough, this is already the extent of our sister's willingness. Lu Zhu recalled how his sister had wronged him countless times in the past without ever offering an apology upon discovering the truth, and he felt deflated. Fine. This is indeed her limit. The two exited Lu Ruoyan's office, granting her a moment of peace to continue her work. When the end of the workday arrived, Lu Ruoyan glanced at the chat page with Qin He, still lingering on her message of apology, and her brow furrowed slightly. After tidying up her belongings, she slung her bag over her shoulder and exited the office, only to encounter Dodo, who had just been picked up by the driver. As soon as Dodo arrived on the office floor, he began scanning the area. Where's Uncle Anin? Mommy, has Uncle Anin already finished work? His face lit up with excitement, but it quickly turned cold upon seeing his father. He felt disheartened. His father disapproved of Uncle Anin, so when he sought out Uncle Anin, he had to tread carefully mindful of his father's feelings. How annoying. If only his father were not so petty. At that moment, a colleague informed Dodo that his uncle was in a meeting and would not be available for a while. Dodo then approached his father's workspace with a condescending air, stating, "If you promise me that you won't participate in any competitions that Uncle is involved in, and won't cause any disruptions, I will forgive you and grant you a chance to make lion's heads for dinner with me." With that, he raised his chin defiantly. "And let him join us as well." Upon hearing this, Chin-hee's brow furrowed in displeasure. He fixed his gaze on the unreasonable Dodo, memories of his previous charming demeanor surfacing in his mind. Back then, Dodo was still learning to speak, but would compete for affection with In, eagerly vying for his embrace. Those were the days when Dodo was utterly adorable. He could never have fathomed that, merely 2 years after parting ways with his son, the boy had transformed into an entirely different persona, proud, unreasonable, devoid of any semblance of familial affection. Chin-hee closed his eyes in anguish, grappling with a profound sense of helplessness, yearning to guide him, yet lacking a starting point. At that moment, the elevator doors swung open once more, and In approached, her small backpack in tow. Upon seeing her, Lu Ruoyan felt her heart soften slightly. She missed her daughter dearly and regretted not having cherished their encounter at the competition the previous night. Thus, she moved closer to greet In. Crouching down, she inquired, "Did the driver bring you to see your mother? Do you miss me?" In took a step back, her expression one of hurt, avoiding Lu Ruoyan's touch. Lu Ruoyan regarded her in confusion. Chapter 19. The dinner. After a brief moment of astonishment and shock, Lu Ruoyan cast a cold gaze toward Chin-hee. Her expression unequivocally conveyed that her daughter's reaction was undoubtedly instigated by him. Chin-hee merely offered a faint smile, showing little inclination to explain. At that moment, his primary concern was his daughter's feelings, so he approached her and inquired, "What is the matter?" In lowered her head and replied, "The driver Uncle didn't intend to pick me up. Even when I called out to him, he acted as if he didn't recognize me." Upon hearing this, Lu immediately directed a sharp glare at the driver, who, frightened, hastily explained, "It was the young master who told me to leave quickly, and said not to pick up the young lady." Upon discovering the truth, Lu Ruoyan's brows furrowed slightly, and she offered a token reprimand to Dodo, even neglecting to request an apology from her. Both Chin-hee and In exchanged glances, each reflecting a subtle disappointment. Heartbroken for his daughter and unwilling for her to endure such a scene again, Chin-hee embraced her and departed. Lu Ruoyan watched the retreating figures of father and daughter, her expression composed and indifferent. Lu Jia, wearing a worried expression, approached her side and said, "Sister, if you continue like this, not only will brother-in-law become distant, but even In may cease to recognize you." A fleeting thought drifted through Lu Ruoyan's mind, so faint that before she could grasp it, she heard Dodo's voice cut in. After all, no matter how angry father was, or how long he and mother would quarrel, it never lasted more than a week. It was always father who took the initiative to apologize. Lu Ruoyan agreed silently and withdrew her gaze from the elevator. Meanwhile, as Chin-hee held In and stepped out of the Lu Group building, Lin Yuan arrived in a striking burgundy sports car. As the window rolled down, her exquisitely made-up face and golden invitation card came into view. "Hi, are you interested in tonight's hotel industry gala?" Lin Yuan waved the invitation, stating, "Everyone attending is eager to explore the hotel AI system. If you go, you might even strike a few business deals." Chin-hee glanced at his daughter, who immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "Daddy's work is important. I can go with Aniru," she said. Aniru and the driver were both hired by Chin-hee to care for In. After pondering for a moment, Chin-hee agreed to Lin Yuan's invitation. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Jia and Lu Kiki happened to pass by and, upon seeing In, rushed over to entertain her. When they learned that Chin-hee was attending the gala, they eagerly volunteered to help look after In. Offering a few instructions before getting into Lin Yuan's car, Lu Jia and Lu Kiki continued to amuse In, eliciting peals of laughter from her. In the midst of their playful antics, Lu Jia cast a thoughtful glance at the departing sports car. How curious it was that Lin Yuan would come to pick up brother-in-law. Could it be Sister S' intention? Lu Kiki shot him a glance and remarked, Why overthink it? The point is that our sister will attend the gala tonight. Our goal is simply to facilitate more interaction between the two. Lu Zhen nodded in agreement. Lifting In high in his arms, "Come, Uncle will take you to the amusement park for some fun." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan brought Qin He to a high-end bespoke gown boutique. She believed that someone of Qin He's background would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with such high-end bespoke stores. Bringing him here and gifting him a tailored suit would surely leave him deeply moved. With this thought in mind, she gestured and said, "Choose whatever you like. I shall cover the cost." However, Qin He remained silent, maintaining an air of composure as he entered, having frequented even more luxurious bespoke establishments. He was hardly fazed by this modest shop. He surveyed the surroundings, selecting a suit that suited him with an effortless grace. In contrast, Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. She recalled the first time she had brought Chen Zian to this store. Despite his efforts to mask his emotions, his astonishment had betrayed him. Yet how was Qin He able to remain so composed? Perhaps his years with Lu Ruoyan had exposed him to a broader world? This was indeed intriguing. Lin Yuan found her interest in Qin He growing increasingly profound. Suddenly, Qin He's gaze fell upon a white English-style suit. The design was relatively simple, yet the details of the collar and cuffs were exquisitely adorned in gold. The cuffs and collar featured a design reminiscent of golden wheat, evoking the look of a naval officer's uniform. Qin He was quite taken with the suit and requested the staff to fetch it for him to try on. Lin Yuan glanced at him. "Do you need my assistance?" "No, thank you," Qin He replied, taking the garment into the fitting room. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed. She realized that she was actually waiting outside for Qin He, and then laughed softly to herself. Had she ever waited for a man before? It was typically the other way around, with men accompanying her to fittings. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yuan saw Qin He emerge from the fitting room, dressed in a white suit. His features were striking, and his tall stature, combined with the naval-style suit, lent him an air of vitality and authority. Suddenly, her heart raced. As she was about to speak, the store manager, looking as though he had witnessed something dreadful, sternly reprimanded, "Who permitted you to wear that suit? Take it off immediately. Do you have the means to compensate for any damage?" He then chastised the nearby staff. "How could you allow a customer to try on a customized suit?" The staff member bowed her head, too intimidated to respond. She was new and still unfamiliar with many procedures. Noticing this, Lin Yuan leisurely pulled out her black card, twirling it between her fingers. "What is there to compensate for? I will take this suit." The manager, recognizing the young lady from the Lin family, forced a smile and approached her, speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Yuan's expression faltered, and she turned to Qin He. "Let's choose another." Qin He did not press the matter further. While he might have had the confidence to purchase the expensive suit, he could not impose on someone else's custom order. After trying on the previous suit, he lost interest in the others, casually changing into another white suit before settling the bill with his card and leaving. Lin Yuan hurried after him. "Qin He, why did you pay for it yourself? Did we not agree that I would buy it for you?" "It didn't feel right," Qin He replied coolly. Lin Yuan said nothing further, pondering that Lu Ruoyan had likely given her supplementary card to Qin He. It appeared that Lu Ruoyan was quite generous towards Qin He. Soon, the two arrived at the banquet hotel. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Lin Yuan linked her arm with Qin He's. Qin He did not think much of it. After all, in such a setting, it was quite normal for Lin Yuan to invite him as her male companion and to link arms, a mere act of customary social etiquette. The pair entered together, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Qin He, tall and strikingly handsome in his white suit, and Lin Yuan, with her stunning beauty and alluring figure in a red strapless gown, created a captivating contrast of red and white that was hard to ignore. Qin He remained indifferent to the gazes directed towards him, his demeanor composed. In contrast, Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of vanity, being satisfied. She recalled that even when she had walked into a banquet with a male model on her arm, it had not garnered as much attention as this moment. One could not deny that Qin He's looks and physique were indeed remarkable. Lin Yuan thoughtfully introduced Qin He to several individuals within their circle, hoping to facilitate business opportunities. "This is the manager of Kelly Hotel." Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion arose around them, interrupting the conversation between Qin He, Lin Yuan, and the hotel manager. They glanced around at the guests, noting their astonished expressions as they all turned their attention towards the entrance. Chapter 20. Qin He seeks vengeance. Behold, it is the vice president of the Lu Group, the heir of the Luo family, General He, and the daughter of the Su family. Qin He felt an inexplicable flutter in his chest, cursing himself for being so weak. He was fully aware that Lu Ruoyan would attend such an event, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. As his gaze followed the crowd, the polite smile on his lips suddenly froze. Before him stood the four illustrious heiresses, powerful women adorned in luxurious gowns as they entered the banquet hall. Among them was Chen Zian, donning the very white dress he had just tried on, her expression radiating an undeniable aura of triumph. A wave of gasps erupted around him. Goodness, what an impressive spectacle! What merits does the man standing among them possess? Indeed, this man is extraordinarily fortunate to capture the attention of four formidable women. Observing the scene, it seemed apparent they were intent on elevating him. I have received word that he is an engineer specializing in AI programs, recently returned from studying abroad, a talent in high demand. Moreover, I have also learned that Lu Ruoyan intends to support him. If all goes as anticipated, this individual may become the most formidable AI engineer in our country. At this moment, Qin He overheard another woman exclaim, "My heavens, I recall that gown. I saw it at the custom shop yesterday and wished to wear it, only to be turned away by the staff who informed me it was a bespoke creation for Lu Ruoyan, valued at nearly 10 million. What? 10 million? What kind of suit or gown commands such a price? Truly, I am witnessing the extraordinary. Indeed, that is exorbitantly expensive. Yet, who can deny that she is worth such an investment? Ah, I have heard that Lu Ruoyan is actually married. Do you think her extravagant expenditure on a gown is meant to elevate her husband as status? Quite possibly. I have heard that the man she married does not hail from a wealthy background. By investing in such high-priced attire and rallying several heiresses to support her husband, it would not be impossible for him to ascend to a prestigious engineering position. Upon hearing this, Qin He felt his eyelids droop slightly. To be honest, claiming he was unaffected would be a falsehood. The words of the crowd, each voice a gentle blade, grazed his heart, painful yet not excruciating, leaving behind a twinge of bitterness. At that moment, Lin Yuan, having overheard the discussion, refrained from offering explanations or comforting Qin He, instead making her way toward Chen Zian. She positioned herself beside her friend, signaling her allegiance. Indeed, they were determined to elevate the sparkling Chen Zian to his rightful place, for he truly deserved it. At this juncture, Lin Yuan had completely cast aside thoughts of Qin He. After all, she had not forgotten her most significant purpose for the evening. Compared to Chen Zian, seducing Qin He seemed less critical. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Yuan found that Chen Zian in her gown did not captivate her as much as Qin He had. After a brief stir, the guests returned to a state of calm. The proprietor of Kelly Hotel was a man in his 50s. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zian, scoffing, "What is there to praise about a pretty boy like him? Unlike our generation, who ventured into business through turbulent waters. We have no need for such superficial embellishments." Upon hearing this, Qin He chuckled lightly. "Very well, considering that remark, let us engage the owner of Kelly Hotel." Qin He gestured courteously and inquired whether he might have the opportunity to discuss the hotel's enhancement plans with General Lu on the balcony. The owner of Kelly, having heard these words, regarded Qin He with appreciation, nodded, and accompanied him to the balcony. Qin He retrieved his phone, presenting to General Lu the previously saved screenshots of both the negative and positive reviews regarding Kelly Hotel. I have summarized that the majority of patrons praising Kelly Hotel commend its historical ambience and the distinctive Republican-era design, while nearly all negative reviews pertain to the hotel's embedded systems. For instance, one comment states that the service is excellent, yet the absence of a modern artificial intelligence system renders it inconvenient at times, and they hope for improvements. The other negative reviews echo similar sentiments. With these succinct statements, the owner of Kelly Hotel quickly discerned Qin He's intentions. To be frank, I have not overlooked these criticisms. Over the years, you are the only one who has approached me regarding the hotel's intelligence systems. However, Qin, he interjected with a smile, you believe that the hotel greatest attribute lies in its own history. Kelly Hotel is a relic from the Republican era. To maintain the character of such a historically rich establishment, one must preserve its original essence. The owner of Kelly appeared taken aback, pointing at Cheen, he and urging, "Young man, please continue." Yet, he added, times are progressing. If customers lack comparisons to other hotels, that might suffice, since our service is commendable. However, should they compare, discomfort arises. Can our excellent service truly compensate for the absence of an intelligent system? Absolutely not. Cheen, he asserted decisively. You need not rely solely on data. For you are aware that Kelly Hotel, once ranked among the top 10 in the metropolis, has now plummeted to around 50th place, even surpassed by the long-struggling Magpie Hotel. This decline is partly due to the absence of a sophisticated system, and on the other hand, to enhance customer experience, you have invested heavily in service. However, excellent service necessitates more staff on each floor, leading to increased operational costs. This is the burden that has weighed heavily on Kelly Hotel in recent years. The owner of Kelly sighed, not denying the truth of Cheen He's words. Yet, I fear that introducing a system may detract from the aesthetic of a Republican-era hotel. You cannot imagine the robots that have been pitched to me over the years. Just envision a Republican-style hotel with robots strolling through its corridors. How absurd. Consequently, I have opted to hire attractive women at high wages, dressed in kipayos and special uniforms, to provide service on each floor. Is that not preferable to those peculiar robots? General Liu, in truth, an embedded smart system is not at odds with the charm of a Republican-era hotel. The Peace Hotel also emphasizes a Republican-era aesthetic, yet it is equipped with intelligent temperature regulation devices, automated audiovisual equipment, projectors, and travel guide recommendations. This does not deter the nightly rate from hovering around 10,000. The owner of the Kelly Hotel nodded thoughtfully. Cheen, he continued his discourse. Do you know why you have employed so many beautiful waitresses, yet their impact is minimal? The owner of the Kelly Hotel found himself perplexed by this observation. Cheen, he smiled gently. It is due to privacy. Although the service is commendable, clients prefer not to summon strangers for minor tasks within their rooms, such as adjusting the toilet or lighting. They would much rather handle these matters themselves. Moreover, when couples or spouses travel, would a wife truly desire a stunning woman clad in a cheapao to attend to them? The owner of the Kelly Hotel suddenly grasped the point. Seizing the opportunity, Cheen, he elaborated on the functionalities of the intelligent system he had developed, concluding with a price that left the Kelly Hotel owner astounded. Your system offers capabilities far superior to those presented by others, yet the price is remarkably lower than industry standards. Cheen, he chuckled. Thus, I have a condition. What condition? I am aware of your amicable relationship with the owner of the Magpie Hotel, as you are both brothers-in-law. I hope that when the Kelly Hotel surpasses the Magpie Hotel in rankings, you might assist me by divulging a piece of information. I initially intended to sell this system to the Magpie Hotel, but their business manager attempted to exploit me, which is why it has come to you at such a low price. Cheen, he raised his glass, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The owner of the Kelly Hotel, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and willingly clinked glasses with Cheen. Deal. I will ensure that she faces repercussions, making it impossible for that female manager to continue her endeavors. Furthermore, I guarantee she will find it challenging to remain in our industry. Cheen smiled as he lifted his glass. Then we shall await news from General Liu. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had intended to comfort Cheen, overheard their conversation. She smiled coyly. I did not anticipate that Cheen possessed such acumen. He is quite intriguing. It seems he is not someone to be trifled with. Liu Ruoyan has underestimated him. Lin Yuan initially planned to wait for Cheen to finish before sharing a drink. But then she heard a commotion at the center of the banquet. Someone exclaimed, Mr. Misai has arrived. He was indeed a significant figure at tonight's soiree. Chapter 21. The benefactor of Cheen, Mr. Miss, the proprietor of the Kelly Hotel, suddenly changed his expression upon seeing Cheen. He remarked that this individual was the head of the largest hotel chain in the Asia-Pacific region. It was rumored that Mr. Miss had come to Magic City with the intention of assisting their chain in upgrading their systems. Securing such an order would undoubtedly be lucrative. After a brief pause, the owner of the Kelly Hotel continued. However, This is not an opportunity that a small company can easily grasp. Qin He nodded in agreement. He had heard whispers regarding Mr. Mississippi. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Lu Ruoyan and several of her friends had brought Chen Zian before Mr. Mississippi. Lu Ruoyan conversed fluently in Italian with Mr. Miss, formally introducing Chen Zian as one of our nation's most exceptional AI engineers. Initially, Mrs. eyes sparkled at the mention of an outstanding AI engineer, but his enthusiasm waned upon hearing the name Chen Zian. He politely inquired, "May I ask what notable works Mr. Chen has contributed?" Not proficient in Italian, Chen Zian could only manage a few simple phrases after 2 years abroad, stumbling through his self-introduction while mixing in a few English words. Observing this, Lu Ruoyan quickly interjected, highlighting several of Chen Zian's projects and credentials. Halfway through her explanation, Mrs. Smile began to fade, and he merely nodded at Chen Zian before excusing himself with a polite excuse. Qin He, sipping champagne, was not surprised by this turn of events. Individuals of Mr. and Mrs. caliber are not easily swayed by mere verbal endorsements. On the contrary, those who attain such positions tend to be more cautious, placing great emphasis on personal achievements. Mr. and Mrs. response was, without a doubt, a resounding blow to Chen Zian's aspirations. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. They were astonished that the person brought by Lu and her team failed to impress Mr. Mississippi. Alas, it was not that simple. He was the head of the Asia-Pacific region, after all. Countless publicly listed companies were vying for his collaboration. It seemed Lu Ruoyan's hopes of elevating her husband's reputation were destined to shatter. Hearing this, Qin He could only manage a wry smile, realizing that his own reputation had inadvertently been tarnished by Chen Zian. At that moment, Qin Mu, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mr. Miss, waved toward Qin He, beckoning him over as one would summon a small dog. Qin He shot his cousin an exasperated glare, but resignedly approached, holding his glass of wine. Qin Mu introduced Qin He to Mr. Mississippi. As they shook hands, Qin He proceeded to introduce himself in fluent Italian. The two quickly fell into a pleasant conversation, with Mr. Miss nodding frequently and even laughing at Qin He's wit. He draped one arm over Qin Mu's shoulder and the other over Qin He's, establishing a remarkably amiable rapport with both. At this moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who was this individual? While it was no surprise that Qin Mu, the president of the Qin family, could forge a connection with Mr. Miss, this newcomer was unfamiliar. How could Mr. Miss engage in conversation with such an obscure figure? Was this not a slap in the face to Lu's entourage? Ah, I recall now. He arrived with the daughter of the Lin family. Indeed, I remember the stir it caused when they first entered the banquet. To be frank, this individual possesses an effortless charm and striking good looks that truly overshadow any husband brought along by General Lu. Not to mention, his fluency in Italian is quite impressive. Naturally, these whispers reached the ears of Lu Ruoyan and her companions. Lin Yuan, with curiosity, turned to Lu Ruoyan and asked, "How does Qin He speak Italian so well?" Beside her, Ranning scoffed, "He probably learned it for Yin Yin. After all, didn't Yin Yin spend 2 years in Italy? Qin He must have gone there frequently for that reason." Upon hearing this, Chen Zian's expression stiffened, for he too had spent 2 years in Italy. Indeed, even longer than Qin He. Whether Ranning intended it or not, her words made him feel rather self-conscious. Lu Fen, however, remained unfazed, her demeanor cool and detached, as if the discussions held no relevance to her. Yet, Lin Yuan found it curious. So that explains his Italian. When did Qin He come to know Qin Mu? They share the same surname. Could they be related? Perhaps even family? Uncertain, Lu Ruoyan responded curtly, her expression betraying no interest, as if she could have inscribed her indifference on her very face. As expected, Do's assessment was accurate. Qin He's Cold War never lasted beyond a week. Indeed, that very evening, he approached her like an ever-persistent adhesive. It was rather bothersome. Nearby, Ranning sipped her champagne, her gaze frosty and laced with mockery. If he were truly connected to the Qin family of Qingdong, he wouldn't be here as a son-in-law. Did you not witness Qin Mu beckoning him like a pet? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, considering this. Although Qin He and Lu Ruoyan were bound by contractual marriage and not truly a son-in-law, his demeanor made little distinction between the two. It was no surprise he drew scorn. Furthermore, Given Qin Mu's earlier antics, it seemed he enjoyed toying with Qin He. They likely knew each other from some prior engagement. At that moment, the youngest girl in Lu Ruoyan's circle, Su Su, blinked her mischievous eyes and chuckled softly. Soon, Miss departed. You all might not grasp this, she began, successfully redirecting everyone's attention to her. I've heard that the head of the Qin family, Qin Mu, has a preference for men. As her words hung in the air, Chen Zian gasped as if he had stumbled upon a profound secret covering his mouth. Could it be that the limited edition Hummer belonging to Qin He was a gift from him? Lu Ruoyan merely raised an eyebrow at this comment, showing no sign of reproach towards Chen Zian. Don't speak nonsense. If Qin He were indeed interested in men, how would Do and In have come about? My apologies, Yin Yin. I was merely taken aback. I meant no ill will towards Qin He. You know that my primary concern is your happiness. Chen Zian offered an apology. Lu Ruoyan remained aloof, responding with a non-committal hum, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet Su Su, unimpressed, pouted slightly. What of it? Some individuals are simply bidirectional. How else can one explain Qin He's sudden wealth? At this moment, Mr. Miss had already left the scene. Ranning glanced at Qin He, who was still engaged in conversation with Qin Mu, and with a smile that was neither here nor there, she raised her wine glass towards him. Qin He furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Ran Ying's intentions. He knew little about this woman, having only seen her from a distance, aware only that she was a friend of Lu Ruoyan. Qin He did not raise his own glass, uncertain of how to respond. He had no desire to engage. Just then, Ran Ying let out a light scoff, her eyes filled with a disdain that was palpable. It dawned on Qin He that she was likely mocking him, perhaps assuming he had come to pursue Lu Ruoyan. After all, this was the demeanor of her circle of friends. In the past, such a perception would have unsettled him, leading him to feel inferior to Chen Zian, unworthy of the approval of Lu Ruoyan's companions. Yet now, it mattered little. These individuals could not dictate his emotions, and he had long since moved on from Lu Ruoyan. At that moment, someone called Qin Mu away for drinks, wishing to discuss a project privately. Qin Mu extended an invitation to Qin He, who declined, stating that he could not return home too late, as An was still there. Very well, I shall bring into the old house another day. I find myself rather missing that little fellow. Qin He replied with a nod, making his way towards Lin Yuan. After all, it was Lin Yuan who had brought him here, and it was only courteous to inform her of his departure. However, before Qin He could speak, Lu Ruoyan cast a cold glare in his direction and, with an authoritative tone, commanded, "Go back." For reasons unknown, a surge of anger ignited within Qin He. Chapter 22. A passionate kiss, but why? Qin He's gaze grew increasingly frigid. There is no reason. I command you to return, and you shall. Lu Ruoyan maintained a stoic demeanor, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. Initially eager to depart, Qin He, upon hearing her words, leisurely seized a nearby glass of champagne and took a sip. He chuckled softly. Lu Ruoyan, do you presume I am but your dog at your beck and call? Seeing his lack of cooperation, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of anger rising within her, yet she refrained from losing her composure in front of others. Instead, she reiterated, I shall say it once more, return home. The children need you. Qin He swirled the champagne in his glass, a smirk playing on his lips. And what of you? The children, do you not bear any responsibility? What do you understand? I said return at once. Are you still dissatisfied with the trouble you've already caused me? Lu Ruoyan suppressed her mounting fury. Their plan was to promote Chen Zian as a sensational figure, akin to the way celebrities are marketed, capitalizing on the acclaim he received from Mr. Miss tonight. This was merely the first step in garnering attention. The press release had already been prepared. They were poised to release news of Chen Zian's triumph in the drone racing competition alongside the end of the banquet, fully intending to elevate his status. Yet, the drone race and the encounter with Mr. Miss had both been sabotaged by Qin He. Furthermore, the funds allocated for those press releases would not be recoverable. As Lu Ruoyan's words faded, the expressions of her close friends soured significantly. After all, they had invested both time and money into these operations, and it was inconceivable for them to extend kindness to Qin He. He remained impervious to their discontent. Lu Ruoyan, wishing to prevent him from further aggravating her friends, leaned closer to him, lowering her voice to issue a threat. Return, or do not blame me if I resort to other means to make you remember. Before Qin he could retort, Lin Yuan interjected with a smile. All right, everyone is watching. Let us not cause a scene. She turned to Qin He. Since I brought you here, it is only right that I also take you home. Though Qin He was still seething, he was drawn along by Lin Yuan, choosing silence over further confrontation. Lu Ruoyan's warning and her icy glare replayed in his mind. In his memories, Lu Ruoyan was as cold as ice, akin to the unattainable moon hanging high in the sky, yet she had never threatened him in such a manner. As they walked to the parking lot, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within him, a mix of bitterness and frustration that could find no outlet. Upon reaching the garage, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a nearby vehicle that was rocking violently. The car was not far from where Lin Yuan had parked, and they could distinctly hear suggestive sounds emanating from within. This corner of the garage, dimly lit, fostered an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Once they entered the back seat, and with the designated driver yet to arrive, Lin Yuan could no longer contain herself. She straddled Qin He's lap, grasped his face, and kissed him fervently. Qin He was momentarily taken aback, but soon the anger boiling within him overwhelmed his reason, and he found himself reciprocating Lin Yuan's passionate kiss, as though it were an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The two kissed with fervor. Lin Yuan could feel Qin He's strong, broad hand firmly gripping her slender waist, squeezing and kneading with fervor. She relished this raw, unrefined display of affection, instinctively arching her chest forward to meet him. In the confined space of the vehicle, the sound of their breaths filled the air. His alluring hand ventured to the hem of her skirt, caressing her gently. Deep within her, an insatiable longing stirred, a desire for his hand to delve deeper, to explore further. She felt as though she were losing her mind, utterly surrendering to Qin He's kiss. Her hands, too, were unrestrained, pressing against his muscular chest, grasping in delight. Her affection for Qin He was intense, a visceral attraction that she found inexplicably irresistible. Suddenly, just as she felt herself ablaze with desire, Qin He withdrew, his voice hoarse as he murmured an apology, having indulged a bit too much in drink. With that, he deftly embraced her waist, setting her aside before pushing open the car door to catch some air. Qin He? Lin Yuan was left in disbelief. Had he not just responded to her? She could still sense that terrifying thrill, one she craved. No, Qin He, I do not require your responsibility. I want to say anything to Yin. Before she could finish her thought, a group of men clad in black, their faces obscured by masks, charged toward them. You must be Qin He, one of them stated ominously. Qin He regarded the intruders with caution, remaining silent. The assailants pulled out their phones, comparing images, before launching a fist toward him. We were sent to convey a message. Be considerate and do not obstruct others' bright futures. With that, they fell silent. Lin Yuan gasped. Hey, what are you doing? Don't resort to violence. She anxiously attempted to exit the vehicle to assist, but two of the men firmly restrained the door. Helpless, Lin Yuan could only watch through the window as Qin He engaged with them, her heart racing with worry. With swift and powerful strikes, he defended himself with the agility of a seasoned fighter. The three men who had attacked him were quickly dispatched. Lin Yuan was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before her. How could Qin He be so formidable? In this moment of overwhelming masculinity, who could resist being captivated? At that moment, the two men holding the door released their grip to join the fray. The odds quickly turned against Qin He, now facing 8 opponents, and he took several hits. Fortunately, security arrived just in time, causing the assailants to scatter. Lin Yuan rushed out of the car, her heart aching as she approached Qin He. Are you all right? He did not respond, merely moving his lips, wincing in pain. The designated driver arrived, and Lin Yuan hastily arranged for them to be taken to the hospital. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan darted back and forth, settling Qin He's bills and attending to his needs. Once he was taken to a room for observation, she took the initiative to peel an apple for him. As she offered the apple, Qin He did not accept it. Lin Yuan, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Though he was divorced, and kissing another woman held no weight, he realized it was impulsive to engage in physical contact with Lin Yuan when he had no genuine feelings for her. Lin Yuan exhibited no signs of embarrassment upon rejection. Instead, a greater determination ignited within her gaze. She thrust an apple into Qin He's hand and declared boldly, "I have feelings for you. I assure you, Yin Yin will remain oblivious to our affairs." With that, Lin Yuan perched herself on the edge of the hospital bed, her hand restlessly exploring Qin He's chest muscles. "I truly enjoyed what just transpired. Qin He, I have never encountered a man with whom I resonate so profoundly, nor have I ever felt such an irresistible physical attraction." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He, his expression devoid of emotion, grasped her hand and moved it away. "I apologize, Lin Yuan, but I am not interested in fleeting romances." Lin Yuan glanced at the open collar of his hospital gown, where a faint scar was visible, and withdrew her hand. "It's all right. I will make you interested in me." A confident smile graced her lips. "I have arranged for a male nurse to attend to you. He will take care of your needs. I have also settled the hospital fees. Rest well. I shall schedule another visit soon." With a playful kiss blown in his direction, she departed. The ward fell silent once more, but Qin He's brow furrowed deeply, perplexed by Lin Yuan's pursuit. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. It was likely that Lu Ruoyan had informed her about their divorce. The mere thought of Lu Ruoyan caused Qin He's demeanor to darken. It seemed that life after divorce truly was different. She would go as far as to have someone teach him a lesson for Chunzian. A dull ache swept through his heart as he grimaced and dialed a phone number. Chapter 23 Ranning clutched her chest as Qin He made his first call to Lu Jia, briefing him on the situation and requesting that he and Lu Kuku take care of Nin. Although there was a housekeeper at home, his anxiety lingered. Lu Jia readily agreed, assuring him not to worry. The second call was directed to his cousin Qin Mu, where he summarized the events. "Please investigate who was responsible." "Understood." Qin Mu responded with alacrity. "If it involves my sister-in-law, leave it to me. I wish to ascertain whether it was indeed her." "All right, no problem. If it was someone else, I shall handle it," Qin Mu assured. "Yes," Qin He replied, yearning solely for the truth, a truth that would finally allow him to relinquish any lingering affection for Lu Ruoyan. Yet, if she was not the one behind this, he would leave the resolution to his cousin's discretion. After concluding the call with Qin Mu, a message from Lu Ruoyan appeared on WeChat. "Dodo has a craft assignment from kindergarten. It's too late today, and I haven't completed it. Please remember to help him with it." Gazing at the chat interface, Qin He furrowed his brow deeply, a voice echoing in his mind. "Lu Ruoyan, was it truly not you? Or have you orchestrated this to have me assist Dodo with his craft assignment afterward? Is my life so insignificant in your eyes?" Qin He grasped his phone, his thoughts in turmoil. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had just exited the hospital and immediately called Ranning, bluntly inquiring, "Did you have a hand in Qin He's situation?" A cold, amused laughter emanated from the other end. "How intriguing, Lin Yuan. Instead of Lu Ruoyan seeking me out, it is you who has come looking." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a rush of certainty and irritation surged within her. "Do not harm him." The voice on the other end remained leisurely. "If I wish to harm him, it will be far worse than this. This is merely a polite warning for him to tread carefully. Should he obstruct Z and again, my next greeting will be much less courteous." "You." Lin Yuan was about to retort when a startled cry erupted from the phone, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. Furrowing her brow, Lin Yuan dismissed any concern for Ranning. After all, what could the notorious heiress, famed for her connections to the underworld, possibly be facing? Who would dare provoke her? Settling into the back seat, Lin Yuan instructed the driver to proceed. She inhaled deeply, as if still catching a whiff of Qin He's essence. Closing her eyes, she pressed her hand against her chest, her mind conjuring the image of Qin He's powerful hand gliding over her body, slowly, deliberately, infused with primal strength. She relished this raw intensity. Unexpectedly, Qin He, who appeared so refined, exhibited such stark contrast in that particular aspect. That night, Lin Yuan found herself yearning in a manner she had never anticipated. Entirely oblivious to the events unfolding on the other end of the call with Ranning, in the garden of Ran Ying's private villa, she was engaged on a phone call when suddenly, her device was snatched away. A sharp blade pressed against her cheek from behind, leaving her paralyzed with fear, terrified of inflicting harm upon her own visage. "Who are you?" Ranning could not see the man lurking behind her. The man did not respond to her. Instead, he took another blade and deftly sliced around her waist. The sound of silk tearing echoed in the air as her long skirt fell to the ground, leaving only her slender legs and lace panties exposed. Ranning was infuriated. "Are you out of your mind? You dare to trespass into my family's domain and treat me this way?" As her voice faded, several bruised and battered men in black were thrown at her feet. They looked up and beheld Ran Ying's legs. "Mississippi, shut your eyes," she commanded. "Ah, scoundrel, close your eyes." Ranning was so agitated she wanted to stomp her foot, yet she hesitated, for a cold blade was still pressed against her face. Meanwhile, the men who had just closed their eyes were kicked by their assailants. "Open your eyes wide." The bruised men were forced to comply, gazing at the sight of the young lady's fair, long legs with tears welling in their eyes. It was amusing for now, but soon they would face her wrath. "Miss, we didn't want this." Ranning bit her lip in frustration, continually tugging at her nightgown. Yet, as she attempted to cover herself, her hard-ass view was further exposed. She swore she had never felt so humiliated in her life. "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of my revenge?" A cold laugh came from behind her. "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come to your home without even wearing a mask." With that, the blade flicked at her nightgown, severing one strap. Almost instantly, the other strap followed suit. Ranning gasped, covering her heart. The man, still holding the blade, stepped closer, watching her with a mocking gaze. When Ranning saw his face, she froze. "Qin Mu." Qin Mu smiled and initiated a video call with Qin He. "Miss Ran, when one makes a mistake, shouldn't one apologize?" As the call connected, Qin He saw Ranning clutching her heart, tears brimming in her eyes, looking both distressed and unable to move. "Apologize." Qin Mu nudged the blade in his hand. Ranning glared at him fiercely. "Qin Mu, aren't you afraid of what my father will do to you?" "Your father?" Qin Mu chuckled. "When he sees me, he'll be all politeness." "What is the matter? Hasn't he told you? If he finds out you've harmed my people, he might even commend me for teaching his daughter a lesson." Ranning had no choice. After a long pause, she forced out the words, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu glanced at the camera. "I'll handle the rest." "Understood," Qin He replied. Then ended the call. Qin Mu turned to the men kneeling on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. "How does our young lady's figure fare?" The bruised men cried out, bowing their heads fervently. "Mr. Qin, we were wrong. Please spare us. Mr. Qin, this is a death sentence. If you leave, the young lady will surely finish us off." Finding the men's plight rather dull, Qin Mu shifted his gaze to Ran Ying and let out a playful whistle. "It appears that your associates harbor doubts regarding your physical appearance. However, I find it quite acceptable." A few individuals clad in black were instantly taken aback. How could one still employ such deflection? Qin Mu subtly adjusted the blade in his hand, inching closer to Ranning. Yet the expression in his eyes had transformed from the previous warmth to a chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. "Do you remember? My people do not move." After warning Ranning, Qin Mu discarded the blade, casting a haughty glance at it lying on the ground. "It bears my fingerprints. If you have the audacity, call the authorities and apprehend me." With that, he departed with his entourage. Ranning glared fiercely at Qin Mu's retreating figure, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Qin Mu, Qin He, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Once Qin Mu's silhouette had completely vanished, she pressed a hand to her heart and called her father. As soon as the call connected, without allowing Ran Ying to utter a word, her father cautioned her. "Do not provoke that lunatic, Qin Mu. Consider this a lesson learned." Father Ran Ying attempted to voice her thoughts, but her father had already ended the call, prompting her to kick the black-clad individual kneeling before her in frustration. "They are all spineless fools." After changing into fresh attire, Ranning wielded a whip against this group, whipping them relentlessly for an entire hour, only stopping when her arm could no longer be lifted. The following day, Qin He was discharged from the hospital, in good health, and took into school. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, he encountered Lu Ruoyan, who was dropping off Dodo. She immediately inquired, "Where is Dodo's craft assignment?" Chapter 24. The intricacies of Ti Chunzian had not completed the assignment, nor did Qin He provide any explanation. Lu Ruoyan raised her voice slightly. Not completed? Did I not send you a message last night? Yes, Qin He replied coldly, but this is Dodo's assignment, not mine. Upon hearing this, Dodo, noticing the handiwork in Enun's hands, began to cry in frustration. Woo, I don't care, I want my handiwork. Seeing Dodo in tears, Lu Ruoyan felt a pang of sympathy. Qin He, are you not being a bit biased? En has a project, but Dodo does not. This is En's own work, Qin He explained. However, Dodo was unconvinced, pointing at the handiwork and shouting, such a large project. How could En possibly have completed it alone? It must have been done by Daddy. Turning to her mother, Dodo continued. It's definitely because Daddy is jealous that I like Uncle En. He is doing this on purpose to make me fail to submit my handiwork and to get scolded by the teacher. Mommy, Daddy is so bad. Qin He, observing his son's expression, was both amused and exasperated. He glanced at Lu Ruoyan and remarked, the greatest regret of my life is allowing you to take Dodo to Italy for 2 years. Having said that, he did not wish to engage further with Lu Ruoyan and intended to accompany En into class. Yet, Dodo, unwilling to let them leave, directly ceased En's handiwork when En refused to relinquish it. Dodo through the automatic parking lot that En had painstakingly crafted over 3 nights to the ground. Humph! If I have no assignment, you shall not submit yours either. Seeing her project shattered into several large pieces, Enun's eyes filled with tears. Qin He quickly knelt down to help En gather her handiwork. He attempted to piece it back together, but it was of no avail. Dodo scoffed, Mommy, look. Daddy still claims it wasn't his work. He can assemble it. Lu Ruoyan was equally furious at Qin He for his dishonesty. Meanwhile, the father and daughter squatted on the ground, struggling to reconstruct the handiwork, but with some parts broken and no tools available, they could not succeed. Enun's tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin He, feeling a deep sense of pity, ordered Dodo to apologize. Dodo crossed her arms defiantly, adopting an arrogant demeanor. I will not apologize. Stinky, En deserves it. Qin He fixed his piercing gaze on Dodo. She is your sister. She is not my sister. I do not have such a detestable sister. Dodo pouted, hands on her hips, looking all the more irritating. Qin He was rendered speechless with anger. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan interjected, enough. Qin He, Dodo has his pride too. He deserves respect. How can you make him apologize to En in public? You are deliberately trying to ruin their sibling relationship. Qin He looked at Lu Ruoyan in disbelief. What about my daughter's feelings? Are they not important? Observing her daughter's tear-streaked face, Lu Ruoyan's expression softened slightly. However, in any relationship, for harmony to exist, one party must be willing to yield, to be tolerant, and to compromise. Qin He coldly interrupted her. Then why should it be En who has to compromise? Why must En be the one to be sacrificed? Hearing her father speak up for her, En felt even more wronged, crying so hard that she struggled to catch her breath. Lu Ruoyan found Qin He's provocation of their daughter's emotions particularly distasteful. However, being her usual composed self and not skilled in arguments, she simply replied, because En is the elder sister. Is that truly sufficient reason? A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin He's eyes as he thought, Lu Ruoyan, I had assumed that in a family with 2 children, parents would at least strive to maintain a neutral stance, addressing the issue rather than the individuals involved. Your actions today have greatly disappointed me. I hadn't anticipated such a disparity in our educational philosophies. Lu Ruoyan coolly raised her chin and scoffed, disappointed. Do you think I care about your feelings? Those 2 simple sentences cut into Qin He's heart like a sharp blade. Indeed, without love, one's feelings become inconsequential. His well-being was entirely outside of Lu Ruoyan's considerations. Qin He felt a suffocating ache in his chest. Just then, Chunzian rushed over, breathless, clutching a craft assignment, and knelt down to apologize to Dodo. I'm sorry, Uncle En came home too late last night and worked on this. So I woke up late today. I wasn't too late, was I? Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. You got home at 11 last night and still helped Dodo with her craft assignment? Chunzian smiled sheepishly. Yin, it's nothing. I just want to bed a bit late. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan reproached Dodo with a glance. Dodo pouted and scratched her head, Mom. I knew Dad wasn't reliable, so I texted Uncle in last night. I didn't expect him to actually take my assignment to heart. After learning the entire situation, Lu Ruoyan felt increasingly that Qin-he's attentiveness to Dodo paled in comparison to Chen Xian's dedication. Nevertheless, she looked at Chen Xian apologetically. I'm sorry for making you stay up late. It's fine. Dodo's happiness is what matters most. Upon hearing this, Dodo raised her hands in delight. Yay, I have a craft assignment. Mom, I'm so happy. Uncle helped me with it. I'm so lucky. As she spoke, Dodo gleefully glanced at Enan, wiggling her hips. Stinky Enan, you don't have a craft assignment, but I do. Ha ha, you're going to get scolded by the teacher. Serve you right. Just then, Lu Min, Dodo, and Enan's homeroom teacher approached. She instructed the security guard to assist in clearing the area of parents who were watching and, with a gracious smile, walked over to Qin-he and Lu Ruoyan. After introducing herself, she turned her warm smile towards Dodo and Enan. What happened? Can you tell the teacher? Dodo immediately tattled, Teacher, I did my craft assignment. Enan slacked off and did a terrible job. Her work fell apart before it even made it to kindergarten. Teacher, you must scold her. Lu Min looked at Enan, gently inquiring, is what Dodo said true? No. Enan wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. Teacher, I really completed the assignment diligently. It was Dodo. She ruined my craft assignment. Besides, Dodo's work wasn't done by her. It was Uncle Enan who completed it. After listening to Enan's explanation, Teacher Lu Min turned her gaze to Dodo. Is what your sister said true? Absolutely not. Dodo retorted without a moment's hesitation. Teacher Lu chuckled softly. In truth, as an educator, she could discern who was lying and who was telling the truth merely by observing the children's expressions and subtle movements. She pointed to the surveillance camera at the entrance of the kindergarten and remarked, It has recorded everything. Dodo, I shall ask you once more. Is what your sister said true? Dodo suddenly became flustered. He did not respond and hurriedly hid behind his mother. Lu Ruoyan was quite displeased with Teacher Lu's approach. Teacher Lu, is merely a kindergarten craft assignment. Must you escalate the situation so dramatically? Besides, it is just a minor disagreement between siblings. Teacher Lu maintained her professional smile. Dodo's mother, if it truly is just a kindergarten craft, why do you go to such lengths to fabricate a story? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression shifted, and he quickly defended, Teacher Lu, please be cautious with your words. Do you know who you are speaking to? Chen Xian's words undeniably placed pressure on the teacher, igniting a blaze of fury within Qin-he. Chapter 25. Qin-he resigns. Before Qin-he could utter a word in support, Lu Min smiled and replied, I understand. I am speaking with the parents of my students. Dodo's mother. As a teacher at an elite kindergarten, I am acutely aware that I cannot afford to offend any of the parents here. It is impossible to enumerate the lineage of each child, ranking them by status or wealth. Therefore, what I can do is to handle every situation based on facts, professional ethics, and conscience. You mentioned that this matter is a sibling issue, and I have no objection to that. However, as an educator in early childhood, I would like to offer you a piece of advice. As parents, your every word and action plant a seed in your child's tender heart. This seed determines the future harvest, so please do not take it lightly. Having said that, Lu Min crouched down to look at Enan. Teacher believes that although your craft project has broken, you can still take it on stage and explain it to everyone. En lifted his head to gaze at her. Really? Lu Min affirmed, yes, as long as you put in the effort, the outcome is not of utmost importance. Qin felt quite satisfied with Lu Min's approach and echoed, indeed, I share the same sentiment. Even if the project has it shattered into pieces, I believe you can still present it beautifully to your classmates. Encouraged, and En ceased his tears. Lu Min then turned her attention to Dodo. My advice to you is to refrain from bringing someone else's work into the classroom. You may choose not to perform on stage, but you must face yourself honestly and strive to complete your own assignments next time. Ultimately, even if your project is not as visually appealing as this uncle's, I will still commend your honesty and effort. Dodo felt displeased, but dared not voice her thoughts, as children of this age still harbor a degree of fear towards their teachers. Now, shall I take your hands to class? Lu Min inquired with a warm smile at the two children, and nodded eagerly, clutching the remnants of his craft in one hand while holding the teacher's hand with the other. Dodo awkwardly grasped the teacher's hand as well, neglecting to take the work created by Uncle Anin. Once the minor turmoil had subsided, Qin and Lu Ruoyan parted on less than amicable terms. On the way, Chun Zixin cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Ruoyan. It is often said that spouses are partners in interests. How could Qin treat you this way, causing you to lose face before others? Yin Yin, I genuinely feel for you. If I had a wife as wonderful as you, I would never allow you to lose face in front of outsiders. I would ensure my wife always shines like a princess, a queen, in the presence of others. Lu Ruoyan remained silent, focused on driving. Upon returning to the company, Qin had barely settled into his chair when a member of his team approached him. Old Qin, the order from Kelly Hotel was signed by you, right? Qin nodded. Yes, what about it? The hotel system used was the one you developed previously. The K3 that we fixed some bugs in, correct? Indeed, it is K3. The individual slammed a fist onto the table. Damn it, is there no sense of justice left? Using our team system, the contracts signed by our members have all been credited to Qin Ziyan. What, are we merely lowly cattle and horses? Upon hearing this, Qin furrowed his brow tightly. What on earth is happening? The agitated individual, unwilling to elaborate further, retorted. You've just started working here and Haven T checked the system. Have you? Look for yourself. Qin accessed the office system and immediately spotted the pinned announcement. It stated that congratulations were in order for Qin Ziyan, who had secured a significant contract last night, earning a company reward of 300,000. As Qin scrutinized the details, he realized it pertained to the Kelly contract he had signed the previous evening, and the Kelly Hotel had also adopted the K3 system. Growing suspicious that something had gone awry, he called the president's office for clarification. They confirmed, everything is fine. This announcement was drafted at the behest of Vice President Lu, and the bonus was determined by her. The person on the line then checked the records. Indeed, Vice President Lu was referring to Qin Ziyan. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Qin abruptly stood up. The colleague who had just been venting quickly grabbed his arm. What do you intend to do? I'm going to discuss this with Vice President Lu. This project's bonus rightfully belongs to our team. Qin fumed. His anger intensified. Not only did this concern his personal interests, but the team members had also contributed to rectifying and filling gaps in the project, thereby deserving a share of the bonus. The previously agitated colleague shook his head. Forget it. Vice President Lu clearly intends to dress Qin Ziyan in finery. We should refrain from stirring up this misfortune. He lamented. I was too fired up earlier and couldn't contain my frustration. I was counting on this bonus to buy a birthday gift for my wife. Who would have thought? Qin patted his shoulder. I'm going to seek an explanation from Vice President Lu for my own sake, not yours. It's not merely about the money. It's about dignity. He couldn't swallow this indignation. Qin politely knocked on the door of Lu Ruoyan's office and entered upon her invitation. Lu Ruoyan was engrossed in the stock market trends, and upon seeing Qin, her brow instinctively furrowed, her demeanor exceedingly frosty. What is it? Qin cut to the chase. Vice President Lu, could you please explain why the contract I signed last night is attributed to Qin Ziyan? Lu Ruoyan chuckled lightly at his inquiry. You came all this way for such a trivial matter? Just for this 300,000 bonus? Qin, can you not see the bigger picture? After uttering those words, she quickly returned her focus to the stock market page. Did he truly comprehend the magnitude of those fluctuations worth millions? How dare he disturb her over a mere 300,000? Qin clenched his hands at his sides. It's not just about the money. I ask you, why should my signed contract be credited to Qin Ziyan? Qin, the system was originally developed by Qin Ziyan. Is it so hard to comprehend that the bonus belongs to him? As a salesperson, your commission is at most 10,000. The bulk of the bonus, 290,000, is earmarked for Qin Ziyan. If it sounds unfair, then I've even allocated your commission to him. Certainly, this can be seen as my unilateral apology to Qin Ziyan on your behalf, compensating for the distress he has endured these past few days. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin was once again infuriated yet amused. Lu Ruoyan, the individual responsible for developing that system, is me. Is it not excessive for you to utilize my system and my business to reward Qin Ziyan? Moreover, did I ever state that I wish to compensate Qin Ziyan? On what grounds do you presume to speak for me? Chapter 26. Lu Ruoyan witnesses Qin He being harassed. What system have you developed? Lu Ruoyan seemed to hear a fable, casting not even a glance at Qin He. Do you think I would believe you? You. Before Qin He could finish his sentence, Lu Ruoyan shot him a frosty glare. Leave. Do not make me repeat myself. She added, Qin He, if you wish to avoid being escorted out by security, depart with dignity now. Qin He regarded Lu Ruoyan for a moment. Then, without further ado, he proceeded to the president's office. He wasted no time. I intend to leave today. If Lu Zong refuses to let me go, I will compensate for the breach of contract. Lu Ruxu winced, pinching her temples. Qin He, please do not be so angry. I just saw the announcement and was hoping to discuss it with you. The matter concerning Yin Yin was indeed outrageous. I have already instructed someone to amend the announcement, citing an editorial error. The bonus will also be returned to your team. Qin He took a notepad from the desk, jotting down several names and the corresponding bonus distribution. Let it be allocated as such. I shall receive what is rightfully mine and not a fraction more. Lu Ruxu glanced at the contents of the note and readily replied, no problem. Furthermore, I kindly ask Lu Zong to approve my resignation in the system right now. Qin He insisted. Lu Ruxu, surprised, asked, you still wish to depart? But grandfather. Lu Zong, do not use grandfather to morally bind me. My bottom line is to leave today. Within the day, I shall complete the handover of all ongoing projects. Qin He's resolve was unwavering. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Qin He, perhaps I could issue a personnel order to promote you to director, overseeing Chunzian. Before Lu Ruxu could finish, Qin He interrupted, no need. I reiterate, should Lu Zong grant me this favor, I shall remember it as a kindness. If you insist on having me fulfill 3 months, I will pay the breach of contract today and sever all ties thereafter. Seeing Qin He's steadfastness, Lu Ruxu sighed. Ultimately conceding, Qin He, I choose the former. With that, she accessed the office system and signed the consent for Qin He's resignation effective today. You will finish work today, and your departure will be formalized. Thank you. Lu Ruxu pressed her lips together. On behalf of my sister, I apologize. No need for that. This matter does not concern you. Qin He replied before turning to leave Lu Ruxu's office. Watching his departing figure, Lu Ruxu sighed. Lu Ruoyan truly did not appreciate her fortune. Upon returning to his workstation, the colleague who had earlier sought to vent to him approached. Did you really go to see Lu Zong? As the words fell, a notification chimed, and the colleague received a message from the company's finance department. Glancing at it, he stared at Qin He in astonishment. The bonus has arrived so quickly? At that moment, Qin He's phone also chimed with a notification regarding the bonus deposit. In certain respects, Lu Ruxu's execution was indeed commendable. The gentleman chuckled, patting Qin He on the shoulder. I initially intended to swipe my credit card to buy a handbag for my wife, but lo and behold, the bonus that was supposed to arrive next month has unexpectedly come through early. Qin He, you are impressive. Qin He smiled faintly, remaining silent as he swiftly organized documents and transitioned his work. By 5:25 in the afternoon, he had completed the handover of his tasks to the team leader and the HR department, rising smoothly to depart. Just as he stood, Ellie from the administration department approached him. Hey, Qin He, you're leaving early again. Qin He glanced at his watch. The company officially finished work at 5:30, and it was already 5:27. Technically, it was not an early departure. He chose to ignore Ellie, sensing her intent to provoke. However, seeing that he was unresponsive only fueled her irritation further. Honestly, Qin He, you seem utterly inconsiderate. You leave at the same time each day, without a thought for everyone else's feelings. We all share this office. We are a team. Ellie attempted to stir the sentiments of their colleagues. But before she could finish her tirade, Qin He had already stepped into the elevator, leaving her incensed. Hey, Qin He, I'm talking to you. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan emerged from her office, having just closed the door. She glanced at Ellie and inquired, what's going on? Before Ellie could respond, the gentleman who had just received his bonus interjected, Manager AI, are you implying that Qin He is leaving early? It's already 5:30. Ellie's expression soured as she looked at the electronic clock on the wall, which read 5:31. Yet, she was still seething, shooting a glare at the man. What do you mean, Manager AI? Mind your words. After rebuking him, Ellie vented her frustrations to Lu Ruoyan. It's not that I'm saying Chin he leaving 10 minutes early is a problem. The key issue is the negative impact it has on the morale of the entire office. Look, everyone else is still working late, but Chin he... Lu Ruoyan had never found Ellie's voice so grating, creating a cacophony that pierced her ears, prompting her to interrupt. Enough. I don't need to hear anymore. If there's a violation, just proceed with the termination process. With that, Lu Ruoyan grabbed her bag and departed, leaving Ellie standing in a state of disarray. Termination? Ellie's lips twitched. She lacked the authority for such actions. What if the wealthy benefactor behind him decided to retaliate? Moreover, as an administrative supervisor, she wielded little power. The gentleman who had previously defended Chin, he snickered. If you lack the capability, stop babbling nonsense. If one didn't know better, they'd think you have a crush on Chin he and are merely frustrated by unrequited feelings. Ellie, struck to the core, reacted vehemently. What are you rambling on about? You're talking nonsense. With that, she hurriedly exited. Just as she left, someone lowered their voice to say, Indeed, I once caught Ellie in the break room, giving Chin he a thong. A leopard print thong. Who would have thought Ellie was so bold behind closed doors? Yet, Chin he had turned her down. It was likely that this incident had left her harboring resentment, leading her to seek out trouble daily, which was truly bothersome. Indeed, the visage of those who cannot partake is truly unappealing. Is there anyone besides me who genuinely wishes to see Chin he don a thong? Soon, the conversation veered off course. At that moment, Ellie, who had just returned, overheard their discussions, her face oscillating between shades of pale and crimson, utterly mortified. She had assumed the act of gifting underwear was discreet, yet it had been witnessed. Ellie regretted it so profoundly that she wished to excavate a hole and bury her face within it. Meanwhile, as Chin he exited the corporate edifice, an unassuming Cullinan approached. The driver, attired in white gloves, alighted from the vehicle, opened the door for Chin he, and with a bow, stated, Young master, please enter the car. Chin he glanced at his older cousin in the back seat, a frown forming on his brow. What brings you here? This fellow was typically engulfed in work. How could he possibly spare time to fetch him? Had the events of yesterday not been resolved? Am I the sort of person who cannot handle such trivial matters? Chin Mu raised an eyebrow. Chin he scrutinized him with suspicion. Then what is your purpose for coming? I am here to congratulate you on your successful resignation. Chin Mu replied, stepping out of the vehicle with a smile, arms outstretched as he enveloped Chin he in a tight embrace, exclaiming, Ahi, your brother has come to take you home. This scene unfolded just as Lin Yuan, who was seeking Lu Ruoyan, happened to witness it. Both women turned their gazes towards the embrace shared by Chin Mu and Chin he. Just before Chin he could enter the car, Chin Mu playfully patted his behind. Chun Zian, astonished, covered her mouth, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yin Yin, Chin he. Chapter 27. The unattainable forever stirs restlessly no way. Chin he is the father of Dodo Inanan. He would never do such a thing. Lu Ruoyan fixed her gaze on the retreating figures of the two, her expression dark as thunder. Beside her, Lin Yuan stamped her foot in frustration, consumed by a jealousy that nearly drove her to madness. The sight of Chin Mu playfully slapping Chin he's behind had nearly compelled her to rush forward and tell him to keep his distance. Recalling how she had also dared to touch Chin he's backside that day, it was so bouncy and firm. The curvature and texture were utterly delightful. She longed to experience that again. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Chin he remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts of those outside. He cast a peculiar glance at Chin Mu and asked, How come you know so much? Chin Mu had no intention of concealing his methods and candidly replied, I have my people planted within Lu's company. The moment you resign, I will be informed immediately. Chin he rolled his eyes in silence. Impressive. Indeed. Chin Mu raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his smugness. Before he could say anything further, Chin he interjected, Don't even think about persuading me to return to Chin Corporation. It was agreed that the company would be yours. Chin Mu's lips parted in disbelief, and he rolled his eyes dramatically. While other families vie for control with fierce competition, even resorting to violence, the Chin family was an anomaly. The entire second branch shunned power, even refusing executive positions in their own company, opting merely for dividends. Chin he's parents were humanitarian doctors, frequently traveling the globe, and had never managed the corporation. Qin He, too, only assisted with challenging matters occasionally, spending the rest of his time traveling the world, indulging in racing, undertaking short-term jobs, serving as a consultant, participating in skiing competitions, and engaging in drone competitions. His life was nothing short of exhilarating. At times, Qin Mu wondered if he was merely a beast of burden for the second branch. Let us eat first, Qin Mu thought, feeling somewhat stifled. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan was dining out with Chun Ziyan and Lin Yuan. Her intention was to discuss the AI laboratory over dinner. Her cousin, Lu Ruxu, had dismissed her proposal, but Lu Ruoyan was unwilling to relent. She yearned to meet Robinson, to collaborate with him, to stand by his side, and to share the same air. This obsession had taken hold of her. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan seemed uninterested in the AI laboratory, primarily due to the immense investment required. Her aim was merely to garner some publicity for Chun Ziyan, hoping for small projects that could yield profit without significant risk. This way, she could repay her debts while avoiding peril. However, Chun Ziyan, for reasons unbeknownst to her, spoke of the laboratory's vision in grandiose terms that felt hollow and unattainable, which only served to irritate Lu Ruoyan. The meal was consumed in a distracted haze. Suddenly, both Lu Ruoyan and Chun Ziyan's phones chimed simultaneously, a notification from the company's gossip group. As Chun Ziyan picked up his phone and glanced at a short video in the group, he was taken aback and looked at Lu Ruoyan in astonishment. It was a video of Qin He captured by a colleague. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows slightly and picked up her phone to open the short video in the group chat. Upon hearing the name Qin He, Lin Yuan eagerly leaned in, only to see a video secretly taken by an employee of the Lu family while working out. In the footage, both Qin He and Qin Mu were shirtless, clad in boxing shorts, engaged in a Muay Thai training session. Qin He donned boxing gloves, while Qin Mu, with pads on his arms, appeared to be coaching Qin He as he practiced his strikes. Qin He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet Qin Mu either blocked or evaded them effortlessly. Like a nimble monkey, Qin Mu darted left and right, even teasing Qin He by playfully pinching his cheek and circling behind him, as if to flirt. After their training concluded, he even gave Qin He's chest muscles a playful squeeze. The video abruptly ended, followed by enthusiastic gossip from the employees below. Wow, Qin He's physique is truly impressive. Absolutely stunning. Saved it. Oh no, this will be my material for the next year. God knows how many times I've watched this. Oh my, how can I sense a sweetness of romance between these two men? Haha. The more the crowd praised Qin He's looks and physique, the more Chun Ziyan's expression soured. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan covered her mouth, on the verge of tears from excitement. Oh my, Qin He's body is simply too good. Ziyan, hurry up and send me the video. I want to save it. Damn it, that Qin Mu. How dare he touch Qin He? It infuriates me. Lu Ruoyan, however, appeared deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yuan's words. At that moment, in the boxing room of the gym, Qin Mu exclaimed with amusement, "How is it that someone like you hasn't caught your sister-in-law's eye?" Qin He shot a glare at Qin Mu, who had just playfully pinched his chest muscle. "You're so inappropriate." Qin Mu shrugged, laughing as he removed the pads from his arms. "You, my friend, are simply too serious. That's why she doesn't fancy you. Take it from your older brother. The worse a man behaves, the more a woman is drawn to him. The more earnest you are, the less interested she becomes. What is unattainable will always stir desire." Qin He, unfazed, feigned a strike, sweeping Qin Mu's legs and sending him crashing to the mat. Qin Mu, lying there, shook his head in resignation. Still holding grudges like when we were kids, he stood back up, wiped the sweat with a towel, and said, "Let's go eat. It's about time. You insisted on boxing. I did it for you, knowing you were feeling down today, so I thought you could blow off some steam." Upon hearing this, Qin He suddenly halted, choosing not to respond further. Qin Mu patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The two then made their way to the restaurant's private dining room. Qin Mu poured a glass of red wine for Qin He and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Before Qin He could respond, Qin Mu quickly interjected, "Wait, please don't tell me you're planning to go on a trip. Think carefully before you answer. Consider your cousin, who works tirelessly every day while you gallivant around on vacation. Doesn't to your conscience ache?" Qin He chuckled at Qin Mu's antics. "Given how sad and troubled I feel right now, isn't it reasonable to seek some solace outdoors? Don't even try." Qin Mu retorted, I know you all too well. Qin Mu poured another glass of wine for Qin He and remarked, You need not inform me if you intend to seek employment elsewhere. Is it appropriate for you to abandon our family business and join forces with my competitors? Qin He sipped his red wine in silence. Ahi, I refrained from commenting when you were assisting your wife's family. However, now that you are divorced and have resigned, isn't it time for me to have my turn? He continued, My focus these past few years has been on real estate. I am quite unacquainted with those trivial applications and AI advancements. Therefore, I propose you return to assist me at Kashing. Moreover, you are oblivious to the fact that your senior is constantly berating you, and the extent of her scolding is quite severe. I find myself fleeing at the mere sight of her. It has become utterly tiresome. Qin Mu maintained an aloof demeanor before outsiders, but felt no need for pretense in front of his cousin. After expressing his thoughts, he did not anticipate Qin He would acquiesce, and while pouring himself another drink, he was taken aback when he heard Qin He reply, Indeed, it is time to return to Kashing. Qin Mu was momentarily left in astonishment. Chapter 28. Competing with my ex-wife? What did you say? Qin Mu was taken aback. Qin He chuckled softly. Didn't you say to have me return to assist you? Qin Mu, filled with emotion, nearly shed tears. This should have been the case long ago. By the way, my senior sister is still unaware of my identity, right? Qin He inquired while stirring the hot pot. She doesn't know, Qin Mu replied honestly. She only knows that I introduced you to her and that you are my junior. Are you still planning to keep it from her? Qin He nodded. I have only one condition for returning to help. Speak. Qin Mu sat up straighter, his expression turning serious. I will only handle the technical aspects and oversee the direction of Kashing. I will not concern myself with management. You know I'm not adept in that area. Qin Mu nodded in agreement, suddenly smiling and shaking his head. You are quite amusing, working for yourself. I recall grandfather allocated 51 of the Qin shares to our family, while the remaining shares went to your branch. However, 51 of Kashing's shares were given to you. In terms of equity distribution, you are indeed the true mastermind behind Kashing. And now you intend to return as a technical director, working for yourself? Qin He shrugged nonchalantly. My senior sister is truly gifted in management. Maintaining the status quo seems best. Placing the right talents in the right positions is the essence of corporate management. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Qin He shared his aspirations to establish the largest AI laboratory in the country and design intelligent new energy vehicles. Qin Mu listened with great enthusiasm and teased him. So, you wish to compete with your ex-wife? Not at all. Qin He replied with a faint smile. Just a Chun Zian, not worth my investment of hundreds of billions out of spite. That's true. Qin Mu nodded, stuffing a slice of beef into his mouth. Qin He took a sip of wine, chuckling helplessly. Moreover, my engagement with Lu Ruoyan has expired amicably. I never intended to seek revenge on her. This marriage was something I compelled from the beginning. My only regret is that she does not love me. Yet, I have also delayed her for several years. And she bore me a pair of twins. If I were to take action against her, that would be beneath a man. Pausing, Qin He looked earnestly at Qin Mu. Brother, trust me, I have wanted to do this for a long time. However, the past few years were consumed by family matters. Just consider your brother to be love-struck, having found his way back. Qin Mu patted his shoulder with a sigh. I believe you. I always knew you would return. The two brothers exchanged smiles. The following day, Lu Ruoyan arrived at the company and instinctively glanced at Qin He's desk, only to find it empty, causing her brow to furrow. Upon returning to her office, she noticed the top announcement in the company's internal system, her frown deepening. Just as she stood up to inquire with her cousin about the situation, Chun Zian hurriedly entered. Inyan, have you seen the top announcement from the company? Yes, Lu Ruoyan replied coolly, maintaining her composed demeanor. Zian, do not rush. I will seek out my cousin for clarification. If she continues to favor Qin He, I will not remain passive. Very well, Chun Zian responded, feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon arriving at the office today, he noticed the peculiar glances from his colleagues. It was not until he saw the internal system's notification that everything became clear to him. He could not fathom why, but ever since returning to the country, encountering Qin, he had invariably led to misfortune. Now, the bonus that rightfully belonged to him was to be appropriated by Qin He, which understandably caused him great distress. Moreover, He still had outstanding credit card debts from purchasing that suit and was eagerly awaiting this bonus. Lu Ruoyan instructed Chen Ziyan to return to his office while she sought out Lu Ruxu. Once seated, she directly inquired, "Cousin, the personnel from the president's office said that the urgent correction notice was requested by you." "Indeed," Lu Ruxu replied, setting aside her work and regarding Lu Ruoyan with a steady gaze. Lu Ruoyan was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by her demeanor. "Do you not think this action is somewhat excessive?" "Oh, not all," Lu Ruxu retorted, reclining in the president's chair, her hands clasped before her, exuding an air of calm. Lu Ruoyan's expression hardened slightly. To attribute Chen Ziyan's achievements in system development to Qin He's team and to transfer his rightful bonus entirely to Qin He. Does that not seem unreasonable? "Cousin, I am unaware of what Qin He has reported to you, but do you not think that as the president of the Lu Corporation, such actions will make it difficult to gain the trust of others in the future? How do you expect to manage the company effectively?" Lu Ruxu listened to the barrage of accusations with an amused expression directed at Lu Ruoyan. "It appears you are quite uninformed. If you truly lack understanding, why would you attribute something that rightfully belongs to Qin He to Chen Ziyan? I am puzzled as to how you can act so boldly. As the vice president of the Lu Corporation, do you not fear losing the confidence of others with such actions?" Upon hearing her cousin echo her own words back to her, Lu Ruoyan felt momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say? You mean this belongs to Qin He?" "Precisely," Lu Ruxu affirmed with a nod. "Previously, our sales representatives did indeed contact the owner of Kelly Hotel, promoting Chen Ziyan's system, but the hotel owner was not impressed. At the banquet the previous evening, Qin He discussed his own developed system with the owner of Kelly Hotel. The contract explicitly states that they were interested in the K3 system. The deal was negotiated by Qin He himself, and the system was also developed by him. Ruoyan, did you not consider the feelings of Qin He's team when you attributed this project to Chen Ziyan?" Lu Ruoyan scrutinized the text of the contract repeatedly, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. "I assumed Qin He was negotiating on behalf of Ziyan's system. After all, the sales representatives previously engaged were discussing Ziyan's work. Who could have guessed that the owner of Kelly had such poor judgment and ultimately favored Qin He's developed system?" Lu Ruxu remained silent, regarding Lu Ruoyan with a bemused expression. Lu Ruoyan, under her gaze, felt increasingly uneasy. "Cousin, I truly cannot comprehend why you consistently show favoritism towards Qin He, and why you harbor prejudice against Chen Ziyan." Hearing these words, Lu Ruxu found them somewhat amusing. "Yin Yin, Qin He is our family. What is wrong with my favoritism towards him? But Chen Ziyan is no one to us. Do I really need to protect him? Moreover, speaking of bias, it is you who harbors prejudice. You only see Chen Ziyan, regardless of what Qin He does. I do not." Lu Ruoyan could not help but defend herself. "Cousin, your words are a bit excessive. You clearly know that Chen Ziyan saved me. And so what? No justification can elevate anyone above one's own family, nor can it serve as a reason to destroy a family. In any case, I do not believe I've acted wrongly. I'm merely repaying a kindness." Lu Ruoyan stood up, intending to leave, unwilling to continue the argument with Lu Ruxu. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Lu Ruxu's voice grew heavier with frustration. "Yin Yin, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for revealing this to grandfather." Lu Ruoyan pressed her lips together, suppressing her anger as she turned away. "Let us proceed with the bonus as you suggested. What more do you want?" "Cousin, sometimes I truly believe that the one who should have married Qin He is you." With that remark, Lu Ruoyan strode away from Lu Ruxu's office in her high heels. Lu Ruxu shook her head and let out a soft sigh. "I would have liked that. It's just that he never offered me the chance." Meanwhile, Qin He had just arrived at the Cushing parking lot. As he opened the car door and stepped out, a long leg clad in black stockings suddenly lunged toward him. Chapter 29, A chance encounter with the ex-wife Qin. He let out a gasp, quickly stepping aside. To his surprise, the individual launched a flurry of punches and kicks directly at him. Qin He dodged left and right, refraining from retaliating, but ultimately received several blows. He chuckled softly, attempting to placate her. "All right, senior sister, if you keep this up, you'll actually kill me. Better to die." Yao Jing glared at him fiercely. "You wretched scoundrel. Do you remember how I nurtured you? Whenever there was an opportunity for overseas training at the company, I ensured you participated. And yet, at the pinnacle of your career. You had the audacity to propose marriage. As she spoke, Yao Jing unleashed several forceful kicks at Qin He, perhaps feeling insufficiently appeased. She struck him multiple times on the chest. With a smile, Qin He reassured her, all right, all the faults are mine. I promise. This time I will not abandon my post midway. Yao Jing shook off his hand, casting him a disdainful look. So what brings you back to work now? Are you short on funds? Is your wife looking down on you? I always said, men should prioritize their careers. Dressed in a long black trench coat and striding in high heels, Yao Jing continued her remarks. Qin He paid little heed to her demeanor, responding with a smile. Avez gotten a divorce? Yao Jing abruptly halted, pausing for a few seconds before sincerely offering, my condolences. Qin He chuckled, senior sister, it's still you. She rolled her eyes at him, otherwise I wouldn't know what to say to comfort you. I truly cannot fathom why, at such a young age, you would enter such a matrimonial grave. As for me, I am an ardent advocate against marriage. I refuse to subject myself to that torment. Qin He remained silent as he followed Yao Jing into the company. He understood that Yao Jing was a workaholic, wholly focused on financial gain, with little interest in romantic entanglements. Upon their arrival at the company, Yao Jing promptly convened a meeting with the core technical team. At the meeting, she succinctly introduced, "This is Qin He, our new technical director at Keqing. Let's extend him a warm welcome." With that, Yao Jing initiated applause. The key technical members exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of varying degrees of shock. They joined in the applause, albeit with sympathetic looks directed toward a man named Gao Feng. Yao Jing quickly noted the reaction and added with a smile, "Let us also congratulate Gao Feng on his promotion to deputy director." As her words settled, Gao Feng smirked mockingly, tossing his name tag onto the table. "Deputy director is unnecessary. I quit. After all my hard work for Keqing, it seems I'm no match for these parachute troops." With that, Gao Feng stood to leave. Yao Jing, maintaining a cordial demeanor, grasped his arm. "Gao Feng, please remain calm. Your technical skills are well recognized by everyone. I hold you in high regard." The salary difference between the deputy director and the director was merely 2,000 yuan. As compensation, I can increase your commission by 1 percentage point. At this moment, a colleague beside him tugged at Gao Feng's hand. "Yes, Brother Feng, don't act impulsively. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Besides, a percentage point is worth more than 2,000 yuan in salary. After all, the projects they handled often started at 1 million. Gao Feng smirked derisively. "It's not about the money. It is a matter of pride, a question of my willingness. It is also a matter of my vision for the future. How can I be certain that the arduous projects I undertake will not be appropriated by you for the accolades of the director? My fundamental trust in Keqing has evaporated." Thus it stands. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Yao Jing furrowed her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively extended her hand towards him. "Very well, Gao Feng. I wish you a splendid future. Please ensure you sign the non-compete agreement with the HR department before you settle your accounts. Should you ever disclose our Keqing projects, we shall meet in court." Gao Feng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yao Jing's resoluteness. He had presumed that she was entirely reliant on him, given that he bore nearly 30 of the company's workload alone. How dare she? Frustration gnawed at him, and he refrained from shaking her hand, instead glaring at Qin He. "You think you can manage? I will keep a close watch to see how you two will fare after my departure." With that, he stormed off to the HR department to settle his wages. Meanwhile, Yao Jing stood at the helm, casting a stern yet encouraging gaze upon the core team members. "I understand you may have reservations regarding my approach. I value talent immensely. When Gao Feng announced his resignation, I immediately sought to retain him, offering even better terms as compensation. Regrettably, he could not accept. In my view, while talent is indeed precious, the unity and cohesion of a team hold greater significance. Keqing requires a collective, not a lone hero. One who fails to recognize the strengths of others and is overly proud finds it challenging to advance technically. Hence my decision to let him go." Qin He, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement. He had not anticipated that Yao Jing possessed such execution and resolve. It seemed their choice of her as CEO was indeed a sound one. After her brief explanation, Yao Jing turned to Qin He. Gao Feng has resigned. You will need to assume his responsibilities. She then addressed Huang Hao. Please transfer the bank system project you were handling with Gao Feng to Qin He so he can manage the aftermath. Huang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. As the meeting concluded, Huang Hao handed the documents and code over to Qin He. This project is rather complex, so do not put too much pressure on yourself. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Qin He smiled politely and agreed. At the end of the workday, Yao Jing convened another meeting. I wish to ascertain the impact of Gao Feng's resignation on Cushing after a day of adjustment. What effects have arisen? She glanced at her secretary. Please document the specific impacts. We shall address them one by one to find solutions. The secretary nodded in compliance. Several core members recounted the projects previously overseen by Gao Feng. With each project mentioned, Qin He demonstrated his handling of them. This one is under control. I have resolved the bugs in this one. There were some back-end issues with this project, but I have managed it as follows. Half an hour passed, and everyone stared in astonishment at Qin He. Who is this remarkable individual? In just a single day, he managed to bring all of Gao Feng's projects to a splendid conclusion. Huang Hao could hardly believe it. He felt compelled to shake his head in amazement and applaud. Truly remarkable. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond our own. This individual's capabilities undoubtedly surpass Gao Feng's, making him more than qualified to be Gao Feng's superior. After Huang Hao clapped, the others joined in, their applause genuine and fervent. Hello, I'm Xiao Si. Welcome. Hello, I'm Zhang Duping. Welcome to our team. Yao Jing, though somewhat astonished, had always believed that Qin He would not disappoint her. However, she was taken aback by the extent of his achievements. She too began to applaud, exclaiming, Well done, Qin He. After 5 years away, not only have you not squandered your skills, but you've returned as a true champion. Qin He smiled softly. You flatter me. The meeting concluded early, and Yao Jing insisted on treating Qin He to a celebratory meal for his return to the company. Throughout their walk to the restaurant, she could not help but express her admiration. Qin He, you captured everyone's hearts in just one day. I expected it would take you a month. Qin He teased her in return. Oh, am I really that terrible in your eyes? Who knows if you've forgotten your roots over the past 5 years? He continued, moreover, coding is a field that evolves daily. Indeed, this was true. As they entered the restaurant, Qin He and Yao Jing were engaged in light-hearted conversation when suddenly, Qin He halted in his tracks. Yao Jing noticed and followed his gaze, spotting 2 elegantly dressed women and a handsome man dining together. The accessories and attire of those women exuded opulence, suggesting they were high-ranking executives or socialites. After assessing the situation, she turned to Qin He and asked, What's wrong? I've encountered my ex-wife. Qin He replied in a hushed tone. Should we change restaurants? Yao Jing inquired. No need, he responded. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin He regained his composure and walked directly toward the window-side booth that Yao Jing had reserved. Chapter 30. Qin He intentionally seeks your attention at this moment. Chen Zian was the first to notice Qin He at Lu Ruoyan's table. He exclaimed in surprise, Yin Yin look? Following his gaze, Lu Ruoyan saw Qin He standing next to Yao Jing. She recognized Yao Jing, a formidable woman she had encountered in the business arena. After a brief observation, Lu Ruoyan apathetically withdrew her gaze, returning to the elegant task of slicing her steak. In a hushed tone, Chen Zian inquired, Yin Yin, do you truly not mind? Mind what? Lu Ruoyan asked, chewing the tender pieces of beef, her expression perplexed as she glanced at Chen Zian. Qin He has the freedom to choose his friends. I'm not concerned with him, but they are on a date alone. What of it? Lu Ruoyan replied, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. We often go out just the 2 of us in Italy. Chen Zian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ranning, seated beside Lu Ruoyan, had also spotted Qin He, and her previously serene demeanor suddenly turned icy. If it were not for Qin He, how could she have endured such humiliation from Qin Mu? Infuriating. Qin He, I shall settle this score with you one day. Ranning tightened her grip on her knife and fork. Were it not for her father's repeated warnings to avoid trouble, she would have rushed forward to mar Qin He's face. After a prolonged silence, Ranning scoffed. Yin Yin, could it be that Qin He is resorting to such clumsy tactics to deliberately attract your attention? Lu Ruoyan cast a fleeting glance towards the window, but soon returned her gaze with indifference. My expectations of Qin here are quite modest. As long as he refrains from any physical betrayal and can present himself in front of my family, that is sufficient. Chen Zian furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. Does it have to be Qin, he who accompanies you to meet your family? Lu Ruoyan offered a weary smile, an air of helplessness enveloping her. To be honest, I do not understand it either. My family adores him. Not just my grandfather, but also my parents, my younger siblings. And even my cousin has always been on his side. She truly could not fathom what charm Qin he possessed. Recalling her cousin's behavior in the office that morning, Lu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for words. Am I not good enough? Before Chen Zian could finish his thought, Lu Ruoyan's phone rang. With a swift motion of her slender fingers, she answered, only to be met with her mother's scolding voice. Yan, what is going on? How long have you been back? Have you not thought to visit your father? Your dad has been furious ever since the servant informed him of your return. Regardless of what you're doing, come over immediately. Yes, I understand. Even when speaking to her family, Lu Ruoyan's tone remained flat. She pinched her temples in frustration, feeling a twinge of regret. Upon returning home, she had been so eager to discuss the AI laboratory that she had forgotten about her family. No wonder her mother was so upset. Losing interest in her meal, Lu Ruoyan took a napkin to dab at her lips and rose from her seat. You all continue eating. I must return to see my father. Upon hearing that Lu Ruoyan intended to visit her father at the ancestral home, Chen Zian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, prompting him to rise swiftly. Yan, allow me to accompany you. I have long wished to pay my respects to uncle. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Ran Ying, who, lacking enthusiasm, waved her hand dismissively. You two go ahead. I shall not join. With Chen Zian by her side, Lu Ruoyan hoped her mother might show her some leniency and allow him to accompany her back to the old residence. Along the way, Chen Zian had thoughtfully prepared a variety of gifts suitable for the elderly, showcasing his attentiveness. He looked eagerly at Lu Ruoyan, who was driving, his expression mirroring that of a young man about to meet his partner's parents. Yan, I once studied traditional Chinese massage techniques, which can greatly assist with the aftereffects of strokes and hemiplegia. I can help uncle with a massage later. Yes, that sounds good. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at the Lu family's ancestral home, which featured a grand, newly constructed Chinese-style entrance, expansive enough to accommodate 3 cars simultaneously. Chen Zian was taken aback upon seeing it. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, I heard the Lu family purchased an entire mountain to construct a villa complex. Is that true? Indeed, Lu Ruoyan confirmed. My grandfather valued family unity and desired for the entire clan to reside together. Yet, he also respected everyone's privacy, which led to the acquisition of land for multiple villas. Upon entering this gate, the foremost residence belongs to my grandfather, while my parents and my uncle reside in the house behind it. Further back are my cousin and I. Even Zhe and Ku have their own independent villas, providing them with personal space. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's description, Chen Zian, without a second thought, asked, doesn't it take half a day to walk around the entire villa complex? Indeed, our home resembles a small park, Lu Ruoyan modestly replied. In reality, given the expansive area of the Lu family's villa complex, it would not be an exaggeration to liken it to a forest park. The vehicle came to a halt in the dedicated parking area of the villa complex. Shortly thereafter, a butler arrived to escort them in a shuttle. As Chen Zian boarded, he unconsciously lifted his chin, relishing the feeling of such distinguished service. At that moment, gazing at the architecture more extravagant than a palace, Chen Zian felt increasingly convinced that choosing Lu Ruoyan among a group of affluent young women had been the right decision. The only slight regret lingered in the fact that she had been married and had a child. In a moment of distraction, Lu Ruoyan guided Chen Zian into her parents' villa. As they entered the living room, Lu's mother furrowed her brow. Yan, why have you brought him here? Where is Qin He? Qin He is unavailable, Lu Ruoyan replied nonchalantly, subtly signaling to her mother to respect her choice of companion. Lu's mother pressed her lips together, suppressing her displeasure. Hurry upstairs. Your father is waiting impatiently. Understood. Lu Ruoyan responded, striding ahead in her high heels. Chen Zian offered a warm smile to Madame Lu. Auntie, please accept this small token of my appreciation. Madame Lu gestured toward the coffee table without sparing a glance. Just set it down. After uttering this, she followed Lu Ruoyan upstairs. Chen Zian's smile faltered slightly as he placed the gift down and hurried to follow the two women. Lu Ruoyan gently knocked on her father's bedroom door before entering. Upon seeing his daughter, Lu's father was eager to express himself, yet the prolonged silence rendered him unable to utter a single word. Nevertheless, his lips seemed to struggle to form sounds. Lu Fen, not comprehending his plight, approached him, took his hand, and spoke softly, "Dad, I have come to see you." As her words lingered in the air, Chen Zian also stepped forward. "Uncle, I am Chen Zian, a friend of Yin Yan. I brought a small gift for you." Lu's father, upon recognizing Chen Zian, looked at Lu Ruoyan with astonishment, then turned his gaze back to Chen Zian, his eyes widening in surprise. "Qin Zian mein deine Asmide," saying, "Uncle, I have studied some massage techniques in traditional Chinese medicine, which could be beneficial for your stroke-induced paralysis. Allow me to assist you." As he reached out to touch Lu's father, the old man became visibly agitated, his heart racing. After a prolonged struggle, he finally summoned all his strength to utter a single word: "Get out." Chapter 31. Chen Zian provokes Lu Fu's condition. Lu Ruoyan breaks down as Lu Fu's voice fell. Both Lu Mu and Lu Ruoyan stood in shock. "Dad, you can speak?" After a brief moment of stunned silence, Chen Zian feigned enthusiasm as he pressed on Lu Fu's arm. "Uncle, now that you can talk, you must stimulate the acupoints. Do not be afraid. Under my guidance, you will soon be able to speak more and walk again." His pressure was gentle, yet Lu Fu resisted him vehemently, his eyes wide and his body tense. "Get away, Qin!" Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Fu began to convulse. Lu Mu's eyes widened in alarm as she hastily pulled Chen Zian away, exclaiming, "Get aside." Chen Zian stumbled back, feeling a mix of indignation and concern as he glanced at Lu Ruoyan. However, her gaze was not on him. She was at a loss, unsure of how to approach her father. "Dad, how are you? Please don't scare me." Lu Mu, now flustered, trembled as she took out her phone and immediately called Qin He. Upon receiving Lu Mu's call and understanding the situation, Qin He promptly instructed, "Call an ambulance." Clearly explained the situation and request that they take him to the third hospital. His medical records are there. All right. Lu Mu felt a surge of determination from Qin He's guidance and quickly set about following his instructions. After calling for the ambulance, she also contacted Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki. Soon, the emergency personnel arrived, and Lu Mu along with Lu Ruoyan assisted them in transferring Lu Fu onto a stretcher. Once this was accomplished, Lu Mu shot Chen Zian a disdainful glare. "What good are you?" Chen Zian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face shifting from pale to flushed. Upon their arrival at the hospital's emergency room, the doctor emerged with a look of urgency after examining Lu Fu. "Which one of you is Qin He?" Lu Ruoyan stepped forward to respond. "Doctor, Qin He is not here. I am a family member of the patient. Please speak to me." The doctor glanced at both Lu Mu and Lu Ruoyan. The patient's condition necessitates an immediate, minimally invasive surgery to relieve the intracranial hemorrhage. However, he is highly agitated and keeps calling out for Qin He. His blood pressure remains dangerously high. Chen Zian interjected, "Could we not administer a sedative or anesthetic?" The doctor shot him a disapproving look. "We can. However, if we administer the anesthetic and the patient's blood pressure fails to stabilize, resulting in a worsening of the hemorrhage during the procedure, would you be willing to take responsibility for that?" Lu Mu, incensed by this remark, clenched her teeth and pushed Chen Zian aside. "You need to be quiet." She immediately turned her attention back to Lu Ruoyan. "Hurry and call Qin He." Lu Ruoyan, now feeling a sense of urgency, shakily dialed Qin He. When the familiar voice on the other end answered with a hello, she nearly broke down in tears. "Qin He," she choked out, unable to hold back her tears. Even she cannot comprehend why she felt this way. Just moments ago, they had been at odds. Yet hearing his voice now brought her an inexplicable sense of security. Upon hearing the voice of Lu Ruoyan, he sensed trouble. Under normal circumstances, her voice would never carry such a tone of helplessness. Although he felt a surge of frustration and was reluctant to answer the call, he refrained from blocking her number, recognizing that she was the mother of 2 children and that they would inevitably need to communicate regarding the kids. Yet, Hearing her in such distress softened his heart, prompting him to gently guide her toward calmness. With Chin He's encouragement, Lu Ruoyan composed herself and conveyed her father's condition. After considering the gravity of the situation, Chin He decided to drive to the hospital. Upon entering the emergency room, he grasped Lu's father's hand and instinctively called out, "Dad, I'm here. Don't worry. Everything is taken care of." Lu's father nodded repeatedly, visibly agitated. Chin He gently reassured him, "Stay calm. Your blood pressure needs to decrease. Rest assured, Mother Lu Jia and Kiki are waiting outside." Lu's father nodded, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes in an effort to steady himself. "Dad, I'll speak with the doctor. Just rest. You'll be out in no time." With that, Chin He stepped outside to find the physician. The doctor, frowning as he pointed to the recently taken X-ray, delivered some unfortunate news. There is a concerning development. The patient's emotional distress has resulted in more bleeding in the brain than I initially anticipated. He indicated a specific area on the scan. This is pressing on a nerve, complicating the situation. You should prepare yourselves mentally. At this, Lu Kiki burst into tears, while Lu Jia was left in a state of utter panic. Lu's mother covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Among those present, only Chin He remained composed. After a moment of reflection, he inquired if we were to request Director Lu from the second hospital's neurosurgery department to assist with the surgery. Would there be a chance of success? Upon hearing the mention of Director Lu, the doctor's eyes lit up. The odds would certainly improve significantly. Director Lu is the foremost neurosurgeon. How can you possibly secure his assistance? As far as I know, since his promotion to vice president, he rarely enters the operating room. I will give a try. If Director Lu comes, Chin He spoke delicately. However, the attending physician immediately understood, eagerly assuring, "Let me emphasize, if you can arrange for Director Lu to assist me, that would be ideal. I have no objections. It would be an honor to perform surgery alongside my idol." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chin He stepped aside to make the call. In less than a minute, he returned. Having ended the conversation, "Director Lu is on his way," he announced. The doctor was left speechless. "What? You managed to convince him in mere seconds? P.S. Coming to perform surgery at this hour?" Chin He smiled lightly. I had a previous connection with Director Lu. Unbeknownst to the doctor, Director Lu was a protégé of his father. Whether in Shanghai or elsewhere, he would certainly fly back to undertake this operation. At that moment, the doctor scrutinized Chin He, admiration etched clearly across his face. The ability to summon the vice president of the hospital for surgery with just a few words indicated that this individual was truly remarkable. He is no ordinary person, and his humility is remarkable. Such individuals are indeed a rarity in today's world. At this moment, Lu's mother, her trembling hands gradually steadying, was assisted by Lu Kiki to take a seat, her lips murmuring incessantly. If only Chin He were here. If only Chin He were here. Everything would be all right. Before long, Director Lu arrived, engaging in a discussion with Lu's father's attending physician regarding the condition, after which the two entered the operating room. After a wait of over 2 hours, they emerged. Director Lu patted Chin He on the shoulder, reassuring him. "Rest assured, everything went smoothly." Chin He nodded in response. "I shall treat you to a late-night meal." "No need for that," Director Lu replied, leaning closer and gently tapping his chest. "I just got off my wife's bed and must return to fulfill my duties. Remember, you owe me a favor." With that, he briskly departed. Meanwhile, the attending physician of Lu's father, with keen ears, caught this exchange and turned to gaze at Chin He in astonishment. Who exactly is this young man? He managed to draw the foremost neurosurgeon away from his wife's side for a surgery? It seems that the couple was only halfway through their intimacy when he was called in to operate. Truly impressive. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu's father's attending physician hastily briefed the family on Lu's condition. Undoubtedly, as the leading neurosurgeon, Director Lu executed the surgery with remarkable skill. This can be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. I surmise that Mr. Lu's recovery post-surgery may exceed expectations. The best-case scenario would allow him to regain self-sufficiency. If that comes to pass, the family will find themselves considerably relieved. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother, Lu Ruoyan, Lu Jia, and Lu Kiki were all exceedingly excited. However, The doctor cast a deliberate glance at Chen Zian. In an instant, Chen Zian felt his heart leap into his throat. Could it be that the doctor had uncovered his complete lack of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese massage? Chapter 32. Brother-in-law, splendid news. My sister wishes to pursue you anew. But what has transpired? Lu Ruoyan inquired. This time, Mr. Lu's condition is indeed perilous. I can sense his emotions are exceedingly agitated. It would be wise for you to refrain from provoking him during his recovery. It is imperative to avoid any sources of stimulation, lest we find ourselves less fortunate next time. Furthermore, do not place undue faith in traditional Chinese medicine, such as massage or acupuncture. I do not imply they are ineffective, but those who truly understand these practices are few and far between, and many are merely charlatans. Engaging such individuals to attend to Mr. Lu could be detrimental rather than beneficial. Especially with acupressure, an untrained hand could wreak havoc in an instant. After the doctor's admonishments, he departed. Once the doctor had retreated, Lu's mother cast a sharp glance at Lu. Regardless of circumstances, should you dare to present this matter to your father, do not expect me to remain amicable. With that, she shot a disdainful look at Chen Zian. Leave. You are utterly useless. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow. Mother, Zian meant well. Well-meaning? Nonsense. Just the sight of him gives me a headache. Leave, and do so swiftly, Lu's mother exclaimed, her anger palpable. Lu Ruoyan was about to retort when Chen Zian, ever perceptive, interjected. It's all right, Yin Yin, I understand Aunt's feelings. I shall take my leave. Lu Ruoyan, naturally, did not insist further. Chen Zian glanced back 3 times as he departed, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance and reluctance toward Lu Ruoyan. Witnessing his demeanor only added fuel to Lu's mother's ire. Mother, aren't you being excessively harsh? Lu Ruoyan finally spoke after Chen Zian had left. Lu's mother laughed in frustration. Excessive? Just look at how you both behaved earlier. One is named Zian, the other Yin Yin. There is no semblance of hierarchy. Thankfully, your father did not overhear your casual exchanges, or he would be incensed all over again. Indeed, sister, your actions were too much. How could you bring Chen Zian to see father and provoke him to such a state? Lu Zhi chimed in, equally irate. Meanwhile, Qin He, hearing this, lowered his gaze, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. It seemed that scarcely a month post-divorce, Lu Ruoyan was already preparing to introduce Chen Zian to her family. Such rapidity was astonishing. Well, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, Qin He declared, patting Lu Zhu on the shoulder. You remain to handle matters here. With that, he ignored the protests from Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki, departing resolutely. The previous situation was a matter of life and death, compelling him to act against his better judgment. Now, however, with nothing pressing, he would not linger as a family member at the bedside. Lu Ruoyan settled onto a bench outside the ward, fatigue evident as she massaged her temples. Lu's mother regarded her with a wry smile. Tired, are we? Lu Ruoyan looked up, puzzled by her mother's tone. Lu's mother scoffed. This is not our first encounter with such events. On several occasions, your father has convulsed and foamed at the mouth, leaving both me and Aja, Kiki terrified. Each time, it has been Qin He who assisted us in conveying your father to the hospital, managing the affairs with utmost care. Lu Ruoyan's brows knitted tightly. Mother, what exactly are you trying to convey? What am I trying to convey? The burden of my grievances. While you were abroad, indulging in a romantic escapade with Chen Zian, did you ever ponder over the state of our family? Have you considered your father's well-being? Your negligence towards your family is palpable. Qin, he has taken on your responsibilities, yet how do you reciprocate? You frolic overseas, taking your son on weekly excursions, celebrating family days. You introduced the ambiguous Chen Zian to your father, causing him such distress that he required surgery, all the while calling out to Zian and Yin in front of Qin He. Lu Ruoyan, do you not feel the pangs of conscience? How could I have given birth to such a daughter? Lu Ruoyan felt a swell of grievances within her, yearning to justify her actions. She wished to express that her departure abroad was not for Chen Zian, but for the elusive dream of Robinson. She longed to clarify that her bond with Chen Zian was far more profound than mere friendship. Yet, upon witnessing the tears in her mother S, brother S, and sister S eyes, along with the varying degrees of resentment they harbored, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. Bowing her head, she sighed, acknowledging her selfishness. I will make it a point to spend more time with my father. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother refrained from further reprimanding her. Lu's father was transferred to the intensive care unit, while Lu's mother remained behind. The three siblings departed in silence. Throughout the journey home, an unspoken tension lingered among them, as Lu Jia and Lu Kiki harbored their own grievances against Lu Ruoyan. Upon arriving at the villa, Lu Ruoyan found her room desolate. Realizing that Qin, he had seemingly not returned for quite some time. Could the matters concerning the Qin family be as complex as those afflicting her father? Pouring herself a glass of fine wine, she stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the boundless night, her mother's admonishing words echoing within her mind. She had indeed been selfish, abandoning familial matters to pursue her whims in Italy for 2 years. Yet, she still failed to locate the shadow of her youth. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, and a voice within urged her to surrender. Let it go, Lu Ruoyan. Cease longing for things that do not belong to you. Embrace a life with Qin He. Yet another voice countered, filled with defiance. I cannot accept this. I truly cannot. After a night of turmoil, Lu Ruoyan ultimately yielded. She enlisted Lu Jia to arrange a meeting with Qin He, suggesting he take In to a trendy restaurant, framing it as a weekend family outing for the four of them. Lu Jia promptly dialed Qin He. Brother-in-law, an incredible piece of news. My sister has expressed a desire to rekindle your romance. Chapter 33. Chen Zian faces the wrath of Lu Ruoyan and Do Qin. He chuckled mockingly. Do you think I would believe that? Believe it. Why not? Lu Jia added embellishments. Brother-in-law, let me confide in you. After my sister returned, she cried for quite a while, apologizing to you and to this family. She even apologized to Mom, admitting that her 2 years in Italy were due to her own capriciousness. Moreover, she said that after this ordeal, she realized you were the best. Upon hearing this, Qin He continued to chuckle lightly. Lu Jia, enough. Stop spinning tales so late at night. Really, brother-in-law, I swear what I say is more genuine than pearls. Lu Jia insisted passionately. Of course, my sister only said this because she was drunk. Trust me, she returned to the villa, drank a lot, and then, in a tipsy state, hugged your shirt and expressed these feelings. Brother-in-law, my sister is usually so aloof. She wouldn't voice such sentiments when sober. But under the influence of alcohol, she instinctively revealed her innermost thoughts. They say that alcohol brings forth the truth, and this applies universally. Qin He smiled at Lu Jia's assertion that Lu Ruoyan, typically so composed, would not utter such words when sober, and softly replied, indeed. Believing Qin He had been convinced, Lu Jia quickly added, so brother-in-law, remember, tomorrow is Sunday. You should take In and Out on a date. Trust me, my sister genuinely wants to spend quality time with you and rekindle your married life. Lu Jia, I still need to consult In regarding this matter. All right, then wait for her response before getting back to me. After hanging up, Qin He conveyed the situation to In. Mommy wants to take you to a trendy animal CAF this weekend where there are giraffes and little pandas. Would you like to go? Yes. In's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, being a child, she could hardly resist the allure of cute animals. Furthermore, a child of her age is unlikely to harbor resentment against her mother. Thus, Qin He relayed his response to Lu Jia. Lu Ruoyan, in turn, shared this news with Dodo. Initially, she anticipated Dodo would be disappointed at not being able to play with Uncle In over the weekend, even pondering how to persuade her son. To her surprise, Dodo appeared genuinely pleased. Mom, I've recently changed my opinion of Dad. Oh, Lu Ruoyan, while applying her makeup, glanced curiously at her son. It's because he hasn't been calling me every day. He also hasn't restricted me from talking to Uncle In or playing with him. Mom, I think Dad has become much more understanding lately. If he continues this way, I wouldn't mind showing him a kinder demeanor. Hearing Dodo's words, Lu Ruoyan recognized that Qin He indeed seemed to have changed recently, becoming different from the past. Was it due to the troublesome matters concerning the Qin family? Lu Ruoyan thought of her father and let out a quiet sigh. Every family grapples with the challenges that arise when elders encounter problems. In her moment of distraction, Dodo urged her to hurry out. Remembering her daughter, Lu Ruoyan quickened her pace. Their upcoming encounter promised to be a delightful one. Daodu exhibited no trace of sarcasm, and Inin joyfully leaped into her mother's embrace. Lu Ruoyan glanced at her daughter's hair, her brow slightly furrowing, and gently suggested, "Shall I braid your hair, my dear?" "That sounds wonderful," Inin replied gleefully, casting a radiant smile at her father and then at her mother. Observing Lu Ruoyan as she tied their daughter's hair, he felt a surge of tenderness in his gaze. He mused that if their family of 4 could meet every weekend, joyfully sharing each other's company, it would significantly benefit the children's physical and emotional well-being. He summoned a waiter, glanced at the menu, and politely inquired, "What would you like to eat, Lu Ruoyan?" "I prefer something light," she replied. "Shall I arrange some Mediterranean dishes for you?" he asked. Lu Ruoyan nodded while continuing to braid her daughter's hair. He then asked the 2 children what they would like to eat. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan stole a glance at He, her heart inexplicably racing. Some men habitually ask the children first what they desire, only to inquire about their wives last. Others don't ask at all. Lu Ruoyan had to admit that He's initial question had inexplicably endeared him to her. He remained focused on the menu, oblivious to the fact that his unintentional gesture had sparked a flurry of thoughts in Lu Ruoyan. Soon, the waiter presented some small appetizers. The family of 4 sat by the window, gazing at the giraffes outside. In, filled with delight, pointed at a nearby giraffe and exclaimed, "Mom, look at that adorable little giraffe." Lu Ruoyan, equally charmed by the small creature, pointed out another, "Look over there, that one is even smaller." Daodu eagerly joined the discussion about the giraffes, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Unfortunately, such a pleasant ambience lasted no longer than half an hour before an unwelcome voice pierced the air. "Yin?" Lu Ruoyan, who had been embracing Inin while explaining the migrations of the African savanna, was taken aback by this sudden interruption. Turning her head, she was met with the delighted face of Chun Zian. For reasons unknown, she felt a slight discomfort at the intrusion, her smile faltering. Daodu, however, was thrilled to see him and asked, "Uncle Inin, what brings you here?" Chun Zian sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I heard this newly opened trendy restaurant is quite famous, so I thought I'd check it out first before bringing Daodu here next week. I didn't expect to find you here." Upon hearing this, He's expression darkened, his previously cheerful demeanor abruptly soured. He raised a glass of drink to his lips, attempting to mask his displeasure. Yet, he refrained from expressing his irritation. After all, he and Lu Ruoyan were divorced. It was only natural for her boyfriend to feel a twinge of jealousy. At this moment, however, Lu Ruoyan's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, fixated on the drink he was consuming. She parted her lips, contemplating reminding him that it was her drink, but ultimately decided against it. After all, they had shared intimacy and had children together. Pointing out the drink felt unnecessarily sentimental. Chun Zian noticed that Lu Ruoyan was not paying him any attention, and a sense of discomfort enveloped him. He quickly smiled and inquired, "Then, Yin, may I sit down and join you?" Lu Ruoyan replied, "Zian, that's not appropriate. Today is our family day." She cast her gaze downward at the little Inin in her arms, her features softening with an unexpected tenderness. He, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise, while Chun Zian's expression became rigid. "Oh, very well, Yin. I shall not intrude upon your gathering." As he turned to leave, he glanced back several times, hoping that Dodo would urge him to stay. To his astonishment, Dodo cheerfully said, "Goodbye, Uncle Inin." Chun Zian was left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain where he had gone awry. How could it be that in such a short span, both Lu Ruoyan and Dodo had shifted their demeanor towards him so drastically? Although Chun Zian departed, he did not truly leave. Instead, he wandered nearby like a curious onlooker, covertly observing the harmonious scene of the 4 of them engaged in laughter and conversation. A wave of anxiety washed over him, as he felt a sense of his own belonging slipping away. No, this simply cannot be allowed. At that moment, the absence of the bothersome fly brought he a measure of relief. After their lunch, he suggested they visit the panda exhibit. As the family of 4 entered, a playful little panda leapt down from a tree. Lu Ruoyan, startled, instinctively stepped aside. He naturally enveloped her in his arms, shielding her. It's all right. Don't be afraid, he reassured, gently patting her shoulder. It was only when his warm voice descended upon her that Lu Ruoyan realized she was nestled in Qin He's embrace, her heart racing rapidly. The distinct scent of the man permeated her senses, an aroma uniquely his. Surprisingly, she found herself not resisting this closeness but rather yearning for it. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced. As she withdrew from Qin He's hold, another lively panda bounded toward her, causing her to gasp. Instinctively, Qin He reached out to protect her. Chapter 34. Slipping a Qin He's embrace, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed once more. Qin He, concerned that the little panda's claws might injure her, grasped her a bit too hastily. His large palm inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing both of their expressions to shift in varying degrees. I'm sorry, Qin He apologized, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. From his vantage point, he observed Lu Ruoyan, her head bowed, her pink, lustrous lips tightly pressed together, exuding an alluring sheen that seemed to beckon to be plucked. Qin He clenched his hands at his sides, his gaze somewhat awkward. Lu Ruoyan felt similarly. Her face burned as if engulfed in flames. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. "And no problem," she stammered, quickly turning to seek out her daughter to mask her embarrassment. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of his rough palm brushing against her chest lingered in her mind, replaying over and over. "Daddy, come quick. This little panda can shake hands." The fleeting moment of intimacy was abruptly shattered by her daughter, and Qin He strode over to Lu Ruoyan and her daughter, while Dodo began to inquire Qin He about the little panda. He answered each question in turn. The four of them enjoyed a rare and harmonious weekend together. As they prepared to leave the restaurant, both Qin He and Lu Ruoyan could sense the children's reluctance to part. In truth, it was not just the children. Both of them felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. Lu Ruoyan shifted slightly, intending to rise and settle the bill. However, Qin He stood up first, saying to her, "I'll take care of it." After uttering this, he walked toward the counter. This gesture was unremarkable, yet for some reason, it left Lu Ruoyan feeling slightly taken aback. In the past, whenever they dined out, it was always her secretary who settled the bill in advance, leading her to harbor the misconception that Qin He relied on her financially. But today, his initiative to pay made her perceive him as somewhat more masculine, stirring an inexplicable flutter within her. Once the bill was settled, the family of four made their way to the exit. Qin He and Lu Ruoyan walked slowly, as if this would somehow delay their separation. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan's phone rang. It was a call from the old residence, and fearing something was amiss, she answered promptly, only to discover that her grandfather wished for Qin He and Inen to return with him. "Oh, Grandpa said he hasn't seen Inen in ages and wants you to bring her back for a visit." She spoke rapidly, her tone imbued with a peculiar joy. Qin He, on the other hand, breathed a silent sigh of relief, as if he had found an excuse. The family of four, sharing a tacit understanding, boarded the driver's car, heading toward the old residence. Upon arrival, Nen and Do joyfully played with the dogs at the old house, while their grandfather observed the two little ones, smiling broadly. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, growing louder with each clap, followed by a torrential downpour. The grandfather gestured toward Qin He and Lu Ruoyan. "You two should stay at the old house tonight. Don't return to your villa. It could use some life, or else it feels rather dreary." As he spoke, Old Master Lu turned his attention to his grandchildren, In and Do. "Why don't you stay and keep your great-grandfather company?" The two little ones responded obediently. Lu Ruoyan leaned closer to Qin He and whispered, "It seems grandfather insists on watching over us here to feel at ease. Is it acceptable that you don't return to the Qin residence today?" Qin He, perplexed by Lu Ruoyan's sudden mention of the Qin family and glancing at the inclement weather outside, felt it somewhat unsafe to take Inen back, so he acquiesced. The two of them shared tea with the old gentleman before returning upstairs. Qin He followed Lu Ruoyan, feeling somewhat awkward. The last time grandfather had health issues, he refrained from mentioning that they had obtained a marriage certificate, but now, given that he and Lu Ruoyan were divorced, how could they share a room? Just as Qin He hesitated, Lu Ruoyan took the initiative to stop and grasp his hand, leading him toward their room. Qin He was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ruoyan lowered her voice, saying, "Grandfather is watching. Please help me deceive him." It then dawned on Qin He that Lu Ruoyan had not yet informed grandfather about their divorce. No wonder grandfather was orchestrating this. He still hoped to bring them together. Once the door was closed, Lu Ruoyan's eyelids drooped. "I haven't told grandfather about my father's situation. Recently, the family doctor advised me against revealing it to him, fearing it might cause him distress and trigger his heart condition." After a pause, she glanced at Qin He and awkwardly continued, "Grandfather wishes for us to stop quarreling. Therefore, Qin He, regardless of your feelings toward me, I would appreciate it if you could put on a fa ade in front of him." By saying this, Lu Ruoyan intended to signify an end to their Cold War, indicating her desire to cease their conflicts. Naturally, she also wished to apologize for not celebrating his birthday. Yet for reasons unknown, the words of apology lingered on her lips but never escaped, leading her to pull a card from her purse and present it to Qin He. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please help me buy some gifts for the elders of the Qin family." After biting her lip, Lu Ruoyan added, "And thank you for your support regarding my father's situation over the years." With that, she swiftly retreated to the bathroom to shower. The card contained 1 million, intended for the medical expenses of the elders in the Qin family. To avoid humiliating Qin He, she disguised it as a request for him to purchase gifts for his family. Lu Ruoyan thought to herself, surely Qin He would feel too embarrassed to continue their quarrel now, especially since she had made the first gesture of reconciliation. Yet, for some reason, her mind wandered back to the moment at the restaurant that afternoon when Qin He had touched his chest. After some time spent in contemplation, she donned a seductive lilac lace nightgown and stepped out. Perhaps her slippers had picked up some water, as she slipped on the floor and fell directly into Qin He's arms. Chapter 35. Lu Ruoyan. Do you not comprehend the affairs of adults? As Lu Ruoyan stumbled, Qin He instinctively caught her. Their bodies pressed together, instantly generating an intense heat that enveloped them both. In the confined space, the ambiguous sounds of their breaths and heartbeats rendered the moment excruciatingly prolonged. Qin He intended to articulate something further, yet Lu Ruoyan, more attuned to her physical impulses, rose on her toes and kissed him. Her movements were awkward, yet her rare initiative stirred Qin He profoundly. Perhaps due to his lack of further action, Lu Ruoyan withdrew from his lips, her almond-shaped eyes gazing at him with a hint of reproach, tinged with an unsatisfied desire. Qin He, unable to fathom her, furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you not grasp the matters of adults? Qin He? In that fleeting moment, Qin He cast aside his reservations. The two soon became fervent, tumbling onto the bed. That night, they also unlocked the dressing table adorned with a small mirror. Lu Ruoyan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, bit her lip and shed tears, yet her expression betrayed genuine pleasure. Just as she was released, gasping for breath and ready to strike Qin He, the sudden ringing of her phone halted her movements. She hastily picked up her sleepwear from the floor and draped it over herself, answering the call. The voice of Chen Zian resonated from the other end. After an exchange of words, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted. "All right, wait for me. I will come immediately." Without casting a glance at Qin He, she swiftly dressed and departed, leaving him alone at the bedside, laughing self-deprecatingly. "Lu Ruoyan, what do you truly consider me? A mere toy?" In that moment, the weight of frustration in Qin He's heart peaked. The exhilaration he had just experienced now transformed into profound suffocation. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ruoyan did not return that night. Qin He spent the entire night listening to the rain, only managing a brief half-hour of sleep by dawn. When he heard the sounds of Enan playing with the puppy downstairs, he promptly rose to leave. Glancing at the bank card placed on the bedside table, Qin He nearly laughed in anger. How foolish of him to have believed Lu Ruoyan, as Luja had suggested, desired to restart their relationship. Dressed, he exited the room without a backward glance. Upon reaching downstairs, he overheard old Master Lu inquiring of the nanny. "Where's Dodo?" The nanny replied honestly. The driver just took him, apparently to reunite with his mother. "Nonsense. Isn't this absurd?" The old man fumed, his face turning red with ire. Qin He lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Was he disappointed? It seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Between him and Chen Zian, Lu Ruoyan would always lean towards Chen Zian. But what about him? What had last night amounted to? Merely a fleeting whim for Lu Ruoyan. A toy to assuage her emptiness? Qin He chuckled at his own self-mockery, cursing himself inwardly. He bid farewell to old Master Lu and departed with Enan, who was already wearing a sour expression. An hour later, Lu Ruoyan returned with Do Do, immediately seeking out Qin He and Enan. However, upon finding no one, she was met only with her grandfather's grim countenance in the living room. "Grandfather, where are Qin He and Enan?" Lu Ruoyan inquired tentatively. The old man Lu gazed at her with a look of disappointment. "Yin Yin, I had always believed you to be more sensible than Asia and Kiki. Yet I never anticipated you would engage in such actions. That lad called you out, compelling you to abandon your husband and return home at dawn? Have you considered how your husband might feel?" Lu Ruoyan had not contemplated Qin He's feelings. She assumed that after their encounter last night, particularly in front of the mirror, she had been unwilling, yet he had insisted, pushing her to comply, and eventually she had acquiesced. She believed Qin He must have sensed her reluctance. Thus she saw nothing inappropriate in her actions. "Grandfather, it wasn't T. Zian's call that summoned me. Lin Yuan was intoxicated and caused a ruckus. The other party was rather formidable, and Zian could not resolve the matter, so he had no choice but to reach out to me. I couldn't simply allow them to get into trouble at the bar, so I rushed over. Who knew Lin Yuan would strike someone from the esteemed CF family in the East City? The CF family was rather averse to reconciliation, and I spent the entire night negotiating until the issue was settled. I was at the police station all night, not elsewhere." The old man Lu paused, then pointed at Do Do, and what a taking this child to have breakfast with Chen Zian. Lu Ruoyan cast a reproachful glance at Do Do at dawn. Do Do contacted Zian of his own accord. "I had no prior knowledge. It was only when I exited the police station that Zian informed me of their arrangement to visit the tea house. I couldn't tea refuse, so I ended up having breakfast there with Lin Yuan, Zian, and Do Do. While Zian and Lin Yuan were still dining, my thoughts were with Qin He and Enan, so I hurriedly packed some breakfast to bring back." Old man Lu shook his head in disapproval. "Yin Yin, regardless of the circumstances, your actions were somewhat inappropriate. Qin He and Enan have gone out for breakfast. If he harbors any resentment, it is only natural." With a weary expression, Lu stood up, his gaze towards Lu Ruoyan imbued with complexity. "You are such a clever child. Your academic and professional endeavors are a source of pride for me. Yet it seems that extremes can lead to downfall. While you both excel in your careers, you are utterly befuddled when it comes to matters of the heart. I have no further counsel to offer, but I hope you can discern the feelings of those around you." Lu Ruoyan felt reluctant to contradict the elder's sentiments and obediently acquiesced, although she harbored a surge of anger within. After all, she could not candidly tell her grandfather about the marks left on her body by Qin He the previous night. His grip had been rather forceful. Despite her condition, he still felt jealous of Chen Zian, which was utterly baffling. Moreover, she had sent him a message when she could not return home. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan glanced at the breakfast in her hand, her temper flaring as she raised her hand to discard it. But ultimately, she placed it down gently, deciding to take it to the company for Qin He. After a brief tidying and changing into appropriate attire, Lu Ruoyan sent Do Do off to school before returning to the office. Upon her arrival, she requested someone to brew her coffee. Coincidentally, her secretary was on leave today, so Ellie filled in temporarily. Lu Ruoyan glanced at the breakfast laid out on the table and casually remarked to Ai Li, "Please ask Qin He to bring me a cup of coffee." "Qin He?" Ai Li's voice was laced with confusion. Lu Ruoyan, feeling guilty, hastily concocted an excuse. "Well, I heard someone mention that Qin He is quite skilled at brewing coffee. Could you ask him to make me a cup?" In truth, Lu Ruoyan wished to summon Qin He, hoping to share the breakfast with him. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself feeling quite awkward, resorting to such a feeble excuse. Ai Li, however, did not perceive any issue with the vice president requesting Qin He to make coffee. Instead, she regarded Lu Ruoyan with a peculiar expression. "But Qin He has resigned. Weren't you aware? The company announcement has already been issued." Chapter 36. Lu Ruoyan's shock at Qin He's resignation. "What did you say? Qin He has already resigned?" Lu Ruoyan's typically serene brows furrowed, an incongruous memory of her prior conversation with Ai Li flashing through her mind. causing her cold gaze to turn sharply towards her. I mentioned last time that if it was unsuitable, he should resign. So, you facilitated his resignation? AI Lee, taken aback by Lu Ruoyan's frigid stare, felt her voice rise in pitch. How could this be possible? I am merely a member of the Administrative Logistics Department. I have no authority to dismiss anyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's expression softened slightly. Do tell, what exactly transpired? It was Qin He who resigned of his own accord. He was infuriated over the previous bonus mishap and, in a fit of anger, decided to quit. AI Lee continued, observing Lu Ruoyan's reaction. This Qin He really has a temper. The general manager has already stated it was an error on the part of the executive office, and they even returned the bonus to him, yet he still insists on resigning. One can only surmise that he has been spoiled by that wealthy mistress of his, emboldened by her support. Honestly, he cannot withstand even the slightest grievance. The youth of today are truly fragile. Will he find such a good job after leaving Lu's? Lu Ruoyan remained silent, merely instructing AI Lee to prepare a cup of coffee for her. AI Lee brewed the coffee and handed it to Lu Ruoyan. Upon taking a sip, Lu Ruoyan frowned and placed the ceramic cup down with a thud. AI Lee, do you know how to make coffee? AI Lee, flustered, responded. General Manager Lu, is there something wrong with my preparation? I used instant coffee. If you need sugar or milk, please tell me, and I will brew another cup. Lu Ruoyan replied coolly. I prefer my coffee without sugar or milk. Oh, very well. I shall prepare a cup of black coffee instead. Soon, AI Lee returned with a freshly brewed cup of black coffee. Lu Ruoyan took a sip and, with a sardonic smile, remarked, Why is this so bitter? AI Lee's face contorted in confusion, thinking to herself, if black coffee isn't bitter, what can it be called? However, before she could explain, Lu Ruoyan opened her folder and said in a measured tone, AI Lee, if you cannot even make a cup of coffee properly, what use is there in keeping you here? Upon hearing this, AI Lee's face turned pale. I will make another cup right away. That's unnecessary, Lu Ruoyan replied while reviewing documents. I am assigning you to the warehouse to register office supplies. Return when you have learned how to make coffee. The thought of the warehouse being located one floor underground, filled with laborers moving goods, drained the color from AI Lee's face. General Manager Lu, how could I possibly go to such a place? Besides, if I go there, I will lose my edge when it comes to future blind dates. Lu Ruoyan smiled faintly. What is this? Cannot bear even the slightest inconvenience? The youth of today truly are delicate. After a pause, she regarded AI Lee's pale countenance. Where do you wish to resign? After leaving Lu's, where will you find such a good job? Don't you agree? AI Lee? The sound crashed down, draining the last vestige of color from Ailey's face. Deputy General Lu Ruoyan smiled lightly. You are indeed correct about one thing. Qin, he has been spoiled by the wealthy. But what can I say? I willingly indulge him. As long as he is mine for a day, I will not permit anyone to slander him. With a thunderous impact, Ailey nearly lost her footing. What? You mean Qin, he is yours? Ailey shook her head repeatedly. But what about Director Chen? Lu Ruoyan didn't even bother to glance at her. Ailey, I am not fond of others prying into my personal life. As she spoke, she typed on her computer. Your personnel transfer order has been activated. Report to the warehouse immediately. Of course, you have another option, to resign. Now leave. Ailey felt as though she might collapse, dazedly preparing to exit the office. Just as she turned, Lu Ruoyan's voice echoed from behind. No one knows about my relationship with Qin He. As you walk through this door, be mindful of what should and should not be said. Mindful. Ailey nearly wept. Had she known that Qin He was Lu Ruoyan's bedfellow, she would never have gifted him a thong. At that moment, Ailey realized that Lu Ruoyan's ire was not merely due to her earlier teasing remarks, but rather because of the suggestive gift she had bestowed upon Qin He. Oh heavens! She wished she could strike herself. Yet, upon further reflection, it suddenly seemed quite reasonable. A man of Qin He's caliber could only be maintained by someone like Lu Ruoyan. After Ailey departed, Lu Ruoyan gazed at the fluctuating stock market data on her computer, finding it impossible to focus. However, the thought struck her, if Qin He were not present, would the resistance to advancing the AI laboratory diminish significantly? After all, no one would be there to act as a mouthpiece for her cousin. With this realization, Lu Ruoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was for the best that Qin He left. He could gain some experience out there. Once my laboratory is established, I can always bring him back. Lu Ruoyan muttered to herself, quickly dismissing the matter of Qin He's departure from her mind. She believed that his absence would ultimately benefit her. Meanwhile, in the office, Qin He stared blankly at his WeChat page. He had set his phone to silent the previous night and had missed Lu Ruoyan's messages. There were two in total. The first, sent at 2:30 a.m., recounted how Lin Yuan had struck a wealthy heir with a bottle, mentioning that she, along with Lin Yuan and Chen Ziyan, were at the police station and likely Wu Ti returned soon. The second message, sent at 3:30 a.m., included a short video from the police station, advising him to rest as the situation was still unresolved. Qin He's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He pondered whether Lu Ruoyan was informing him of her whereabouts, a behavior that had never occurred before. Could it be that Lu Ruoyan truly wished to start anew with him, as Luja suggested? The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became, prompting him to command himself to focus and angrily code thousands of lines. He also convened an impromptu technical meeting. When he articulated his vision for a Deep Talk software, it garnered unanimous acclaim from those present. Deep Talk ostensibly functions as an AI-driven conversational platform, designed to save users search time while possessing the ability to answer inquiries and engage in thoughtful discourse. However, this is merely a fraction of my ambition. My intention is to use it as a prototype, one that can continuously evolve and extend its influence across various sectors, including hospitality, banking, insurance, home automation, and the automotive industry. As Qin He concluded his remarks, the venue resonated with enduring applause. He exchanged a knowing smile with his senior sister, Yao Jing. Indeed, it seems that dedicating oneself to one's career suits me best, Qin He mused with a self-deprecating smile. As for his thoughts on Lu Ruoyan, he found them inscrutable. Yet, he navigated industry-related matters with remarkable ease. As the workday drew to a close, Ran Ning and Lin Yuan arrived at the office to find Lu Ruoyan, inviting Chen Ziyan to join them for dinner. Glancing at her watch, Ran Ning suggested, "There's still time. Let us first make a trip to the car dealership before we dine." Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan readily agreed. However, Chen Ziyan felt a twinge of discomfort. During his time in Italy, he often shared solitary meals with Lu Ruoyan, devoid of the company of Lin Yuan and Ran Ning. Yet, upon returning home, he found it increasingly difficult to secure moments alone with Lu Ruoyan. He could even sense a noticeable coolness in her demeanor towards him. This led to a growing resentment towards the women who frequently sought his company under the guise of gratitude. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to accompany them to the dealership, unable to refuse Ran Ying's invitation. Upon entering, Lu Ruoyan's gaze fell upon a particularly stunning race car. Is this the legendary vehicle that clinched the F1 championship in 2015? She inquired. Ran Ning nodded in affirmation. From 2015? Chen Ziyan frowned, displaying a hint of disdain. Is such an antiquated car still of any utility? Absolutely. Both Ran Ning and Lu Ruoyan exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with excitement. Lu Ruoyan elaborated. This champion car achieved its first place due to its exceptional specifications, thus possessing considerable research value. However, many race cars suffer from significant wear and tear after rally competitions. Chen Ziyan voiced his dissent. Ran Ning nodded thoughtfully. Thus emerged a prodigy who meticulously restored and rejuvenated this championship vehicle, bringing its performance back to factory standards. Remarkably, this individual was only 15 at the time. Indeed, Lu Ruoyan affirmed, adding that the car's performance and components have been entirely restored, causing its price to soar to an astonishing 100 million. Chen Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million? For a used car? These wealthy individuals truly defy my imagination. At that moment, Ran Ning kicked at a man sprawled beneath the car, revealing his long legs clad in jeans. Hey, did you hear that? This antique car is worth 100 million. Possibly even more now. You better fix it properly. If there's even a hint of wear, we're not done here. As her voice echoed, the man slid out from beneath the vehicle. Lu Ruoyan, Ran Ning, and Lin Yuan exclaimed in unison upon seeing the handsome face, slightly marred by traces of grease, yet still exuding charm. Qin He, is that you? Chapter 37. Chun Zian urged Qin He to seek Lu Ruoyan. When Qin He first laid eyes on Lu Ruoyan, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. However, he quickly regained his composure, removing the white gloves from his hands. His visit to the auto repair shop was motivated by a friend's request and a desire to gather data on this championship vehicle, as well as a touch of nostalgia for the car he had worked on a decade prior. Chun Zian, oblivious to Qin He's circumstances, could not help but smile at the sight of him covered in grease, feigning concern as he spoke. Qin He, having left the Lu family business, what brings you to such a place? Perhaps you could plead with Ruoyan to have you return to Lu S. This will surely bring her embarrassment. Hearing this, Ranning scoffed derisively. With his education, having departed from Lu's, he amounts to nothing. Of course, he can only work as a mechanic here. Did he expect to sit in an office instead? Qin He paid little mind to their back-and-forth banter, striding towards a nearby chair, turning his back to them as he shed his work uniform for his own white shirt. As he did so, his well-defined back muscles rippled with the movement. Lu Ruoyan, lost in thought, felt her face flush and instinctively averted her gaze, while Lin Yuan bit her lip, nearly compelled to reach out and touch him. No wonder she and T encountered anyone appealing at the bar lately. Her tastes had been refined by Qin He. In truth, the incident that led her to strike that wealthy heir had its roots in her feelings for Qin He. She had previously dated the heir, and their relationship had nearly escalated. Overall, she had a decent impression of him. Yet, that night, when the man approached her to flirt, she found everything about him displeasing and turned him down. After repeated refusals, he mistook her shyness for coyness and continued to touch her. Angered, she swung a bottle at his head. The heir retaliated, calling her a cheap woman, claiming she had been the same before. Their confrontation escalated, threatening to involve their families, ultimately leading to a visit from the police. Sighing, Lin Yuan lamented, having witnessed Qin He's model-like physique and handsome face, how could she settle for anyone else? At that moment, the auto shop owner approached Qin He, inquiring, "How is it coming along?" Having changed into his white shirt, Qin He wiped the grease from his face and turned to explain. The rusted components have been replaced. However, there are issues with the car's computer system. It appears to be a result of infrequent use and the damp weather from the recent rains. Upon hearing about the programming issues, the shop owner's brow furrowed in concern. What are we to do? Repairing the system bugs should suffice, Qin He replied, retrieving his laptop from his bag and connecting it to the car's system with a data cable. Ranning watched in astonishment, her eyes widening. Qin He, do you truly know what you're doing? Do you have any idea how valuable my brother's car is? It's worth a full 100 million. If you damage it, can you afford the consequences? Unaware of the underlying tension between them, the shop owner chuckled, attempting to reassure Ranning. Miss Ran, rest assured, Qin He comes highly recommended by my peers. He mentioned that if Qin He cannot handle this task, no one in this vibrant metropolis could. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan furrowed their brows, feeling that the owner's statement was somewhat exaggerated. Meanwhile, Chun Zian looked at Qin He in astonishment, pondering whether Qin He had previously been a mechanic with extensive experience. The car shop owner's expression turned awkwardly stiff. He contemplated stating that Qin He might not necessarily be a mechanic, but rather an engineering expert from a reputable manufacturer, perhaps even a director of automotive repair. However, given his lack of familiarity with Qin He refrained from voicing such thoughts. In the fleeting moment of distraction, Qin He had already tucked away his notebook and emerged from the vehicle with a calm demeanor, as if he had not overheard their conversation at all. It's all taken care of. So soon? The car shop owner was left agape. Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan shared the same astonishment as they turned to him. Conversely, Chun Zian appeared hesitant, finally furrowing his brow and stating, Qin He, we all know that the restoration process cannot possibly be this swift. Could it be that there is no actual issue with the vehicle, and you're merely saying this? That is undoubtedly the case. Ranning rolled her eyes, speaking without hesitation. However, before Qin He could respond, the car shop owner had already started the vehicle, exclaiming excitedly, the car really can start. It was important to note that when the vehicle was brought in, it couldn't even be ignited. The owner quickly exited the car and turned to Ranning, saying, Miss Ran, please inspect the vehicle. If all is well, kindly settle the repair fee. Ranning glanced at the owner's invoice, and her voice rose several octaves. What? This minor repair costs over $1 million. Chen Xian's face mirrored her shock. That amount could easily purchase him 2 BMWs. Surely, the owner wasn't attempting to swindle them. Owner, you can't extort like this. Do you even know who she is? She is the eldest daughter of the Rand family. The owner chuckled helplessly. Miss Rand, I wouldn't dare to swindle your esteemed family. After all, the Rand family possesses an undeniable influence in this city. He wondered if he had lost his mind to target the Rand family. Miss Rand, the maintenance fee for luxury vehicles is merely a fraction of the car's value. As is the industry standard, this is not just a luxury car. It is an extraordinary antique racing car. The maintenance costs for racing cars are significantly higher than those for luxury vehicles, especially considering the expense of their components. Moreover, no one in the city dares to take on a racing car of this caliber for fear of damaging it. It was only after repeated assurances from young Master Rand that I would handle it confidently that I accepted the job. I even offered a discount, which he approved before leaving the car with me. Ranning coldly regarded the owner and made a call to her brother. Upon learning that the car could start, her brother was particularly elated and instructed, give him the money. The disparity in value between a racing car estimated at 100 million that can start and one that cannot is astronomical. The young master of the Rand family would undoubtedly grasp this principle. Ranning hung up the phone, her lips pursed in displeasure, and she promptly transferred over a sum exceeding 1 million to the car dealership owner. It was not so much the money that troubled her, but rather her reluctance to grant Qin he such an easy victory. Upon receiving the transfer, the dealership owner immediately forwarded the agreed sum of 100,000 yuan to Qin He via Alipay. Mr. Qin, please accept this, and I look forward to your assistance in the future, the owner said with polite formality. Qin He appreciated such cultured manners and acknowledged him with a nod. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, standing nearby, was consumed by jealousy, his lips twitching in discontent. It had only been a short while since he had merely tinkered with the computer and declared it repaired. Earning such an easy 100,000 seemed almost too effortless. After accepting the payment, Qin He intended to depart, but Ranning, clutching the repair invoice, called out to him. Wait a moment. The system bug fix is valued at 200,000. How can you prove that you have indeed rectified the program's vulnerabilities? Chapter 38. Ranning, pouring half of the fuel, I want Qin He to die. Lu Ruoyan, upon hearing these words, cast a calm and measured glance at Qin He. In truth, she too was intrigued by whether Qin He would indeed rectify the system flaws of this racing car. After all, her cousin had perpetually extolled Qin He's remarkable skills and prowess. Furthermore, she understood that addressing the programming flaws of such a vintage racing car was no trivial task. This was precisely why F1 teams would spare no expense in seeking out Robinson, willing to offer him handsome salaries. Observing the situation, the owner of the garage lowered his voice and implored Qin He, is there any way you can prove it? Please help me out. I shall remember this favor, for I genuinely fear this young lady might go mad and send someone to vandalize my shop. Qin He patted his shoulder reassuringly, gesturing for him to remain calm, before turning his attention to Ranning. I have a way to prove it. I indeed repair the flaws. I have a habit of recording my processes while coding. With that, Qin He retrieved his notebook from his bag, placed it on the coffee table, and displayed the recent recording for them to see. Lu Ruoyan, familiar with such matters, was the first to approach and examine it. Chen Xian followed suit. On the screen, the car's diagnostic software revealed a chaotic program upon connection to the data line, showcasing multiple bugs. Subsequently, a flurry of code appeared, moving at such a rapid pace that both Lu Ruoyan and Chen Xian found it difficult to follow, as if they were witnessing an illusion. Ultimately, the recording concluded with an OK notification, indicating that the system had been fully restored. Lu Ruoyan, astonished, turned to Qin He. How do you understand all of this? And your coding speed is astonishing. Qin He simply replied, self-taught. He was not incorrect. In reality, these concepts were not typically covered in university courses. Much of it stemmed from individual research and relentless practice outside the classroom. Lu Ruoyan remained somewhat in shock. At that moment, Ranning inquired, well, was it truly a system issue? Lu Ruoyan nodded. To say there were flaws in the system is an understatement. Your brother's vintage car was essentially rendered inoperative. Qin He just re-established this system using programming languages from a decade ago. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, her tone carried an undercurrent of excitement. However, Cheney noticed this and, recalling her earlier messages to him, felt a pang in his heart. He inwardly chided himself for his lack of resolve, packed away his notebook, and prepared to leave. Yet, Ranning stepped in front of him, blocking his path. You cannot leave just yet. While you have demonstrated that you repaired the racing car's program, how will you prove that the car is now functioning properly? Cheney, repeatedly challenged by Ranning, felt his expression grow colder. How do you propose I prove it? Quite simply, she replied, a playful smirk gracing her lips, since it is a racing car. It must be able to run on the track and win to demonstrate that it is indeed problem-free. I know there is a local championship taking place at the back mountain tonight. If you can place this car in the top 3, I will concede that you have indeed repaired it. The back mountain? Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted slightly. After all, there lay the treacherous Death Valley. She wished to voice her concerns, but Chen Zian restrained her hand. Yin Yin, it's not as exaggerated as everyone claims. The Death Valley? I've traversed it myself on several occasions. I'll accompany Chen He during the competition, and I'll ensure his safety at the turn. Upon hearing about the Back Mountain Championship, a smirk involuntarily graced Chen Zian's lips. The previous drone race had been a fluke. He found it hard to believe that Chen He would be so fortunate again as to triumph over him. It is worth noting that he had navigated that terrain countless times. Initially, upon discovering that these affluent young ladies had a penchant for racing, he had exerted considerable effort to win their favor. Moreover, Ranning had even enlisted numerous professional racers to instruct him. In the realm of racing, he was confident he could outshine Chen He. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, Lin Yuan intervened. Yin Yin, your words 1T suffice. She lowered her voice, whispering into Lu Ruoyan's ear about how Chen Mu had made things difficult for Ranning. Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened. Lin Yuan nodded at her. Indeed. As a sister, you must allow Ranning to reclaim some dignity. Chen He raised an eyebrow at Ran Ying's words. I've never heard of a mechanic needing to ensure that a car they repaired can win a race. A subtle smile played at his lips. So, are you afraid? The challenge was palpable in Ran Ying's gaze. Chen He remained unfazed. Ranning, your time is your own. Does that mean others' time holds no value? Why should I feel compelled to prove that the car can place in the top 3 just because you wish it? Instead, let us make this thrilling. How shall we proceed? Ranning narrowed her cold eyes, assessing Chen He. With an air of calm confidence, he continued, let us wager 500,000. If I place in the top 3, you'll give me 500,000 and acknowledge that the car has been repaired properly, without making life difficult for the garage owner. Conversely, if I lose, I'll pay you 500,000 and return the 100,000 I spent on repairs. What do you say? Deal. A smile graced Ranning's lips as she thought to herself that the 500,000 would undoubtedly be hers. Once she secured the sum from Chen He, it would surely alleviate some of the frustration caused by Chen Mu's antics. Soon, the group exited the garage, each heading towards the back mountain in their vehicles. Before getting in his car, Chen He found Lu Ruoyan approaching him. With a detached demeanor, she withdrew a card from her bag and handed it to him. There's 500,000 on this card. If the race concludes, you can give this to Ranning. Chen He fixed his gaze on her, a smile dancing on his lips. Are you so certain I will lose? Lu Ruoyan remained silent, lost in thought. Believing her silence to be an acquiescence, Chen He lightly declined the card and entered his vehicle. Once he drove away, Lin Yuan approached Lu Ruoyan, tapping her shoulder as she walked in her heels. Who would have thought? Chen He is quite principled. Lu Ruoyan retracted the bank card without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, the group shared a simple meal before arriving punctually at the back mountain. On the way, Chen Zian asked Ranning to arrange a racing car for him. With confidence shining in her eyes, she replied, don't worry. Just after dining, I instructed someone to procure the latest racing car for you. The system is vastly superior to the antiquated vehicles of a decade ago. Chen Zian, I implore you to assist me in delivering a resounding blow to Chen He's pride. Miss Ran, rest assured, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wish. Ranning smirked coldly, her eyes narrowing into slits, and her voice languid. That is indeed certain. As she spoke, she turned to her subordinate. Drain half the fuel from the car that Chen He is to drive. Upon hearing this, her subordinate's expression shifted. Miss, there won't be enough fuel in high-speed racing that could lead to fatalities. Oh, Ranning donned an indifferent expression, asking, what concern is that of mine? It is Qin He's lack of capability, and the Death Valley is perilous. It is not I who placed him in danger. Chapter 39. Is Qin Mu here to collect Qin He's corpse? His subordinates, aware of this young lady's formidable prowess, dare not offend her. They obediently siphoned off nearly half of the fuel and infused it with a special liquid. This concoction enabled the oil to suspend, allowing the fuel gauge to remain undetected at the onset of the drive. However, once the vehicle hit the racetrack and the liquid evaporated due to heat, the gauge would gradually reflect the true level of fuel. After completing this task, Ran Ying's subordinate silently muttered a prayer, Amit Ba. Brother, if you become a ghost, do not come seeking me. I am but a laborer, fulfilling the orders of our young lady. If there are grievances, seek her out. After his cryptic murmurs, he withdrew. With this maneuver in place, Chen Zian felt increasingly confident about winning the race. Soon, both he and Qin He donned their racing suits. Chen Zian sported a red and white ensemble, while Qin He was clad in a striking blue and white outfit. As they emerged, a chorus of ecstatic screams erupted from the throng of racing enthusiasts, particularly women, as the two represented contrasting archetypes. Chen Zian, with his scholarly appearance and slender build, exuded a charming vulnerability in his racing suit. In stark contrast, Qin He possessed a deep, sophisticated visage and a robust physique that filled the suit flawlessly, radiating an aura of virile magnetism. Many young women in the audience could not contain themselves, blushing and gasping at his presence, an undeniable, adrenaline-fueled allure. At that moment, Lin Yuan discreetly captured several photographs of Qin He, nudging the composed Lu Ruoyan with her elbow. Yin Yan, have you noticed? I used to think Chen Zian looked fine in that suit, but now that Qin He is here, he seems overshadowed. Lu Ruoyan remained unresponsive, maintaining her placid demeanor. Meanwhile, Ranning shot Lin Yuan a disapproving glance, remarking, some people are love-stricken, while others are fixated on men. What would you do without them? Are you telling me what to do? Lin Yuan retorted without hesitation. Ranning scoffed, not every man is worth your attention. It can lead to trouble. Please, is Qin He an ordinary man? He is a paragon of masculinity. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Your lack of discernment is astonishing. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly. She was perplexed by her friend's recent obsession with discussing Qin He. Yet, Lin Yuan's attitude unsettled her. At this moment, a girl seated ahead of Lu Ruoyan and her friends became animated, exclaiming, look over there. There's another handsome man. Naturally, Lin Yuan followed the direction of the girl's gaze and spotted a figure clad in a black and white racing suit. Her brow furrowed. Qin Mu? What is he doing here? Upon hearing Qin Mu's name, Ran Ying's expression soured, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What else would he be here for? To gawk at his little sweetheart, of course. Ranning vividly recalled how Qin Mu had warned her not to touch his people when he departed. She hadn't anticipated that he would keep such a close watch. At the slightest hint of movement, she came forth. How infuriating. Yet, thinking of the machinations within the fuel tank, Ran Ying's lips curled into a sly smile once more. What Qin Mu's arrival? Would he assist Qin He in pushing the car? Or perhaps collect the remains? Ranning found herself increasingly intrigued, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of a spectacular tale. She was fervently looking forward to witnessing Qin Mu's heart-wrenching despair. Before long, the time for the race approached. This rally championship was organized by the local authorities, and due to inadequate equipment and the limitations of the venue, it could not adhere entirely to the F1 staggered starting format. Thus, with a single blast of the horn, the 20 participating vehicles surged forward simultaneously, jostling for positions on the limited main thoroughfare. This heightened the thrills of the competition. Bang! Bang! Within mere minutes of the race's commencement, several luxury cars had collided violently in a desperate bid for dominance, with many rendered completely inoperable. In an instant, the scene became both tragic and exhilarating. Thick smoke billowed around, obscuring visibility. Lu Ruoyan instinctively rose to her feet, unsure of why. Lin Yuan tugged at her sleeve. Pointing to the side, look at the big screen. At this moment, the commentator fervently reported on the live happenings. Excellent. We already have 8 vehicles rushing into our mountain's main thoroughfare, officially entering the race. Currently in the lead is the champion car, renowned overseas for the past 15 years. Hot on its heels is the red Ferrari, license plate number 35s. In third place is a customized Lamborghini bearing the character Qin on its body. These three cars are closely matched. Splendid. The champion car excels, masterfully handling the turns, pulling at least 3 seconds ahead of the second place. Hearing this, Ran Ying's expression darkened, for the second place belonged to Chen Ziyan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan excitedly shook Lu Ruoyan's arm. Wow, how impressive. How does Qin He possess such diverse skills? He can repair cars, pilot drones, and now, drive a racing car so adeptly. Lu Ruoyan stared at the big screen, her gaze somewhat bewildered. The recent series of turns and drifts were nothing short of masterful, a fact she had heard coaches mention while training with Chen Ziyan. But how could Qin He have learned such skills? Was he training for Qin Mu? Qin Mu, the scion of a prestigious family, was notoriously fond of racing. And now, with his presence, did it not underscore this very point? The commentator's voice continued to resonate through the air. Here it comes, here it comes. We are finally approaching the Death Valley. This is the most formidable challenge of our championship. The roadway can barely accommodate 2 cars side by side, and the first turn is both treacherous and narrow, with an angle reaching 275 degrees. Upon completing the first turn, drivers must immediately contend with the second, which is in the opposite direction, with a turning angle of 190. Drivers must overcome the vehicle's inertia to maneuver effectively. Speeding too fast or too slow would both spell disaster. In contrast to the preceding 2 bends, the third turn is characterized by a gentler curvature, providing ample opportunity to absorb the car's inertia. However, it is also the narrowest and most perilous segment of the course, making it the spot where a vehicle is most likely to plummet over the cliff. Now, let us eagerly anticipate the performances of the leading cars. As the announcer's voice faded, gasps rippled through the crowd. Behold, that red Ferrari has collided with the leading vehicle. Lin Yuan, gazing at the large screen, was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. What on earth? Chen Ziyan just bumped into Qin He. Is he insane? She felt a pang of sympathy for the champion car, valued at a staggering 100 million. Yet, at this moment, Ranning felt no remorse whatsoever. In fact, she silently urged, crash him. It would be splendid if Qin He were to tumble down the cliff. 100 million is but a trifle to rid ourselves of this thorn in our side. This eyesore is worth every penny. Meanwhile, when Lu Ruoyan heard of Chen Ziyan's collision with Qin He, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Before she could process her thoughts further, Lin Yuan exclaimed once more, her excitement causing her to leap to her feet. Chapitre 40, Danger. Qin He discovers the car is out of fuel heavens. Qin He has actually reversed and collided with Chen Ziyan. Lin Yuan, filled with excitement, tugged at Lu Ruoyan's arm, urging her to glance at the large screen. Look, the race is all about the time taken by the vehicles. In this situation, I can't believe Qin He would reverse and crash into Chen Ziyan. It's simply astonishing. Her voice brimmed with astonishment, rather than expressing any blame. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride in her man-ass audacity. How incredibly handsome was this audacious spirit. Ranning, overhearing this, felt quite displeased. She shot a cold glance at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan remained undeterred, her grip unwavering. Soon, however, both women had no time for rivalry, as Qin He, Chen Ziyan, and Qin Mu were nearing the treacherous entrance of the Death Gorge. All three were scrambling for the advantage of being the first to pass through. Yet, while being the first across the finish line maximized one's chances of victory, it also posed the greatest danger. A collision from behind could send the lead vehicle plummeting off the cliff in an instant. All participants in this championship had signed a waiver of life and death, meaning that any accidents on the track could not legally hold others accountable. Qin He, fully aware of the risks, decided to charge towards the first turn. Splendid. The champion vehicle successfully navigated the first bend in just 8 seconds, 3 seconds faster than any previous champion. I see it now, the announcer exclaimed excitedly. By colliding with the rear vehicle, tightening its grip, and then rushing towards the bend when the opponent is momentarily distracted, one can gain an additional 3 seconds. This time can afford the driver a greater safety margin, preventing a sudden crash during the turn. One must admit, the driver of the champion vehicle displayed remarkable intelligence. Their skill was exceptional, achieving a near-perfect performance at the first turn, averaging 3 seconds faster than other competitors, with a cumulative advantage of 6 seconds. They ensured a safe passage through the Death Gorge without the threat of being ambushed from behind. Truly, a competitor of both technical prowess and strategic brilliance. Simply outstanding. Perfect. The second turn has been cleared as well. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Ranning could not help but tighten her fingers. Internally, she prayed fervently. Run out of fuel. Hurry up and run out of fuel. It would be best if the car stalled at the third checkpoint, sending it careening off the road and down the cliff. That way, Qinhe's demise would not implicate Chen Ziyan. Hurry up. Qinhe, you must die quickly. At that moment, Qinhe in the car also noticed the alarming situation with the fuel gauge. The needle was dangerously low. The fuel levels had plummeted alarmingly. He was exceeding the fuel capacity. This was not good. It seemed he was about to run out. Yet, ahead lay a perilous checkpoint. What should he do? Qinhe found it difficult to ascertain whether the remaining fuel would last him through the third checkpoint. However, stopping now was exceedingly perilous. How should he respond? Qinhe gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the first person that sprang to his mind was his daughter, Inen. In that fleeting moment, he made a resolute decision. He must survive to see Inen again. Meanwhile, the announcer continued his commentary. My goodness, what has happened to the once stellar red Ferrari? It has been overtaken by the third-place car emblazoned with the character Qin. Indeed, a significant gap has opened up. The red Ferrari now crosses the first checkpoint at a considerably reduced speed. No, it would be more accurate to say that I am familiar with the driver of the red Ferrari. His previous speed through the Death Valley checkpoint was remarkable. However, today he finds himself up against a formidable rival, a skilled driver, which has made him appear slower than usual. Our red Ferrari's driver is, in fact, a relatively steady competitor, his performance commendable. Hearing such evaluations, Chen Ziyan was driven to fury. This was clearly his domain. He had never faltered while navigating Death Valley before. Every time, he dominated his opponents. How infuriating that it was now Qinhe and Qin Mu who were besting him. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more his composure unraveled, leading to a series of delayed actions that cost him precious seconds. At that moment, the announcer's voice crackled through the broadcast, tinged with confusion. What is the champion driver in position 5 doing? Why is he retreating? We're at the last checkpoint. Charge through. You were 10 seconds ahead. There was a brief silence, followed by the announcer's exclamation of astonishment. This driver possesses remarkable skill. I've never seen anyone navigate the third checkpoint with such audacity. While his time may not be the shortest, it is undoubtedly the safest. This maneuver demonstrates a precise calculation of the car's inertia while turning, allowing it to surge straight down the final track after the bend. Such a technique minimizes the time lost in subsequent directional adjustments. Although I cannot fathom his reasoning for this approach, it is nothing short of perfection. He has successfully maneuvered through the third curve. The car now darts toward the finish line. However, its speed begins to dwindle, gradually slowing down. At this juncture, the announcer recognized the issue. Heavens. I finally understand why the fifth-place driver executed that maneuver. The announcer, now standing and pounding the table in excitement, exclaimed, it's because his car is out of fuel. My goodness. To brave Death Valley on an empty tank. Incredible. I declare, the fifth-place driver has provided us with a textbook example of navigating Death Valley on fumes. The announcer's voice quivered with emotion, overwhelmed by the extraordinary display he was witnessing, nearly brought to tears. Yet, in the next instant, his frustration erupted. Damn it, who tampered with this? If the championship car's fuel tank were filled, it could easily complete the entire course with at least a fifth of a tank remaining. There should be no possibility of running out of fuel. Who conducted the inspection? Who meddled with this? This is nothing short of murder. I firmly believe that a driver would not commit such a foolish and elementary mistake, unless he harbored a death wish. The emotions of the crowd were stirred by the commentator, prompting an outpouring of criticism. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, only someone with a modicum of influence could pass the pre-race inspection and then tamper with the fuel. If one cannot bear to lose, then one should not participate. It is simply revolting. Who knows which affluent heir is responsible for such incompetence? Ranning, upon overhearing the disparaging remarks directed at her, felt a surge of indignation, her expression stiffening as anger swelled within her. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan anxiously gazed at the champion car, which was decelerating rapidly on the big screen. The crowd sighed in collective disappointment. Oh, How bitterly regrettable. Car number 5 had performed so splendidly, yet at this pace, it would soon come to a halt, unable to reach the finish line. At that moment, some spectators began to shout encouragement. Come on. First place, push ahead. Champion, champion, champion. Number 5, you will forever be a champion in my heart. Hearing the commentator's words, Chen Ziyan couldn't help but smile. With a bit more effort, he still had a chance to clinch first place. Even if he did not secure the top spot, he could at least surpass Chen He. With this thought in mind, Chen Ziyan pressed the accelerator, propelling his vehicle forward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Chen He's car had come to a complete stop due to running out of fuel, ending its momentum. Yet, within Chen He, there was an unusual tranquility. He had survived. He would be able to see his daughter, and then, just as he resigned himself to giving up, a miracle unfolded. The entire audience erupted in excitement. Chapter 41. The arena erupts. Originally speeding ahead in his Lamborghini, Chen Mu suddenly decelerated. Even the commentator was perplexed. Why is contestant number 9, who clearly has the best chance of clinching the championship, slowing down at this moment? What on earth is going on? The commentator pounded the table in frustration. Lin Yuan, equally bewildered, glanced sideways at Lu Ruoyan. Could it be that Chen Mu is love-struck, wanting to share a fate with Chen He? If Chen He loses, does he not wish to win either? Lu Ruoyan did not respond, but a young lady in front turned around, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yuan. Wow, with that perspective, I suddenly find it quite delightful. Yes, it feels so sweet, echoed another girl nearby. Lin Yuan bit her lip in irritation. Sweet? Chen He is mine. Meanwhile, Ran Ying, having overheard Lin Yuan's analysis, secretly curled her lips in a smirk. The championship was undoubtedly in Chen Ziyan's grasp now. At that moment, Chen Ziyan's car had successfully navigated through the second and third checkpoints. Just as he prepared to steer onto the ultimate racetrack, the Lamborghini behind surged forward. With a resounding crash, it delivered a fatal blow, slamming the red Ferrari against the mountainside, causing one of its wheels to fall into a ditch. Following this, Chen Mu slowed his vehicle and collided with the rear of Chen He's championship car, pushing it forward. As they approached the finish line, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of roars and screams. My goodness, this is what the championship car deserves. Such a magnificent drive should undoubtedly secure first place. The championship is rightfully theirs. The spectators gasped. How is it that I'm watching a car race and simultaneously witnessing a romance? We wish for these two drivers to be together. Lin Yuan pinched her temples, her lips twitching as she looked at Lu Ruoyan. This is a bit absurd. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ruoyan's typically composed demeanor cracked. Yet she was acutely aware that Chen He was unscathed. Strangely, an incongruous memory of that night, when Chen He had held her, her legs provocatively draped over his waist, flashed through her mind. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yuan tugged at Lu Ruoyan. Let us head to the awards podium. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ziyan should be in third place. We ought to congratulate him. With this thought, Ran Ying followed them toward the front stage. Upon their arrival at the podium, the top 3 drivers were already positioned on the steps. Chen He claimed first place, Chen Mu secured second, while the third was a driver they did not recognize. Lin Yuan and her companions exchanged puzzled glances. Where is Ziyan? At that moment, a staff member leaned in to explain to Ran Ying. Mr. Chen's will is stuck in the ditch and cannot be freed. Upon hearing this, rather than resent Chen Ziyan for being inept, Ran Ying glared furiously at Chen Mu. It's all his fault. This is all Chen Mu's doing. Chen He, Chen Mu. This matter is far from over. Lin Yuan, overhearing this, rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking it was certainly they who were not done with her. As anticipated, having received their rewards, Chen He and Chen Mu approached Ran Ying. With a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, Chen He extended his payment code. Miss Ran, a wager is a wager. Kindly scan to remit 500,000. At this moment, the owner of the car dealership, who had hurriedly arrived, could not help but give Chen He a thumbs up. Incredible, Chen He, you truly are remarkable. My old friend did not mislead me. With that, the car dealer turned to Ran Ying with a broad smile. Miss Ran, you must now acknowledge that our dealership indeed repaired the championship vehicle of young Master Ran, correct? With a scowl, Ran Ying transferred the 500,000 to Chen He, casting a sharp glare at the car dealership owner. Yet, she felt undeniably vexed, unable to retort with a single word. As Qin He and Qin Mu prepared to depart, she hastily called out to them, "Wait, I've paid the 500,000, but what about the damage to my car?" Upon hearing this, the car dealership owner was left speechless, rolling his eyes in disbelief. It was she who had insisted on having her vehicle race to victory, and now she sought to hold him accountable for its damage. Truly, how lacking in class. Nevertheless, he replied, "Miss Ran, under these circumstances, our dealership cannot undertake any further repairs for you." After all, the car had been in the garage for too long, incurring faults unrelated to the wear and tear from racing. Moreover, running out of fuel during a race is catastrophic for the engine, a repair we cannot fully remedy. The owner endeavored to soften his words, sensing that the championship car, worth a fortune, likely suffered an irreparable engine failure. He could not fathom Miss Rant's reasoning. The vehicle had been restored, yet she insisted on creating this turmoil. The loss would undoubtedly exceed 1 million. Upon hearing this, Ranning realized that, given the extent of the car's damage, she could not possibly explain the situation to her elder brother, and she urgently grasped Cheney's arm. "Then you cannot leave. You must compensate my brother for this car." "On what grounds?" He coldly shrugged off her grasp. "Simply because you damaged my brother's prized vehicle? Simply because Qin Mu crashed my brother's Ferrari for your sake?" With that, Ranning commanded her subordinates with authority, "Seize Qin He and deliver him to my brother for his direct handling." Unfazed, Qin Mu regarded the surrounding henchmen with a steely gaze. "I would like to see who dares." With a mere phrase, the bodyguards of the Qin family emerged, standing resolutely before Qin Mu and Qin He. Qin Mu cast a disdainful glance at Ranning. "I have warned you, do not touch my people. The championship car and the Ferrari are the price to pay. Should there be another incident, Miss Ran, you best ensure you can withstand my wrath." With that, he casually draped his arm over Qin He's shoulder and began to leave. Teasing, "Come now, call me big brother for my ears to hear." "Get lost." Qin He retaliated with a swift kick. Qin Mu playfully slapped him on the backside. "You little rascal, do you not have a word of gratitude? I truly spoil you." Witnessing this, Lin Yuan was consumed by jealousy. "What is this? Such banter should be mine to share. How infuriating! That wretched Qin Mu dares to steal away my man." However, she cast another glance at Qin Mu's appearance and physique, which were indeed commendable. Although he did not stir her heart as Qin He did, he was still pleasing to her eyes. At this moment, she recalled a saying from an online acquaintance: "The three of us living well together is more important than anything." Suddenly, she allowed a soft laugh. Lin Yuan, carefree as ever, provoked a glare of annoyance from Ranning. Was she still pondering over men at this time? Had she forgotten about Zi-In and how to console him? Lin Yuan shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. "But you, Lady Ran, are here to help." With that, she signaled the bodyguard from the Ran family to assist Zi-In and bring him out. Ranning was so infuriated that she could hardly bear to look at Lin Yuan. In contrast, Lin Yuan wore an expression of indifference, fully aware of the source of Ran Ying's frustration. Not only did the Ferrari require extensive repairs, but even the championship car, valued at over 100 million, was experiencing issues, guaranteeing a severe reprimand upon their return home. This time, Ranning had indeed suffered a loss rather than a gain. Thus, if her words came out a bit sharp, so be it. She chose not to hold it against Ranning. Lin Yuan glanced again at Lu Ruoyan, who appeared lost in thought. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Lu Ruoyan's mind was preoccupied with the intimate interactions between Qin Mu and Qin He, causing her brows to furrow involuntarily. Since both Qin He and Qin Mu shared the surname Qin, could it be possible that they were related? Otherwise, why would Qin Mu constantly insist on having Qin He call him brother? Chapter 42. Lu Ruoyan's commoner husband. Brother? He is indeed a romantic interest. Ranning spoke with a sarcastic tone, casting a scornful glance at Lu Ruoyan. "Have you forgotten how Qin He relentlessly pursued you for marriage? Moreover, I have investigated and discovered that Qin Mu is a homosexual. He has never been seen with a woman. His family suggested a marriage alliance. He bluntly stated that he already has a beloved man, and that man shares his surname. In the future, any adopted children will also bear the surname Qin. Is that not clear enough?" Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Ruoyan in astonishment. "Could it be that Qin He is using you to have children? Dodo and In both bear the surname Qin. Does that not mean they are his children?" "Absolutely not. Lu Ruoyan vehemently denied, stating that they had been intimate just the night before. There is no way Qin he could be gay. Upon hearing that they had been intimate the previous night, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. If Qin he had desires, why would he seek Lu Ruoyan? Could he not pursue her instead? Truly, it seems she must intensify her efforts to convey her feelings to Qin he. Furthermore, she was determined to win this bet with her friends. At that moment, Chen Zian was pulled out of the mangled Ferrari by his bodyguard, looking utterly disheveled. He limped toward Lu Ruoyan and Ranning and Lin Yuan. I apologize for causing you embarrassment. Without a moment's thought, Ranning comforted him. It's not your fault. It's all Qin Mu's underhanded tactics. Otherwise, you would have been in first place. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself, who really started the underhanded tactics? Clearly, she had been the one to sabotage Qin He's racing car by draining half its fuel, while Qin Mu's actions were merely retaliatory. However, Lin Yuan chose to remain silent, not wishing to provoke the Ran family. She discreetly shot a glance at Chen Zian, feeling inexplicably that since she had set her sights on Qin He, Chen Zian had become increasingly unappealing to her. At that moment, Chen Zian awkwardly stole a glance at Lu Ruoyan, only to find her lost in thought, completely oblivious to his presence. He thought to himself, perhaps it is for the best. It is better that she does not notice this disheveled appearance. Yet in the next instant, he felt a pang of discomfort. Everything has changed. Lu Ruoyan no longer regarded him as she once did. Darn it, all of this is Qin He's fault. Chen Zian ground his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Lu Ruoyan remained oblivious to his troubled expression, calmly stating, you all handle the aftermath. I must take my leave. Dodo is at home, and I am not at ease. With that, Lu Ruoyan departed first. After she left, Lin Yuan also felt disinterested and followed suit. Once they had gone, a reporter with a camera approached Ranning, asking, Miss Ran, will the report continue? If not, what about the remaining payment? Before he could finish, Ranning shot him a fierce glare. Get lost. The reporter immediately fell silent and left in disappointment. This reporter had been called in by Ranning to document Chen Zian's victory, only to have everything ruined by Qin He. Ranning was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. That damned Qin He, time and again opposing her and sabotaging her efforts to support Chen Zian. She would never let him off the hook. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Ran Ying's eyes. After driving away the reporters, they naturally ceased their coverage of Chen Zian. However, that very evening, Chen Zian unexpectedly rose to prominence. The reason behind this was that someone who attended the banquet that day captured a photograph of Lu Ruoyan and Chen Zian at the championship venue and excitedly shared it in her group chat. Look, it's Lu Ruoyan's husband. I told you before, Lu Ruoyan is propping up her commoner husband, but you didn't believe it. What happened? Lu Ruoyan even splurged to borrow a luxurious Ferrari from the Ran family's eldest daughter, hoping her commoner husband would shine at the championship. I heard that reporters bought a lot of this news, waiting for that commoner husband to break into the top 3 for extensive coverage. But in the end, it all went downhill. The individual shared numerous photos, which then went viral. Within half an hour, Chen Zian's image and the conversation records with this woman were disseminated on Weibo, sparking heated discussions. Oh my, truly a case of mud that cannot stick to the wall. Indeed, his wife repeatedly provides him with opportunities, yet he can't seem to rise. Such a waste of that face. He looks quite refined, and with glasses. His demeanor is rather appealing. I heard he's a returnee, with commendable credentials. To be fair, his resume is impressive, but he's facing formidable opponents. Sister Ruoyan, take a look at me, support me. I have long legs, I'm attentive and capable. What nonsense is that upstairs? A wealthy family wouldn't wants such a commoner. Confidential. This person works at Lu's, frequently seen accompanying Lu Ruoyan. Their relationship is quite good. I've heard that his position was arranged by Lu Ruoyan, and his salary significantly exceeds that of his role. Everyone should ponder on that. Alas, if their relationship is strong, why must they bring it into the limelight for validation? You don't understand. If that man gains national popularity, it will add value to Lu's. Otherwise, he would drag Lu Ruoyan down to the margins of the family. Wealthy families value worth above all. It is uncertain whether netizens have a particular fascination with such high society gossip, but that night, the hidden husband of the Lu family, who had a racing mishap, surged to the local Trending topics. Chen Xian's face had undoubtedly become widely recognized. When Chen Xian saw the trending topic, he felt no shame. Rather, he poured himself a glass of wine in his rented apartment, feeling quite pleased. He thought perhaps this was good news for him. Now, the outside world regarded him as Lu Ruoyan's husband, and the Lu family would inevitably take notice. When Qin He and Lu Ruoyan divorced, he might ascend to a prominent position, and perhaps the Lu family would turn a blind eye, allowing him to become Lu Ruoyan's legitimate husband. After all, wealthy families value their reputation. Compared to Lu Ruoyan's divorce and remarriage, they would certainly prefer to acknowledge him as her sole husband from the beginning to the end. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Ruoyan was confronted by Lu Zhe, who thrust the trending topic in her face. "Sister, are you aware of this matter?" Lu Ruoyan glanced at it and nodded lightly. "Moments ago in the garage, numerous individuals attempted to contact me." "Very well, now you are aware. It is imperative that you promptly clarify that Chen Xian is neither your husband nor our brother-in-law." Lu Zhe tightly grasped Lu Ruoyan's hand. Lu Ruoyan, however, with a calm demeanor, gently withdrew her hand. "This matter cannot be addressed in the manner you propose." "Why not?" Lu Zhe gazed at Lu Ruoyan in confusion. Chapter 43. Is Chen Xian the legitimate wife, and Qin He the mistress? In stark contrast to Lu Zhe's agitation, Lu Ruoyan maintained her icy demeanor, her voice a mere whisper. The more one attempts to clarify such matters, the more muddled they become. With that thought, she turned to ascend the stairs. Lu Zhe, fuming, positioned himself in front of her to block her path. "Sister, what will brother-in-law think if you refuse to address this? Have you considered his feelings? After all, your relationship has only just begun to improve, and you truly wish to wound brother-in-law as hard over such rumors?" Images of the recent conversation with Ran Ying regarding Qin Mu surfaced in Lu Ruoyan's mind, causing her expression to harden. "Zhe, I appreciate your concern for us, but I genuinely believe our current situation is quite satisfactory. Dodo feels the same. He does not restrict my interactions, and I do not intrude upon his social freedoms. Of course, should he stray, I would willingly dissolve our marriage." With that declaration, Lu Ruoyan ascended the stairs and retreated to her room. Once she had discarded her bag, she instinctively poured herself a glass of wine and stepped onto the terrace to sip it. Her mind was tumultuous, echoing with Ran Ying's earlier phone call. "Yin Yan, this situation may cause you some distress. Since the notion that Xian is your secret husband has unexpectedly gained traction, we must capitalize on this narrative. After all, any publicity, even negative, is still publicity. Moreover, public perception of Xian as your concealed spouse will facilitate his access to resources and societal acknowledgement. Yin Yan, our time in the laboratory is limited. Although this may be unfair to Qin He, it is he who has caused Xian to become what he is today. He bears some responsibility. Yin Yan, if your family becomes upset, I will assume full accountability. I will personally explain everything to them. As for Qin He, you intended to divorce him anyway, so his thoughts are of little consequence." Lu Ruoyan tightened her grip on the wine glass, internally agreeing with Ran Ying's words. In this matter, she could only choose to apologize to Qin He, vowing to find a chance to make amends later. The truth was, she felt a sense of reluctance. Establishing the largest AI laboratory in the country and collaborating with Robinson was her dream. She truly did not wish to relinquish it. "Give me 2 more years. By then, if this aspiration remains unattainable, I will accept my fate and live harmoniously with Qin He." Upon receiving Lu Ruoyan's consent, Ran Ying commenced her quest online to generate momentum, vigorously promoting Chen Xian. To say the least, Chen Xian's credentials are truly impressive. "Wow, he is a graduate of a top 10 university abroad. Indeed, my senior was in the same cohort. The faculty held him in high regard." Absolutely. It's infuriating. Those individuals are tarnishing his reputation. He won numerous research awards while at school, and he was the champion of the campus drone racing competition. He even participated in the Formula Friendship Rally abroad and clinched the championship. Is it so unreasonable for him to return home and compete? Exactly. Even the best can falter. How can one entirely dismiss a person based on 1 or 2 missteps? I sense that he did not take this competition seriously, resulting in a lapse of attention. After all, he is a legitimate champion of rally racing. Is that not more impressive than this? Those who compare Chen Zian to the men recognized by Mr. are utterly absurd. One is a returning graduate, while the other is merely a grimy mechanic. Goodness, it has come to light. There are images to substantiate it. That mechanic infiltrated the gala with the intent to seduce Qin Mu. It was only due to Qin Mu that Mr. unexpectedly granted him a favorable countenance. My word, to pursue a wealthy heiress with aspirations of entering a prestigious family is one thing, but to set sights on the head of the Qin family is quite another. Ha ha! This fellow's path is indeed peculiar. Am I the only one who finds him quite astute? The competition for wealthy women is exceedingly fierce. His approach is truly unparalleled. I cannot fathom how Mr. would take a liking to such a disheveled mechanic. Ranning manipulated online sentiment to disparage Qin He, simultaneously promoting Chen Zian and elevating his notoriety. Upon witnessing the derogatory comments, Lu Zhe and Lu Kiki became incensed. Concerned for Qin He's feelings, they hurriedly purchased an assortment of snacks, barbecues, and beer, driving to his apartment to offer comfort. When they arrived, Inen had already fallen asleep. Qin He led them to the small balcony of the apartment where they sipped beer and engaged in lively conversation. Lu Zhe discreetly glanced at Qin He, noticing a familiar indifference on his face akin to his sister's, and could not resist asking him, "Brother-in-law, do you really not feel angered by their disparaging remarks online that render you worthless?" Qin He replied with a faint smile, "I am aware that their statements are not grounded in truth, but they also claim that Chen Zian is my sister's clandestine husband. Aren't you upset about that?" Lu Zhe exclaimed, gripping the beer can tightly until it began to bend. Qin He raised his beer can to clink with Lu Zhe's, stating, "Our agreement has expired. It is her prerogative." As he spoke, memories of that night with Lu Ruoyan at the old residence flooded his mind. No matter how long they had been married or how many intimate moments they shared, Lu Ruoyan always retained an air of bashfulness. It was only during those times that she was not the aloof and unattainable figure. Yet, she was clearly paving the way for Chen Zian's ascent. Why then did she engage with him? Was it merely as she suggested, a mutual pleasure sought by adults? Qin He lowered his gaze and consumed several more sips of beer, finding today's brew particularly bitter, despite his determination to move on post-divorce. Why did Lu Ruoyan persist in provoking him? And once she did, why subject him to such repeated emotional turmoil? Qin He found himself genuinely perplexed, consuming several more mouthfuls of beer in frustration. The following day, Ranning dispatched a black Maybach to chauffeur Chen Zian to and from work, providing him with a dedicated driver. The understated Maybach arrived at the Lu estate, and the driver, donned in white gloves, respectfully exited the vehicle to open the door for Chen Zian. In that moment, Chen Zian's vanity was indulged to an unprecedented extent. He now feels an immense sense of gratitude for having taken credit for someone else's achievements during his high school years, which ultimately saved this group of affluent young ladies. That day truly marked a pivotal moment in his destiny. As Chen Zian entered the Lu Corporation, the people around him greeted him with utmost respect, as if he were the son-in-law of the Lu family. "Good morning, Director Chen." "Hello, Director Chen. I never imagined your resume was so impressive." "Director Chen, you are remarkable. You are truly my idol." Chen Zian smiled modestly and waved his hand. "No, that is merely unfounded gossip from the internet." Observing Chen Zian's humility, those around him felt an increased fondness for him. Meanwhile, Ai Li watched from a distance, her brows furrowed in confusion. How strange. Hadn't Vice President Lu claimed that Qin He was her person? Why then, was it Chen Zian who was secretly married to Vice President Lu? Suddenly, Ai Li's expression shifted as she realized. Could it be that Chen Zian was the legitimate partner and Qin He the mistress? Goodness, how fortunate Vice President Lu must be, embraced by both. Upon returning to the warehouse and seeing the disheveled workers, Ai Li felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but create a secondary account on Weibo to vent. Everyone disperse, stop dragging each other down, lest that wealthy heiress become displeased. After all, both the mechanic and Director Chen are under her influence. It's just that one is a mistress while the other is the legitimate partner. After her venting, Ai Li felt a considerable sense of relief. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan arrived at the company. She calmly accepted the scrutiny of her colleagues, her demeanor cool, as she stated, "Please do not believe everything you read online. Let's focus on our work." With that, she glanced at Chen Zian and added, "Director Chun, please come to my office." At her words, a ripple of suppressed laughter swept through the crowd. Chapter 44. The afternoon opportunity is crucial. Chen Zian, aware of the whispers surrounding him, strode confidently towards Lu Ruoyan's office. As the door clicked shut behind him, his colleagues outside began to murmur. Unbeknownst to them, Lu's secret husband was, in fact, Chen Zian. Hadn't Lu just denied such rumors? What kind of denial was that? Moments after refuting the gossip, she summoned him to her office. Moreover, Lu had recently traveled to Italy with Chun. Wasn't that enough evidence? They frequently left work together and dined as a pair. Colleagues from Italy had remarked on their closeness. So they were indeed a couple. That clarified much. As the murmurs continued, Lu Ruxu emerged from the elevator. Upon overhearing the discussions, her brow furrowed as she glanced at the closed door of Lu Ruoyan's office, wondering if her cousin had lost her mind. Was she truly willing to cast aside Qinyi? If not, why let the rumors escalate while permitting the office to concoct such tales? As Lu entered, her presence silenced the chatter, and everyone returned to their tasks. Inside the office, Lu Ruoyan, slightly anxious, turned to Chen Zian. "Have you completed the upgrade for the hotel system?" "Yes, I worked late last night to finalize it," he replied. "Still, I am uneasy. Please double-check for any vulnerabilities in the system," Lu Ruoyan insisted, her heart restless for reasons she could not articulate. The afternoon would host the bid meeting for the hotel system in the Asia-Pacific region, overseen by Mr. Shi. This project promised substantial returns for the company and held immense significance for them. Securing this will solidify your standing as an AI engineer in the domestic market. Furthermore, it would grant us a voice within the board, allowing me to advocate for the AI laboratory project, she urged. "You must seize the opportunity this afternoon." Chen Zian nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will return to the office to test for any system flaws." Despite his assurances, Lu Ruoyan remained apprehensive and summoned several technical staff members to join her in the meeting, repeatedly verifying the system's integrity. It was only at 2:30 in the afternoon that Lu Ruoyan finally exhaled in relief. "Everything should be fine now," she remarked, glancing at the time before urging Chen Zian to drive them to the hotel for the bid meeting. As they entered the lobby, they encountered Yao Jing and Qin He, both also heading to the same event. Their eyes met, and a momentary pause enveloped them. Lu Ruoyan scrutinized Qin He with suspicion. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the car dealership right now?" "I only went to the garage because a friend asked me to. I am currently employed at Kashing," Qin He replied nonchalantly. Yet Lu Ruoyan's expression betrayed her astonishment. How did you secure a position at Kashing? It is one of the top 10 technical enterprises in the industry, with exceptionally high academic requirements." She did not believe that Qin He's qualifications were sufficient to secure a position in such a prestigious company. Yet, in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon her. Kashing is a subsidiary of the Qin Group. It became evident that Qin He had cultivated a relationship with Qin Mu in pursuit of a respectable job, striving to maintain the quality of life he had after departing from the Lu family. In a moment of distraction, Lu Ruoyan observed as Yao Jing attempted to pull Qin He away, exclaiming, "Deputy General Lu, my junior can work wherever he pleases. That is his prerogative, and you need not concern yourself with it." With this remark, Yao Jing and Qin He proceeded into the bidding conference. Suddenly, Chen Zian regained his composure and called out to their retreating figures, "Wait." Both Yao Jing and Qin He turned to face him. At that moment, Mr. Mi, who was on the verge of entering the venue, was drawn by the commotion and curiously glanced over. Chen Zian appeared troubled, yet managed to speak in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. "Qin He, you cannot participate in today's bidding." Yao Jing laughed as she looked at Chen Zian. "And why is that?" "Because the hotel system Qin He is using may involve infringement." Before Chen Zian could finish his explanation, Lu Ruoyan interjected in astonishment. "Qin He, are you using the K3 system?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Mi approached, attempting to communicate in broken Chinese. "I apologize, but may I inquire about the matter you are discussing? If the bidding project involves infringement, we need to preemptively mitigate risks." Throughout his speech, Mr. Mi maintained a polite gaze toward Qin He and Chen Zian. Upon hearing Mr. Mi's inquiry, Chen Zian stumbled over his Italian explanation. "He uses our company S. After struggling for what felt like an eternity to articulate a complete thought, Mr. Me, feeling a headache coming on, gestured for him to continue. You may speak in English. I understand. Alternatively, simpler Chinese will suffice. Chen Zian opened his mouth, but Lu Ruoyan pressed a hand on him. I will handle this. With that, she turned to Mr. Me with a smile and explained in fluent Italian. He was originally employed in our Lu family's technology department, where he developed a hotel system called K3, which was sold to Kelly Hotels. Currently, the copyright for the K3 system belongs to our Lu family. After resigning, he immediately joined Kashing. Now, my technical director suspects he has modified our company SK3 system and brought it to Kashing. Mr. Me nodded in understanding, deeming such suspicions reasonable, and looked at Qin He. Do you have anything to clarify? Qin He then engaged with Mr. Me in fluent Italian. When I left the Lu family, I signed a non-compete agreement, pledging not to take any project from Lu. Should I breach this agreement, I would be liable for exorbitant damages. Therefore, during my time at Kashing, I developed this system using entirely new AI language. I assure you, there is not a single element that overlaps with the K3 system. As he spoke, Qin He produced a tablet and quickly demonstrated to Mr. Me. You see, this is the language of the K3 system. This is the language we will use for the upcoming bid. The two are entirely distinct. Mr. Miss summoned their technical director to observe Qin He's presentation and posed several inquiries. Qin He addressed each question with poise. Lu Ruoyan's expression revealed her astonishment, as if she were beholding a fabricated version of Qin He. After listening to Qin He's presentation, Mr. Miss nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, All right, everything is in order. We welcome you. He smiled and shook hands with Qin He. Meanwhile, Yao Jing winked at Chen Zian, saying, Thank you. Chen Zian, taken aback, replied, What are you thanking me for? Chapter 45. Lu Ruoyan admits to jealousy. Yao Jing thought to herself, Of course, it's thanks to your foolish head being so incredibly dull. However, her position and status dictated that she would not easily offend anyone in the business realm. Thus, she smiled and delicately expressed her gratitude, saying, Of course, I appreciate Director Chun for leaving a profound impression on Mr. Me. With a teasing remark, Yao Jing linked her arm with Qin He's and strolled toward their seats. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart upon seeing Yao Jing entwining her arm with Qin He's. Despite reassuring herself that it was merely a customary social gesture, she couldn't shake off the vague irritation within. No, she must not allow Qin He to affect her. She needed to concentrate on her objectives. Securing Mr. Me's project and advancing the AI laboratory was the purpose of her visit. Once she regained her composure, Lu Ruoyan led Chen Zian to their seats. Unfortunately, they were positioned directly in front of Qin He and Yao Jing. As Lu Ruoyan settled down, her agitation deepened. She felt as though Qin He's gaze was scrutinizing her from behind. Soon, the staff on stage announced Chen Zian's name. He gently pressed on Lu Ruoyan's hand and reassured her, Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. For some reason, she instinctively withdrew her hand, feeling an electric jolt. As if pricked by a thorn, Chen Zian noticed her reaction, his expression momentarily stiffening, but he swiftly regained his composure, straightened his suit, and confidently approached the stage to present his hotel system. Seeing Chen Zian's performance on stage, Lu Ruoyan felt a sense of relief. However, unexpectedly, she heard Yao Jing snicker behind her. I thought it was impressive. Turns out, he dismantled Qin He's K3 and integrated it into his own system. While claiming we can't participate in the bidding due to suspicions of infringement, he's the one guilty of stealing. Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed deeply at these words, and she instinctively turned to look at Yao Jing. She had never studied Qin He's K3 system, so she had no way of knowing whether Chen Zian's system contained any plagiarized code. All she knew was that the revised hotel system was nothing short of perfection. At that moment, Yao Jing wore an expression of regret as she glanced at Qin He. How foolish we were to study the K3 system daily to ensure there were no overlaps, avoiding even the slightest infringement. Had we known it could be so easily manipulated, we wouldn't have taken it so seriously. Qin He replied with a tone of indifference. This was something I should have done all along. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale and her heart raced tumultuously. As she absent-mindedly withdrew her gaze, Chen Zian had already descended from the stage. Noticing her ashen complexion, he leaned in with concern and asked, "Yin Yin, what's wrong?" Lu Ruoyan instinctively distanced herself from him, shaking her head and replying, "It's nothing. It's just a bit stuffy in here." Subconsciously, she didn't believe that Chen Zian would plagiarize. Yet, the expressions of Yao Jing and Qin he didn't seem to indicate a deliberate slander against him. In that moment, Lu Ruoyan's thoughts became a tangled mess. She harbors a profound disdain for plagiarism and the appropriation of others' works and accolades. This sentiment has long been the root of her contempt for Qin He. Despite lacking university education, consistently presents himself as if he is capable of excelling in any endeavor. The underlying reason, of course, lies in his exploitation of his grandfather's favoritism and the privileges bestowed upon him by the family conglomerate, which allows him to enlist the engineers in his team to assist him. Thus, the more accomplished Qin he appears, the deeper her disdain for him runs. However, now that even Chen Zian, whom she has always held in high regard, seems to embody similar traits, Lu Ruoyan finds herself utterly unable to accept this reality. In a moment of distraction, it is now Qin He's turn to take the stage. Today, he is clad in a tailored silver-gray suit, its exquisite fabric hugging his well-proportioned physique, rendering him vibrant and striking. As he discusses his system, his speech is lively and engaging, imbued with confidence and charisma, making him appear almost luminescent on stage. Lu Ruoyan realizes that she is captivated by Qin He's presentation, momentarily entranced, as if spellbound. She is taken aback. When did Qin He become so remarkable? Particularly, his poised stance as he steps down from the stage strikes her with an uncanny resemblance to Robinson from years past. She clutches her racing heart and shakes her head vigorously, striving to dispel the unsettling thought that has invaded her mind. How could she dare to compare Qin He to Robinson? That would be an affront to Robinson. No, absolutely not. Lu Ruoyan feels that she is behaving unusually today, wholly unlike her true self. Soon, the presentations from the bidding companies conclude. Mr. Mrs. Secretary ascends the stage to announce the results of the first round of bidding. Lu Ruoyan's heart races as she clenches her fists tightly. The companies selected include Lu Group. As the announcement resonates, joy is unmistakable on her face. Chen Zian, brimming with excitement, grasps her hand and exclaims, "Yin Yin, I told you we would be fine." He then casts a meaningful glance at Qin He, deliberately expressing, "Thank you for continuously helping me refine the system and make it more perfect. Yin Yin, without you, I am nothing. Zian, there is no need for thanks between us. This is all rightfully yours," Lu Ruoyan replies, only then realizing that Chen Zian is holding her hand tightly, prompting her to instinctively withdraw it. Meanwhile, Qin He observes their interaction from the back, maintaining a composed facade while struggling to suppress his discomfort. He repeatedly reassures himself that this reaction is entirely normal. After all, no man wishes to witness his ex-wife so swiftly enter a new relationship post-divorce. Their separation has long been finalized, and Lu Ruoyan is free to pursue her desires. That evening was merely an accident, a moment of mutual comfort between adults, nothing more. Suppressing the pang of disappointment, he continues to listen as the secretary reads the names of the selected companies. After announcing 3 or 4 without mentioning Cushing, the last slot remains. Chen Zian can't help but smirk, thinking that Qin He is not as formidable as he seems. Indeed, when compared to him, I find myself lacking. In the next moment, the secretary loudly proclaimed Cushing Group. Chen Zian initially intended to turn and comfort Qin He, but upon hearing the secretary announce the name of Cushing, the smile that had been gracing his lips abruptly faltered. He awkwardly turned to face Yao Jing and Qin He. However, their reactions were notably subdued, as if everything had unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. Chen Zian gazed at the two in astonishment, and even Lu Ruoyan's expression had soured somewhat. The calm demeanor of the two only served to diminish the value of their earlier excitement and enthusiasm. Just as Chen Zian and Lu Ruoyan felt the weight of the awkwardness, Yao Jing and Qin He had already risen to leave. Lu Ruoyan suddenly recalled something and hurried after Qin He. "Wait a moment, I need to speak with you." "About what?" Qin He's voice was icy. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Yao Jing, her expression uneasy as she asked, Could we step aside for a moment? Qin He cast a glance at Yao Jing and replied, You go wait in the car for a few minutes. All right, I'll wait for you. Yao Jing agreed, confidently turning on her heel to depart. Once she had left, Lu Ruoyan lowered her voice and, adopting a conciliatory tone, expressed, Qin He, I hope you will resign and no longer work at Kexing. Why? Qin He's gaze turned frigid. Lu Ruoyan hesitated for a moment before candidly revealing her true feelings. Because I dislike seeing you with Yao Jing. It makes me uncomfortable to see you together. Chapter 46. Qin He, Lu Ruoyan, we no longer share any connection. As his words fell, Qin He did not dwell on them. He now held no lingering thoughts for Lu Ruoyan and refused to allow himself to be led astray by her once more. He gazed steadily at Lu Ruoyan, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, and said, I do not wish to see you working alongside Chen Ziyan. Can you dismiss him? That is out of the question. Lu Ruoyan instinctively retorted, her voice rising a notch. Chen Ziyan is not like you. Upon hearing this, there was no hint of surprise in Qin He's eyes. He maintained his cold demeanor, indifferent to her words. Conversely, Lu Ruoyan felt her choice of words was inappropriate and quickly revised her statement. Qin He, Ziyan is very important to me. The progress of the AI laboratory requires me to bring someone into the spotlight. Could you do me a favor and leave Kexing? I will cover all your penalties. You can even return to the Lu family if you wish. Her voice bore a note of pleading, tinged with a semblance of warmth. Yet it pierced Qin He's heart like the sharpest, most merciless blade, tearing open a gaping wound. Qin He scoffed derisively and bluntly refused, Lu Ruoyan. We have no ties left. You lack the standing to plead with me. With that, he turned sharply and departed. Lu Ruoyan stared at his retreating figure, a sense of regret washing over her. She had not intended to speak those words. Her irritation stemmed merely from seeing Qin He with Yao Jing. Yet inexplicably, thoughts of the laboratory surged forth, revealing her deepest obsession, which ultimately inflicted pain upon Qin He. Standing there, Lu Ruoyan experienced for the first time a feeling of discomfort towards Qin He. At that moment, Chen Ziyan, who had rushed out from the venue, inquired, What is wrong? Lu Ruoyan shook her head and handed him the car keys. You drive. I'm feeling a bit weary. All right, Chen Ziyan replied, taking the keys and escorting Lu Ruoyan back to the company. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruoyan was lost in thought. Upon entering her office, Ran Ying hurriedly burst in. I just received insider news. Mr. Mi's second round of bidding results have been announced, and both Lu Corporation and Kexing have been selected. Lu Ruoyan's weary expression brightened momentarily. Isn't this good news? Why do you look so troubled? Ran Ying, visibly agitated, replied, My contacts informed me that Mr. Mi had actually set his sights on Qin He's system from the beginning. The first round merely required 6 companies for selection. In the second round, they brought us in to serve as a backdrop for Qin He. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's brows furrowed involuntarily. Was Qin He truly that formidable? Although the project was presented with great eloquence on stage, and its functionalities appeared quite user-friendly, these were ultimately mere words. The true essence of a system lies in its practical application. It is the technicians who must bring to life the concepts that are so beautifully articulated. Ran Ying, now fuming, paced angrily in Lu Ruoyan's office, exclaiming, This is infuriating. I can accept Ziyan's defeat by anyone, but I cannot bear the thought of him losing to Qin He. Ziyan is so exceptional. How could he possibly be bested by Qin He? Has Mr. Mi lost his mind? Suddenly, Ran Ying halted her steps and turned to Lu Ruoyan, saying, However, we still have one option. What option? Lu Ruoyan inquired hastily. Ran Ying gazed earnestly at Lu Ruoyan. We can modify the program to enhance its perfection and, before the results are announced, seek a private opportunity to present it to Mr. Mi. Perhaps we can reclaim our advantage. This is a good plan. Currently, it is the only path left to pursue. However, Mr. Mi's schedule in Modu is highly confidential. How can we possibly meet him? Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed with concern. Do not worry, I will handle it. I have a solution. Ran Ying stared intently at Lu Ruoyan, gritting her teeth. I cannot accept Ziyan's loss to Qin He. I can tolerate his defeat by anyone else, but not by Qin He. After Ran Ying departed, Lu Ruoyan promptly called Chen Ziyan to convey Ran Ying's thoughts. Chen Ziyan assured her repeatedly that he would give it his all. 2 days later, Chen Ziyan presented the upgraded system to Lu Ruoyan. After reviewing the new system, Lu Ruoyan was filled with excitement. This version is far more perfect than the previous one. I believe Mr. Mi will certainly regard you with newfound respect this time. At that moment, Ran Ying's call came through. Ruoyan, Mr. Mi is dining with friends at a hotel right now. It would be the perfect time for you to bring the system over. But what? But Ruoyan, this time you may need to make a small sacrifice. My sources indicate that Mr. Mi places great importance on family values. He has a preference for couples who exhibit harmonious relationships. This is his personal inclination. I wonder if you and Zian could portray a loving couple during his dinner? As these words fell, uncertainty crossed Lu Ruoyan's face. Meanwhile, Chun Zian, having overheard the conversation, looked earnestly at Lu Ruoyan. I can do it. For the project, for our AI laboratory, I can. Upon hearing AI laboratory, Lu Ruoyan immediately lost her composure and quickly replied to Ran Ying, I will do my best to cooperate. This time, she was determined to secure Mr. Mi's project and strive for a voice in the boardroom. Soon, Lu Ruoyan changed into a backless black gown and, alongside the impeccably dressed Chun Zian, arrived at Mr. Mi's private room. However, upon entering, she was taken aback. Qin, what's he doing here? What should I do? Am I supposed to continue this charade? Pretending to be a loving couple in front of my husband with another man? Chapter 47. Ms. Lu, is this your companion? Answer me. Lu Ruoyan's expression changed instantly. Chun Zian noticed her hesitation. A shadow crossed his eyes as he placed his large hand gently on Lu Ruoyan's waist and softly inquired, Yin, what troubles you? Lu Ruoyan instinctively recoiled, unaccustomed to Chun Zian's affectionate demeanor, and she subconsciously attempted to push him away. However, Chun Zian seemed to sense her intention, and his hand remained firmly in place, signaling with his gaze that Mr. Mi was observing them. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced tumultuously, and she forced a smile, saying, it's nothing. At that moment, Zhou Dong, who had been tasked with facilitating the meeting between Lu Ruoyan and Chun Zian, quickly stood up and addressed Mr. Mi, saying, these two are the friends I just mentioned. Surely, you don't mind if they join us for dinner? Mr. Mi glanced at Lu Ruoyan and Chun Zian, nodding politely. Not at all. I have had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Lu and Mr. Chun on several occasions. Meanwhile, Yao Jing cast a worried glance at Qin He and whispered, are you all right? Should we leave? She thought that any man in his position would find it unbearable. His ex-wife, having just divorced, was now publicly referring to the other woman who had intruded upon their marriage as her spouse. Was this not akin to plunging a knife into one's heart? Even if they had parted ways, a modicum of decorum should be observed in each other's presence. Is this not a fundamental quality of being human? Qin He took a measured sip of red wine, his demeanor unruffled as he replied to Yao Jing, I am fine. Since Mr. Mi has invited us, it indicates a significant opportunity. We cannot leave prematurely. Yao Jing was well aware of the stakes involved. However, she was more concerned about Qin He's feelings than the outcome of the project. Losing one project was inconsequential. There were countless others. But if he lost his spirit, the ensuing multitude would vanish as well. As they exchanged hushed words, Chun Zian and Lu Ruoyan approached their side of the table. Chun Zian thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Lu Ruoyan. She gently expressed her gratitude. Thank you. A smile played at Chun Zian's lips, his gaze seemingly glued to Lu Ruoyan. Upon sitting down, he assisted her in unfolding the napkin and arranging the utensils. Mr. Mi smirked slightly and remarked, so sweet. Chun Zian cast a profound glance at Lu Ruoyan, who understood his unspoken message and endeavored to cooperate. The waiter soon began serving several dishes, and Lu Ruoyan smiled at the guest of honor, saying, Mr. Mi, in order to better serve your hotels in the Asia-Pacific region, our Lu Corporation has been diligently upgrading the bidding system over the past few days. Would you care to? Before she could finish, Mr. Mi raised his hand with a smile, interrupting her. Today is a gathering of friends. Let us not discuss work. Lu Ruoyan's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly nodded in agreement understood. The conversation continued to flow among the group, while Mr. Mi's gaze occasionally drifted toward Qin He, Yao Jing, Chun Zian, and Lu Ruoyan. Mr. Miss inquired with curiosity, Mr. Qin, were you acquainted with General Manager Yao before? Indeed, we share a senior-junior relationship, Qin He candidly acknowledged. No wonder. I have always sensed a strong bond between you two, yet hardly resembles that of lovers, Mr. Miss jested. Qin He chuckled in response. You jest, sir. My senior sister has eyes only for projects, not for men. Yao Jing shrugged. Exactly, I am solely focused on work, devoid of romantic inclinations. Mr. Miss laughed heartily. In a certain light, this trait makes General Manager Yao quite suitable as a partner, as her emotional stability keeps her unaffected by matters of the heart. Upon witnessing this exchange, Lu Ruoyan and Chen Ziyan felt alarm bells ringing in their minds. Chen Ziyan decided to take decisive action and press down on Lu Ruoyan's hand, asking with concern, Yin Yin, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to accompany you to the restroom? As anticipated, Mr. Miss's attention was drawn to this remark. He smiled and turned to Chen Ziyan. Your clinginess is quite akin to mine. I enjoy being close to my wife. However, she always retorts, oh no, you stink. Go away. Every time I offer to accompany her to the restroom, she says, what am I, a little baby? Can I go by myself? To which I reply, in my eyes, you shall forever be my little baby. With a shrug, Mr. Miss added, indeed, I am a romantic at heart, and I hold family values in high regard. Is that so? It appears I share the same sentiment with you. Mr. Miss, Chen Ziyan replied in English. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan awkwardly withdrew her hand from Chen Ziyan's grasp. At that moment, Mr. Miss appeared poised to say something further when his assistant approached, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Mr. Miss's expression darkened instantly. When he turned his gaze toward Lu Ruoyan and Chen Ziyan, it bore an unfriendly demeanor. Lu Ruoyan, uncertain whether it was guilt or something else, felt a jolt in her heart upon meeting his scrutinizing gaze. Mr. Miss addressed his secretary. Are you certain? The assistant nodded and then opened a tablet, presenting the content from a social media forum for Mr. Miss to review. As he read, his frown deepened, and with a sharp clap, he closed the tablet and turned to Lu Ruoyan, asking in Italian, Madam Lu, may I pose a question? Is this Mr. Chen Ziyan beside you your partner? Mr. Miss's voice took on a weightier tone, unmistakably laced with fury, even to those unfamiliar with Italian. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lu Ruoyan's face shifted from pale to flushed, unsure how to respond to his inquiry. She was uncertain how many in attendance understood Italian, but she was aware that Qin He did. What should she say? How should she respond? Mr. Miss's anger seemed to intensify as he added, Answer me. Chapter 48. The deception of Chen Ziyan as a faux husband is unveiled. Mr. Miss, holding a glass of wine, rose to his feet, casting a bewildered glance at Mr. Zhou, who was perplexed by the unfolding events, questioning whether one of his acquaintances had uttered something inappropriate. This is none of your concern. The previously jovial Mr. Miss suddenly radiated an aura of authority, his demeanor shifting to one of stern seriousness. I seek answers solely from Ms. Lu. Lu Ruoyan, not one to be easily outwitted, quickly discerned that Mr. Miss was privy to some critical information. With sincerity, she addressed him, No, Ziyan is our Lu family's most exceptional AI engineer. He is my invaluable assistant. Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. Miss raised his hand to interrupt and handed over a tablet. I apologize if this infringes upon Ms. Lu's privacy, but as a collaborator, I am compelled to uncover the truth. I wish to inquire if you are aware of the statements made on Weibo. Lu Ruoyan glanced at the rumors circulating on Weibo and nodded. I cannot claim to be aware of every detail, but I am indeed informed about this matter. Good. Mr. Miz appeared to appreciate Lu Ruoyan's honesty and continued. You may decline to answer the following question, yet I am compelled to ask. Is it true, as stated online, that Mr. Qin He is your illicit partner? Absolutely not. He is my lawful husband. Lu Ruoyan responded with unwavering composure. The declaration took even Qin He by surprise. Despite their divorce, why did Lu Ruoyan still acknowledge him as her husband while dismissing Chen Ziyan? Qin He and Yao Jing exchanged curious glances, but quickly surmised that Lu Ruoyan might be attempting to curry favor with Mr. Miz or wish to keep their marital status under wraps to avoid jeopardizing the project and the Lu family's reputation. Throughout this exchange, Mr. Miz nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent, as if deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, aside from Qin He, who understood Italian, and Chen Ziyan and Yao Jing, who possessed a smattering of knowledge, the rest were left puzzled, unable to decipher the conversation between Mr. Miz and Lu Ruoyan. Oh, how I long to witness the drama unfold, yet I am left in suspense. Many felt a sense of urgency, akin to anxious creatures in a field of melons. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Miz finally lifted his gaze. Ms. Liu, I regret to inform you that I cannot proceed with our collaboration. Initially, I was quite fond of a particular piece of code from your company and had intended for our two firms to work together. However, today's events have left me profoundly unsettled. I must decline the partnership. The Liu family will be permanently excluded from any future collaborations with us. His words landed heavily, draining color from Liu Ruoyan's face. Instinctively, she stood up. Why? Mr. Miz, what have I done wrong? Mr. Miz then turned his attention to Qin He and Yao Jing. You two remain here. He glanced at the others and merely stated, I apologize, as his secretary began ushering everyone else out. The remaining guests complied without hesitation. Soon, the spacious private room was left with only Mr. Miz, his secretary, and the few remaining individuals, Liu Ruoyan, Chen Zian, Qin He, and Yao Jing. Ms. Liu, your actions are utterly outrageous. Mr. Miz displayed no concealment of his fury at this moment. You're the most outrageous individual I have ever collaborated with. Liu Ruoyan, taken aback, still wished to offer an explanation. However, Mr. Miz afforded her no opportunity for defense. Those who have worked with me know that I prefer to collaborate with individuals who possess a strong sense of family values. Do you understand why? Liu Ruoyan, uncertain of Mr. Miz's stance, refrained from responding. Instead, Mr. Miz turned his gaze towards Qin He, affectionately calling out, What do you think? The disparity in their attitudes became glaringly evident, causing Liu Ruoyan's complexion to pale further. After a moment of contemplation, Qin He replied, Because those who value family are less likely to engage in scandalous infidelity. Such scandals can be devastating for significant projects, especially those poised for public listing. They can jeopardize the collective efforts of everyone involved. Mr. Miz nodded in agreement. My preference for individuals with strong family values is, on one hand, a personal inclination, as I am such a person myself. On the other hand, he is indeed correct. Furthermore, individuals with strong familial principles tend to possess good character and integrity, making collaborations with them considerably reassuring. Conversely, those with tarnished reputations can betray you at any moment for personal gain, potentially compromising your business secrets. Even with legal constraints, the law cannot deter unscrupulous individuals willing to take risks. With that, Mr. Miz slammed his hand on the table. Ms. Liu, I am a father to a son. I cannot fathom the thought of my son marrying a woman like you, only for his spouse to brazenly flaunt an affair in front of him, displaying affection as if they were a legitimate couple. How deeply would he suffer? Just imagining this scenario is unbearable for me. Mr. Miz, please let me explain. Liu Ruoyan, flustered and realizing her prior actions had gravely hurt Qin He, found herself at a loss. Yet, Mr. Miz offered her no opportunity for justification. No, I just inquired if you were aware of the online comments. You affirmed it. As the vice president of Liu Group, I do not believe you lack the capability to address these falsehoods. Yet, you allowed them to escalate, permitting others to misconstrue your husband as the third party, while your close subordinate is mistaken for your husband. This is utterly absurd. If you must clarify that there is no ambiguity between you and your subordinate, then what do you call your recent actions? Does a subordinate need to accompany their superior to the restroom? Can a subordinate embrace your waist while refraining from correcting those who claim you are in a spousal relationship? Ms. Liu, I cannot allow such individuals to collaborate with me. Regrettably, your company's eligibility has been revoked. With these words, Mr. Miz cast a glance at Qin He and Yao Jing. Tomorrow, you are to come to our branch office to sign the contract. With that, Mr. Miz rose, fastening the buttons of his suit, and exited first. Yao Jing, upon hearing this, excitedly high-fived Qin He. Yes, if only every occasion were graced by such incompetent allies. She picked up her bag and, before departing, cast a glance at Liu Ruoyan and Chen Zian, saying, Thanks once again, goodbye. With that, Yao Jing left the private room alongside Qin He. Liu Ruoyan hurried after them. Grasping Qin He's hand, let me explain. No need for explanations. Qin He, indifferent to Liu Ruoyan's attempts, coolly disentangled himself from her grasp. This is your freedom, Liu Ruoyan. We are already divorced. With those words, he and Yao Jing each entered their cars and drove away. Liu Ruoyan felt a sudden wave of discomfort. She could not fathom why Qin He's cold gaze had unsettled her so deeply. She had never cared much for him, yet his words stirred an inexplicable pain within her. Moreover, why did he claim they were divorced? They had not even visited the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize it. Chen Zian caught up to her, guilt-ridden as he spoke. I apologize. I merely listened to Miss Rand's perspective, hoping to secure the project for our company. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Yin Yan, you may scold me if you wish. Lu Ruan weakly shook her head. She yearned to assert that it was not his fault, yet, for reasons unknown, the words eluded her. Zian, I wish to be alone for a while. With that, she drove back to her office. Deep down, she sensed that Qin He would not return home tonight. Without him, her house felt somewhat empty, and she had no desire to go back. As she settled down, an abrupt thought struck her. Qin He had mentioned a package he sent her. She had seemingly opened it halfway. A voice within her insisted that this package concealed secrets she longed to uncover. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to locate this package. Thus, she sifted through the pile of documents until she finally found the parcel that Qin He had previously sent her. Chapter 49. Chen Zian weeps as Lu Ruoyan received the package and tore open the remaining seals. A wave of trepidation washed over her. What exactly was she afraid of? She could not articulate it herself. She surmised that it might very well be a divorce agreement. After Qin He returned to the country from Italy in a fit of anger with Yinan, he must have promptly sent her the divorce papers. Thus, it was quite possible that the recent turmoil was not due to an illness in the Qin family, but rather Qin He's persistent desire to end their marriage. This unsettling thought startled Lu Ruoyan. All this time, Qin He had been causing a ruckus, brandishing threats of divorce and leaving home, seeking her to comfort him, and yet she had misunderstood his intentions. Just then, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed from outside the office. Lu Ruoyan glanced through the glass window and spotted members of Qin He's team working overtime, clutching the package Qin He had sent her. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the day at the bidding conference when Yao Jing accused Zian of plagiarizing Qin He's K3 system. She reached for the office phone and dialed. Were you previously with Qin He's team? Please send me the K3 system. Before long, the person on the other end complied, sending Lu Ruoyan the system code. She opened her office computer and began to examine it closely, quickly realizing why Kelly Hotel had opted for Qin He's system. The system was remarkably streamlined and user-friendly, placing a significant emphasis on client privacy. She felt compelled to applaud its brilliance. However, the more she delved into the code, the tighter her brows knitted in concern. Many segments of the code indeed bore striking similarities to the work Zian had produced. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a case of copy-pasting. How could this be? Lu Ruoyan's complexion drained of color, as if an unseen force had gripped her heart. It couldn't be. How could Zian be that kind of person? Had she truly misjudged Qin He all along? Was the truly inept one Chen Zian? Was it possible that the uneducated Qin He had been striving to earn her acknowledgement all this time? At that moment, another pallid figure appeared, Chen Zian, who had ascended to the office carrying late-night snacks. He had intended to knock on Lu Ruoyan's door with a bowl of clay pot congee, but had inadvertently overheard her request for Qin He's team to send her the K3 system. Had Lu Ruoyan uncovered something? If she were to investigate the company's computer, she would discover his retrieval of Qin He's K3 system, and then concealing his act of copying Qin He's code would be impossible. As the technical director, he had the authority to access anyone's code. Yet, every action he took would leave a trace. What to do? Chen Zian was in a state of frantic turmoil. He understood Lu Ruoyan better than anyone else. Although she appeared to treat him well and even favored him, it was all born out of gratitude. Lu Ruoyan was a person of black and white principles, possessing her own moral compass. Should he falter in her eyes, even the closest of friends or sisters would be cast aside without hesitation. Chen Zian refrained from entering Lu Ruoyan's office, silently retreating instead, wandering the unmonitored stairwell at the back of the company. What should he do? After striving diligently for so long, could it all be in vain? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. The initial selection of Lu Ruoyan from a group of affluent young ladies was not solely due to her wealthy background. It was also because she epitomized his aesthetic ideals. Thus, from the very beginning, he deliberately distanced himself from others, choosing instead to remain close to Lu Ruoyan. Over the years, he devoted all his attention to her. The group of friends was well aware of the profound bond between them. If Lu Ruoyan were to part ways with him, the others would certainly not accept him either. No, he could not bear the thought of Lu Ruoyan rejecting him. He needed to devise a plan. Suddenly, a shadow crossed his eyes, and he promptly made a phone call. Just after he hung up, Lu Ruoyan's call came through. Her voice was icy. "Where are you? I need to talk to you." Yin Yin. Chen Zian pinched his nose and pretended to be intoxicated, saying, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. With a cold expression, she inquired, "What are you apologizing for?" I. Chen Zian stammered twice before abruptly disconnecting the call, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Lu Ruoyan, bewildered, found that when she attempted to call him back, the line was busy. Hastily, she placed the envelope containing her delivery back into her drawer, grabbed her bag, and left the office. On her way, she called Lu Jia. "Do you know where Qinhe is living now?" "Yes, sister." "Are you going to find Qinhe?" "I'll send you the location immediately." Lu Ruoyan responded affirmatively and parked her car aside, seeking out a dessert shop to purchase a strawberry guava cake intended for Qinhe. She knew Nin adored this flavor. Furthermore, she planned to use this small cake to make amends with Qinhe, celebrating both his birthday and his recent success in securing a significant contract. Lu Ruoyan considered herself someone who appreciated talent and was not petty. Since Qinhe had accomplished this project, she would wholeheartedly extend her congratulations to him. Before long, she arrived at the apartment building where Qinhe resided. According to Lu Jia, he was renting an apartment on the 3rd floor. Looking up, she spotted a lit unit where a middle-aged woman was hanging laundry on the balcony. However, for reasons unknown, upon arriving here, Lu Ruoyan found herself unable to move forward. Although she had acted impulsively earlier, the moment she bought the cake and wine, she unexpectedly grew calm. "Lu Ruoyan, what are you doing? Are you suddenly afraid of Qinhe asking for a divorce and trying to retain him?" "No, why would I be afraid of a divorce? I should welcome it. Yet, I had tacitly accepted Chen Zian as my husband at the hotel today, which undeniably was unfair to Qinhe. I owe him an apology. If I am wrong, I must acknowledge it." After persuading herself, Lu Ruoyan once again made her way toward Qinhe's apartment, carrying the small cake and wine. However, in the next moment, a car's headlights swept towards her, and someone called her name. Chapter 50. Manipulation. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Lin Yuan exclaimed anxiously as she descended from the car. She scrutinized Lu Ruoyan from head to toe. "Reining is still searching for you. She mentioned there was something important to discuss. Why are you here?" "I." Lu Ruoyan's lips parted slightly, her expression tinged with discomfort. Suddenly, Lin Yuan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Yin Yin, you aren't thinking of seeking out Qinhe, are you? You brought a small cake and red wine to find Qinhe? That would be quite demeaning." "I did not," Lu Ruoyan insisted. "I merely feel that during dinner with Mr. Mi, I acted inappropriately. I should not have tacitly accepted Chen Zian as my hidden husband for the sake of the project. It is unfair to Qinhe." "Oh, my dear Yin Yin, what fault could you possibly have? You simply aspire to establish the largest AI laboratory in the country. Once completed, this lab will significantly enhance the comfort of national life. Throughout history, who has ever achieved greatness without sacrifice? Moreover, you're not actually sharing a room with Chen Zian. It is all a fade." As she spoke, Lin Yuan wrapped her arm around Lu Ruoyan's shoulders, steering her towards the car. "And if you truly go up, you will be acting foolishly." When did Qinhe move out of the Lu residence? Lu Ruoyan pondered for a moment before responding. "He hasn't returned to our villa since coming back from Italy." "What is his purpose in doing so?" Lu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for an answer, prompting Lin Yuan to clarify. "Consider this. Wasn't Qinhe always against you getting too close to Chen Zian? Yet what happened? You continued as you pleased. He knows that tactic is ineffective against you. Therefore, he has resorted to the strategy of running away from home. First, he leaves, then he resigns, and subsequently secures your orders to draw your attention. What is his aim?" Lin Yuan pointed at the small cake and red wine in Lu Ruoyan's hands, stating firmly, "It is to compel your submission. If he manages to manipulate you this time, next time he will certainly threaten to leave again if things do not go his way. He has you in his grasp now, And next he may even prevent you from pursuing the AI laboratory. Yin Yan, do you willingly allow Qin He to control you in this manner? Upon hearing the mention of the AI laboratory, Lu Ruoyan immediately shook her head. In a moment of distraction, she had already opened the car door and seated herself in her Maybach. Lin Yuan closed the door, uttering the usual place, before entering her own vehicle. As Lu Ruoyan's car drove away, Lin Yuan secretly exhaled a long breath of relief. Before long, the two arrived at the KTV owned by the Rand family. As they entered the elevator, Lu Ruoyan looked at Lin Yuan quizzically. Wait, how did you know to find me at Qin He's apartment? How did you know that was his place? Lin Yuan's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly added, for Xian's sake, of course, I must know my adversary. I had someone investigate him privately. Lu Ruoyan felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of Lin Yuan investigating him, but ultimately chose to remain silent. They both entered the private room, where Raining had already poured red wine, eagerly waiting for their arrival. Good news. The intelligent home system of the Yunnan mansion is set to undergo internal bidding. A significant project indeed. Securing this contract would allow us to reclaim the prestige lost with Mr. Mississippi. Lin Yuan was utterly astonished upon hearing about Yunnan Mansion. Is this not the most exorbitant villa district in the magical city? The average price per square meter is thrice that of any other properties and villas. Gaining entry into Yunnan Mansion would essentially solidify one's status in the city. Indeed, Ranning nodded in agreement, adding that one of the selling points of Yunnan Mansion is the creation of the most user-friendly luxury smart home system, which aims to prioritize the privacy of residents by introducing robotic butlers. Securing this order would also grant you a voice on the board, Yin Yan. Lu Ruoyan nodded, acknowledging the project's irresistible allure. Moreover, such projects are typically awarded through internal bidding, making it exceedingly difficult to gain access without connections, thereby significantly reducing unnecessary competition. At this moment, Ranning continued, furthermore, intelligent home systems are precisely where Xian excels. Securing this project should be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Xian Lu Ruoyan seemed to ponder this thought, her brow furrowing. Just then, her phone rang. Noticing it was a call from a company employee, she stood up to step outside the private room to answer. On the other end, a male employee named Zhigao spoke. Vice President Liu, I realize you might have discovered my act of copying the Qin He K3 system. Please, give me a chance. Do not report me. I was desperate. My wife is ill, and seeing how much Qin He's K3 system impressed Kelly Hotel, I thought there must be some merits in it. So I copied a segment. Upon hearing his justification, Lu Ruoyan's expression turned cold. I may refrain from reporting you, but you must resign by tomorrow. With that, she ended the call. She inwardly chastised herself for doubting Xian. He appeared to be such an upright individual, diligently striving from the bottom with efforts that far exceeded others, all to repay their kindness in recognizing his talent. Now filled with regret, Lu Ruoyan lamented her suspicion of Chun Xian. When she returned to the private room and had just taken her seat, the bartender hurriedly entered, looking towards Ranning. Miss Ran, the gentleman you were with earlier, Mr. Chun Xian, is now thoroughly intoxicated in room 9. Would you like to check on him? Xian? Ranning's complexion changed dramatically as she sprang to her feet and headed outside. Lu Ruoyan, already feeling guilty towards Chun Xian, quickened her pace to see him as well. In contrast, Lin Yuan followed them at a leisurely pace. Xian? Ranning gazed at Chun Xian, who lay sprawled on the sofa in the private room, her eyes revealing her distress. How could you drink so much? Chun Xian's cheeks were flushed. His voice choked with emotion as he replied, I feel miserable. I truly wish to secure Mr. Mrs. project. I truly desire to assist you all. It is my own inadequacy. I'm deeply sorry for you all. I'm sorry for the nurturing you have bestowed upon me. I am remorseful towards Yin Yan. I feel utterly useless. As he spoke, Chun Xian turned to Lu Ruoyan. I have genuinely exerted myself. Regarding the revised system, I am confident that once Mr. Mi glances at it during the banquet, he will undoubtedly be captivated. But how could he not take a look? Chun Xian burped, his expression reflecting profound discomfort. Yin Yan, I have truly done my utmost. Yes, I understand. You have worked very hard. Lu Ruoyan comforted him with heartfelt concern. Will you abandon me? Absolutely not. Ranning, Lu Ruoyan, and Lin Yuan chorused in unison. Chun Xian continued to wallow in guilt, his words trailing off. Ranning, sensing the futility of the conversation, quickly urged Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan to help him. Guiding him home, Ranning went to fetch the car first. Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan supported Chen Ziyan, draping his arm over their shoulders as they awkwardly assisted him out of the KTV private room. As they exited the elevator, another elevator door opened simultaneously. Qin He arrived with a group of subordinates to celebrate securing Mr. Mi's order. As they emerged, their eyes met, and both parties were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Qin He for the first time, Lin Yuan instinctively released her grip. Taking advantage of this, Chen Ziyan leaned entirely into Lu Ruoyan's embrace. Chapter 51. The mother-in-law's plea to Qin He. Chen Ziyan, in a moment of trepidation, instinctively clutched Lu Ruoyan, fearing a fall. This scene unfolded entirely under Qin He's watchful gaze. Lu Ruoyan, startled, instinctively pushed Chen Ziyan away with force. The sound of his fall echoed as he hit the tiled floor, causing him immense pain. Yet, feigning drunkenness, he could not overreact and had to endure the agony in silence. As Ziyan, after pushing him away, Lu Ruoyan felt a pang of guilt. However, she could not help but glance at Qin He with a hint of anxiety. Qin He, with an air of indifference, averted his gaze as if he had witnessed nothing, continuing to engage in light-hearted conversation with his team. Lu Ruoyan felt an urgency to chase after him and explain, but Lin Yuan held her back. Yin Yan, you must not allow Qin He to manipulate you. Consider this. In such circumstances, how could any man remain indifferent or not feel jealous? Qin He's reaction is designed to exert control over you. Lu Ruoyan's thoughts were in disarray. Despite her indifference toward Qin He, she could not shake the inexplicable tightening in her chest upon seeing his cold demeanor. She found herself utterly disliking her current state, wherein Qin He could so easily sway her emotions. No, she must not allow Qin He to affect her any further. Their relationship, as it stood, was quite satisfactory. Qin He would not become jealous over trivial matters, nor would he disrupt her or hinder her work. She detested men who lacked ambition, fixating on petty domestic squabbles. Thus, Lu Ruoyan resolved to maintain her distance from Qin He, preserving the status quo. This was her desire. Yet, for reasons unknown, she now found herself reluctant to assist Chen Ziyan. Turning to the security guard, she instructed, "You, please help us get him into the car." After speaking, she slipped him a tip. Understanding that this individual was a close friend of a young lady from the Ran family, the guard willingly obliged, accompanying them to Ran Ying's vehicle and helping Chen Ziyan upstairs. Just as Chen Ziyan was about to unlock the apartment door, Huang Zhigao emerged from the stairwell, his expression dark and foreboding. "What about the 500,000 you promised me?" "I have followed your instructions." Chen Ziyan casually transferred 300,000 to him. "As for the remaining 200,000, I still need to devise a plan. Wait until I receive my salary and other bonuses this month, and I will transfer it to you then." "All right, but be swift." Huang Zhigao's voice trembled with agitation as he tightly gripped the voice recorder in his pocket. "If you dare to fault on this, I will expose you to Vice President Lu as the one who plagiarized Qin He's system code." "Zhigao, calm down." Before Chen Ziyan could finish, Zhigao seized his collar. "How can I remain calm? If it weren't for my wife's illness and urgent need for money, do you think I would agree to undertake such a self-destructive endeavor? Yes, Lu Ruoyan is not pursuing me now, but my reputation in this industry is tarnished. I want to be able to find another good job in the future." Chen Ziyan calmly pried Huang Zhigao's hand away. "But you have received quick cash, haven to you? You want to save your wife. At a salary of 15,000 from the Lu family. How long will it take you to gather the 300,000 for the surgery?" "Zhigao, one must not be greedy. You cannot have everything at once." Having spoken, he opened the door to his apartment and cast a glance at Huang Zhigao. "Return home. I will contact you as soon as possible. Remember, be swift." With a hint of irritation, Chen Ziyan closed the door. He had already depleted his savings purchasing a suit and obtaining a membership card, and he still owed money to certain platforms. The sudden demand for 500,000 was indeed overwhelming. Clearly, he needed to expedite his plans to secure Lu Ruoyan. The following day, as Qin He arrived at the office, he received a call from Lu Ruoyan. "Dad wants you to bring In back to the old residence after work today." Her voice carried an air of officialdom. Qin He replied in a similarly formal tone, "I have matters at the company that require overtime today. I will have the driver take In over when I finish. That won't do, Lu Ruoyan insisted. Dad wishes to see you. My answer is also negative. Lu Ruoyan, our agreement has expired. We no longer share any ties. I am under no obligation to meet your father. With that, Qin He abruptly hung up the phone. Lu Ruoyan bit her rosy lips in frustration and slammed her phone onto the table. Qin He, you are merely trying to manipulate me. I shall not allow you to do so. However, recalling the task set by her mother, she decided to make a call to briefly outline the situation. Soon after, Lu's mother found herself compelled to call Qin He directly. Hello, Qin He, your father has been mentioning you incessantly. Please bring both children and Lu Ruoyan back after work. I have prepared soup for you. Annie, that's not suitable, Qin He firmly declined. Our agreement with Lu Ruoyan has expired, and we are divorced. I will not be going. However, if you and Uncle wish to see In, I can have a driver take him over. Before Lu's mother could respond further, Qin He interrupted her. I apologize, Andy, but I must attend a meeting. My phone needs to be on silent. With that, he hung up and began preparing the project proposal for the unit mansion. As noon approached, Qin He shut down his computer, preparing to join colleagues for lunch, when Mrs. Lu entered with a lunchbox in hand. Qin He, I have made soup for you. You need to nourish your body. Soon, you can have another child with Lu Ruoyan. Her words elicited playful glances from several colleagues. While female employees in the company looked at Qin He in astonishment, having not anticipated that the young director Qin was married. Ah, indeed. Handsome and capable men are all taken. One young lady, smitten with Qin He, could not contain her emotions and stood up, asking Director Qin, are you truly married? Is there any doubt? My grandchildren are already in kindergarten. Mrs. Lu beamed with pride. What? The young lady's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu reveled in her declaration of ownership. Qin He felt a flicker of discomfort and, not wishing for Mrs. Lu to continue conversing with his colleagues, invited her to sit in his office. As soon as she settled down, she began unpacking the soup and food box, all the while chatting animatedly. Qin He, it has been a while since you last savored your mother's cooking, hasn't it? Come, indulge in these dishes. Honey-glazed chicken wings, taro braised pork ribs, and stir-fried 3 delicacies. These are among your favorites. Take a moment to assess whether your mother's culinary skills have waned. As Qin He gazed upon the lavish spread, he felt a stir of emotions within him. Each dish prepared by Lady Lu was one he cherished deeply. When he and Lu Ruoyan had recently wed, Lady Lu often invited them to dine together, concerned that her daughter might struggle with cooking. She had taken note of his preferences, and it was not uncommon for 1 or 2 of his favored dishes to grace the table. Such attentiveness was something he had never experienced before, as his own parents were frequently preoccupied with their global commitments. Returning to the present, Qin He looked earnestly at Lady Lu. Annie, you truly need not go to such lengths. Lu Ruoyan and I. Before he could finish his thought, Lady Lu interrupted him. Qin He, I understand that you wish to express that your agreement with Yin has come to an end, and that your relationship has dissolved. However, Qin He, even if you and Yin part ways, I'm still your mother, and your father remains your father. If you were to continue addressing us as uncle and aunt, it would genuinely sadden us. Reflect upon your conscience. Have we not treated you as family? Since your marriage to Yin, have we not embraced you as our own child? With a slight droop of his eyelids, Qin He found himself at a loss for words. Lady Lu and her husband had treated him with greater kindness than his biological parents, allowing him to experience the warmth of familial gatherings, a rarity in his life. It was this very kindness that motivated him to care for the ailing Mr. Lu without a trace of regret. With a heavy heart, he sighed at the tangled web of their relationships and resignedly replied, All right, mother, I shall call you as you wish. He considered that there were indeed men who referred to their former mothers-in-law as mother after a divorce, so it was not so unusual. Upon hearing him comply, a flicker of relief crossed Lady Lu's face. Qin He, we are aware of the arrangement you had with Yin regarding your marriage, and both grandfather and I are quite upset. Yet, upon reflection, we are moved by your unwavering dedication to us despite Yin-Yan's actions. We have chastised her for her mistakes. She can be quite stubborn. If you could grant her a little more time, she will surely come to recognize your worth. At this moment, Lady Lu, with a touch of humility, approached him with a different request. I beseech you, even if you were to part ways, please help us maintain the facade at home for a while longer. Your father's health has shown signs of improvement. The doctor has indicated that with proper cooperation, he can regain basic self-sufficiency. However, he has recently refused to continue his rehabilitation, insisting that he will only cooperate if you move back in. You understand, while the impact one person's decline can have on the normalcy of family life and the burden it places on a household. I trust you comprehend this without further explanation. Thus, Chin-hee, I implore you, move back in for just 3 months. Help us convince your father to cooperate with the doctor. Once his condition stabilizes, we can then reveal the conclusion of your agreement. Will you do this for us? Chapter 52. Lu Ruoyan's body is more honest than her mind as Chin-hee met the hopeful and pleading gaze of Lady Lu. The words of refusal lodged in his throat. It was a rare sight for an elder to humble themselves so profoundly, uttering words of entreaty, leaving Chin-hee momentarily at a loss for words that could pierce the heart. Moreover, the person who owed him an apology was Lu Ruoyan, not them. This distinction was clear to him. Before Chin-hee could articulate his thoughts, Lady Lu rose with a smile, declaring, then, Chin-hee, I shall take your silence as an agreement. With that, she swiftly began to clear the remnants of Chin-hee's meal, chatting as she worked. In truth, with both you and Yin Yin so preoccupied, and the child often left in the care of the aunt, it would be better for us, the 2 old folks, to take care of the child. After all, children thrive when raised among their family. It is essential for their character development. Chin-hee could not refute this, merely responding, Lu Ruoyan may have her own plans now. There is no possibility for us. I will not move back in, but I promise to visit appropriately to persuade my father to cooperate with the doctor's training. However, after 3 months, regardless of the outcome, I will no longer continue this charade. All right. Lady Lu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, it will only be 3 months. I promise you. Furthermore, I assure you that as long as her father and I draw breath, she will have no other arrangements. That Chin-zian I will absolutely never accept. As Chin-hee contemplated his next words, Yao Jing knocked on the door to discuss business matters. Sensing her objective had been met, Lady Lu hastily took her leave. On her way, she called, Lu Ruoyan, Dear, I must ask you something. Have you and Chin-hee actually gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce? No. Really? You're not deceiving me? Lu Ruoyan affirmed. Upon hearing her daughter's response, Lady Lu fell into a moment of stupor. She pondered why they had not divorced, given Chin-hee's resolute demeanor in wanting to sever ties with them, and how, in their conversations, it seemed that whatever Lu Ruoyan was doing had no connection to him. Mom, do you have anything else to discuss? Came Lu Ruoyan's impatient voice from the other end of the line. Snapping back to reality, Lady Lu responded, I must tell you, your father has been insisting that Chin-hee move back in. I have just pleaded with him. Chin-hee has agreed to do so only out of respect for me. When you return tonight, do not present him with a cold shoulder. Do you understand? Also, Chin-hee has promised me it will only be for 3 months. You must use this time wisely to reclaim your husband. Do not wait until Chin-hee is entirely disenchanted, or you will have much to lament. Lu Ruoyan pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling vexed by the incessant reiteration of these words. Mom, I sometimes struggle to understand why you hold such a favorable impression of Chin-hee. He is uneducated, does not work, and spends his days at home tending to flowers, buying groceries, and visiting fish and bird markets. What is so commendable about him? Furthermore, in terms of education and capability, is Chin-zian not superior to Chin-hee? Why, then, do you fail to extend even the basic respect of friendship to Chin-zian? Upon hearing Chin-zian's name, Lady Lu's blood pressure immediately spiked. Do not mention that Chin-zian to me. The moment I see him, I can tell he is no good. Mother, that indicates your bias against him. Huh, are you not also biased against Chin-hee? To be frank, at the outset, when your grandfather insisted on you fulfilling the marriage contract, I felt an immense discontent. We were unaware of the nature of the person involved, yet you were to marry him instead of your cousin. I harbored resentment at that moment. I even suggested that you two spend time together first to see if you were compatible. I remarked that we no longer live in an era of blind marriages. Your grandfather consented, yet you took it upon yourself to sign some agreement to marry without even considering a courtship. Pausing briefly, Lady Lu continued, What could I do? I had no choice but to regard him as my son-in-law, almost like a son. However, upon closer examination, this individual does not resemble an uneducated lower-class person. On the contrary, his every action exudes refinement, a refinement cultivated through wealth. Although he does not engage in traditional employment, we observe him investing in stocks during his leisure time. He has shared his profits with your father. You have even seen his stock account page and thought that it does not necessarily imply he must seek conventional work. Moreover, if he has funds in his account, should he not be allowed to indulge in life and visit the flower and bird markets? Enough. I understand now. Lu Ruoyan impatiently ended the call and resumed working on the project proposal for the Yuntan mansion. As the workday concluded, she drove to Kusheng and waited for Qin He. However, upon arriving at the foot of Kusheng, her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze reflecting a profound confusion. How'd I end up here? Why did such a ridiculous thought of picking him up after work and soothing him suddenly arise in my mind? This shouldn't be. Am I not the one who despises Qin He the most? No, this action is for my father. It is to ensure that Qin He assists with my father's rehabilitation training. It is for my father to regain his independence and alleviate the burden on our family. Yes, it must be for that reason. Lu Ruoyan continually reassured her slightly anxious self. When she saw Qin He emerge with a group of colleagues, her body acted more honestly than her mind, and she stepped forward. Qin He, I have come to take you back to the old residence. Chapter 53. Lu Ruoyan peels shrimp for Qin He. No need. I will drive myself. Qin He declined softly, his expression devoid of emotion as he walked towards the garage, leaving Lu Ruoyan standing alone. As soon as he departed, several female colleagues who had followed him began to gossip, whispering and subtly pointing at Lu Ruoyan. Do you think the one picking up Director Qin is his wife? She certainly looks the part. But why would Director Qin reject her? Is their marital relationship not harmonious? Have you not noticed? Why did Director Qin's mother-in-law suddenly bring lunch boxes and soup today? It's clearly a declaration of ownership. They must be having some disagreements, and the elders are worried someone might take advantage of the situation. Tell me, if Director Qin were to divorce, would I have a chance? Impossible. Surely, I would have the opportunity. The group of female employees playfully bantered as they passed by Lu Ruoyan, clenching her hands at her sides. She turned coldly and entered her car. Once Qin He's vehicle drove off, she followed closely behind, accompanying him to pick up Enan. Before they all returned to the old residence together. It had been several days since Enan last saw her mother, and upon exiting the car, she immediately sought out the puppy to play with, while Qin He ascended the stairs to find Lu's father, accompanying him to the rehabilitation room. The Lu family had connected 2 guest rooms to create Lu's father's current rehabilitation training space, which was well equipped with medical personnel and facilities. Qin He, without burden, simply sat beside him for companionship. As mealtime approached, Qin He assisted Lu's father back to his room, following the medical staff and transferring him to bed. Lu's father, feeling utterly powerless, expressed his frustration with trembling lips. You must be exhausted. Father, I'm not weary at all. You need not feel ashamed. This is what children ought to do. One day, I too will grow old, and I hope that when that time comes, my children will care for me in the same manner. Tears welled in Lu's father's eyes as he nodded in agreement. However, if you wish to cease this way of life, you must cooperate with the doctors. Do not act out of stubbornness, nor should you train sporadically. Your body is your own, while your marriage is between Ruoyan and me. How we manage it is our concern and should not interfere with your rehabilitation. Feeling ashamed, Lu's father hoarsely replied, All right. Qin He smiled as he covered him with a light blanket, saying, Very well. I shall await your company for fishing and at the flower and bird market. Tell me where the best birds are and which goldfish are reasonably priced. All right, all right. Lu's father choked back his emotions. Then, I shall go downstairs for a meal, Qin He announced. Lu's father nodded in acknowledgement. As Qin He was about to pull open the door, he heard his father-in-law's intermittent words, You are truly kind. This was a heartfelt acknowledgement from Lu's father. Qin He felt a sense of comfort as he pressed his lips together in a smile. Family members exchange sincerity for sincerity. This is what it truly means. Meanwhile, those around him, particularly the friends from his youth who had not found success, did not maintain good relations with the Lu family. They often vent in their classmates' group about how their in-laws belittle them, making those who are yet to marry view their future in-laws as formidable foes. Yet, when he was still unknown to the Liu family regarding his true identity and educational background. They treated him with genuine kindness, stirring emotions within him. Qin He raised his gaze and met the somewhat uneasy expression of Lu Ruoyan. Initially taken aback by her father's words, she struggled to comprehend his feelings for Qin He. Despite his physical struggles, he still exerted every effort to utter the words, "You are truly wonderful." This compelled her to scrutinize Qin He more closely, pondering the differences between him and Chen Ziyan and why her family seemed united in their support for him. Mom asked me to call you downstairs for dinner." Lu Ruoyan snapped back to reality, awkwardly fidgeting with her fingers. She was not accustomed to interacting with Qin He. After 5 years of marriage, their actual time spent together was minimal, likely not even equaling the 3 months they were about to reside together. The thought of facing each other daily filled her with trepidation. Neither spoke as they descended the stairs in silence. Madame Lu, along with the servants, had prepared an extravagant dinner. Just as they sat down, she shot a glare at Lu Ruoyan. "Aren't you going to serve Qin He some food?" "No need. Dad isn't here." Qin He began, but was interrupted by Madame Lu. "What do you mean your dad isn't here?" "Qin He, a harmonious marital relationship is crucial for the healthy development of children." As she spoke, Madame Lu discreetly kicked Lu Ruoyan beneath the table. The sudden pain in her foot only heightened her displeasure. However, as the curious eyes of an Do fell upon her, she reluctantly served Qin He a piece of Hainan chicken, selecting the finest morsel from the leg. "Serve him more. One piece is hardly sufficient," Madame Lu chastised her daughter, urging her to peel shrimp for Qin He. Without waiting for Qin He to decline, Lu Ruoyan donned disposable gloves and placed a salt-edged shrimp in his bowl. "Thank you." Qin He expressed his gratitude politely. "You're welcome," Lu Ruoyan replied in a businesslike manner. Their interaction left Madame Lu with a headache. Was this truly a couple? Their exchanges seemed more distant than that of mere colleagues. In that moment, Lu Ruoyan also peeled shrimp for the 2 children. The first shrimp was given to Nen, who looked at his mother with wide eyes of surprise, eventually managing to say, "Thank you, Mom." A pang of bittersweet emotion welled up within Lu Ruoyan as she realized that in neglecting Qin He, she had inadvertently overlooked her daughter as well. Her daughter clung to Qin He so tightly that when she returned from work, she often wished to avoid contact with him, thus also distancing herself from her daughter. Do favored Chen Ziyan, sharing common interests with him, which naturally fostered a stronger bond between mother and son. Lu Ruoyan suppressed her complex feelings and peeled a salt-edged shrimp for Do, who, accustomed to it, did not express gratitude. The atmosphere during the meal was undeniably peculiar. Lady Lu, however, reminded herself to be patient, to take her time, for all would turn out well. As dinner neared its conclusion, it was uncertain whether Lu Ruoyan had come to a realization or not. But she offered the last oil-braised shrimp from her plate to Qin He. Just as her delicate hands were about to place the shrimp into Qin He's bowl, Lu Zhi returned. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Do not let it go, hold still." Both Lu Ruoyan and Qin He were taken aback, gazing at Lu Zhi in confusion. Consequently, Lu Zhi pulled out his phone and captured a snapshot, immortalizing the astonished expressions of the two as they stared at the camera. "All right, all is well. You may continue. I simply believe that my sister peeling shrimp for you for the first time is particularly noteworthy and deserves to be documented." With that, he chuckled and ascended the stairs, promptly sharing the photo on social media, deliberately tagging Chen Ziyan. "Oh my, this is just too sweet. A true couple is simply delightful to witness. My sister's hand-peeled shrimp must be the sweetest in the world." Lu Kiki instantly liked his post, commenting, "When it comes to tugging at heartstrings, you might come second, but no one dares claim the first position. Ha ha." Chapter 54. She could hardly imagine how stimulating that scene would be on this particular evening. Besides Chen Ziyan being infuriated, Lin Yuan was equally vexed. Clutching a glass of red wine, she sauntered through the villa clad in a sultry wine-red lace nightgown, her temper flaring. That Lu Ruoyan was truly exasperating. She clearly harbored feelings for Ziyan, yet insisted on having Qin He return to the ancestral home with her. How utterly annoying. Was she perhaps contemplating sharing a bed with Qin He again? Lin Yuan's agitation reached a fever pitch. The words Lu Ruoyan had uttered echoed incessantly in her mind. Something about how she loathed Qin He. Yet he had the audacity to grasp her waist in front of the dressing mirror. Can you believe it? Is this even humanly conceivable? She could hardly fathom how exhilarating that scene must have been. That was the very vibe she adored, for heaven's sake. It drove her to the brink. Truly a case of drought and flood in equal measure. As she paced, Lin Yuan abruptly halted, engaging in self-dialogue. Wait a minute. Why was she so concerned about Qin He? Was he merely a fleeting fling, deserving of such emotional investment? No, she was undoubtedly preoccupied with winning the wager with her friends. That was the crux of her fixation on him. Yes, the only thing that mattered to her was the wager with her sisters and Qin He's physique. It had to be that way. That night, Lu's mother deliberately dismissed the housekeeper, insisting that Lu Ruoyan take sole responsibility for the children. Her exact words were, Yin Yin, while managing a business is vital. As a mother, you cannot shirk all responsibilities and leave everything to the housekeeper and others. Just look at the state of your relationship with NN. With that, Mrs. Lu left for her own room. Lu Ruoyan then took Dodo and NN to the bath. The two little ones were now mostly capable of washing themselves, requiring only that Lu Ruoyan fill the tub, supervise them, and assist with clothing. Dodo refused to bathe with NN, declaring, I'm a boy. I want to wash alone, and I must go first. NN, accustomed to this, shrugged it off and allowed his brother to bathe first. Thus, Lu Ruoyan filled the bathtub for Dodo, who played in the water for nearly an hour before swaggering out and condescendingly informing NN, now it's your turn to wash. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed slightly, and she turned to Nin, saying, tomorrow night, it will be your turn to go first. Nin looked at his mother in surprise, but ultimately said nothing and nodded as he entered the bathroom. Once Nin was inside, Liu Ruoyan scolded Dudu. How could you treat your sister like that? She is not my sister. She is just stinky Nin. Besides, she should let me have my way. I am the future heir of the enterprise. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's frown deepened. Who told you to say such things? Dodo, having never been reprimanded by his mother before, was momentarily taken aback. But didn't you say that? Lu Ruoyan suddenly recalled something and fell silent. At that moment, a startled cry emanated from the bathroom. Qin He, who had just entered the room, heard it and rushed over, only to find Nin had slipped and fallen to the ground. It turns out that Dodo had just made the floor a slippery mess with bubbles. Coursing in into full. Qin He wrapped in a bath towel and lifted her up, his voice filled with concern as he asked, Where did you fall? Did you hit your head? Let me take a look. Fearing that his child might have bumped her head, he hurriedly parted her hair to inspect. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan also rushed over, anxious to check. Qin He gently pushed her aside, stating, You need not worry. Just as Lu Ruoyan was about to say something, Qin He fixed her with a cold gaze. When Dodo bathes, you remain vigilant throughout, yet when NN bathes, you are unwilling even to glance in. Lu Ruoyan, if you do not wish to care for NN, you may simply tell me. Lu Ruoyan felt utterly wronged. She merely thought Dodo's words were inappropriate and intended to teach him a lesson. However, before she could defend herself, Qin He glanced down at the bubbles on the floor and spoke in a frosty tone. Before a child bathes, the bubbles on the floor must be cleaned up. Surely, you cannot be unaware of such a simple matter? Lu Ruoyan pressed her lips together at a loss for words. Indeed, she did not grasp these tasks. Aunt Lu always handled them. Besides, after the child was born, with the presence of a confinement nanny and a child care expert, there was no need for her to take on such responsibilities. Leave this to me, she insisted, suddenly feeling stubborn. She snatched NN from Qin He's arms, proclaiming, I will do it. There's a difference between men and women. As the mother, it is more appropriate for me to bathe NN. During our stay at the ancestral home, you shall be responsible for Dodo, while I will take care of NN. With that, she gestured for Qin He to exit. Once Qin He stepped out, Lu Ruoyan awkwardly apologized to NN. I am sorry, my dear. I intended to talk about Dodo. I feel his attitude towards you is rather unkind. I wanted to address it, but I did not anticipate your fall. And looked at her uncertainly before shaking her head. I'm fine. I didn't hit my head. Daddy taught me from a young age that if I fall in the bathroom or elsewhere, I should protect my head as best as I can. When I fell just now, I instinctively controlled my head and did a great job of protecting it. Lu Ruoyan was taken aback by Qin He's teachings but quickly praised NN. Well done, my darling. Following that, she awkwardly began bathing in, trying to be very gentle in her unfamiliarity. To In, it felt as though her mother had suddenly become so tender, so gentle. She sincerely wished that this version of her mother would never change back. After the bath, Chin-hee expertly helped blow-dry Inan's hair. Once finished, In instinctively wrapped her arms around her father's neck. "Daddy, I want you to tell me a bedtime story." As soon as the words left her lips, Do chimed in, "Then I want Uncle Inan to tell me a story." "Mommy, lend me the tablet. I want to video call Uncle Inan. I want him to tell me a bedtime story." With that, he provocatively glanced at Inan. Uncle Inan reads English picture books exceptionally well. Unlike Daddy, who can't even speak English. "You're talking nonsense. Daddy reads English picture books very well. He frequently tells me English stories. I want to allow you to look down on Daddy. He simply cannot. He simply cannot. After all, Father has never attended university." With that, he tossed the pillow aside. Turning to his mother, he implored, "Mother, you promised me that you would not restrict my communication with Uncle Inan. You must persuade Father to allow me to chat with him. You stated that this is my freedom." "Mother, I wish to video call Uncle Inan right now." Chapter 55. Lu envelopes his legs. "I shall not interfere with the connection you share with your Uncle Inan," declared Chin-hee. Rising from his seat, he picked up Inan and made his way toward the door. "Why not let your Uncle Inan read you a picture book? Inan and I will retreat to the master bedroom for a bedtime story." "No need. Let us read it right here," Lu Ruoyan interjected, preventing Chin-hee from leaving. She then turned her attention to Do. "Tonight, it shall be your father who reads the picture book. Tomorrow night, I shall take the honor. No need to seek Uncle Inan." Chin-hee's movement halted momentarily, and he exchanged a glance with Inan, both surprised by the sudden turn of events. However, upon hearing her words, Do was adamant. "I want to find Uncle Inan. You said you wouldn't stop me from seeking Uncle Inan. Uncle Inan is wonderful. I want Uncle Inan." Lu Ruoyan's gaze hardened slightly. "You have your own parents. There is no need to trouble others constantly. But Uncle Inan is not just anyone," Do retorted. "He is indeed someone else." Lu Ruoyan's voice grew firmer. Noticing his mother's rising ire, Do chose to remain silent. He understood that this household was governed by his mother, who was at work and managing the Lu family. Offending her could jeopardize his chances of inheriting the family legacy. Thus, he opted for reluctant silence. Seeing him quiet down, Lu Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief. She had not thought much of it before, but Do's insistence on having Xian tell the story seemed a direct affront to Chin-hee, undermining his authority. Such behavior was undoubtedly inappropriate. At that moment, she recalled her mother's words regarding her perceived negligence toward the family and her failure to adequately care for the two children. The thought that Do's attitude could lead Inan to misinterpret her intentions as wanting Xian to take on a parental role was alarming. Shaking her head, Lu Ruoyan dared not dwell further on such notions. She resolved to find an appropriate opportunity to discuss this matter with Do. Meanwhile, although Do had quieted, his frustration lingered. He tossed a pure English picture book toward Chin-hee. "Since Uncle Inan cannot read me a story, you shall do it instead. I demand to hear the tale from this book tonight." Chin-hee was reluctant to comply, but Inan was equally displeased. She sought to prove that her father was indeed proficient in English, picking up the book from the ground and presenting it to him. "Daddy, read this to me. I wish to hear this story tonight." Ruffling Inan's hair, Chin-hee softly acquiesced. "All right." Inan nestled onto the tatami mat, pulling a small blanket around herself, instinctively leaning against her father. As Chin-hee opened the picture book and began to read, his pronunciation was impeccable, marked by a distinctly British accent. His voice was rich and resonant, akin to a host narrating on a bedtime radio show. Before long, Inan began to drift into a drowsy state. At that moment, Do looked at his mother in astonishment. "Is Daddy reading it correctly?" Lu Ruoyan nodded, her own surprise barely concealed in her gaze. Chin-hee, who has never attended university, possesses an impressive proficiency in reading English picture books. Typically, one with such tonal precision would have studied abroad. However, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Chin-hee's parents once. Their attire was rather ordinary, even modest, suggesting they were not affluent. How could they possibly have sent Chin-hee overseas for her studies? Lu Ruoyan shook her head, speculating that Chin-hee had merely read this picture book previously and had intentionally learned from the internet. This inference was supported by Enan's earlier act of picking up the book. She likely knew her father was capable and wanted to help him regain some dignity. Contemplating this, Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of warmth in her heart, realizing that he was genuinely dedicated to her child's development. At that moment, he continued to read aloud, his magnetic voice irresistibly lulling Do into slumber. Once both children had drifted off to sleep, he turned off the light and laid down beside Enan. The children's room in the old house was furnished with tatami, spacious enough at over 3 meters wide, allowing for a comfortable night's rest without feeling cramped. Observing He's demeanor, Lu Ruoyan understood he intended to stay in the children's room for the night, so she settled down next to Do. It was her first experience sleeping alongside her child. However, as the night wore on, she found it increasingly intolerable. Do had a habit of kicking in her sleep, flinging off the covers and nudging her repeatedly. After being kicked in the stomach several times and waking up, she groggily moved to sleep beside He. By dawn, He awoke to find Lu Ruoyan embracing him from behind, her soft form pressed against his back. One of her long, fair legs, peeking out from beneath her nightgown, had nestled between his legs, coiling around one of his. As He shifted slightly, Lu Ruoyan tightened her hold, displeasedly murmuring, "Don't move. Let us sleep a little longer." Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, her body tensing before she quickly withdrew. Sorry. It's all right." The two faced each other, feeling a bit awkward and formal. At that moment, Do's voice interrupted their discomfort. "Daddy, hurry up and get my uniform." Lu Ruoyan wanted to admonish Do for his attitude towards He, but He had already risen to fetch the uniform. A flicker of suppressed emotion crossed Lu Ruoyan's face, soon replaced by a sense of disinterest. If He himself was unbothered, why should she care? Moreover, his own demeanor was what had emboldened Do's behavior. If He did not make any changes, there was little she could do to assist him. Just as Lu Ruoyan was lost in her thoughts, He tossed the uniform down in front of Do. Do's temper flared instantly. "Daddy, do you have any manners?" He smiled lightly, looking at him. "I merely wish to convey what it feels like to have something thrown at you. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I hope you will refrain from treating your classmates, friends, or anyone around you in such a manner in the future, for it may lead to losing their affection." Do paused, suddenly reminded of how he had thrown his father's picture book the previous night, his face betraying a hint of discomfort. However, he promptly put on a forced grin. Who needs your admiration? I certainly do not require your fondness. Having Uncle Enan is more than sufficient for me. I detest you. I absolutely loathe you. Why must you live with us?" Just as Do was about to voice more, Enan suddenly recited a line in English with an air of tranquility. Do was momentarily taken aback and turned to Lu Ruoyan. "Mom, what was she just saying about me?" Lu Ruoyan was still caught up in the calmness of Enan's gaze and the aura of her spoken lines, leaving her momentarily unable to respond to Do. Instead, it was He who addressed the inquiry. Chapter 56. He urged Lu Ruoyan to reveal the identity of their son's biological father. "If you wish for my affection, the first step is not to hurt me or to brandish your sharp edges to capture my attention, but rather to approach me gently." His voice remained calm, devoid of any inappropriate expectation towards their youngest son, his expression as frigid as if he were merely translating for Enan. After uttering these words, he took Enan to wash up. Do, hands on hips, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly want you to love me? I certainly did not intend to draw your attention. Having Daddy and it is sufficient for me." However, before he could finish, he had already vanished from sight. Do was at a loss for words, gazing at his mother with confusion. Isn't Daddy supposed to love me the most? How could he not love me? Why does he treat me like this? The little one grew increasingly agitated. His disdain for his father was escalating. Lu Ruoyan's brows knitted together, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. She was uncertain how to educate Do, nor could she fathom when he had transformed into this version of himself. Though she had never envisioned a blissful marriage with He, her imagined familial dynamics were certainly not of this nature. Even more surprising was He's demeanor. His gaze and expression were entirely unrecognizable compared to the past. Previously, whenever Do had hurt him, he would display a heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, as Do had stated, He would soon recover, returning to them as if he had self-repaired. This time, however, Lu Ruoyan sensed a subtle difference. An unusual emotion fluttered within her heart, fleeting and elusive, vanishing before she could fully comprehend it. Lu Ruoyan stifled her complex thoughts, unwilling to expend too much energy on Qin He. After the children finished washing up, both Lu Ruoyan and Qin He changed into their respective attire to take the children to kindergarten. Today, Lu Ruoyan donned a sleeveless black dress, revealing her smooth arms and elegantly long legs, exuding an air of chilling beauty. Even Dodo could not help but exclaim, "Mommy looks so beautiful today." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruoyan felt a sudden wave of shyness, embarrassed at being complimented in front of Qin He by their son. She cast a discreet glance at Qin He, only to find that his gaze lingered on her for but a fleeting second before returning to focus on Enan, his profile cold and indifferent. Lu Ruoyan could not articulate her feelings. It was as if a thin veil had descended over her heart, leaving her somewhat stifled. After breakfast, as a family of four prepared to leave, Lu's mother hurried out, pushing Lu Ruoyan into Qin He's car. "Why are you two driving separate cars?" she insisted. "What will the other parents think? They might assume you've already divorced." With no choice in the matter, Lu Ruoyan reluctantly climbed into Qin He's vehicle. Qin He did not refuse. Once the two children were settled, he started the car and drove towards the kindergarten. Throughout the journey, the four of them remained silent. Since their grandmother had mentioned the phrase, "We are a family, why take two cars?" Nen had been quiet, lost in her thoughts. Upon arriving at the kindergarten's entrance, she softly said, "Daddy, can I not go to kindergarten today?" Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at her in surprise. Why would Nen say such a thing? In her memory, Nen had always been well-behaved and fond of school. In contrast, Dodo often threw tantrums and sought excuses to skip classes. At this moment, Dodo chuckled, finding it peculiar. "Oh, what's wrong with my sister, who loves school so much?" Nen lowered her head in silence. It wasn't until Qin He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the back seat door, and asked her what was wrong that she quietly confessed, "The classmates say Uncle Nen is my real dad. Some say Dodo, and I have two fathers. I don't like it." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Lu Ruoyan felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart. She shook her head in disbelief. How could the little ones say such things? Before she could finish, Dodo proudly interjected. "A few of my good friends said their parents saw it online. They all say Uncle Nen is Mommy's husband and our dad." Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless, recalling the internet hype orchestrated by Ranning. As she looked at Nen's tear-filled eyes, the little girl began to cry, her tears cascading down like pearls. They also said, I should go home and ask my family not to mistake my father." With a loud sob, Nen could no longer hold back her tears. Qin He, filled with compassion, embraced her and reassured, "You are Daddy's daughter. Don't listen to what those children say." But Qin He gently took out a tissue and wiped Nen's tears. "When you grow up, you will understand that what is said online and what others speak may not always be the truth. Some people enjoy believing in rumors, while others lack principles and just echo what others say nonsensically. However, as long as we understand what is true, that is sufficient. We cannot silence others, but we can adjust ourselves and not let their words affect us." After a pause, Qin He tenderly patted the child's head. "Daddy knows this is difficult and unfair for you. But since we are facing this situation, do you remember what I told you about how to handle it?" Nen nodded. Daddy said, "When faced with something, do not be afraid." Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile for Qin He. "Daddy, I'm okay now. I can go to school." With that, Nen got out of the car on her own. Lu Ruoyan felt a sudden pang in her heart, instinctively furrowing her brow. At this moment, Qin He guided Nen towards the teacher Lu Min, who stood at the entrance to greet parents and children. He held a commendable impression of her previous handling of a crafting incident. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Qin He began, briefly recounting the grievances his child had faced, requesting her assistance in paying closer attention during recess and guiding the other children. Certainly. I shall do my utmost," Lu Min responded, though a hint of hesitation crossed her features. However, matters such as these require us, as educators, to provide guidance only when we become aware of them. After all, Mr. Qin, I believe you understand that we cannot simply silence the entire class. Before she could finish her sentence, a mother of a classmate warmly greeted Lu Ruoyan. Director Lu, are you accompanying your husband to drop off the child? Upon noticing Qin He's face, her smile abruptly faded as she realized her faux pas. Meanwhile, her son exclaimed, "Hey, Dodo, why wasn't your dad in here to bring you today?" The boy's mother quickly placed a hand over his mouth. "Stop that." The boy, realizing his blunder, corrected himself. "Oh, it's another dad today. How nice. Dodo has 2 dads. Does that mean he gets double the New Year money?" The mother shot her son a disapproving glance. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? 2 dads? What good is that?" At this moment, several lingering parents turned their attention toward them, stifling their laughter. "What's so great about having 2 dads?" "Quite a bit, actually. One picks up today, the other tomorrow. Today, it's this stylish man. Tomorrow, it's another. How delightful." The murmurs of those around her echoed in Lu Ruoyan's ears. Although she typically possessed a robust psychological resilience, she found herself momentarily unsettled, her heart inexplicably aching. As an adult, she could navigate such situations, but what about NN? She remained but a small child. Just as Lu Ruoyan was about to speak, Qin He addressed the boy's mother, "Madam, I am indeed NN's biological father." With that, he knelt down to look earnestly at the little boy. "Remember, young man, this uncle is NN's father." The boy, puzzled, pointed to Dodo and asked, "What about Dodo? Is this uncle also Dodo's real dad?" Qin He then rose and glanced at Lu Ruoyan. "That question is best directed to that lady." He shifted the inquiry back to Lu Ruoyan. Chapter 57. Illegitimate child. The chubby boy, upon hearing Qin He's words, foolishly approached Lu Ruoyan and raised his neck to inquire, Annie, are Dodo and NS father's not the same person? And is this uncle's child? And Dodo, is that uncle and his child, right?" "Of course not," Lu Ruoyan retorted without a moment's hesitation. And Dodo are fraternal twins. And naturally, they share the same father." "Oh, I see. Auntie, I understand now." As he spoke, the chubby boy earnestly instructed Dodo, "You mustn't say you haven't a daddy anymore. As my mom says, we only have one dad." "Exactly." Lu Min gently took Dodo and NS hands. "Let's go inside." With that, Lu Min led Dodo and NN, accompanied by the chubby boy, into the kindergarten. Meanwhile, several grandmothers dropping off their grandchildren nearby began to gossip, pointing at Lu Ruoyan. "So, were those 2 children called illegitimate children?" "Yes, that's what they are, bastards." "Sigh, how could that fellow, her husband, accept her bearing twins for another man? What's the big deal? In our circle, such matters about." Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Qin He said nothing and simply entered the car. Before the vehicle started, he cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan, whose expression betrayed her discomfort. "Is it worth tarnishing your reputation for Chunzian?" Lu Ruoyan pressed her lips together, and just as Qin He was about to start the car, she abruptly unfastened her seatbelt with a decisive click, pushed open the car door, and strode towards the 2 gossiping grandmothers. The 2 elderly women were momentarily taken aback by Lu Ruoyan's sudden approach. Without addressing them directly, she maintained her icy demeanor. "I don't care where you have heard these rumors. I can now clearly tell you that I, Lu Ruoyan, have only one husband. His name is Qin He, and he is the biological father of Dodo and NN. Do you understand? If you dare to continue spreading rumors that these 2 children are illegitimate, affecting their schooling, I will immediately send you a lawyer's letter." With that, Lu Ruoyan turned on her heel and returned to Qin He's car, oblivious to the fact that someone had recorded her earlier words, mistaking her intent as a confrontation. Once she settled back into the car and fastened her seatbelt, she felt a wave of discomfort and murmured drive. Noticing Qin He still watching her intently, she awkwardly added, "I did that for NN's sake, not for you." Qin He responded lightly, his tone revealing no trace of emotion. "Rest assured, I didn't think much of it." From a moment Lu Ruoyan had asked him to resign for Chunzi and relinquish the opportunity for the Mr. Smith project. He had ceased to have any expectations of her. Hearing Qin He's nonchalant reply, Lu Ruoyan pressed her lips together, feeling an inexplicable constriction in her chest. "Take me to Huaxing Building. It's on your way." I received news that the people from Yunnan Mansion have also scheduled a meeting with you today. Qin he responded affirmatively and, en route, dialed Yao Jing to arrange a meeting at the foot of Huaxing Tower. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at Huaxing Mansion, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the Maybach transporting Chen Ziyan. Upon disembarking, Chen Ziyan greeted Lu Ruoyan warmly, while Yao Jing also exchanged cordial pleasantries with Qin He. The four of them entered the elevator together. As soon as the elevator began its ascent, Lu Ruoyan let out a soft gasp. Chen Ziyan turned to her, inquiring, "What is the matter, Yin Yin?" The moment Lu Ruoyan moved, her hair was tugged painfully. She cast an uncomfortable glance at Qin He and said, "Qin He, could you help me with my hair at the back? It's caught in the zipper." Qin He furrowed his brow, pondering that they were already divorced and had no ties. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan could easily ask Chen Ziyan for assistance. Why did she call upon him? Quickly, Lu Ruoyan urged, gathering her hair and exposing her elegant nape to Qin He. He did not hesitate and proceeded to assist her, as it was a mere triviality. Such gentlemanly decorum was still within him. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Last night, Lu Ruoyan had helped Qin He peel shrimp, and they had spent the night together. Now this. If things continued in this manner, their relationship would surely flourish. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. After years of meticulous strategizing, studying diligently, learning racing and drone operation, it was not for naught. The elevator chimed, and the four exited. A secretary greeted them and escorted them into the conference room. The individual in charge of the Yunnan Mansion project bidding, surnamed Zhou, was a well-groomed man in his 50s. After introducing himself, he stated, "Well, I trust everyone here is already well acquainted with our Yunnan Mansion project. I shall not bore you with unnecessary details. Having reviewed the proposals submitted, we have selected two of your firms. This is not a competition. Rather, we hope for collaboration to successfully complete this project." Collaboration? Yao Jing immediately shot a worried glance at Qin He. Qin He, however, signaled her not to fret and turned his attention to Manager Zhou. "How do you envision this collaboration? In the realm of smart home system design, Lu's firm indeed held a superior edge. Their proposal was far more developed than that of Cushing. Nevertheless, there was a particular aspect of Cushing's proposal that intrigued me greatly, which is why you have been invited. Considering your technical proposals, I propose that Lu's firm take the lead, comprising 65 of the project, with Mr. Chen Ziyan serving as the technical director to oversee the project. Cushing would be required to provide cooperation and the technical support highlighted in my notes, accounting for approximately 35 of the project's benefits. What are your thoughts? Absolutely not. Yao Jing interjected firmly. We refuse this form of collaboration. The thought of Qin He being managed by Chen Ziyan was unbearable for her. Manager Zhou, seemingly unfazed by Yao Jing's swift rejection, turned his gaze to Qin He. "Ms. Yao, perhaps you should not dismiss this so hastily. I personally believe this arrangement would be beneficial for Cushing, without any drawbacks. As a rising star, Cushing has indeed demonstrated remarkable growth in recent years. However, in the realm of smart home technology, there has yet to emerge a noteworthy case study. Should you have the opportunity to be involved with Yunnan Mansion, it would serve as an exceptional endorsement for your future bids on other projects. Furthermore, those in the industry understand that practical experience holds far greater significance than mere grandiloquence. Throughout your participation in our project, you will undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge." With that said, Manager Zhou turned to Director Qin and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Director Qin? Chapter 58. Qin He, as you wish, I shall strike you. Manager Zhou indeed made a valid point. Qin He smiled briefly, yet before acquiescing to your terms, "I wish to first review the technical proposals that the Lu Corporation can offer, as well as the technical content you desire from our side. This request is quite reasonable." Upon finishing his statement, Manager Zhou invited Chen Ziyan to elucidate the proposal. Chen Ziyan's explanation was impressive, garnering Qin He's admiration. One cannot deny that Chen Ziyan possesses remarkable prowess in the realm of smart home system design, which explains why the Yunnan Mansion project sought him as the lead. Subsequently, Manager Lin also articulated the aspects of Qin He's design that they valued. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. For the points raised by Keqing were audacious and innovative. If Qin He indeed devised this through self-study, she would certainly regard him with newfound respect. After listening to Manager Lin's exposition, Qin He nodded at Manager Zhou. I believe I understand your expectations. Keqing is willing to collaborate, albeit with an adjustment in the ratio. Lu Corporation shall hold 55, while we retain 45. I personally deem this ratio to be more equitable. As his words lingered in the air, Chen Zian interjected, on what grounds? However, Lu Ruoyan restrained his hand and addressed Manager Zhou. I consent to this distribution of shares. Qin, he is correct. His design warrants such a ratio. She was willing to relinquish a portion of the profits to invest in creativity. Ultimately, neither Lu Ruoyan nor Qin He expressed dissent, while only Yao Jing gazed at Qin He with concern. Qin He softly reassured her, it matters not to me. In the pursuit of profit, collaboration with anyone remains the same, especially since Keqing indeed requires endorsement in the smart home sector. He then jested with Yao Jing. If you are so considerate of me by pushing the funds away, President Qin might be displeased to learn of it. Yao Jing sighed and candidly stated, I merely believe that the sentiments of the employees are paramount. Whether coding or engaging in creative work, the foremost priority is to ensure that employees feel at ease. Only in such an environment can they produce truly vibrant work. This is also one of the reasons I oppose Gao Feng. A lack of team spirit is one aspect. Furthermore, if he harbors resentment, he cannot possibly create something that resonates with others. After concluding her thoughts, Yao Jing walked alongside Qin He as they exited. Qin He nodded in agreement. The two enjoyed a light meal outside before returning to Huaxing Building to formalize the contract. However, in the afternoon, Lu Ruoyan was absent. Instead, it was Chen Zian who arrived with the official seal to sign the agreement. Manager Zhou cast a knowing glance at Chen Zian and jested, You've been entrusted with the official seal. It seems Director Chen's relationship with President Lu has progressed quite deeply. Qin He lowered his eyelids, remaining silent. Chen Zian deliberately glanced at him, an air of smugness evident on his face as he smiled at Manager Zhou. President Lu simply places her trust in me. With that, he boldly signed his name on the contract and affixed the official seal, embodying the demeanor of the Lu Corporation's head. Unwary observers might have mistaken him for a son-in-law. Meanwhile, an assistant quietly informed Manager Zhou about the matters circulating online. Manager Zhou, belatedly realizing the situation, turned to Chen Zian and said, my apologies. I did not anticipate that you and General Lu shared such a relationship. I was rather abrupt just now. Not at all, replied Chen Zian. The jests of adults are harmless. Besides, I prefer an atmosphere that is not overly somber. A bit of humor is necessary to enliven the environment. With that, he deliberately glanced at Qin He and inquired, What do you think, Director Qin? Qin He cast a nonchalant glance in return and remarked, One must be cautious about the nature of jokes. Director Qin should avoid jesting to the point of self-sabotage. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's eyes narrowed. He sensed an underlying meaning in Qin He's words. Before long, the contract was finalized, and both parties commenced work in the temporary office space provided by Huaxing. The entire technical team consisted of 10 members, 6 from Lu's company and 4 from Keqing. Upon arriving at the workspace, Chen Zian, adopting a director's demeanor, addressed Qin He, saying, Please provide me with this segment of code before you leave for the day. Certainly, Qin He replied, accepting the task without a hint of emotion, before returning to his workstation to write code. At 3 in the afternoon, when Lu Ruoyan arrived to check on the project's progress, Chen Zian stepped out of the office and announced to everyone, I've brought coffee and some snacks for everyone. Please enjoy an afternoon tea. He then turned to Qin He with an authoritative air and stated, There seems to be quite a bit. Qin He, would you assist me in bringing it down? Of course, Qin He replied, casting a deep glance at him before acquiescing. Once the two departed, some employees at Keqing expressed their dissatisfaction. Even though this is a collaborative project, why should we be ordered around by their superior? Exactly. Did you see his demeanor? He acts as if he is the one in charge. I truly dislike his condescending attitude towards our leader, constantly referring to him as Qin He this and Qin He that, with no semblance of courtesy. I have a strong aversion to Lu's personnel. Indeed, if he needs something, why not ask his own team? Lu Ruin, having overheard the conversation, cast her gaze toward the recently closed elevator doors, lost in thought. However, she quickly dismissed the notion that crossed her mind. Chun Zian was inherently kind-hearted and amicable. He did not strike her as someone who would intentionally provoke Qin He. At that moment, a technician from Lu's side chimed in. Qin He was originally one of our employees at Lu's. He only left to join Keqing. Is it so surprising that he and our director Chun are well acquainted? Upon hearing this, the Keqing employees appeared displeased, yet they refrained from further comment. After all, this was merely the first day of collaboration, and causing too much discord would hinder future cooperation. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Chun Zian did not press any buttons, leaving it suspended mid-air. Qin He remained unperturbed, casually resting one hand in his pocket as he awaited Chun Zian's next move. After a prolonged silence, Chun Zian finally spoke. His lips pursed in a troubled expression. Qin He, I am aware that you harbor some misunderstandings toward me. In truth, I sought this opportunity to clarify things. Yin has been exceedingly kind to me, perhaps even more so than to you. Moreover, Dodo is quite fond of me and has expressed his desire for me to be his father on more than one occasion. However, I am a person of principles. I would never eagerly step into the role of mistress and disrupt another's family. If you knew me well enough, you would understand that I am diligent and self-reliant. Unlike those who seek shortcuts. Before I could finish my thought, Qin He interrupted with a mocking laugh. Director Chun, your notion of independence seems to entail enjoying the lavish gifts of other women, including the Maybach and various conveniences they provide, does it not? Chun Zian was momentarily speechless. Struggling to respond, they insisted on giving this to me. I never wanted it. Qin He, uninterested in Chun Zian's theatrics, glanced at the surveillance camera and remarked, if I am not mistaken, you have hacked the elevator's monitoring system. You can see the footage, but cannot hear a sound. Your words are merely a provocation, aimed at inciting me to strike you. Upon hearing this, Chun Zian's composure shattered, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He had not anticipated that Qin He would see through his scheme. Yet, if Qin He refrained from retaliating now, he feared he might not find such a favorable opportunity again. Yin was present, as were the members of both teams. If Qin He struck him now, Yin would undoubtedly be concerned for him, exacerbating the couple's discord. Moreover, given that the team members were aware of his previous criticisms of Qin He's work, they would likely interpret Qin He's actions as an outlet for professional frustration. If all went well, Yin might even insist on a public apology from Qin He. What the predicament? As Chun Zian struggled to devise a plan, Qin He raised an eyebrow at him. Out of words? Very well, I shall oblige you. With that, he rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and without hesitation, he seized Chun Zian by the collar and delivered a swift punch to the corner of his mouth. The impact was sharp, causing Chun Zian's lip to split, yet he could not suppress the gleam of delight on his face. He had not expected such a rapid turn of events. Qin He, indeed, could not withstand provocation. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a flurry of punches rained down upon him, all landing squarely on his face. The stinging pain enveloped his cheeks, as if they might crack under the pressure. Qin He's breath came in short bursts above him. Since you crave a beating, I shall grant your wish. You wish for Lu Ruoyan to feel pity for you, do you? Then I shall not spare your face. It would be remiss of me. With a series of forceful blows, Qin He continued to strike Chun Zian's abdomen. Soon, Chun Zian curled up in the corner of the elevator, clutching his head and pleading for mercy. Stop, please. Qin He, have you lost your mind? Ah, Qin He. Please cease. You know how Yin feels about me. Please, no more to the face. Once Qin He had vented his frustrations. He pressed a button for the ground floor, retrieving the coffee and sushi from the delivery person. Meanwhile, Chun Zian remained huddled in the corner of the elevator, staring at Qin He as if he were a specter, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that Qin He was a skilled fighter, delivering blows with an intensity that felt as though he wished to annihilate him. At this moment, Chun Zian felt a twinge of regret for provoking Qin He. The delivery person, upon witnessing Chun Zian's battered visage, was taken aback. As the elevator doors closed, it ascended steadily. Upon reaching the designated floor, Chun Zian was eager to rush out and report the incident. Qin He, just you wait. I am about to unveil your true colors before Yin. Just as those words escaped his lips, Qin He uttered a single phrase, leaving Chun Zian frozen in place. What? What did you just say? Chapter 59, Lu Ruoyan inquired Qin He. How did Chun Zian get beaten? You. What did you say? Chun Zian's body stiffened abruptly as he turned, frowning at Qin He. Qin He smiled, his demeanor relaxed, akin to a cat toying with a captured mouse. I said I just recorded something. You mean, Lu Ruoyan saw you come to provoke me deliberately, and you think she might still treat you like before? Chun Zian scrutinized Qin He's expression, and upon noticing that it bore no signs of deceit, his face paled further. You. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket, Qin He replied, if you don't believe me, feel free to test it. After all, my phone is still recording. Chun Zian remained silent, his teeth clenched in frustration. He never anticipated that Qin He would dare to strike him after uncovering his true intentions. Was he not concerned about facing Lu Ruoyan afterward? Moreover, he had already been struck, and now he was being mocked. How infuriating! When had Qin He become so formidable? Chun Zian's exterior was a spectacle, his thoughts racing one after another. Yet the possibility that Qin He was still recording rendered him speechless. Noticing Chun Zian's vexation, Qin He cheerfully tousled his hair, saying, Want to play? I wouldn't mind indulging you. With that, Qin He stepped out of the elevator, carrying his coffee. Until now, he had thought that since his divorce from Lu Ruoyan, her affairs with Chun Zian were none of his concern. Thus he refrained from intervening. However, now that Chun Zian had initiated confrontation, he could no longer hold back. Qin He entered the office, and everyone rushed over to grab coffee and snacks. An employee from Lu's side handed Lu Ruoyan a cup of coffee. President Lu, this is yours. Thank you. Lu Ruoyan accepted the coffee, lifted the straw, and took a delicate sip, her demeanor as ethereal as ever, untouched by the mundane world. The employee who brought her coffee was momentarily mesmerized. Noticing the gaze fixed upon the vice president, the individual felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of their head, and hastily sought to change the topic. Oh, why isn't Director Chun back with you? They scanned the room and then looked towards Qin He. Director Chun encountered a bit of trouble. Qin He explained nonchalantly. He surmised that Chun Zian was likely hiding in the men's restroom, tending to his wounds. The employee, curious, asked, what kind of trouble could Director Chun get into? Oh, he got beaten. Qin He replied, taking another sip of his coffee as if nothing had happened. What? Director Chun was beaten? The employee's mouth fell agape in disbelief. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Qin He. What transpired? Qin He cast a glance at the entrance, where a bruised and battered Chun Zian emerged from the restroom. He deliberately remarked, why don't you all ask Director Chun yourself? Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention swiftly turned to the doorway. Two of Lu's subordinates, who were typically close to Chun Zian, exclaimed in unison, Director Chun, what happened? How'd you get beaten so badly? What on earth is happening? Is he intentionally slapping faces? Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoyan hastily set down her coffee and, in her high heels, approached to assess Chun Zian's injuries. Have you called the police? Qin He inquired, following suit. Indeed, Director Chun. Have you reported this to the authorities? Chun Zian pressed his lips together, observing Qin He's confident demeanor, and inwardly concluded that he had recorded the incident. With a sense of frustration, he managed to utter, there is no need to involve the police. Zian, you've been severely harmed. Why not report it? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow, reaching for her phone as if to call the authorities. Chun Zian, concerned that the situation might escalate, quickly intervened. It's unnecessary. It was a misunderstanding. The other party has already apologized. He cast a discreet glare at Qin He. Apologized? Is that truly a matter for an apology? Lu Ruoyan's voice rose in pitch, before she turned to Qin He, demanding an explanation of the situation. Indeed, Chun Zian's sycophant echoed, Director Qin of Kasheng. Would you kindly elucidate why you and our Director Chun went to retrieve takeout together, and yet you emerged unscathed while he is in this condition? Furthermore, you were present. Why did you not assist him? At that moment, hearing support from those around him invigorated Chun Zian, prompting him to say, Qin He, perhaps you should clarify. I prefer not to. Qin He nodded in acknowledgement, continuing, if there is blame to be laid, let it fall on my lack of charm compared to your Director Chun. Charm? The crowd grew increasingly bewildered, their brows knitted in confusion. Meanwhile, Yao Jing and Lu Ruoyan regarded Qin He with suspicion, who was casually holding his coffee and recounting Chun Zian's ordeal as though it were a tale. After Director Chun and I descended, the delivery guy asserted that he couldn't enter the lobby and claimed he had numerous items on his cart, asking if we could step outside to assist him. We thought, since we were already downstairs, it was inconsequential. Little did we know, as soon as we stepped out to help, he led us into a secluded alley without surveillance. The moment I took the items, he struck Director Chun. But why would he attack Director Chun? Inquired Chun Zian sycophant. At that moment, Chun Zian glanced at Qin He, who wore a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He regretted having requested an excuse from Qin He. Just as he contemplated stopping Qin He from continuing, it was already too late. Qin He shrugged and persisted. That delivery guy had quite the foul mouth, accusing Director Chun of courting his wife. He even claimed that Director Chun, in his hunger, would not spare a woman of 45. 45? This. Chun Zian's sycophant's eyes widened in shock, his expression resembling one who had stumbled upon sensational gossip. But he quickly realized his reaction was poorly managed and hastened to clarify to Chun Zian, impossible. That cannot be true. Someone of Director Chin's caliber would never be interested in a woman of such an age. As his words fell, he eagerly sought affirmation from those around him. However, the surrounding individuals remained silent, some of the male employees present casting peculiar glances at Chun Zian. The expression was unmistakably clear. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that Director Chun had such peculiar tastes? At that moment, even Chun Zian's sycophants were rendered speechless. Qin He continued to sip his coffee nonchalantly, even indulging in light-hearted banter. Is it possible? That is a question best directed at your Director Chun. Meanwhile, Chun Zian was seething, his face alternating between shades of green and white as he absorbed the tale spun by Qin He. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. After all, if he refuted it, he would have to explain the origin of his facial injuries to everyone. His mind raced with strategies for a response. And when Qin He tossed the question his way, he was suddenly acutely aware of the fact that Qin He had likely concocted this narrative in advance during the recording, compelling him to accept this fabricated excuse. How infuriating! The crowd turned their gazes toward him, eagerly awaiting his reply. Ultimately, he could only concede. It was more or less that, in the end, that individual claimed to have mistaken the identity. Qin He sipped his coffee in high spirits. At that moment, Chun Zian's lackeys quickly caught on. Qin He, since you were there, why didn't you assist Director Chun? And aren't you skilled in martial arts? You frequently visit the gym. Why merely stand by and watch him get beaten? Chapter 60. Lin Yuan extended her slender, silk-clad legs, prompting Qin He to lift his gaze towards her and inquire. You have funds in your bank account. Why not utilize them to aid the disaster-stricken areas? He added, furthermore, that individual ultimately admitted to the misunderstanding. Initially, I was unaware of the circumstances, and thus felt it unwise to intervene hastily. With that, Qin He returned to his workstation to resume his duties. At that moment, Ranning entered, her heart aching upon seeing Chun Zian. She quickly approached him with concern. Zian, what happened? Who struck you? Tell me, and I shall seek retribution. Lu Ruoyan, sensing there might be more to this incident, guessed that Chun Zian would prefer to keep the details private. She swiftly took Ran Ying's hand and explained. It's merely a misunderstanding. For now, please escort Zian to the hospital to tend to his injuries. Before she could finish, Chun Zian weakly grasped Lu Ruoyan's arm and murmured, Yin Yin, I feel a bit dizzy. Dizzy? Could it be a concussion? Lu Ruoyan's eyes reflected a hint of anxiety. Ran Ying, more urgent, replied, then Yin Yin, support Zian, keep an eye on him. I shall head to the underground parking lot to fetch the car. With that, Ranning swiftly grabbed her bag and dashed into the elevator. Lu Ruoyan, with no other option, instructed the remaining staff to continue their tasks, then assisted Chun Zian towards another elevator. As Lu Ruoyan departed, employees of the Lu Corporation began to whisper among themselves. Look how concerned President Lu is for her concealed husband. Indeed, I just saw her complexion pale. Let's get back to work. If President Lu isn't distressed for him, why should we be? Sigh, I envy the Lu family son-in-law. He truly has it made. Hearing their discussions, Yao Jing cast a worried glance at Qin He. Yet, Qin He remained unfazed, instructing other members to tidy up. With a meeting scheduled for 10 minutes later, Yao Jing blinked, pondering that her junior likely had truly moved on, and leaned closer to ask in a hushed tone, "Hey, what has transpired? Did that delivery man really inflict those injuries on Chen Zian?" "I did," Qin He admitted bluntly. "What? Then why didn't he point you out in front of Lu Ruoyan? Such a rare opportunity." Yao Jing's face was a canvas of curiosity. Recalling Chen Zian's earlier discomfort, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I deceived him. I recorded it." "Wait, did he genuinely believe you? Didn't you bring out the recording?" Yao Jing questioned, intrigued. "A guilty person tends to be frightened. Perhaps he suspects whether I truly have the recording, but I'm quite certain he is too timid to gamble on it." "Indeed," Yao Jing lamented, smacking her thigh. "Why didn't you record it for real?" "You're driving me mad." Qin He smiled, contemplating the recording, but it was too late. After their exchange, he followed Yao Jing into the meeting room, opening his laptop and projector to address several technical matters with the team. "Look here, this section requires this approach. And over here, these are the keys to successfully developing a smart home system." With Qin He's guidance, the technical staff at Cushing were left in astonished silence, each reflecting on their oversight. "Right, how do we not consider this? Wow, boss, you've uncovered their core secrets in just half a collaboration." At this moment, Yao Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Qin He, so this is the reason behind your agreement to collaborate." "Indeed, I have not ventured into the realm of smart home technology. I merely consider it a chance to gain experience. With the endorsement of the Yuntan project coupled with this newfound knowledge, Arkashin will also be able to secure contracts in this area." The technical backbone around them exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. Their confidence in their future career development was growing stronger. As the meeting concluded, it was time to leave for the day, and Yao Jing suggested they all dine at a nearby restaurant. Qin He had no objections. They tidied up their notebooks and departed together. Upon arriving at the base of Huaxing Building, Lin Yuan approached, dressed in a sultry red spaghetti strap dress. "Qin He, I have an antique car parked nearby at the garage. They were unable to repair it. Could you take a look?" "My father said that whoever can restore his prized possession would be rewarded with a sum of 200,000 yuan." Hearing this, Qin He glanced at Yao Jing. "You all go ahead. A fortune that is offered should not be declined. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Yao Jing shrugged in indifference, nodded, and departed with the others. Only then did Qin He get into Lin Yuan's car and head to the nearby garage. Indeed, Lin Yuan's vehicle was an antique worth a fortune. After listening to the garage staff's description, Qin He began to remove his suit jacket, roll up his sleeves, and lift the car's hood for inspection. Approximately 45 minutes later, after replacing several components, the car roared back to life. The garage owner, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother, you're impressive. I had heard from colleagues about your skills, but seeing you in action is truly extraordinary." At once, the owner requested Qin He's business card, stating that he would contact him for high-value, complex repairs in the future. Qin He smiled and replied, "I'm quite selective about vehicles." The garage owner paused, only to hear Qin He mention specifications for racing and antique cars. "I do not accept ordinary vehicles that pose no challenge." Understood, the owner quickly responded, taking the business card, realizing that someone of his caliber would certainly not be interested in ordinary repairs. Lin Yuan, with her arms crossed, scrutinized Qin He, noticing that his demeanor was somewhat arrogant, yet it struck a chord with her. Deliberately avoiding the topic of payment, she glanced at her watch and said, "I didn't realize I kept you for so long. To express my gratitude for fixing my father's treasure, allow me to treat you to dinner at the French restaurant across the street." "Very well," Qin He replied, not one to be coy, and he graciously accompanied Lin Yuan to the French restaurant. Lin Yuan chose a cozy, window-side couple's booth. As they settled in, she took the menu from the waiter and ordered several signature dishes. Concerned that Qin He might feel awkward with the English and French menu, she did not ask for his input, only inquired, "Are these dishes suitable?" "I am fine with anything," Qin He replied with a slight nod. "Then that's settled," Lin Yuan said, returning the menu to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, she tossed her hair and gazed intently at Qin He, slipping her long leg. Clad in black stockings between his. Tell me, do we not resemble lovers in secret? Not all. With an impassive expression, Qin he restrained her restless legs, opened his phone, and presented the payment QR code. If we were entangled in an affair, I certainly could not accept 200,000 from you at this moment. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly as she shot him a disdainful glance before picking up her phone to scan the QR code and transfer the money. After completing the transaction, she set her phone aside, propping her chin with one hand, gazing at Qin he with an alluring demeanor, deliberately not withdrawing her legs, but instead playfully lifting them higher. So what about now? Is it permissible? Not yet, Miss Lin. That would require a different price. Qin he tightened his grip on Lin Yuan's legs, rendering her immobile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan became invigorated, her gaze growing bolder and more fiery. How much more must I add? Qin he regarded her with a half-smile. Miss Lin, are you considering taking me under your wing? Before his words faded, Lu Ruoyan, Ranning, and Chun Zian had approached them. What do you mean by taking under your wing? Qin he, what are you talking about? Lu Ruoyan's usually composed demeanor cracked slightly, her suspicious gaze flitting between Qin he and Lin Yuan. Chapter 61, Baby, I was wrong under the table. Qin he had Lin Yuan's leg firmly pinched, his expression calm as he gazed at Lu Ruoyan. This question, then, must be directed to Miss Lin, he remarked. Lin Yuan swallowed nervously, attempting to withdraw her leg, but found it impossible. Her heart raced, yet there was an undeniable thrill. She fluttered her long, curled eyelashes at Lu Ruoyan, saying, well, I mentioned that Qin he should set a price. She deliberately cast a glance at Qin he, elongating her words, expecting him to flinch. However, to her surprise, Qin he remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he seemed to relish her performance. Feeling the pressure of his composure, Lin Yuan pursed her lips and earnestly explained to Lu Ruoyan, all right, I was just joking. I meant to say that I want Qin he to set a price to become my father's long-term maintenance advisor for his antique car. Lu Ruoyan, aware of Qin he's impressive mechanical skills, believed half of what she said. Yet, a sense of peculiarity lingered in her heart, prompting her to cast a sidelong glance at Qin he. Then why are you here dining with Lin Yuan? Didn't you promise Mother you would return to the old house to keep your father company? Why haven't you gone back for dinner? Lu Ruoyan, dining with whomever I choose is my prerogative, Qin he replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he shifted his gaze to Chun Zian. As for accompanying your father at the old house, that is your duty, not mine. If you are indifferent about your own biological father, why should I, an outsider, concern myself? You. Lu Ruoyan found the term outsider particularly jarring. Yet, instinctively glancing at Chun Zian, she felt a twinge of guilt and chose not to retort. Sigh, Yin Yin. It was Qin he who helped me with my car, and I invited him to dinner as a token of gratitude. Lin Yuan interjected, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. She attempted to rise, but realized her leg was firmly trapped by Qin he, rendering her immobile. At this moment, panic began to set in. She shot a furtive glare at Qin he, silently urging him to release her. Yet, Qin he remained unperturbed, casually sipping his lemonade, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of a wealthy scion. Lin Yuan found herself lost in thought, wondering how she could equate this seemingly impoverished Qin he with a member of high society. She shook her head, but worried that Lu Ruoyan might catch on, causing her scalp to tingle with anxiety. That insufferable Qin, he was unexpectedly adept at playing this game. At that moment, Chun Zian glanced between Qin he and Lin Yuan, then turned to Lu Ruoyan, suggesting, why don't we all eat together? Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rose, her complexion shifting dramatically. After all, Qin he still had a firm grip on her leg. What would happen if everyone discovered this? Yet, the more anxious she became, the more Qin he seemed to relish the situation, refusing to loosen his hold, arms crossed, observing her with an air of ease. Regret washed over Lin Yuan. She lamented her boldness in flirting with him in public, but now she could say nothing. Instead, she sent Qin he a message. Baby, I was wrong. Please let go. Just as Lin Yuan picked up her phone to compose a message, Qin he's phone vibrated, causing a ripple of awareness among the onlookers. Instantly, Lin Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment, her lips biting down as she wished to bury her face in her hands. However, She found herself unable to proceed in such a manner, resorting instead to an awkward explanation. What I meant earlier was, this booth is too cramped for everyone to dine together comfortably. As Lu Ruoyan glanced at Chen Zian, she bluntly declined, stating, "No, thank you. Qin He and I are heading back to the old residence for dinner. My parents are still waiting for us. Since Lin Yuan is here, she can accompany you all for the meal, which is quite fitting. We shall take our leave now." With that, Lu Ruoyan grasped Qin He's hand and made to exit. At that moment, Qin He released Lin Yuan's leg, allowing her to exhale a long, relieved breath as her heart raced in her chest. Once Qin He departed, she noticed the injury on Chen Zian's face and was momentarily taken aback. "Zian, what happened to your face? Who did this to you? Tell me, and I shall help you seek vengeance." Chen Zian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So, it was only now that Lin Yuan truly noticed his presence after he had stood there for so long. Thus, he half-jokingly inquired, "If I said it was Qin He who did this, would you assist me in avenging myself?" "Of course," Lin Yuan replied with utmost nonchalance. "If it was Qin He who struck you, I would help you seduce him. Once you have him in your grasp, you could cast him aside, and I would relish watching him weep and plead with me not to break up," Lin Yuan declared with a smug smile, her lips curling upwards. She imagined that once Qin He shared her bed, he would be utterly captivated by her charm. After Lu Ruoyan and Chen Zian wed, she would tire of Qin He and find an opportunity to publicly reject him. At that time, having lost Lu Ruoyan and himself, he would undoubtedly be left in despair, begging for her to stay. He would not be so haughty then. The mere thought of this scenario brought a smile to Lin Yuan's face. Let it be so aloof. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as baby, and he had playfully punished her by pinching her leg. He deserved it. Chen Zian, upon hearing her words, displayed a flicker of surprise. Meanwhile, Ranning rolled her eyes. "Enough with the grandstanding. After all this time, you all speak so grandly. Yet I have yet to see any of you truly win Qin He over." Chen Zian could no longer contain his astonishment as he stared at Ranning, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" "Yes, that is also Yin Yin's sentiment." Ranning pulled up a video of Lu Ruoyan drunkenly expressing herself on her phone for Chen Zian to view. After watching it, Chen Zian remained in a state of disbelief, his hands trembling as he held the phone. "Is this really Yin Yin's thought? She has refrained from officially being with me because she feared others would misunderstand and think I am a third party? Indeed, she has taken you to Italy for 2 years. Such an obvious matter, and you still fail to grasp it?" Ranning prodded the screen with her elegantly long nails. "Furthermore, they say that inebriation reveals the truth. The evidence is right here. How can you still doubt it?" At this moment, Lin Yuan also turned her gaze towards Chen Zian. "In any case, you need not think or do anything. The remainder will be managed by us, your sisters, to ensure a successful outcome for you and Yin Yin. Miss Lin, Miss Ran, thank you both. Your kindness toward me is truly overwhelming. Without you, there would be no present day Chen Zian. Yin Yin and I will forever be grateful to you." Chen Zian tenderly lifted his glass of red wine, prepared to toast to Lin Yuan and Ranning. He believed he appeared quite dashing while doing so. However, Lin Yuan, observing his comically bruised visage, discreetly shifted her gaze. Meanwhile, it was Ranning who proactively clinked glasses with him, saying, "Zian, please refrain from such sentiments. Had it not been for your timely assistance during our ordeal back then, we cannot fathom where we would be now. It is we who owe you our gratitude. Without you, there would be no us." "Miss Ran, you are far too gracious. This was merely my duty," he replied. Lin Yuan then joined in, urging, "All right, Zian, enough of the formalities. Let's eat." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zian inquired of Ranning, "Could you send me that short video from earlier?" Without questioning his intentions, Ranning effortlessly forwarded the video to him, exhibiting her unwavering trust in him. Upon receiving the video, Chen Zian's expression darkened as he schemed in silence. He planned to anonymously send the short clip to Qin He. At the moment, he was foolishly convinced that these affluent young ladies fancied him, delivering a devastating blow as retribution for the humiliation he had endured today. Qin He, I grow ever more curious about the expression you will wear when you see this video. It is sure to be quite a spectacle. Once again, Chun Zian raised his glass, toasting to the two young ladies. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ran Ying's phone alerted her to a new video sent by her subordinate. Upon viewing it, her countenance changed dramatically. Chapter 62. Did Mr. Lu want it? What happened? Lin Yuan also noticed her pallor and set down her knife and fork to look at her. Ran Ying, infuriated, tossed her phone at her. How could Yan Yin publicly acknowledge at the kindergarten gate that she and he is her husband? Saying this, she hastily grabbed another phone to call her subordinate. No matter what, we must find a way to suppress this video. Moreover, have the other party delete it. I'll pay any amount. After hanging up, she anxiously turned to Lin Yuan. We must hasten our pace. Lin Yuan, you must find a way to subdue Qin He. If it comes to it, I will ask my father's subordinates to slip him something. Otherwise, once this video is exposed, Zian will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame as a mistress. I have painstakingly helped Chun Zi and establish her image. If the truth comes out, it will all be ruined. A common person as a mistress may not face severe repercussions. However, the negative impact on a person of credibility being a mistress is utterly devastating. It amounts to Chun Zi and never being able to rise again. Contemplating this, Ran Ying created a small group chat. Regarding the earlier proposition of seducing Qin He, I am raising the stakes from 5 million to 10 million. Furthermore, our Ran family will also contribute a portion of our assets for collaboration. Once this news spread, the ladies in the group eagerly responded. Rest assured, mission accomplished. Ha ha. Qin He is mine. No. Qin He is mine now. Meanwhile, Qin He followed Lu Ruoyan out of the restaurant, and neither spoke a word. Originally, Qin He had no intention of returning. He merely agreed to Mrs. Lu's request to put on show occasionally. However, when Inen called him, expressing her longing, he decided to get in Lu Ruoyan's car and head back. On the way, he opened his phone and saw the WeChat message Lin Yuan had just sent him in the restaurant. Qin He replied, "The legs are fine, but do not flirt indiscriminately." His intention was to warn Lin Yuan not to be provocative at all times. Even if he divorced Lu Ruoyan, he did not intend to entangle himself with her friends. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan misunderstood, thinking that Qin He particularly admired her legs, and sent a photo from her album wearing black stockings. A notification chimed. Lu Ruoyan instinctively glanced at Qin He's phone screen. A long, beautiful leg appeared before them. The leg was long and slender, devoid of any excess flesh. Most enticing were the delicate straps of the stockings clinging to her thighs, exuding an undeniable sexiness. Qin He felt no embarrassment from being caught. Instead, he openly appreciated the enlarged image. Indeed, a beautiful leg. Lu Ruoyan felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. She initially wanted to confront Qin He about who sent him such a photo, but then reconsidered, not wanting to be manipulated by him, and lowered her gaze, coldly looking out the window. After all, Qin He had recently been employing these particular tactics to capture her attention. She could not fall for it again. Qin He, however, did not pay much attention to Lu Ruoyan's reaction, continuing to browse through his friend circle. After all, both of them were divorced, and her response was perfectly understandable. Soon, the car arrived at the old residence. As they stepped into the living room, they caught sight of Mrs. Lu and Lu Kiki whispering furtively about something. Mrs. Lu slipped a bag into Lu Kiki's hands. Upon noticing the two's arrival, Lu Kiki hurriedly concealed the bag behind her back and signaled an okay gesture to her mother. Only then did Mrs. Lu turn her gaze towards Qin He and Lu Ruoyan, cheerfully announcing that it was time to eat. She encouraged them to go upstairs to check on their father, who had made remarkable progress that day, managing to speak a complete sentence and sit up. Mentioning her husband's condition brought a radiant smile to Mrs. Lu's face. Qin He accepted without hesitation, nodding as he made his way to his father's room with familiarity. Lu Ruoyan following closely behind. They engaged in conversation with Lu's father for a while, and his visibly improved demeanor was evident. When Lu Kiki came to summon them for dinner, Lu's father urged them to hurry downstairs. After dinner, they played with the children in the backyard for some time. Observing Qin He as he engaged with the two children, Lu Ruoyan momentarily entertained the thought that perhaps this was indeed quite pleasant. Setting aside other considerations, Qin He's dedication to family was undeniably commendable. After the children were flushed with sweat from playing, Mrs. Liu and Liu Kiki came to take them away. You should head back to your room quickly. You've all had a long day. Go take a shower. We'll look after the kids, they said. Qin He and Liu Ruoyan, without further thought, returned to the master bedroom. As the guest room had been transformed into a rehabilitation room, there was no spare room available, compelling Qin He to retrieve his clothes from the rehabilitation room to change. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyan entered the bathroom to take a shower. Upon finishing, she discovered that the sleepwear prepared by the maid had been swapped by Liu Kiki for a rather provocative set. This sleepwear was most likely the very small items they had seen being shoved around earlier. Liu Ruoyan sighed, feeling somewhat awkward as she picked up the delicate black lace nightwear. The top was a low-cut black lace camisole, short enough to reveal her alluring navel, while the bottom consisted of lace suspenders, stockings that extended above the knee, and two slender straps between the lace panties, creating an exceedingly enticing appearance. Reminiscent of the images Qin He had opened, Liu Ruoyan had never donned such attire before, her toes curling in embarrassment. She even disdainfully tossed the two pieces aside, contemplating wearing her bathrobe to fetch her clothes from the wardrobe. Yet just as she moved away, an image flashed in her mind of Qin He mentioning that the legs in the online photo were beautiful. A twinge of displeasure surged within her. She thought that if she wore it, she might even look better than the legs in that picture. With that thought, she donned the outfit in a fit of defiance and stepped out of the bathroom. At that very moment, Qin He happened to push the door open, having changed his clothes and intending to return to the master bedroom to retrieve his belt. Their eyes met, and Liu Ruoyan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, feeling utterly uncomfortable. After all, she was the aloof female CEO. How could she wear such clothing? Qin He raised an eyebrow, his expression composed as he approached Liu Ruoyan, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her form. When his gaze fell upon those exquisite legs, he did not withhold his admiration. "Your legs are quite beautiful," he remarked. With his voice lingering in the air, he leaned closer to Liu Ruoyan's ear and inquired, "So, Liu, are you interested?" The warm breath brushed against Liu Ruoyan's smooth neck, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Aye." She tightened her grip, then closed her eyes, reasoning with herself that there was nothing amiss. After all, they were husband and wife, bound by obligation. Yet, Qin He, having taken a belt from beside her, fastened it with an impassive expression before turning to leave. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in being your free massage device, Miss Liu." At this, Liu Ruoyan's eyes flew open in disbelief as she stared at him. "Qin He, what on earth are you saying?" Qin He secured his belt and smiled wryly. "The agreement has expired. The marriage is dissolved. To ask for more would be to treat me as nothing more than a vibrating massager. Do you still harbor feelings for me?" Chapter 63. Liu Ruoyan discovers the absence of matrimonial bonsai. "I certainly cannot harbor any affection for you." After hastily uttering these words, Liu Ruoyan pressed her crimson lips together, a flicker of regret stirring within her heart. She had no intention of inflicting pain upon Qin He. Yet each encounter with him seemed to thwart any attempt at civil discourse. In stark contrast, Qin He displayed no sign of hurt. He casually picked up his car keys and remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Well, that settles it. Let us refrain from discussing adult matters. It appears you simply wish to take advantage." "I do not. It is not as you presume." Liu Ruoyan turned her face away awkwardly, explaining, "This attire was suggested by my mother for Cuckoo to change into. I had no other clothing available after my shower. Hence I had no choice but to wear this. I certainly did not intend to entice you." Qin He, uninterested in her explanation, opened the door, ready to depart. "Qin He, where are you going at this late hour?" Liu Ruoyan, driven by instinct, hurriedly pursued him. In her haste, her soft chest collided with his arm, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Qin He turned his head, casting her a sardonic glance. "Liu Ruoyan, do you recall the time you went to meet Chinzian? You even left from my bed. So, are you now attempting to interfere with my life?" The mention of their previous encounter made Liu Ruoyan self-consciously nibble on her crimson lips. Aware of her own misdeeds, she felt no right to obstruct Qin He any further. Once the door closed behind him, an unsettling feeling settled deeper within her. Why did Qin He repeatedly assert that they were divorced? Mentioning it once might stem from his irritation, but to bring it up persistently hinted at something amiss. Unable to unravel the mystery herself, Liu Ruoyan dialed He Shuxian. As the eldest daughter of the He family, Shu Xian possessed a composed demeanor, exuding warmth and generosity, in stark contrast to Lin Yuan. Their interactions felt more akin to that of a confidant than mere acquaintances. Once connected, Lu Ruoyan recounted the recent events and the peculiarities surrounding Qin He. Shu Xian, could you help me analyze why Qin He incessantly brings up the subject of divorce? A moment of silence enveloped the call before Shu Xian's gentle voice emerged like a soothing stream. Yin Yin, it is not my intention to criticize, but your actions have indeed been rather excessive. If Qin He were to retaliate using your past deeds as a basis for his own actions, it would not be an unreasonable response. As for his references to divorce, I do recall something. You consulted me regarding the draft of your divorce agreement. It stated that upon the expiration of the agreement, the two parties would automatically enter a state of divorce. Your contract was notarized, thus holding legal validity. In other words, you are no longer bound by any marital ties. The only remaining formality is obtaining the divorce certificate. Lu Ruoyan, reminded by Shu Xian, began to recollect the details. Her expression grew complex as she lowered her gaze and replied, "Yes, I understand." In a flurry of concern over potential inaccuracies, she swiftly searched for the agreement document on her computer, only to confirm that Shu Xian's assertions were indeed correct. This meant that, legally speaking, they were no longer husband and wife. Lu Ruoyan felt astonished by this realization. Had 5 years truly passed so swiftly? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin He arrived at a private club. As he passed the swimming pool, a 5-year-old boy fell in while attempting to catch a little yellow duck. Gurgling, the boy quickly sank beneath the surface, evidently unable to swim. Without hesitation, Qin He dove into the pool and rescued the child. Just as Shu Xian hung up the phone and turned around, she was startled by the sight, her heart nearly stopping, and rushed over to check on the boy's condition. "Xiao Rui, are you all right? Did you swallow any water? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Shu Xian anxiously cupped Xiao Rui's face in her hands. The little boy, pale and trembling, shook his head to indicate he was fine. Shu Xian, filled with dread, hurriedly grabbed a nearby towel to wrap around him. At that moment, the servant rushed over, flustered and repeatedly apologizing. "Miss, I'm so sorry. I just went to the restroom. I thought you were here. Please don't dismiss me." "Enough. This is the last warning. If it happens again, I will have no choice but to let you go." Shu Xian reprimanded the servant sternly. Once she had ensured Xiao Rui was safe, she finally noticed the man who had saved him. "Thank you so much, sir. You're soaked. Why don't you come to our room?" Before she could finish her sentence, she looked up and recognized Qin He, stepping back in shock. "Qin He? How is it you?" Shu Xian, who stood at a modest height of 160 centimeters, only reached Qin He's shoulder. Having focused her attention on Xiao Rui, she hadn't fully realized who had rescued him until now, and she was somewhat taken aback. Noticing her embarrassment, Qin He nonchalantly declined her offer and turned to leave. However, as he did, both Shu Xian and Xiao Rui instinctively grabbed hold of him, one gently grasping his wrist, the other firmly clutching his pant leg. "Qin He, I apologize. I was just on the phone with Yin discussing you, and then turned to see you. I admit I was startled when I recognized you. I'm sorry for my lack of composure and for not thanking you sooner. Please forgive me." Shu Xian spoke softly, her gaze sincere and affectionate, reminiscent of a tranquil spring pool. It was then that Qin He took a moment to observe her. She wore a light blue spaghetti-strap dress, complemented by a sheer white shawl, her hair stylishly swept to one side, exuding grace and gentility. Truly, her name suited her demeanor. However, Qin He did not dwell on Shu Xian's demeanor, casually remarking, "There is no need for forgiveness. It is not a significant matter." Shu Xian felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her, a hint of gratitude gracing her features. "Then, why don't you come to my room to take a shower? I'll have someone bring you a fresh set of clothes. You're drenched, and it's inconvenient for you to meet your friends like this." As the sound subsided, Xiao Rui lifted his head, tugging at Qin He's trousers. His eyes beseechingly fixed on him, seemingly pleading for something. Qin He discerned the subtlety and glanced at Shu Xian, who nodded in affirmation, mouthing, "It's exactly as you think." Qin He furrowed his brow slightly. Shu Xian then gently implored, "Qin He, it appears that my nephew has taken quite a liking to you. Please, grant his request. If you leave like this, he will be heartbroken all night." Indeed, it would be inappropriate for Qin He to face Qin Mu under such circumstances, so he acquiesced. Xiao Rui's rare smile blossomed as he took Qin He's hand, leading him to their room. Upon entering, He Shuxian inquired about Qin He's clothing size and instructed someone to prepare new attire for him. Moments later, a servant emerged, wearing an expression of distress as they approached He Shuxian. "Miss, the young master refuses to let me assist him with his bath. It seems he wishes for this gentleman to join him." He Shuxian, upon hearing this, turned to Qin He for assistance. "Could I trouble you to help me with this? My brother and sister-in-law are no longer with us. On the day of the accident, Xiao Rui witnessed the tragic loss of his parents to a truck, and since then, he has not uttered a word. Could you, for the sake of his pitiable state, bathe with him?" As she spoke, He Shuxian turned her back to Qin He, wiping away her tears. "He must be reminded of my brother. My brother used to accompany him during bath time." Recalling Xiao Rui's pleading gaze, Qin He thought it wouldn't be too much of an inconvenience and agreed. "All right, then please find me a pair of swim trunks." "Oh, certainly." Upon hearing his consent, He Shuxian sniffled and hurriedly instructed someone to fetch the swim trunks. Once dressed, Qin He followed Xiao Rui into the large bathtub of the master bedroom. Indeed, Xiao Rui appeared overjoyed. Though he remained silent, he splashed water on Qin He playfully. When Qin He assisted him in washing his hair, Xiao Rui behaved exceptionally well. After rinsing away the foam, he gestured for Qin He to sit in the tub and turned his back. He then mimicked Qin He's actions, squeezing a bit of shampoo into his small hands and gently lathering it in a tender manner. In that moment, Qin He found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Yet he did not feel any aversion. As a father who had envisioned bathing with his own son, he lamented the unfortunate circumstances that rendered his dreams unfulfilled. Shaking off thoughts of his own son, he praised Xiao Rui, saying, "You're doing wonderfully." A smile illuminated Xiao Rui's face, clearly indicating his delight. Their bathing session extended for more than half an hour. Qin He wrapped the little one in a towel, carrying him out without a second thought. However, He Shuxian, upon noticing that Qin He was clad only in swim trunks, blushed and turned away. Soon, He Shuxian's aides delivered the clothing. After drying his hair and changing, Qin He prepared to leave. He Shuxian stopped him, saying, "Qin He, thank you for saving my nephew. Whatever reward you desire, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to fulfill my promise." Chapter 64. A subtle turmoil, no need. Qin He replied coolly, straightening his attire before making his way out. He Shuxian hurriedly called after his retreating figure, her voice laced with guilt, "Qin He, thank you. I never expected that despite how we treated you in the past, you would still be willing to help me. I am not helping you. I am aiding Xiao Rui," he retorted, leaving her with those words as he proceeded to the room he had arranged to meet Qin Mu. Meanwhile, He Shuxian returned to her quarters, a peculiar heaviness settling in her heart. This group of friends had often shown disdain towards Qin He in public due to Yin Yan, so his current cold demeanor was hardly surprising. Sighing quietly, she prepared to accompany her nephew to sleep, only to spot Qin He's watch, recently removed, lying nearby. She picked it up and stepped outside. At that moment, Qin He arrived at another presidential suite, ringing the doorbell. This suite was on the same floor as He Shuxian's room, a mere 20 meters apart. Qin Mu opened the door, and upon seeing Qin he burst forth with a grin, throwing an arm around his shoulders. "You rascal, why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting with bated breath, thinking you might stand me up again." Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something. "Wait a minute, is that a hint of a woman's fragrance on you? Get lost." Qin He nudged him with his elbow. Qin Mu continued to jest. "Come on, confess. Whose perfume are you wearing? You were over half an hour late. Where did you disappear to?" He looked at Qin He with mock horror. "No way. Brother, only took half an hour? Shut it." Qin He kicked him lightly, and the two engaged in playful banter before closing the door behind them. He Shuxian stood a short distance away, observing the scene without intervening. Concerned that Qin Mu might misinterpret her relationship with Qin He, she retreated to her room. Throughout the journey, she reflected on the interaction between Qin He and Qin Mu. They appear to share a close bond, and did Qin Mu refer to Qin He as his brother? Given that both bore the surname Qin, could it be that Qin He was indeed Qin Mu's younger brother? He Shuxian recalled that the Qin family harbored a hidden second branch, one that remained unobtrusive and seldom featured in the circles of gossip. The more she pondered, the more she believed it plausible that he was the second young master of the affluent Qin family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Huan lay in bed, lost in thought and unable to find sleep. The following day, she descended to breakfast, her demeanor unchanged. Just as she settled at the table, Lu Zhou approached, teasing her. "Sister, your husband didn't return last night. I imagine that must have stung a bit." "Not at all," Lu Ruoyan replied, elegantly tearing off a piece of bread and placing it delicately in her mouth, her expression remaining cool and composed. Lu Zhe, noticing her indifference, grimaced. "Fine. Whether you're hurt or not, I can't say. What I do know is that your husband has likely had countless nights like last night." Lu Ruoyan's hand, holding the milk cup, momentarily froze. However, she quickly resumed her actions as if nothing had occurred. Lu Zhe, seeing his sister unaffected, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but couldn't resist continuing his chatter. "I don't care about anything else, but make sure you don't go talking about my brother-in-law. Regarding the matter of your late-night absences, you were previously oblivious to how much had transpired. Moreover, now that your agreement has expired and the divorce settlement has been signed, my brother-in-law is free to conduct himself as he pleases. You have no authority over him. Furthermore, he is merely accommodating us for our mother's sake. So do not dare to show him any disdain." "Understood," came the cool reply from Lu Ruoyan. Seeing her unfazed demeanor, Lu Zhe was nearly apoplectic with rage. "Sister, I truly wish to witness the day you regret your choices and weep profusely while chasing after my brother-in-law." Lu Ruoyan lifted her gaze to Lu Zhe, offering a fleeting glance that seemed to convey, "Impossible." Lu Zhe, incensed, shoved a piece of bread into his mouth, too furious to engage in further conversation. The two children, now dressed, were escorted downstairs by their nanny. Once the children had finished their breakfast, Lu Ruoyan grabbed her bag, intending to take them to school. However, upon exiting the courtyard, she noticed Qin-he's vehicle parked outside, evidently there to collect an in. Without a second thought, Lu Ruoyan opened the back door, secured the children in their safety seats, and took her place in the front passenger seat. As she settled in, Qin-he cast her a peculiar glance. Lu Ruoyan, maintaining her composure, fastened her seatbelt and remarked in Italian, "Even in divorce, I hope we can present a united front before the children, so they do not grow disillusioned with marriage in the future." Qin-he, his expression inscrutable, replied, "As you wish." It must be acknowledged that allowing children to witness their parents in a harmonious relationship is far preferable to exposing them to scenes of conflict and hostility. With this mutual understanding, Qin-he drove to the kindergarten, first dropping off the children before proceeding to the washing building. After exiting the vehicle, Lu Ruoyan stepped aside to take a phone call. Qin-he did not wait for her, heading directly to the project office at Yuntan Mansion. As he reached the office floor, he spotted Xu Xian waiting for him. Today, she wore a sleeveless white fitted dress, accentuating her graceful figure and ethereal demeanor. Upon seeing Qin-he, she instantly smiled and offered him breakfast. "I noticed you left the hotel in a hurry this morning without having eaten, so I thought you might still be hungry." "No need," Qin-he replied, turning to enter the company. "Wait a moment," Xu Xian quickly stopped him, handing him a gift bag. "The watch and clothes you left in my hotel room last night." As her words lingered in the air, the elevator doors opened just in time for Lu Ruoyan, who coincidentally encountered Chen Zian and Lin Yuan as they exited. The three were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Xu Xian and Qin-he. Lu Ruoyan, seemingly bereft of her senses, asked, "Qin-he, you didn't return home last night. Were you with Sister Xu Xian?" Chapter 65. Xu Xian Lin Yuan, in a fit of rage, stormed over in her high heels and grasped Qin-he by his collar, demanding, "Qin-he, how could you have gone to the hotel with Sister Xu Xian last night? Speak." Her expression was fierce, reminiscent of a woman who had caught her husband in infidelity. The jealousy radiating from her was unabashed, startling even Xu Xian, who was present. With Lu Ruoyan still around, how could Lin Yuan cling to Qin-he like a koala? Although their marriage agreement had expired, they had yet to formalize a divorce. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt a fleeting discomfort in her chest. However, she quickly recalled her consultation with a lawyer the previous night, who had stated that the two no longer shared a marital bond. She pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. Qin He had already pried Lin Yuan's hand off his collar, his tone icy as he remarked, "Miss Lin, this seems to be none of your concern. I was merely inquiring on behalf of my good friend." Lin Yuan stammered, regaining some composure, reluctantly releasing her hold on Qin He's clothing and retreating to Lu Ruoyan's side. Qin He felt no obligation to clarify matters with Lu Ruoyan and turned to leave. Yet, Xu Xian blocked his path, gently placing a bag containing clothes and a watch into his hands. "Qin He, take this. I'll explain things to Yin Yan. The clothes have been dry cleaned. You can wear them directly." Before Qin He could respond, Xu Xian quickly interjected with a smile, "Please don't suggest that I handle this myself. I looked it up. That custom suit of yours isn't cheap, costing at least several $100,000. The watch too. What should I do with it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zian looked at him in astonishment. "Qin He, how can you afford such an expensive suit?" "None of your business," Qin He retorted coldly, accepting the gift bag from Xu Xian without any warmth. Rather than feeling embarrassed, Chen Zian appeared concerned as he turned his gaze to Lu Ruoyan. "It's not like that. Qin He, I'm not attempting to meddle in your private life. I merely believe that if your financial sources are questionable, it could ultimately tarnish Yin Yan's reputation. As her good friend, I naturally worry for her." Qin He chuckled lightly, his voice nonchalant. "What? Is a suit worth several $100,000 considered expensive?" At this remark, Chen Zian was rendered speechless, his expression one of disbelief. "How could you even say that?" "Indeed," Qin He continued, "given your upbringing and current circumstances, it is quite difficult for you to comprehend. Conversely, I do not find a suit costing several $100,000 to be extravagant. After all, a mere half hour of car repairs nets me $100,000 to $200,000, and a leisurely race can yield $500,000. If you could achieve such feats, you likely wouldn't have made such a self-deprecating comment." These words struck Chen Zian like a slap, his face twisting into a grimace, pale and wrinkled. Especially with Qin He's pointed reference to his upbringing, it struck at his most sensitive nerve. Coming from a family of poverty that relied on government assistance, he had to take out loans just to attend high school. His background was a sore spot, one he was most reluctant to discuss. Lu Ruoyan discerned the sarcasm in Qin He's words, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. "Qin He, I demand that you apologize to Zian immediately. Your remarks have wounded him." "On what grounds?" Qin He responded, unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Ruoyan. "Pray tell, which of my statements has harmed him? Is it not the truth? The level of consumption is inherently linked to one's capabilities. If I can amass 800,000 in such a short span, it naturally follows that I can afford expensive suits. Thus, I see no fault in my words." "You." Lu Ruoyan's irritation deepened, her demeanor turning serious. "You subtly alluded to Zian's background. That is an affront to his character and dignity. You should apologize for this. Since childhood, I have instilled in my younger siblings the importance of not looking down upon those from humble beginnings. Not everyone is as fortunate as we are, born into privilege and resources. But I am not your younger sibling," Qin He retorted, his smile remaining composed. "If referencing his background is an insult to his dignity, then his recent insinuation regarding the origins of my funds for the suit was not an affront to my character and self-respect. Lu Ruoyan, your double standards are glaring." At this, Lu Ruoyan's eyelids drooped slightly, realizing that Chen Zian's earlier comments were indeed inappropriate. "Furthermore, if you truly wish to parse words, you have also insulted Chen Zian. You stated that we must not belittle those from lower strata. In other words, in your eyes, Chen Zian's family situation is at the very bottom of society." "No, that is not what I meant." Lu Ruoyan quickly defended as she noticed Chen Zian's discomfort deepening. "Then that settles it," Qin He said, casting a dispassionate glance at Chen Zian. "If any mention of poverty is unbearable, I would personally advise Director Chen to remain at home and avoid social interactions." With that, Qin He casually turned and returned to his office. Lu Ruoyan watched his retreating figure, helplessly biting her lip before turning to Chen Zian. "For this matter, I apologize on behalf of Qin He." "Yin Yan, there's no need," Chen Zian replied, a hint of a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "You are you, and Qin He is Qin He. I could distinguish between the two." "Indeed," Lu Ruoyan affirmed. "Currently, Qin He is still my husband. If he errs, I must naturally apologize on his behalf." However, Zian, please refrain from making such comments in the future. What? Chen Zian was taken aback, disbelief washing over his features as he looked at Lu Ruoyan. He had just been basking in the warmth of her defense. Yet now she was reprimanding him for Qin He's sake. Lu Ruoyan gazed earnestly at Chen Zian, resolutely stating, "Do not cast doubts on the legitimacy of Qin He's finances. I understand you mean well, but your words have indeed hurt him. But, do you not think Qin He's money?" Chen Zian's brow furrowed, his unease growing. Lu Ruoyan met his gaze with sincerity, asserting confidently, "I do not believe so. If he truly desired the wealth of the Lu family, given how much my family adores him, he could easily acquire far more. However, he did not act accordingly, and his possession of wealth indicates that he possesses a certain degree of genuine skill. As he stated, repairing cars and racing them could yield an income of 800,000. Treating oneself to a tailored suit is hardly excessive." Chen Zian's lips tightened, and he forced a somewhat unnatural smile as he remarked, "Yin Yin has a point. I shall return to work now." Lu Ruoyan nodded, and only then did Chen Zian turn towards the office. Just as he pivoted, his expression turned icy, his fingers subtly clenched. "Qin He, is it merely a suit worth over 300,000? Is that truly impressive? What you possess, I, Chen Zian, shall inevitably acquire in the future. Just wait and see." The moment Chen Zian departed, Shu Xian observed Lu Ruoyan's expression and teased, "What is the matter? Were you truly jealous just now?" Lu Ruoyan's demeanor was somewhat awkward, and she did not respond. Lin Yuan, however, was anxious and incessantly shook Shu Xian's hand. "Sister, please tell us quickly. How did you end up with Qin He last night? I'm utterly curious." Shu Xian shot Lin Yuan a disapproving glance. "Do you not know my character? Would I be the type to share a room with Qin He? Besides, he is not that kind of person." "Then what exactly happened?" Lin Yuan could not help but pry further. Only then did Shu Xian recount how Qin He had rescued Xiao Rui the previous night. "Oh, I see." Lin Yuan sighed in relief and playfully remarked, "Then you need not specially prepare breakfast for him. There is no need to be so kind to someone like Qin He." "All right, I understand. If you have no further matters, you may leave. I wish to converse privately with Yin Yin." Seeing that Shu Xian wished to dismiss her, Lin Yuan said nothing and turned toward the restroom to touch up her makeup. Once Lin Yuan had left, Shu Xian and Lu Ruoyan engaged in conversation in the corridor. "Yin Yin, did you consult a lawyer last night?" "Yes," Lu Ruoyan nodded. "The lawyer's advice is quite similar to yours. My marriage with Qin He has concluded. We simply need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the divorce certificate. Have you thought this through? Do you wish to continue with Qin He?" Shu Xian gazed at her with sincere eyes. Lu Ruoyan stood in the corridor, her expression cool as she stared into the distance, and after a moment, she replied softly, "I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. What I can do is to compensate him as best as I can." "Compensate?" A hint of surprise flashed across Shu Xian's face. "Yes, I reflected on it last night, and I realized that I have indeed wronged him over the years. As you mentioned to my mother, Qin He did not coerce me into marrying him. It was entirely my own decision." As she spoke, Lu Ruoyan lowered her gaze. "Moreover, to pressure him into signing the marriage and divorce agreements on the very first day of obtaining our marriage certificate was indeed rather excessive. Considering he has treated my parents well over the years, I wish to genuinely make amends and treat him better. Is your only sentiment towards him one of compensation?" Shu Xian furrowed her brow, looking at her. "Yin Yin, I still advise you to think it over again. In truth, Qin He can be regarded as a commendable individual. He possesses commendable character, an appealing appearance, and notable abilities. Furthermore, based on my investigations, it appears he is indeed the second young master of the Qin family." Shu Xian shared some information she had uncovered along with the scenes she witnessed last night. "If Qin He is truly the second young master of the Qin family, then you two are certainly well matched. Yin Yin, might you reconsider this relationship with greater earnestness?" Before Shu Xian could finish her words, Lu Ruoyan decisively interjected, "And so what? I have never been one to judge others based on their family background. Even if Qin He is the second young master of the Qin family, I will not find myself attracted to him." As her words fell, Lu Ruoyan spotted Qin He approaching, carrying Shu Xian's gift bag, and her expression abruptly shifted to one of surprise. Chapter 66. Robinson is far more complex than a mere encounter. Shu Xian had not anticipated Qin He's arrival at such a moment, and she looked at him with a sudden pang of sympathy. Qin He approached without displaying much emotion and handed back the gift bag to Shu Xian, remarking, "The extra glasses inside should belong to you." Shu Xian quickly glanced at the contents of the bag and replied, "Oh yes, they're mine. Thank you for your trouble." Qin He said nothing further and turned back toward his office. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. For reasons she couldn't fathom, she had no desire to hurt Qin He, yet she seemed to inadvertently inflict pain upon him. Shu Xian nudged the flustered Lu Ruoyan, asking, "Have you truly made up your mind? Qin He, such a remarkable person, can simply walk away?" Lu Ruoyan turned away, gazing into the distance, and softly replied, "You know well that someone occupies my heart." She had never despised Qin He for his lack of wealth. Rather, it was his refusal to seize opportunities, to pursue higher education after she had provided him with the chance, that frustrated her. Instead of striving for advancement, he spent his days in the company of flowers and fish. Now, he seemed to have had an epiphany, aspiring to forge a career for her sake, but alas, her heart had long been claimed by another, leaving no room for anyone else. "Qin He, I'm sorry." This marked the first time Lu Ruoyan felt guilt towards him. Observing Lu Ruoyan's demeanor, Shu Xian chose not to press further. She had always understood that Lu Ruoyan harbored feelings for Robinson, a sentiment that transcended mere acquaintance. Robinson represented the very essence of Lu Ruoyan's youth and her drive for ascendance. In the past, Lu Ruoyan's private tutor had a close relationship with Robinson. During their lessons, she would often share stories about him. From her tutor, Lu Ruoyan learned that Robinson hailed from their city, just 2 years her senior, yet had advanced 3 grades academically and secured a full scholarship at a prestigious university in Italy. During that period, Lu Ruoyan eagerly anticipated each tutoring session, yearning to hear the legendary tales of Robinson's adventures in Italy. How, at the age of 16, he captured the attention of major racing teams by modifying a championship car, or how he crafted an impressive program during his freshman year. She listened with rapt attention, even developing a sense of admiration for this man she had never met. During that time, she frequently confided in Shu Xian, expressing her desire to become a shining figure like Robinson. She even felt as if she were losing her sanity, having fallen for a man she had yet to encounter. At one point, Shu Xian playfully remarked, "What if Robinson turns out to be short, chubby, and covered in acne?" Lu Ruoyan, exasperated, playfully struck her, "Sister Shu Xian, your words are truly cruel. Nevertheless, even if Robinson were as you described, I would still be fond of him." Later, when Lu Ruoyan caught a glimpse of Robinson from afar, she excitedly relayed the experience to Shu Xian over a lengthy international call, declaring, "Sister Shu Xian, Robinson is tall, handsome, and exudes charisma. He is nothing like the chubby figure you imagined. Although I only caught a glimpse of his profile from a distance, he truly possesses an undeniable charm. Sister Shu Xian, how can someone be so extraordinary, tall and handsome, yet also remarkably capable? Sister Shu Xian, do you think I am worthy of someone like Robinson?" That day, Shu Xian's ears nearly developed calluses from hearing the incessant chatter. Few understand Lu Ruoyan's infatuation as well as she does. With a resigned pat on Lu Ruoyan's shoulder, Shu Xian turned to leave. As she departed, Chen Zian and Lin Yuan, who had been hiding nearby, quickly withdrew their heads. Lin Yuan turned to Chen Zian and said, "Are you reassured now? Yin has feelings for you. Although she pretends to scold you, it's merely for show, fearing that someone might catch her in a vulnerable position. After all, she hasn't officially divorced Qin He yet." Upon mentioning this, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Zian's lips. Lin Yuan continued, "I believe the reason Yin hasn't yet broached the subject of divorce with Qin He is likely due to her fear of losing half of her fortune. Therefore, we must assist her. Miss Lin, I entrust you with the matter concerning Qin He. Once I marry Yin, I shall not forget your immense kindness." Chen Zian stated earnestly. "Rest assured," Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping Chen Zian on the shoulder. "We are now allies. Your task is to provide me with information regarding Qin He and help create opportunities. I will assist you in obtaining evidence of his infidelity during the marriage." "Understood," Chen Zian replied, and Lin Yuan departed, contemplating how to accelerate her pursuit of Qin He. To her surprise, even the least likely candidate, He Shuxian, had made her move. It appeared that everyone was eager to seize the rewards and collaborative resources from the Rand family. By noon, Madame Lu returned to deliver a meal to Qin He. However, this time, the receptionist at Huaxing stopped her from entering, asking, "Madam, whom are you seeking?" "Hello, I am Lu Ruoyan's mother, here to bring lunch for my son-in-law." Madame Lu replied, attempting to enter. Yet, unlike Kashin, Huaxing was wary of potential leaks regarding confidential collaborative projects and blocked Madame Lu's entry. Unfortunately, the team is currently in a meeting and it is unclear when it will conclude. Please leave the meal box with me, and I will ensure it reaches him once the meeting is over. Oh, very well, thank you, Madame Lu said, concerned for Lu Fu, and hesitated to linger outside for too long. She placed the insulated meal box at the reception. Once the meeting concluded, the receptionist handed the box to Chen Zian's aide, briefly explaining the situation. Understood, the aide replied promptly and hurriedly presented the meal box to Chen Zian's desk, exclaiming, "This is personally prepared for you by Madame Lu." At the sound of those words, many in the office turned to look at Chen Zian. "Me?" he said, momentarily stunned as he accepted the meal box. Madame Lu had never favored him. Why would she personally prepare lunch for him? The aide chuckled. "Our vice president Lu's mother brought it herself and told the receptionist it was for you. Surely there can be no doubt?" "Oh, thank you," Chen Zian said, accepting the meal box, unable to suppress a smile. He mused to himself that Lady Lu would likely succumb to her daughter's wishes in the end. Softening her stance and beginning to extend goodwill towards him, her prospective son-in-law. With this thought, Chen Zian joyfully lifted the lid of the insulated food container. However, at that very moment, Lu Zhe and Qin He stepped inside. Lu Zhe immediately recognized the family's insulated food container, his demeanor shifting to one of tension as he sharply admonished, "Stop. You are not permitted to touch that." Chapter 67, Chen Zian. Is the lunchbox meant for the son-in-law of the Lu family? The sudden reprimand caused everyone in the office to turn their attention towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, a man indifferent to others' opinions, stepped forward and seized Chen Zian by the collar. "You scoundrel, have you been granted favor? How dare you touch this food without verifying its purpose? Is this meant for your consumption?" Chen Zian was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scenario. Meanwhile, the sycophant who had previously been flattering Lu Zhe quickly approached with a forced smile to explain, "Young Master Lu, the front desk mentioned that this was prepared by Madame Lu for the son-in-law. I brought it to Director Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen Zian's complexion shifted dramatically. So it was a misunderstanding on the part of his team. This was problematic. If Lu Zhe exposed him publicly, it would spell trouble. Before Lu Zhe could utter a word, Chen Zian hastily apologized. "Ah Zhe, please do not be angry. If you do not wish for me to eat this meal, then you may take it back." Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, delivering a punch to Chen Zian. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by saying I do not want you to eat this meal?" Chen Zian fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain. Lu Zhe, still agitated, kicked him. "Let me ask you, as someone who was funded by my sister to attend university, do you deserve to eat food prepared by my mother? Do you?" Before he could finish his tirade, Lu Ruoyan arrived at the office and swiftly slapped Lu Zhe. "Lu Zhe, you have gone too far. Supporting Zian's education was my own volition. Moreover, Zian is exceptionally talented and has already repaid us manifold for our assistance. I do not care what your reasons are for insulting him. I demand that you apologize to him immediately." At this moment, Chen Zian feigned difficulty as he rose from the ground, grasping Lu Ruoyan's hand. "It's a trivial matter. There's no need to reprimand your brother in public. It would suffice to address it at home. Zian, you need not concern yourself with this. I insist he apologize to you publicly today. If he can bully you in public, then I can reprimand him in public." Lu Zhe, standing firm, retorted to his sister, "I refuse to apologize today. Ask this scoundrel what despicable deeds he has committed. He wishes to eat the meal prepared for Qin He." Lu Ruoyan chuckled in disbelief. "Is that all? Is this really worth such a commotion? Besides, I have already ordered lunch for Qin He." Saying this, she approached the delivery person standing at the door, took the sushi box from his hands, and placed it on Qin He's desk. "This is the lunch I prepared for you. Lu Ruoyan's intention was to make amends with Qin He, yet everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Why was the vice president of the Lu family ordering lunch for Qin He? And such a lavish platter of sashimi sushi at that, the price evidently not being trifling. Having completed this gesture, Lu Ruoyan turned to Lu Zhe. Is this satisfactory now? Qin, he already has lunch. And the lunchbox prepared by Mother for Zian is not a significant matter. Not acceptable. This lunchbox I am determined to give to Qin He today, even if it means discarding it. I shall not allow this vile creature to benefit from it. Lu Zhe insisted, and moreover, Mother would never agree to this. Should I call Mother and ask? Chun Zian, fearing Lu Zhe would continue his ruckus, hastily pulled Lu Ruoyan aside, saying, No need for that. I shall order takeout myself. I will not eat this lunchbox. Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of anger within her, but genuinely feared Lu Zhe would reach out to their mother. Reluctantly, she approached Qin He, holding the insulated lunchbox, and said with a hint of irritation, Here. Just as she was about to set it down, Qin He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Lu Ruoyan. Wait a moment. Lu Ruoyan paused, perplexed, as Qin He regarded Chun Zian with an enigmatic smile. Chun Zian felt a jolt at the intensity of his gaze and heard him casually inquire. The front desk mentioned this item was prepared by Lady Lu for the Lu family's son-in-law. So I must ask you, are you he? At that moment, Lu Zhe suddenly realized, slapping his thigh in astonishment. Damn it, how did I get sidetracked? The crux of the matter lies here. No wonder he kept interrupting me. Lu Zhe turned to Chun Zian, exclaiming, Yes, answer me. This was made for the Lu family's son-in-law. I ask you, are you he? Chun Zian stood frozen, fists clenched, his face a portrait of embarrassment. The question he dreaded most had finally surfaced. How infuriating. Qin He had the audacity to expose him publicly. It was no wonder he had refrained from joining Lu Zhe. He was biding his time for this very moment. Enough with this nonsense. Lu Ruoyan interjected, admonishing Lu Zhe, insisting that the matter end here. If you wish to give this lunchbox to Qin He, then do so. Lu Zhe was about to protest, but a piercing glare from Lu Ruoyan silenced him. With so much food around, can't you keep your mouth shut? Lu Zhe understood his sister's reluctance to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Qin He and ceased his commotion. Sulking as he sat down to open the sushi box, Qin He lowered his eyelids, not surprised by Lu Ruoyan's bias. She had always been this way. He had no interest in engaging in a public display of jealousy, so he merely stated calmly, Take this lunchbox back. Qin He, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened, but before she could respond, she heard Qin He's nonchalant voice. I have no interest in items touched by others. Lu Ruoyan halted her motion of placing the lunchbox down, sensing an underlying implication in his words. Yet, feeling a surge of frustration, she turned and prepared to leave. Lu Zhe, munching on sushi, glanced at her retreating figure and remarked, Mother said Father wants you and brother-in-law to return home for dinner tonight, as he has significant matters to discuss with you both. Understood. Lu Ruoyan replied tersely, calling Chun Zian to join her. She recognized that leaving Chun Zian behind would only cause him further discomfort, so she invited him to dine with her instead. Along the way, she also extended apologies on behalf of Lu Zhe. Chun Zian looked at Lu Ruoyan, who was driving, a slight smile gracing his lips. It's all right. I understand. Zhe is protective of Qin He. I am aware of his lingering discomfort with my presence. I shall gradually win his heart with my sincerity, allowing him to accept me. Lu Ruoyan initially intended to suggest ignoring Lu Zhe, believing that Chun Zian had no need to ingratiate himself with him. However, upon reflection, she decided to let Chun Zian pursue a cordial relationship with Lu Zhe. After all, Lu Zhe had repeatedly put Chun Zian in awkward situations, which was far from ideal. If their relationship could be eased, it would certainly make Chun Zian's future dealings with the Lu family more pleasant. Meanwhile, as Lu Ruoyan departed, Lu Zhe compassionately presented a serving of black caviar sushi to Qin He. Please indulge, he urged. My sister ordered all of this. This sushi is quite expensive, which indicates she still holds you in her thoughts. Moreover, her earlier defense of Chun Zian was likely not intentional. It must have been for the sake of the project. Qin He interrupted Lu Zhe's musings with a light chuckle. Do you truly believe what you just said? Lu Zhe fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, the others exchanged glances, each harboring curiosity regarding why the Madame Lu's lunchbox for the son-in-law was off-limits to Chen Ziyan. Could it be that Chen Ziyan was not truly Lu Ruoyan's secret husband? Yet, why was Qin He permitted to partake? Was it solely due to Lu Zha's favorable rapport with him, leading to a direct request for him to eat? Was it possible that Qin He was the genuine son-in-law of the Lu family? Furthermore, how could it be that Chen Ziyan was a university student sponsored by Vice President Lu? What was the underlying story here? So many questions lingered, yet no answers were forthcoming. Chen Ziyan's refusal to respond only deepened the intrigue. The onlookers resembled curious creatures in a field, bouncing about, yet they remained perplexed. However, by afternoon, a significant twist in events would unfold. Chapter 68. Lu Ruoyan, have you lost your mind? The delivery person who brought sushi at noon recorded a video of Lu Zha confronting Chen Ziyan and posted a little story online. The struggles of a wealthy family's son-in-law are vividly depicted as he faces public humiliation from his brother-in-law. You, a scholarship student, think you deserve to eat my mother's cooking? Look, the real-life version of a wealthy son-in-law from the novel has arrived. Before long, this short video garnered over 10,000 likes and more than 20,000 shares, skyrocketing to the local trending list. Lu Zha had initially applied to attend a training session at the company that afternoon, but he was so infuriated by the video that he couldn't focus on anything. Online, a multitude of people criticized him, calling him superficial and foolish, mocking his performance on his wedding night. Enraged, Lu Zha retaliated with fervent responses, engaging in a fierce online battle. By the end of the workday, Lu Zha rode home with Qin He. As they approached the mountain road leading into the villa area, a long-awaited black sedan suddenly pulled in front of Qin He's car. Qin He reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes. Lu Zha, propelled by inertia, bumped his forehead forward. Damn it, can this person even drive? Infuriated, Lu Zha unbuckled his seatbelt and flung open the car door, pounding on the black sedan. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you drive or not? The rear window of the sedan slowly descended, revealing a cold, stern face. The young lady of the Rand family? Lu Zha was momentarily taken aback by her visage. Ranning cast a frosty glance at him. Lu Zha, this is merely a warning. If you dare to treat Ziyan this way again, don't blame me for disregarding your sister's face. With that, she raised the window slowly. Fuming, Lu Zha kicked the side of her car, shouting crazy. Who's afraid of whom? A bunch of lunatics enchanted by that guy, Chen Ziyan. After muttering a few curses, he returned to Qin He's vehicle. Qin He, initially concerned about Lu Zha's safety, had already exited the car. However, upon seeing Ran Ying's face, he understood everything. Expressionless, he re-entered the car, watching as the black sedan drove away. He instructed Lu Zha, buckle up. A spark of excitement flickered in Lu Zha's eyes as he tightened his grip on the seatbelt. Without hesitation, Qin He pressed the accelerator and rammed into Ran Ying's car, forcing her vehicle into a ditch ahead. The luxurious Maybach now had two wheels precariously teetering in the ditch, unable to move no matter how the driver tried. As Qin He's car passed, he lowered the window, locking eyes with the scowling Ran Ying. I warn you too, Lu Zha is mine. Try to make a move, and see what happens. Also, my car, Qin He's, is not so easily damaged. Huh, Qin He, do you even know who I am? Ran Ying seethed, her teeth clenched, glaring at Qin He. You, a pauper with no background, dare to challenge me? Just because of Qin Mu? Just because of my family's influence? If you wish to test me, I shall oblige you to the end. With that, Qin He drove away. Lu Zha gazed at Qin He with admiration. Bro, you were so cool just now. How has my sister not noticed your greatness? You simply disdain to waste your breath on Chen Ziyan and those women. Having just risen. My brother, you truly are a man of few words, yet fierce resolve. Enough of the banter. Qin He drove the car back to the Lu family's villa and, in passing, called Lu Ruxu. He instructed the public relations department to find a way to remove the videos related to Lu Zha. However, at this moment, suppressing the situation was proving to be more challenging. Just recently, Ran Ying furiously made a call from her car. Acquire an army of online commentators. We will do everything possible to thrust Lu Zha into the spotlight, accusing him of looking down on the impoverished and disdainful of scholarship students. I want Lu Zha to remember this lesson for eternity. The topic quickly gained traction, especially among the disheartened and those relying on social support. who began to voice their criticisms against Lu Jia. Do scholarship students not have the right to be loved? Indeed, who will defend the dignity of scholarship students? Must we be trampled upon simply because we accept assistance from the Lu family? This is outrageous. In that video, the vice president of Lu's stated that Chen Ziyan has already repaid Lu's multiple times. Is that not sufficient? Exactly. Leveraging his status as the second young master of the Lu family to treat his brother-in-law so arrogantly is truly disgusting. Lu Jia and his sister's qualities are indeed worlds apart. Lu Jia deserves to be struck by a car, maybe struck by lightning. I curse Lu Jia to be a scholarship student in his next life, discarded by a wealthy sister after being toyed with. I curse Lu Jia to be a pauper in this life and the next. Lu Jia must publicly apologize. Otherwise, all scholarship students will boycott Lu's. Yes, he should apologize to Chen Ziyan. He must apologize to all impoverished and scholarship students. Before long, the trending topic of Lu Jia's apology for claiming that scholarship students are unworthy of enjoying home-cooked meals surged to the top of social media. Upon receiving Qin's call, Lu Ruxu promptly organized her public relations team to commence an investigation. She instructed the removal of numerous posts and comments, yet discovered that while they acted swiftly, the forces behind the scenes moved even faster. Lu Ruxu also uncovered that the shadowy manipulator was connected to Ran Ying and thus called Lu Ruoyan. I ask you, are you aware of the online disparagement against Lu Jia? To be precise, this isn't defamation. Those words were indeed spoken by Lu Jia, Lu Ruoyan coldly replied. Lu Ruxu let out a sarcastic laugh. Yes, Lu Jia may have said such things, but without the support of your dear friend Ran Ying, would he be subjected to such vilification? Would the matter have escalated to this degree? Lu Ruoyan, do you genuinely not understand, or are you merely feigning ignorance? Your friend seeks to leverage this incident to once again elevate Chen Ziyan's profile. First, she intends to portray him as a victim, then unveil tales of his diligent past, thus ensuring he becomes a beloved figure among the public. What's wrong with that? Sister, Lu's also needs a star figure. Undoubtedly, Chen Ziyan is the optimal choice. Lu Ruoyan calmly responded. Lu Ruxu was left incredulous. This twisted notion of a star figure is something we at Lu's neither desire nor respect. Lu Ruoyan, have you truly lost your mind? For Chen Ziyan, are you willing to sacrifice your own brother? Is Chen Ziyan truly that exceptional? Lu Ruoyan did not wish to elucidate the true aspirations dwelling in her heart. Instead, she wearily remarked, Sister, I intend to teach Ace a lesson through this matter. It is high time for him to amend his impulsive and thoughtless nature. A lesson? Have you considered the potential backlash? Her sister countered. This situation is intertwined with the disdain shown by the son-in-law and the younger brother towards their brother-in-law. In other words, the public now perceives Chen Ziyan as your secretly wed husband. While you may revel in the current hype, when the truth eventually surfaces, not only will you face repercussions, but the reputation of the Lu family and its stock value will also suffer greatly. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruoyan resolutely replied, that will not happen. Qin, he signed a marriage confidentiality agreement. He will not publicly acknowledge himself as my hidden husband, for that would constitute a breach of contract. With a sudden crash, the sound of something being smashed echoed from the other end of the phone. Lu Ruoyan, I see you've been driven mad by Chen Ziyan. As the president of the Lu Corporation, I command you to cease this publicity immediately. Otherwise, I will convene a shareholders meeting to discuss potential risks that could lead to significant errors, and I will expel you from the board. Sever ties with the Lu family at once. With that, Lu Ruxu ended the call. Upon hanging up, Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened considerably. After careful contemplation, she deemed her cousin's perspective to hold merit and instructed the driver, do not take me home. Go to the Ran family instead. Upon locating Ran Ying, Lu Ruoyan requested the immediate withdrawal of the posts circulating online, only to be met with vehement opposition from Ran Ying. No, I have already applied for a patent using Ziyan's smart home system D1, and it has been approved. In a few days, when Mr. Zhang returns to the country, the industry will host a welcome banquet for him, and I will incorporate a segment celebrating Ziyan's achievement in securing the home system patent. Yin, just imagine at that moment. Ziyan will be at the pinnacle, basking in the adoration of all. Moreover, Mr. Zhang will take Ziyan as his first disciple upon returning. Thus, these posts cannot be retracted. We are generating momentum and creating a buzz for Xian. Everything is interconnected. Upon hearing Ran Ying's perspective, Lu Ruoyan gazed at her incredulously. Have you lost your mind? D1 has contributions from both Qin He and Kaxing. How dare you apply for a patent? The project manager of the Yantan mansion has consented. What is there to fear? Ranning replied with a smile, sipping her red wine, her lips curling upwards as she regarded Lu Ruoyan. As for persuading Qin He to relinquish his rights to authorship, that task falls upon you. Chapter 69. You cannot possibly think that my actions are solely for Chen Xian, can you? The system's application for a patent is beneficial to the Yuntan mansion without any harm. This effectively serves as indirect promotion for them. How could they refuse? Lu Ruoyan felt a heavy weight in her chest. She furrowed her brows, gazing at Ran Ying, who lay languidly on the sofa, clad in black. Moreover, you are well aware that I detest the notion of misappropriating someone else's achievements. Absolutely not. I refuse. I will not consent to this matter. Lu Ruoyan turned to leave. Ranning raised an eyebrow. What misappropriation are you referring to? The intelligent home system predominantly belongs to Xian, while Qin He only contributes a minor fraction. It was you who ultimately agreed to Qin He's share, claiming it was for the sake of creative investment. Nevertheless, Xian still holds 65 and is the principal leader of the entire project. What is wrong with applying for a patent in his name? How is this misappropriation? With that, Ranning stood up and approached Lu Ruoyan with a shadowy expression. As a young lady with a dark background, each of her expressions resembled a serpent poised to strike. Yin Yan, she called affectionately. Think carefully about how many among us genuinely care about your laboratory. Lin Yuan is merely a socialite. When it comes to investing in the lab, she only agreed to contribute 3 million. 3 million? Is that even enough for a corner of your lab? He Xian is solely focused on her nephew. As you well know, these people may speak sweetly, but the only one capable of helping you realize your laboratory is me. I've been the one pushing this matter forward. Now, you cannot even sacrifice a trivial Qin He. As she spoke, Ranning playfully caressed Lu Ruoyan's face. It appears your dedication to your dream is not as fervent as I thought. However, I shall not pressure you. I will give you time to contemplate. Lu Ruoyan did not respond. She grabbed her bag and walked out. Once she had departed, Ran Ying's subordinate emerged, fawningly remarking, Miss Ran, you are truly kind to Chen Xian. Among us, Lu Xiaojia's kindness towards him pales in comparison to yours. Upon hearing this, Ranning smirked derisively. You cannot be naive enough to believe that my actions are for Chen Xian, can you? The subordinate was taken aback. Isn't it? What is currently the most lucrative and extravagant in our country? The intelligent AI system. These fanciful things are incredibly expensive. So, Ranning sipped her red wine. Her gaze profound. Thus, the Ran family possesses ample wealth, and I am merely seeking a way to expend it entirely. Upon hearing the phrase entirely, the subordinate immediately understood. Miss, you are brilliant. The money from foreign casinos. The subordinate was about to say more when he caught the warning glint in Ran Ying's eyes and promptly fell silent. A sardonic smile graced Ran Ying's lips. Do you think Lu Ruoyan is building a laboratory for Chen Xian? Incorrect. She does it for the person she holds dear in her heart. The subordinate hesitated. But, Miss, you and Lu Xiaojia have grown up together, and your relationship is so close after all these years. Moreover, Chen Xian has also rendered you assistance. Are you not concerned that he and Miss Lu might one day uncover the truth? What is there to fear? The beneficiary of this affair is indeed Xian. The heights he can achieve are unattainable by his original family. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. However, my intentions are multifaceted, serving various interests. As for Lu Ruoyan, how can there be pure friendship among the scions of noble families? Our relationship is inherently one of mutual benefit and intertwined interests. Even if she were to learn the truth, the entangled interests would deter her from turning against me. How astute. The young lady is indeed clever. The subordinate gave a thumbs up. Ran Ying's lips curled into a smile, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Lu Ruoyan, I wager you will ultimately choose to sacrifice Qin He. With that thought, Ranning suddenly recalled something and turned to her subordinate. Find an opportunity to teach Lu Zhou a lesson. Execute it cleanly, and ensure a scapegoat is prepared so that no traces are left behind. Understood, young lady. Meanwhile, on her way home, Lu Ruoyan made a call to Lu Ruxu to explain the outcome of her negotiations with Ranning. Lu Ruxu was not surprised and mocked Lu Ruoyan. Look at the company you keep. Sister, while Ranning does indeed take unconventional approaches, her actions are for Zian. In gratitude to him, upon hearing Chun Zian's name, Lu Ruxu was furious. Chun Zian, once again, this Chun Zian. You women have truly lost your minds. Lu Ruoyan, my greatest regret is not having stopped Chun Zian from joining the company in the first place. Enough, you need not concern yourself further. I will have the public relations department divert attention with other matters. Lu Ruoyan hung up the phone and sought out some connections to help remove the post disparaging Lu Jia. Throughout the journey, she was engaged in calls, remotely managing the situation. When she wearily returned to the Lu family villa, she found the floor strewn with remnants of celebratory confetti, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She turned to the maid, still sweeping. Is today some sort of holiday? Before the maid could respond, Lu Jia descended from the upper floor, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, sister, why are you home so early? I thought you might not return tonight, off to accompany your beloved Chun Zian again. The maid, witnessing the impending quarrel between the siblings, naturally lowered her head to avoid the confrontation. Lu Ruoyan, upon seeing Lu Jia, felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be returning at this hour. Oh, this again concerns me? Sister, I truly cannot comprehend why you hold Chun Zian in such high regard. He is undeniably a despicable person. Before Lu Jia could finish, Lu Ruoyan, in a fit of rage, slapped him. Silence. Lu Jia covered his stinging cheek, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ruoyan. You hit me? You strike me once again for that despicable man. Lu Ruoyan, I see you have no regard for this family or for me as your brother. If that is the case, let us cease to acknowledge each other henceforth. As her voice fell, their mother rushed out, rebuking Lu Jia. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't a family discuss matters amicably? As she spoke, she turned to reprimand Lu Ruoyan, her eyes betraying her disappointment. You too. Your father asked you to come home for dinner. How long have we been waiting for you? And it's not right that you can't speak kindly to your brother, Asia. Mom, why not ask Asia what he has done? What has he done? I believe Asia wasn't right. Lu's mother retorted sharply. That Chun Zian is unworthy of my cooking. The lunchboxes I prepared were clearly meant for the son-in-law of the Lu family. Is he one? He is not. So why should he partake in our Qin He's share? With Lu's mother being so assertive, Lu Jia felt increasingly wronged and glared at Lu Ruoyan in resentment. From now on, I shall have nothing to do with you. With that, he stormed out of the villa and drove away in the car from the garage. After Lu Jia left, Lu Ruoyan wearily gazed at her mother. You always indulge him. Do you even realize the trouble he has caused this time? I was merely trying to teach him to temper his impulsive nature, and you, instead, have encouraged him, making him believe he has done no wrong. He may feel satisfied, claiming that a mere scholarship student is entitled to my mother's cooking, but I am left grappling with the fallout alongside my cousin. Lu Ruoyan felt wrong too. Lu's mother, chastised by her daughter, felt a pang of injustice, her eyes reddening. You are now turning this around on me. Lu's mother sighed deeply. Ultimately, this is still your issue. If Yuan Ti favored that Chun Zian and established clear boundaries, Asia wouldn't be so enraged. With that, Lu's mother departed. Lu Ruoyan felt a lump in her throat, her sense of grievance deepening. She believed her mother failed to understand her. Biting her lip, Lu Ruoyan ascended the stairs, only to encounter Lu Kiki, who had been observing the entire exchange from the stairway. Do you also think this is my fault? Lu Ruoyan inquired. Lu Kiki lowered her head and sent a video to Lu Ruoyan. We all regret your absence. Sister, you should take a look. With that, Lu Kiki turned and returned to her room. Lu Ruoyan retrieved her phone and opened the video sent by Lu Kiki. Chapter 70. Lu Ruoyan. Things are quite pleasant with Qin He. The video opens with Lu's mother, her face radiant as she emerges from the kitchen, carrying a pot of soup. It has been a long time since Lu Ruoyan has seen such joy illuminating her mother's face. Lu's mother addresses the camera, playfully chiding Lu Kiki. What are you filming for? It's rather embarrassing. Wait until your brother-in-law returns to shoot. Lu Kiki's voice can be heard in the video, sweetly protesting, No, I want to film now. I want to capture our family's beautiful moment. What I'm filming now is the prelude to happiness. Lu's mother, though a bit bashful, cannot resist Lu Keek's insistence. At that moment, the sound of a vehicle arrives outside, causing Lu's mother to beam with delight. "It must be your sister, your brother-in-law, and Asia are returning," she exclaims, hastening her steps to place the soup on the dining table, urging the servants to quickly serve the dishes. She then turns to a small room on the first floor and gives Lu Kiki an okay gesture. Shortly after, the video captures Qin He and Luja entering the house, laughing and chatting. "Where's sister?" Lu Kiki inquires, just as the door to the room opens. Lu's father emerges with great effort, resembling a zombie as he shuffles towards Luja and Qin He. Despite his awkward gait, a blissful smile adorns his face. The two children cheer him on. "Go, Grandpa. You're amazing." Qin He and Luja watch as Lu's father approaches them step by step. When Lu's father reaches Qin He extends his hands to receive Lu's father's grasp. Lu's father tightly clutches Qin He's arm, his voice hoarse as he declares, I did it." Tears stream down his face as he speaks, prompting Lu's mother and Luja to also break into tears. The two little ones pop confetti and chime in unison. "Let us celebrate Grandpa," standing up. The entire scene is both heartwarming and poignant. At this moment, Lu's father looks around and asks Lu Kiki, "Where's your sister?" "She has a bit of business at the company and is running late," Qin He explains. Lu's father's expression falls, disappointment flooding his gaze. Yet he responds, "Then let us wait a bit longer." He then requests Qin He to assist him to the dining table. The family sits at the table for quite some time, but Lu Ruoyan is still absent. Lu's mother remarks, "I just received a call from Ruyu, saying she needs to stay for a meeting. How could I forget? Come, let us not worry about her. Let us eat." Lu's father, well aware of his wife's fib, chooses not to disrupt the atmosphere, simply saying, "Let us eat." After speaking, he gently pats Lu's mother's hand, saying these years, "You've worked hard." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother breaks down in tears again, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You always make me cry. What have I worked hard for?" There are caregivers, doctors, and Qin He has arranged everything so perfectly. "What hardship have I endured?" Lu's father chuckles, opting not to respond further. In the subsequent video, everyone raises their glasses, the children lifting their juice cups in a toast, all offering words of congratulations to Lu's father. The video abruptly ends at this point. Lu Ruoyan covers her face and begins to weep. The guilt towards her family felt akin to an invisible hand, tightly gripping her heart. Once she regained her composure, she made her way to her father's room, sitting beside his bed, grasping his hand and whispering, "Father, I am sorry." At this moment, her father was remarkably calm. "Do not blame yourself," he managed to utter. This only intensified her tears. He pointed to a piece of calligraphy on the wall. "How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of swan?" This was a creation born from the collaborative efforts of father and daughter. "I have nurtured you to this point," he continued, gesturing to the inscription, "and I should not expect you to remain by my side. You must soar. Asia and Kiki are here with me." Upon hearing these words, a tumult of emotions surged within Lu Ruoyan. She never anticipated that Qin He would advocate for her. But what about her? Was she truly willing to sacrifice him for the elusive dream of Robinson? Returning to her room, she stood on the balcony, gazing into the pitch-black night. Once again, she felt lost regarding her determination to pursue her dreams. For the first time, the thought emerged. Perhaps her marriage with Qin He could be sustained. The warm, blissful moments depicted in the videos were indeed present, yet she continuously overlooked this happiness in pursuit of unattainable aspirations. Suddenly, a message from her mother chimed in. During dinner, "We decided to take your father to a vacation resort tomorrow." The doctor also suggested that he should get out more for his recovery. Without waiting for her mother's next message, Lu Ruoyan promptly replied, "Tomorrow is the weekend. I will join you." "Great. Please be sure to cheer up Qin He. As a son-in-law, he truly is beyond compare, always so accommodating to you." "Yes, I will." That night, Qin He slept in the children's room. Lu Ruoyan quietly entered the children's room in the middle of the night, lying down beside Dodo. The following day, the entire family set off for a nearby resort. With the exception of Luja, who neither attended nor answered his phone. Lu Ruoyan presumed that Luja was intentionally upset with her, leading her to dismiss the thought. Upon arriving at the resort, the family wheeled her father around, exploring the beautiful landscapes that instantly brightened his spirits after being confined to a hospital room for so long. Along the way, Lu Cuckoo chattered energetically, exclaiming, "Our family needs to get out more." Indeed, Lu's mother concurred, while Lu's father looked at Lu Ruoyan with satisfaction. At this moment, a faint smile graced Lu Ruoyan's lips. She set aside her phone, resolved to enjoy the vacation with her family, ignoring any company messages. Meanwhile, unable to reach Lu Ruoyan, Chen Zian contacted Dodo instead. Dodo explained the situation to Chen Zian and shared her location. Upon receiving the coordinates, Chen Zian promptly forwarded them to Lin Yuan and Ran Ying. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan and Ran Ying decided to accompany Chen Zian for an impromptu encounter. Chapter 71. Dodo, I want to take a family photo with Uncle and at this moment, within the idyllic resort. Mother Lu was pushing Father Lu in a wheelchair as the entire family strolled leisurely through the picturesque grounds. This resort, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, was a veritable feast for the eyes. Father Lu, having not ventured out in quite some time, found his spirits lifted by the expansive outdoor scenery, his face breaking into a broad smile. After a while, Lu Ruoyan took the initiative to grasp the handles of the wheelchair, saying, "Mother, allow me." Mother Lu stepped aside, her face radiating satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin He and Lu Kiki tended to the two children, creating a rare atmosphere of harmony amidst their chatter. Lu Kiki attempted to call Lu Zhe once more, but to no avail, he still did not answer. How infuriating! That scoundrel Lu Zhe, not picking up the phone. Such a rare occasion today, she lamented. He must have overslept again. Although she voiced her frustration, the others chose not to comment, well aware of Lu Zhe's notorious history of being unresponsive to calls in the morning. After meandering for a while, the family soon returned to an outdoor dining area at the resort for lunch. Lu Kiki picked up a phone stand and proposed, "Let's take a family photo." "Indeed, it is a precious day," Mother Lu agreed, and hopped excitedly and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Seeing her joy, Qin He remained silent. Mother Lu moved a chair beside Father Lu's wheelchair and sat down. Lu Kiki positioned the two children in front of their grandparents and instructed Lu Ruoyan and Qin He to stand behind them. Once the arrangement was complete, Lu Kiki crouched beside Father Lu, raising the selfie stick high to capture the family portrait. "Sister, brother-in-law, move a little closer." Qin He remained unmoved, while Lu Ruoyan willingly inched closer. "Be a bit more intimate. You both look too distant," Lu Kiki remarked as she scrutinized the image on her phone. With no other choice, Lu Ruoyan entwined her arm with Qin He's and smiled gently at the camera. "Perfect." Lu Kiki pressed the button on the selfie stick, snapping several pictures. After capturing the family photo, she turned her ire back to Lu Zhe. If only that insufferable Lu Zhe were here today. Our family photo would be truly complete. Such a rare opportunity. Lu Ruoyan wheeled Father Lu to the dining table and softly remarked, "There will be other chances in the future." Father Lu, upon hearing her words, turned with a faint smile to look at Lu Ruoyan in an unusual display of warmth. Lu Ruoyan returned his gaze with a tender smile, creating a silent connection between father and daughter. Witnessing this moment, Mother Lu felt a deep sense of contentment. However, Lu Kiki remained oblivious, her eyes fixated on the photos on her phone, grumbling, "What other chances are there? Sister, you have no idea how difficult you are to coordinate with. Do you even remember the last time we all had a meal together? For 2 years during the reunion dinner, you were in Italy and didn't return. Sometimes, your busyness makes you seem more like a CEO than our cousin. Even on the day you and brother-in-law registered your marriage, when our parents prepared a lavish dinner, you didn't come back." As Lu Kiki voiced her grievances, a hush fell over the group. Lu Ruoyan cast a guilt-ridden glance at Qin He, only to realize that he seemed less concerned than before. This realization struck her as peculiar. Was it due to the expiration of their marriage agreement? Was it because there were no longer any marital constraints between them? Suppressing the strange feelings that welled up within her, Lu Ruoyan turned to her father and said, "Dad, I will make more time to spend with you in the future." Lu's father nodded in acknowledgement. As everyone settled down to order, Lu's father turned to Qin He and inquired, "Are your parents still abroad?" Upon hearing the mention of abroad, Lu Ruoyan's face betrayed a flicker of surprise as she glanced at Qin He, who merely nodded in response. At that moment, Lu's mother chimed in. I recall that your parents are doctors without borders, correct? Indeed, and In replied with evident pride. My grandparents are remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan, feeling somewhat out of place, sipped her lemonade in silence, realizing that she knew nothing of her in-laws. Lu's father then looked at Qin He and earnestly asked, when will they return? It would be nice for our families to meet. Before Qin He could respond, and interjected, Grandpa and Grandma are coming back next month. Qin He had intended to prevent this discussion, but it was too late. Lu's father regarded Qin He with sincerity, repeating, it would be nice to meet. Though Qin He wished to express that it was unnecessary, given their divorce, he found it difficult to decline under the earnest gaze of Lu's father. Lu's mother added with a smile, indeed, you see, since your marriage, our families have yet to come together. A couple of years ago, it was due to the pandemic preventing your parents from returning. Then it was due to old Lu's incident. This matter has been delayed ever since. After a pause, Lu's mother looked at Qin He earnestly, saying, in truth, we owe you an apology for our family's shortcomings. Qin He, thank you for your understanding and for treating us as family. When our in-laws return next month, we shall make a proper apology. Yes, indeed, Lu's father nodded in agreement. Unable to refuse, Qin He stated, I will assess the situation and make arrangements accordingly. Wonderful, Lu's father exclaimed joyfully. Lu Ruoyan cast a furtive glance at Qin He and recalled how he had summoned the chief physician to operate on her father, likely due to the connection with his parents. Reflecting on this, she realized that Qin He had indeed invested significantly in their family. Yet, in contrast, she felt increasingly guilty about her own lack of contribution. However, she was acutely aware that this guilt bore no relation to love. It was simply guilt. With this thought in mind, Lu Ruoyan took the initiative to grill chicken wings at the barbecue. Lu's mother and Lu Kiki exchanged knowing glances, understanding the significance of this moment, as the young lady had never engaged in such activities before. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan was oblivious to her mother and sister's thoughts, focusing solely on grilling the chicken wings. She poured her heart into the task, fearing that the wings might burn, constantly turning them as if treating the endeavor as a grand project. Once cooked, she meticulously sprinkled sauce over them, plated the wings, and presented them to Qin He. Qin He barely glanced at the wings, responding in a neutral tone, thank you. Lu Ruoyan felt a profound sense of loss, gently pressing her cherry-pink lips together, ultimately choosing silence. At that moment, Dodo clamored for something baked by her mother, prompting Lu Ruoyan to reluctantly prepare 2 sausages. The chicken wings proved exceedingly difficult to cook, requiring an extensive duration to reach perfection, whereas the sausages were far simpler to manage. This thought stirred a sense of regret within her, as she considered how Qin He might perceive her poorly executed chicken wings. It was worth noting that throughout her life, she had never prepared such dishes for any other man. How vexing. Just as Lu Ruoyan flipped the sausages, she was greeted by Dodo's exuberant voice, Uncle Anin, you're here. I missed you so much. Upon lifting her gaze, she witnessed Dodo launching into Chun Zian's embrace, holding him tightly. How long has it been since I last saw you? Dodo exclaimed, turning with excitement to look at her grandfather, Grandpa. I want Uncle An to take a family photo with all of us. Chapter 72. Comparison upon hearing those words. Lu Ruoyan felt as though her heart had leapt to her throat. She anxiously glanced at her father and Qin He, noticing that Lu's father was gripping his fists tightly, his expression darkening, on the verge of another episode. This was dire. Lu Ruoyan intended to hasten to her father's side, but she found that Qin He was quicker, gently massaging her father's shoulder and soothing his back. Gradually, her father's clenched hands began to loosen. The anger etched on Lu's father's face slowly faded, ultimately transforming into a blank expression. When Lu Ruoyan looked back at Qin He, she observed that neither he nor her father displayed any significant change in their demeanor. There was no visible disappointment, nor was there any anger, only a subtle, indifferent air. Moreover, even Enan seemed accustomed to this scene. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of unease washed over Lu Ruoyan at that moment. She even felt a twinge of resentment towards the unexpected harmony that had been disrupted by the arrival of Chun Zian. Seeing that no one had spoken, Chun Zian could only greet them with a smile. Uncle An, hello. Lin Yuan, perceptive as ever, quickly chimed in, Uncle And what a coincidence. Ying Xian. And I came to play and unexpectedly ran into you all. Why don't we dine together? It would be more lively. No, Lu's father rejected, his disappointment plainly visible. He turned to Lu's mother. Take me back to my room. All right. Lu's mother was about to move when Lu Ruoyan interjected. Let me handle it. Lu's mother said nothing further, and Lu Ruoyan began to assist her father upstairs. Throughout the ascent, Lu's father remained silent. Upon reaching the room, Lu Ruoyan half knelt before her father. Dad, do you have something to say to me? Lu's father gazed calmly at his daughter kneeling before him and shook his head. Yet, Lu Ruoyan grasped his broad hand tightly. Dad, it wasn't my intention to call Xian here. Please don't be angry. Are you feeling unwell? Should I call a doctor? Lu's father continued to shake his head calmly. An inexplicable heaviness settled in Lu Ruoyan's heart. After a long pause, she finally heard her father speak. Qin, he let me, not let others disturb my health. My body is my own. Lu Ruoyan stood up, feeling slightly unsteady from her prolonged, half-kneeling position. She was at a loss for words and nearly stumbled out of her father's room. At that moment, Lu's mother awaited her outside the door. Qin, he advised us not to interfere in your matters. He said everyone must learn to separate their issues. How to manage a marriage is your concern. However, Yin, I cannot help but say this. Do you truly believe you bear no responsibility for today's events? It wasn't me who called Xian here, Lu Ruoyan instinctively retorted. Lu's mother shook her head. Yes, I know it wasn't you who invited Xian. But have you considered that your actions led your sister to misunderstand? Your lack of boundaries resulted in the situation with Dodo and the Qin father-son duo today. Can you honestly claim you bear no responsibility for this? Having said this, Lu's mother did not await a response from Lu Ruoyan and simply returned to her room. Lu Ruoyan hesitated for an extended moment, feeling an unsettling tightness in her chest. In an instant, it seemed as though she had lost the hopes of everyone around her. This was not how it was meant to be, was it? She had anticipated that her family would express anger, frustration, and reproach, gazing at her with a look of disappointment, as if she were a wayward child confronting them. Yet everything had transformed. It had become foreign to Lu Ruoyan. She believed that, regardless of the circumstances, her family would never adopt such a tranquil disposition, bordering on resignation. Why? What had caused this shift? Dazed, Lu Ruoyan returned to the dining area, only to discover that Lu Kiki, Qin He, and Yinan were no longer present. Instead, Dodo nestled comfortably in Chun Xian's embrace, their postures intimate. Upon seeing her, Chun Xian's face brightened with delight as he eagerly offered her the chicken wings he had grilled. Yin, these are for you. Lu Ruoyan gazed at the wings, feeling an intense blockage in her heart, and softly replied, I'm full. You should eat. After that, she found herself oblivious to the conversation between Lin Yuan and Ran Ying, her mind consumed with thoughts of Qin He. Where had he gone? Did he regard her with the same indifference as her parents? At that moment, Lu Kiki was in her room editing photos, while Qin He and Yinan were climbing the back hill. The rear hillside was abundant with lush vegetation and fruit trees. As they ascended, Qin He introduced the various plants to Yinan. At a certain point on the slope, Qin He unexpectedly encountered He Shu Xian, who was holding the small Rue while trying to reach for peaches. The two were facing away from him and Yinan. He Shu Xian, petite and lacking strength, struggled to lift the child, merely holding him and tiptoeing to help him reach a branch laden with peaches. Several times, he nearly grasped the fruit, but it remained just out of reach. At that moment, Yinan pointed at Rue and exclaimed, Daddy, why don't you help them? You're tall. Upon hearing this, both He Shu Xian and Rue turned to look at Qin He. With a calm expression, he approached He Shu Xian and offered, Let me assist. He Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter Qin He in this setting and even more surprised that he would offer to help her. After a brief moment of daze, she handed Rue over to him. In that instant, as Qin He lifted Rue, the child's face lit up with joy. Qin He supported Rue's little arms and effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulders. Initially, Rue clung tightly to Qin He's head, while He Shu Xian anxiously hovered nearby. Yet, Qin He remained unhurried, not pressuring Rue, simply reassuring him, I will take good care of you. After a short while, Rue, feeling secure, nodded and reached for the peaches. He successfully plucked his first peach and tucked it into his sun-protective jacket pocket. He then harvested a second and a third peach, his little face visibly glowing with excitement. He beamed at Enan, gesturing towards the peaches in his hand. Shu Xian quickly interjected, "Rue wants to know if you would like some peaches. He picked them for you." "Yes, thank you, Rue," Enan politely responded. Rue beamed even brighter, continuing to gather several more peaches before signaling to Qin he to set him down. Once Qin he placed Rue back on the ground. He turned to Enan and asked, "Would you like me to help you pick some peaches as well?" "Yes," Enan replied, opening her arms wide. Qin he embraced her, allowing her to perch on his shoulder, a stark contrast to Xiao Rue, whose feet rested upon his neck. Xiao Rue gazed at Qin he in astonishment, his eyes brimming with admiration. He found this uncle to be quite remarkable. At the same time, Shu Xian contemplated to herself that Qin he indeed appeared rather manly, and had also picked a few peaches. The two little ones played together for a while. Although Xiao Rue could not speak, and still found ways to communicate with him. On their way back, she introduced the plant her father had mentioned to Xiao Rue, meticulously describing the shapes of their leaves, then inquired if he remembered. Xiao Rue nodded eagerly, displaying a humble eagerness to learn. The two shared a harmonious rapport. Shu Xian walked a few paces behind Qin he, praising him, "You have nurtured in remarkably well." Qin he responded nonchalantly, "Mm." The quartet made their way back to the hotel, passing by the spot where they had dined earlier. Shu Xian had not anticipated climbing a mountain. Now, wearing high heels on a rugged path, her feet ached terribly, and she stumbled forward. Qin he, with keen eyes and swift hands, caught her. The scent of his musky cologne filled her nostrils, causing her heart to race inexplicably. She felt a momentary discomfort, murmuring a soft thank you before pulling away from his embrace. Yet, for reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment of separation, a pang of disappointment surged within her. Nearby, Lin Yuan observed the scene and approached angrily, "Sister Shu Xian, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" Shu Xian responded with amusement. "Do I need to remind you that this resort belongs to the He family? I'm merely reviewing the accounts." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan pouted in frustration before pulling Qin He's hand, insisting, "Come on, I'll make you some chicken wings. They're delicious." Ignoring Qin He's objections, she firmly dragged him toward the dining area. Qin He withdrew his hand and glanced at In, asking, "Would you like something to eat?" They had barely eaten due to Chenzi and S arrival. And in Nadif, noticing Xiao Rue's eyes sparkling with excitement, Shu Xian took his small hand, saying, "Let us go over there." Xiao Rue nodded vigorously. The four of them headed toward the dining table. Lu Ruoyan watched Qin He and Shu Xian, resembling a family of four, feeling a deep sense of unease within her. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan proudly presented the chicken wings to Qin He, exclaiming, "Try these. They're absolutely delicious." Lu Ruoyan widened her eyes at Qin He, thinking to herself that he wouldn't eat Lin Yuan's wings since he had declined hers. Chapter 73. Lin Yuan shed her bathrobe. Qin He, "Do I look beautiful?" Without hesitation, Qin He accepted the chicken wings grilled by Lin Yuan and inquired if Enan wished to partake. Enan shook her head and pointed at the chicken skewers, expressing her desire for that instead. Qin He took a bite of the chicken wing while simultaneously preparing skewers for Enan. Little Rue, observing the scene, pointed at a skewer of pineapple and meat, gazing at Qin He with eager eyes. Qin He obliged him as well. The two little ones hovered around the grill, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for their culinary delights. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan watched Qin He savoring Lin Yuan's chicken wing, her lips pressed together, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Dodo, noticing the silence, raised his voice intentionally, proclaiming, "I still believe Uncle Anan's skewers are the absolute best." However, upon finishing his statement, he realized that no one was paying him any mind, particularly his father, who exhibited no reaction at all, intensifying his frustration. How could his father be so indifferent to him? He was surely the one who loved him the most. He must love him. How annoying. He must be deliberately trying to gain my attention, but I won't fall for it. Qin He continued to grill food for the two children and himself, exuding an air of ease, as if unaware of the surrounding dynamics. Ranning couldn't help but glance at him a second time. "Qin He, I've noticed your demeanor has improved significantly." Turning the skewers over, Qin He cast a casual glance at Ranning. Indeed, encountering Miss Ran during outings tends to lighten one's spirit. Any fragile heart must remain at home. With Qin He's observation, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow in contemplation. It was only then that she realized, since her return to Italy, Qin He and her sisters had often crossed paths. Was this merely coincidence? Before Lu Ruoyan could ponder further, a staff member approached, carrying a selection of crystal souvenirs. Mr. He, please take a look at our latest samples of tourism memorabilia. If there are no issues, could you kindly sign here? He Shuxian nodded, examining the crystal samples presented. Among them were refrigerator magnets shaped like the go-kart track in the back mountain, as well as a peach tree design reminiscent of the one on the mountain, alongside various magnets representing hot springs, lakes, pavilions, and barbecue areas. Dodo immediately gravitated towards the go-kart magnet and, without seeking He Shuxian's opinion, plucked it from the board and presented it to Chen Zian. Uncle Anan, this is for you. It suits you perfectly. Little Rue, observing Dodo with curiosity, produced a small whiteboard from his bag and earnestly inscribed, "Don't you have a father?" Upon completion, he proudly displayed it to Dodo. A hush fell over the group as they read the words on the whiteboard. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Dodo's face. Then I'll choose another one for my dad. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan felt her own embarrassment, nervously glancing at Qin He. Yet, Qin He maintained his nonchalant demeanor, as though he had not given the matter a moment's thought. The earlier sense of confusion returned. Lu Ruoyan could not comprehend why Qin He seemed unconcerned about Dodo. In the past, he would invariably engage in disputes with Chen Zian, even reproaching her over such matters. Why was he so silent today? Were it not for the presence of so many people, Lu Ruoyan would have genuinely considered approaching him to inquire about Qin He's thoughts. Without any deliberation, Xiao Rue selected a peach tree-shaped refrigerator magnet and presented it to Qin He with a sense of pride. Qin He expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Xiao Rue beamed, his cherubic face radiating vitality. After Nin had her fill, Qin He did not linger. After bidding farewell to Xiao Rue, he intended to return to their room for some rest. However, Lu's mother, intent on uniting the couple, intercepted them midway, claiming that Lu's father wished to see Nin. Qin He did not expose her ruse and simply returned to his room to rest. Not long after he settled in, Lin Yuan, clad in a bathrobe, rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Qin He cast her a glance and coldly remarked, "Lu Ruoyan is not here." "I am well aware of that," Lin Yuan replied, her sultry red lips curving into a smile. "I have come to find you." Intrigued, Qin He did not hinder her entrance, but instead moved to the plush sofa, observing Lin Yuan closely. "You seek me?" "Indeed," she affirmed, standing before him, her wine-red nails delicately gripping the slender belt of her bathrobe, gradually loosening it. Her alluring gaze was captivating as she cast aside the robe, revealing a black lace camisole and thigh-high stockings, advancing toward Qin He step by step. "Do you find my attire appealing?" "Lin Yuan, what are you implying?" Qin He found her repeated attempts to seduce his best friend's ex-husband rather peculiar. Even if one were starving, such brazen advances seemed excessive. Lin Yuan approached him, pressing a finger against his lips before seating herself on his lap. "It's precisely the meaning you suspect. Qin He, all you need to tell me is whether it looks good or not." Qin He remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Yuan lifted one leg, clad in the black stockings, teasingly stating, "What about these legs? Do you enjoy looking at them?" Following her comment, her lips brushed against his earlobe, taking a playful bite. One hand draped around Qin He's neck while the other wandered across his chest. "Rest assured, Yin Yin is engaged in a work discussion with Zian. They want to be returning anytime soon. Alternatively, we could indulge in a hot spring. I've reserved a room." As her words faded, the doorbell rang, startling Lin Yuan, who instantly sprang up. "Yin Yin? Impossible. How could she return so soon?" Panic was palpable in Lin Yuan's eyes. She glanced down at her attire, exclaiming, No, I cannot let Yin see me like this in your room." Frantically scanning the area, she hastily opened the wardrobe and concealed herself within. Qin He found the situation amusing and went to open the door. This time, it was He Shuxian at the door. Peering inside, she asked, "Has Yin not returned yet?" Qin He stepped aside, humorously assessing her. "Would you like to come in and sit?" He Shuxian, caught off guard by the question, responded inexplicably, "Oh, all right." Cheney closed the door and resumed his seat on the sofa, playfully gazing at He Shuxian. "Pray tell, what brings you to me?" He Shuxian was momentarily taken aback. Sensing an oddity in Qin He's demeanor, her eyes darting to the bathrobe strewn on the floor, her brow furrowing deeper. She pondered whether Yin had just been seeking intimacy with Qin He, and if her visit had interrupted them. Fearing a misunderstanding, He Shuxian promptly retrieved the refrigerator magnet that Xiao Rui intended to gift Qin He from her small bag. "Xiao Rui genuinely wished to present this to you. You forgot to take it earlier, so he specifically asked me to deliver it." Lost in thought, He Shuxian approached Qin He, unable to resist glancing at the bathrobe on the floor, only to stumble in her high heels, propelling herself into Qin He's embrace. Their bodies touched, and He Shuxian froze momentarily, caught off guard by a fleeting sensation. Before she could fully comprehend the unusual feeling, Lin Yuan burst forth from the wardrobe. "Oh, you!" He Shuxian, once falling into Qin He's arms at noon, and now resorting to the same tactic. He Shuxian, astonished by Lin Yuan's sudden appearance, stammered, "How did you emerge from there?" Swiftly, she recovered, pointing at the bathrobe on the floor. "Oh, is that bathrobe yours?" "And if it is?" Lin Yuan retorted, hands on her hips. "Indeed, I have my eyes set on Qin He. I donned this attire to entice him, so what of it? But you? Using a child as an excuse is hardly impressive." Just then, the hotel room door emitted 2 beeps, signaling Lu Ruoyan's arrival with a card swipe. The eyes of Lin Yuan and He Shuxian widened in alarm. "Oh no!" Chapter 74, An Incident. Lin Yuan, quick-witted and agile, swiftly pulled He Shuxian into the wardrobe. He Shuxian, taken aback by Lin Yuan's actions, even assisted her in picking up the bathrobe that had fallen to the floor before being dragged in. Once the wardrobe door was closed, He Shuxian shot Lin Yuan a glare, forming her lips into a silent question. "Why did you bring me in here?" "I don't need to hide." Lin Yuan let out a muffled hum. "To keep me company." Soon, Lu Ruoyan entered the room. She glanced at Qin He and explained, "I got some stains on my clothes. I need to change." Upon hearing this, both women inside the wardrobe felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Ruoyan approached the wardrobe step by step, casting a peculiar look at Qin He. "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Qin He crossed his legs, intending to remain passive and observe the unfolding situation. After all, it was not he who had instigated any flirtation with Lu Ruoyan's sister. Furthermore, they were already divorced. His presence in the wardrobe with 3 women was of no concern to Lu Ruoyan. Just as Lu Ruoyan's hand was about to touch the wardrobe, a loud doorbell echoed through the hotel room. Qin He understood. It was likely the 2 women inside the wardrobe had summoned reinforcements. Lu Ruoyan frowned, noticing Qin He's immobility, and ultimately had no choice but to open the door herself. As she pulled the door open, she was greeted by Chun Zian and Ranning standing outside. Both instinctively glanced inside. Lu Ruoyan's frown deepened. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Ranning let out a soft sigh, although their intention was to help Lu Ruoyan gather evidence of Qin He's infidelity. The accidental encounter before obtaining any proof rendered the situation awkward for both parties. Moreover, this encounter would further hinder He Shuxian and Lin Yuan from seducing Qin He in the future. Seeing no issue arise, Ranning was secretly pleased. Chun Zian leaned closer to Lu Ruoyan and whispered, "I have information that Robinson was spotted at a CAF called Sunset." "Really?" Lu Ruoyan could hardly contain her excitement. Chun Zian nodded. "Yes. Let's go now." Lu Ruoyan turned to glance at Qin He. "I have something to attend to. Please take care of my parents." Before she could finish her sentence, she left with Chun Zian. Ranning exchanged a knowing look with Chun Zian, signaling that he must ensure Lu Ruoyan remained with him tonight. If Lu Ruoyan did not return, Qin He would be irked, hastening the divorce process. Chun Zian nodded in agreement. As they passed by Lu's parents' room, they happened upon Lu's father and mother exiting with Enan and Dodo. Upon seeing her mother and Uncle Zian about to leave, Dodo called out eagerly, "Mom, I want to go with you." At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's sole focus was on meeting Robinson, and she couldn't help but glance back at Dodo. "Mom and Uncle Zian have important matters to attend to. We won't be taking you this time." Upon saying this, she noticed the unmistakable disappointment etched on her parents' faces. A look that desperately tried to convey acceptance yet ultimately revealed their disheartenment. Lu Ruoyan's heart trembled. Lu's mother was about to say something more, But as she opened her mouth to call out Yin Yin, Lu Ruoyan, fearing her own softening resolve, steeled herself and decisively turned away. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of meeting Robinson and how she would introduce herself. She pondered how to convey her identity and extend an invitation for him to become a technical consultant at Lu's. Would Robinson refuse her? The anticipation of finally encountering her idol after years of admiration made her heart race. No, Zian, stop at the shopping mall ahead. I need to change into a different dress. This one has barbecue sauce on it. Chen Zian glanced at her and replied, all right. Meanwhile, after Lu Ruoyan left, Lin Yuan and He Shuxian emerged awkwardly from the wardrobe. Lin Yuan slipped on her bathrobe and fastened the belt. Both felt utterly embarrassed, bowing their heads as they attempted to exit. At that moment, Qin He stood up and said, Miss Lin, I am unsure when I gave you the impression that I was interested, but I wish to formally express my disinterest. With those words, Lin Yuan bit her lip in frustration and left in her high heels. Just then, Lu's parents arrived at Qin He's room, casting curious glances at the women. Ranning remarked, since Yin is not here, uncle and aunt, we shall take our leave. Lu's parents, being respectable individuals, nodded at Ranning. However, Lu's mother, guided by a woman's intuition, scrutinized Lin Yuan in her bathrobe with a solemn expression. Once the group departed, Lu's parents entered Qin He's room. Qin He, I have something to discuss with you, Lu's mother initiated, glancing at Lu's father, but I am uneasy leaving your father and the children alone in the room. What is it? Lu's mother rubbed her chest, feeling an ominous premonition. Qin He, I cannot reach A's. Though this child is often unreliable, he rarely goes missing. As her words fell, Lu Kiki hurried over, brother-in-law. I called several of A's classmates, and they said they haven't seen him and cannot reach him either. As she spoke, Lu Kiki showed Qin He A's last Weibo post. A classmate mentioned that after A's posted, he was still on the phone, urging him not to confront netizens, but eventually, their communication seemed to have been interrupted. What does it mean that it seemed to be interrupted? Qin He inquired. Lu Kiki explained. The classmate said A's mentioned his phone was running low on battery while they were chatting, so he wasn't sure if the disconnection was due to danger or just a dead battery. When I contacted him, he realized it had been so long since A's had recharged his phone and speculated that A's might be in trouble. Qin He glanced at the content of Lu Zhe's Weibo post. I apologize to all the sponsored and underprivileged students. My words were inappropriate and have hurt you, but I hold no ill feelings towards you. My grievances are directed solely at Chen Zian. This is a personal matter and unrelated to sponsored students. If you continue to provoke me, I will escalate this to Lu's, and I won't let this go. Qin He furrowed his brows, thinking that Lu Zhe must indeed be in trouble. He made a swift decision to end the vacation and return to the ancestral home. Soon, he and Lu Kiki packed their belongings and took the elders and children back to the family residence. Upon arriving at the old residence, Qin He promptly contacted the authorities and sent a photograph of the police report to Lu Ruxu. Utilizing Lu's public relations account, he crafted a message stating that Lu Zhe was likely being held hostage by malicious fans and that the police had been notified. He urged the fans to remain calm and refrain from criminal acts, warning that any harm inflicted upon Lu Zhe would be met with serious consequences from the Lu family. Lu Ruxu, upon hearing Qin He's words, instantly understood the gravity of the situation and responded in perfect harmony, saying, all right, I will have the public relations department handle it immediately. After ending the call, Lu Kiki gazed at Qin He with concern, asking, how can you be certain that this incident was orchestrated by malicious fans? What if it is not? Qin He replied, regardless of the truth, we must proceed as planned. Since the Lu family and Lu Zhe have been granted such a significant opportunity, we must seize it. Lu Zhe has faced public backlash due to his inappropriate remarks that have offended marginalized groups. However, now that he is suffering, potentially kidnapped, detained, or even assaulted, he has become the vulnerable party. We must leverage this situation to convey to the public that Lu Zhe has faced the consequences he deserves. In hopes of quelling their outrage, Lu Kiki suddenly grasped the intent behind his words. What shall we do next? She inquired. Qin He glanced at the anxious Lu father and Lu mother, reassuring them, do not worry. I will reach out to my contacts in the police department to see if we can expedite the search process. Lu father and Lu mother nodded in agreement. After Qin He departed, Lu father turned to Lu mother, saying, Call Yin Yin. Oh, right, Lu mother replied, finally retrieving her phone to call Lu Ruoyan. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan had arrived at Sunset CF, searching in vain for Robinson. A deep sense of disappointment enveloped her, as if her spirit had been drained. It's all my fault. Why did I have to go to mall to change my dress? Chen Zian consoled her. It's not entirely your fault. The resort is simply too far from here, a full 2-hour drive. Despite his comfort, Lu Ruoyan could not mask her disheartenment as she re-entered Chen Zian's car. On their way back, Chen Zian received a phone call, and just after hanging up, an unmarked sedan suddenly sped towards them. In a dangerous moment, he slammed on the brakes, unbuckled his seatbelt, and lunged toward the passenger seat to shield Lu Ruoyan. However, due to inertia, he missed grabbing her and instead collided with the car door, blood streaming from his injury. At that precise moment, Lu mother called. Startled, Lu Ruoyan quickly answered, Mom. Something is happening here. I can't talk right now. After hanging up, she promptly dialed 120 to summon an ambulance. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Ruoyan, feeling unsettled, began to give her statement while Chen Zian discreetly silenced her phone. Once she finished, she heard a nurse, arranged by Ran Ying, addressing her, Miss Lu, please ensure you look after Mr. Chen in the ward tonight. He has a concussion, and this is no trivial matter. Should he experience any dizziness or nausea, you must call for us immediately. Reflecting on Chen Zian's selfless act of protecting her, she could not refuse the nurse's request and quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Lu mother, frantic from her unanswered calls to Lu Ruoyan, was nearing panic. Chapter 75. Mrs. Lu slapped Lu Ruoyan across the face. After making several unsuccessful attempts to reach her daughter, she anxiously turned to Lu Kiki and expressed her fears. Could something have happened to your sister as well? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. With Aja missing, if anything were to happen to your sister, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Your father has only just begun to recover. We must not distress him further. Should I inform my brother-in-law about my sister's unavailability and ask his friends at the police station to assist in the search? Lu Kiki suggested. Just as her words faded, Lu's father emerged from the room on the first floor, pushing his wheelchair. And no, that's not advisable. Mrs. Lu quickly turned away, wiping her tears and forcing a strained smile as she addressed her husband. What brings you out? You should return to rest. Sheen, he can handle this. I came to assist. As the head of the family, Lu's father mentioned several names for Lu's mother to contact. She slapped her thigh in realization, exclaiming, how did I not think of them? I will reach out immediately. Lu Kiki inquired, Father, why shouldn't we inform my brother-in-law? Chen Zian. Before Lu's father could finish, Mrs. Lu shot a disapproving glance at Lu Kiki. Your sister left with Chen Zian. It is likely nothing serious, even if they encounter difficulties. They can look out for one another. Your father fears that if he searches for them, he might find your sister with Chen Zian. Lu's father nodded in agreement. Mrs. Lu sighed. You should attempt to call Aja and your sister a few more times. Eventually, your sister will answer. Besides, it has not yet been 24 hours. We cannot report it to the police just yet. Let's reassess the situation tomorrow. Lu Kiki nodded in understanding. That night, the Lu family endured a torturous vigil. Aside from the 2 children, none could find solace in sleep. At 2 in the morning, Lu Kiki stumbled upon a post on Chen Zian's social media. He had shared a photograph of Lu Ruoyan sleeping on the sofa, accompanied by the caption, Thank you for your protection, my dear. It has been a blissful night. Fuming at the post, Lu Kiki struggled to sleep, fearing her mother's reaction. Hence, she concocted a story to reassure her. Sister is fine. She is at a friend's house. You needn't worry. My brother-in-law has also reported good news. They believe they have located the area where Aja disappeared and are investigating there. With her hands clasped in prayer, Mrs. Lu implored the divine for protection, offering a few comforting words to Lu's father, and they both managed to close their eyes for a brief moment. The following day, while Chen Zian remained asleep, Lu Ruoyan departed first. She had arranged for a caregiver to attend to Chen Zian, repeatedly instructing the caregiver to monitor his condition closely. Curiously, despite her struggles to locate a caregiver the previous night, when she casually inquired that morning, several were available for selection. However, Lu Ruoyan dismissed the thought. Feeling fatigued as she summoned a driver to take her home. Having spent a restless night on the sofa, she longed for a proper rest. Unexpectedly, midway through her journey, she discovered that her phone had been set to silent. Her mother and Lu Kiki had attempted to contact her no fewer than 40 to 50 times throughout the night. Just as she was about to return their call, a thought struck her. Perhaps they were upset about her association with Chen Ziyan. It was not a matter of great significance, especially since she was nearly home, so she decided against calling them back. When she returned to the villa, weariness evident on her face, Lu's mother happened to emerge from the room, pushing Lu's father in his wheelchair. The two children were seated at the dining table, enjoying their meal, while Lu Kiki descended from upstairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Mom, Kiki, what did you need from me last night?" she inquired. As soon as she spoke, Dodo, munching on a donut, glanced at Lu Ruoyan and chimed in, "Mom, you were with Uncle In last night, right? I saw his moments on social media." "Yes," Lu Ruoyan replied coolly, "your Uncle In." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu's mother, filled with rage, slapped Lu Ruoyan across the face. Lu Ruoyan stood frozen, her hand covering her cheek. "Mom," Lu's mother, trembling with anger, glared at her, tears streaming down her face. You. She stammered, unable to contain her sorrow. Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. She had never witnessed her mother in such despair. Lu's mother pointed at her, her hand shaking. "In your eyes, do we not compare to Chen Ziyan?" "Mom, you don't understand, Ziyan," Lu Ruoyan began, but Lu's mother shook her head. "No, I do not understand. But I know that Azure is missing and may have already. Your only brother could very well be in grave danger. He has been tirelessly searching for him, reaching out to various contacts and joining the search efforts. Our family is engulfed in fear, devising ways to locate you. We couldn't reach you, worried you might be in peril, just like your brother. But you, how could you act so irresponsibly? You are a wife, a mother. Your husband is out searching for your brother while you choose to spend the night with another man." Lu's mother grasped Lu Ruoyan's clothing tightly, demanding, "How could you? Even if Chen Ziyan had been in an accident or something, doesn't he have family? Doesn't he have friends? Why must it be you, a married woman, who stays by his side? Lu Ruoyan, you have truly disappointed me. Can you look your family in the eye after this? Have you considered how heartbroken he must be?" Lu's mother cried, nearly fainting from the intensity of her emotions, concluding with, "If you no longer love him, after this incident, you should divorce He. Do not hold him back." Lu Kiki hurried to her mother's side, attempting to soothe her. "Mom, please don't get too worked up. If you collapse, everything will spiral further out of control." Lu Ruoyan, overwhelmed by her mother's accusations, felt a sense of panic wash over her. Seeing Lu Kiki, usually so unreliable, displaying such maturity only heightened her anxiety. She stood there, lost and bewildered, gazing into her father's disappointed eyes and Ns, feeling as if she had plunged into a frigid abyss. Lu Mu inhaled deeply, firmly grasping Lu Ruoyan's hand. "This matter must remain buried within you. Do not let Shini know. I cannot permit you to hurt him in such a manner." At that moment, Lu Kikek also felt aggrieved and opened Chen Ziyan's social media to show Lu Ruoyan. "Sister, you must urge him to delete this. You are a married woman. Does he not realize the implications of his posts on your reputation?" Upon seeing Chen Ziyan's post, Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in alarm. She hastily called Chen Ziyan, commanding, "Delete last night's post immediately, right now." Without waiting for his response, she ended the call. Once she regained her composure, she dialed Lu Ruxu, instructing her on how to manage the public relations crisis. Lu Ruxu remained silent for a moment, which only heightened Lu Ruoyan's anxiety. This was the perfect opportunity to exonerate Azhe. The voice on the other end of the line dripped with sarcasm. "Now you're in a hurry. While everyone was busy last night, Lu Ruoyan, where were you?" Lu gritted her teeth. "Cousin, I understand you harbor grievances against me. I acknowledge my shortcomings regarding the incident last night. However, I believe Azhe will be fine. This must be a prank. We must act swiftly. We need to manage the situation before Azhe returns." "I have already taken action," Lu Ruxu replied, "and your strategy mirrors precisely what He suggested yesterday." "What?" Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened. He? "Yes. The moment he learned of Lu Zhe's predicament, he instructed me to proceed accordingly." Lu Ruxu shared additional strategies from He, leaving Lu Ruoyan utterly astonished. How could Qin He possess such remarkable public relations acumen? His responsiveness was astonishing. As Lu Ruoyan ended the call, she heard Lu Kikek exclaim excitedly, "Mom, brother-in-law has news about Aja." Chapter 76. The fate of Lu Zhe. The brother-in-law announced that the police had pinpointed a vast mountain range. Aja must be there. I must go. My Aja, I need help. Lu Mu was overwhelmed with anxiety. A disquieting thought crept into her mind, her palms cold as she grasped Lu Kik's hand. What if what we find is Aja's lifeless body? What shall I do? What shall your father and I do? No, it cannot be. Liu Fu asserted firmly. Lu Kiki consoled her mother, saying, Mom, I will go help. You and Dad stay home to look after the children. Lu Mu shook her head vehemently. I cannot stay here. I must find my Aja. No, remaining here will drive me mad. I will go too. I will wait at the foot of the mountain. Lu Fu fixed a steady gaze upon Lu Kiki. She promptly summoned all the maids and bodyguards, instructing them to care for the children, then called upon 2 bodyguards and a driver to escort them to the location sent by Qin He. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Ruoyan noticed that Lu Kiki did not spare her a glance. She was taken aback, wondering how her once seemingly unreliable younger sister had transformed overnight into someone unrecognizable. Not only Lu Kiki, but even Lu Fu and Lu Mu, while deliberating their course of action, habitually ignored her presence, as if she were an extraneous entity. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Dodo suddenly interjected, This is what happens to Uncle. Who told him not to like Uncle Anin, and to even scold him? All who disdain Uncle Anin meet this fate. They must face punishment. Next in line is Dad. Be quiet. And Lu Mu. Lu Kiki and Lu Ruoyan chorused in reprimand. Lu Mu glared at Lu Ruoyan, her eyes ablaze with evident resentment. Look at yourself. You took the child to Italy to follow that Shenzian for 2 years, and what has become of you? You've turned into something akin to a cult follower. After uttering this, Lu Mu urged Lu Fu towards the exit, declaring, Even if we cannot assist, our family must remain united. Yes, Grandma, I want to go too. I will take care of Grandpa, ensuring he has water, and slid down from her high chair. Lu Mu nodded in agreement. Lu Ruoyan naturally followed them out. In that moment, she felt the strong bond of family once more. Yet, she was acutely aware that this sense of unity was, in fact, a gift from Qin He, who served as the cornerstone of this cohesion, much like a weight on a balance beam or a guiding rod. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the location provided by Qin He. At that moment, Qin He, along with several friends from the police department, had just arrived. Lu Ruoyan observed that he still wore the same shirt from the previous day, his sleeves rolled up, revealing his robust arms, despite the weariness etched on his face. As he surveyed the surroundings with his hands resting on his belt, he emanated an aura of remarkable masculinity and reliability. She even noticed that her family's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Qin He, as if ignited by a spark, all calling out in unison, Qin He. Lu Mu propelled Lu Fu forward, while Lu Kiki tugged and along, all heading towards Qin He. They flocked towards Qin He like moths drawn to a flame, and Lu Ruoyan found herself unconsciously moving in his direction. At that moment, the captain spoke to Qin He. According to the surveillance footage, Lu Zhe was abducted at the intersection ahead. Therefore, we suspect that the assailants are aware that there are no cameras once we enter the mountains. It is highly likely they have concealed him within the mountain range. Qin He glanced at his watch. It has been over 36 hours, yet we have received no calls. Clearly, they are not after money. The captain nodded in agreement. Indeed, hence I suspect they have taken Lu Zhe into the mountains with the intent to let him starve. Time is of the essence. If we exceed 48 hours, Lu Zhe may be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother turned pale, while Lu's father, in a surge of emotion, rose from his wheelchair, eager to venture into the mountains. Qin He restrained him. Father, leave this to us. If you enter the mountains, we'll have to look after you. Unable to deny the truth, Lu's father sat back down in his wheelchair, worry etched across his brow. The captain pointed at the map in his hand. The challenge we face is that there are over a dozen mountains in this area. With the limited personnel dispatched by the police station, it is nearly impossible to conduct a thorough search across all these peaks. Just then, Lu Ruxu arrived with the entire Lu family security team. Qin He immediately addressed the captain. These security personnel lack the investigative experience of the police. so they cannot be sent up the mountains alone. You should have your men lead them in the search, right? I will assign one of my men to accompany 10 security guards. The captain arranged for his subordinates, and soon they headed into the mountains with the security team. After completing this, the captain said to Chin He, "This is still far from sufficient. If we were to obtain satellite surveillance, could we not roughly pinpoint Lu's location?" Chin He inquired, and both Lu Ruxu and Lu Ruoyan widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing about the satellite surveillance. They understood the implications all too well. The captain regarded Chin He with skepticism. That is indeed possible, but satellite surveillance involves numerous confidential matters. It is beyond our reach. If it is possible, I will find a way, Chin He replied, assuring Lu's parents not to worry and promising to request 2 military units for assistance. Lu Ruoyan felt that Chin He was being overly ambitious, yet inexplicably, their parents had no doubts. Did they truly place their trust in Chin He? Was he not the one who should be deemed untrustworthy? While she was away, had he been spinning tales to her parents? Satellite surveillance and military assistance? Could he merely make a phone call and claim to have obtained results? Moreover, were the troops so readily available for requisition? However, Lu Ruoyan was soon proven wrong. Chapter 77. The collapse of Lu Ruoyan's heart. Naturally, Chin He did not make a phone call in front of them. Instead, he stepped aside, engaging in a conversation whose content remained a mystery. Lu Ruxu gazed at her uncle and aunt with suspicion. Uncle, aunt, who exactly is Chin He? Could he truly be from the second branch of the Chin family? Lu Ruoyan smiled helplessly. No, cousin. Do you actually believe what Chin He said? Don't you have any doubts? Lu Ruoyan thought that someone in Lu Ruxu's position should possess broader experience and greater composure than herself. Lu Ruxu looked at Lu Ruoyan bewildered. Why should I doubt Chin He? Lu's mother shot a reproachful glance at Lu Ruoyan, seemingly filled with resentment. If you are unwilling to help, just go home. Do not say anything here that might upset Chin He. She then responded to Lu Ruxu's earlier question. Your grandfather never disclosed the circumstances surrounding Chin He's family. He merely mentioned that after spending time with him, he found Chin He to be a good boy, suitable for Yin Yan. Moreover, his parents are international doctors, quite decent people. If Yin Yan were to marry Chin He, she would not have to live with her in-laws, which is also an advantage. Lu Ruxu nodded, choosing not to comment further, though in her heart, she still felt that her grandfather had shown favoritism, unquestionably so. Soon, after finishing his call, Chin He approached the commander and stated, according to satellite surveillance, they should be on this mountain, approximately 2,000 meters above sea level. As his words resonated, 2 military vehicles arrived at the scene, with soldiers clad in green uniforms, expertly handling large guard dogs. Lu's father, mother, and Lu Kiki all displayed a similar surge of excitement. Aja is saved. Aja is saved. The commanding officer approached and presented the transfer order to the captain. Comrade, we are now fully cooperating with your operation. The captain was taken aback by Chin He's capabilities, patting him on the shoulder. You're quite impressive, lad. Your paperwork is all in order. He then engaged in a discussion with the commanding officer regarding the situation. Observing this scene, Lu Ruoyan was utterly astounded. Lu Ruxu raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, see for yourself. Lu Ruoyan pressed her lips together. At this moment, the main force had already set off. Chin He instructed Lu's mother to remain behind to care for Lu's father and Nin, while he ascended the mountain. Lu Kiki and Lu Ruoyan, worried about Lu's condition, followed him up the mountain. Lu Ruxu, on the other hand, utilized her public relations team to conduct a live broadcast, informing the public of the situation. Of course, she understood where the public's interest lay and recognized the sensitivity of deploying the military, which could easily be associated with the affluent and powerful, thus deliberately avoiding such imagery, instead focusing on the distress and efforts of their family in the search for Lu Jia. She also appealed to netizens for any information regarding Lu Jia. Simultaneously, she arranged for someone to investigate and uncovered some expenditure records of Chenxian abroad. Let us disperse. I have never seen a subsidized student traveling on cruises, surfing, bungee jumping, skydiving, and diving during winter and summer vacations. If you're such a subsidized student, consider my silence. Independent persona, Chun, along with several prominent socialites from the vibrant metropolis, has been implicated in a network of financial support. It has come to light that Chen's luxurious Maybach was, in fact, provided by a wealthy heiress with the surname Ran. Furthermore, his position was secured through the assistance of a married woman. Notably, just 1 month prior to Chun receiving a significant academic award from a prestigious university, a young lady named he generously donated $3 million in research materials to the same institution, a detail worthy of contemplation. Accompanying this narrative are various photographs of Chen Zian frequenting high-end boutiques, alongside records of his extravagant expenditures. Soon, under the orchestrated influence of Lu Rux's online supporters, the tide of public opinion began to shift. It became apparent that Lu Zhe was aware of Chen's distasteful behavior and had deliberately confronted him. Misunderstandings regarding Lu Zhe's intentions arose as he issued an apology, clarifying that his remarks were not meant to insult students on financial aid, but rather were a reaction to Chen Zian's provocations. As the day progressed, Chen Zian, oblivious to the online uproar, exited the hospital, only to be met with an unexpected barrage of disdain from passers-by, including objects thrown in his direction. Meanwhile, Qin He and his companions ventured into the mountains in search of Lu Zhe. After a thorough search, their efforts seemed increasingly futile, leading Lu Ruoyan to express doubt regarding Qin He's claims about Lu Zhe's whereabouts. She feared that if Qin He were deceiving them, it would only drain their energy and hinder their rescue efforts. Without responding, Qin He meticulously observed their surroundings before addressing the squad leader and accompanying officer, suggesting that Lu Zhe might have already succumbed to unconsciousness, rendering him unable to hear their calls. The second round of their search commenced, focusing on pits obscured by foliage. Qin He broke 2 branches, handing one to Lu Kiki while retaining the other for himself, and began probing the ground for potential hazards. Suddenly, Lu Kiki exclaimed, "Over here," as she uncovered a concealed pit. Qin He and Lu Ruoyan rushed to her side, discovering a small depression, less than 3 square meters in size, which had been effectively camouflaged by branches and leaves. Had it not been for their diligent probing, the pit would have remained unnoticed. At the bottom lay Lu Zhe, lips parched and in a state of unconsciousness, with a pool of blood nearby indicating he had sustained injuries upon being thrown into the pit. Upon witnessing this, Qin He signaled to those nearby, then cleared the debris from the pit's surface and leaped down. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan gasped instinctively, feeling as though an indescribable weight had collapsed within her. Once on the ground, Qin He quickly checked Lu Zhe's pulse and reassured Lu Kiki that he still exhibited signs of life. He asked Lu Ruoyan to toss down a bottle of water, which she did without hesitation. Qin He proceeded to wash Lu Zhe's face, rousing him from his stupor and offering him water. Lu Zhe looked at Qin He, managing a weak smile as he said, "Brother-in-law, you've come." In an instant, Lu Kiki was in tears, and Lu Ruoyan felt a lump in her throat. At that moment, she seemed to grasp the depth of affection these two held for Qin He, perhaps realizing that he was truly deserving of their admiration. People nearby rushed to the scene to offer assistance, casting down a rope. Qin He, carrying Lu Zhe on his back, pulled him from the pit using the rope and brought him down the mountain. At that moment, Lu Zhe's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Thank goodness he was safe. And also pressed a paper crane into Lu Zhe's hand, assuring him that uncle would be just fine. Lu Zhe responded with a gentle smile. Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of shame wash over her. An inappropriate image of cursing Lu Zhe flickered through her mind. One moment, she was giving her uncle a paper crane, and the next, she was wishing him to be punished. Where had things gone awry? Lu Ruoyan became increasingly perplexed. The ambulance whisked Lu Zhe away. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that he had sustained no serious injuries, merely some superficial wounds and dehydration. A hospital stay of 2 or 3 days for observation would suffice for his recovery. After Lu Zhe was found, Qin He departed with NN, and for several consecutive days, he did not return. Lu Ruoyan had initially prepared Dodo, instructing him to speak kindly to his father and uncle. Yet she was left waiting in vain for Qin He's return. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. She wondered if Qin He had seen the moments Chen Zian had shared on social media. Exhausted, Lu Ruoyan wandered through the villa, passing by the rehabilitation room, where she spotted Lu Mother accompanying Lu Father in his exercises. Lu Father's progress was remarkable. He could now walk quite well and spoke with greater fluency. When Lu father sat down to rest, Lu Ruoyan approached him and sincerely remarked, "Dad, you made such rapid progress lately." Lu father accepted the towel offered by Lu mother, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gazed at Lu Ruoyan, asking, "Do you know why I'm striving so hard?" Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed by her father's sudden inquiry. Chapter 78, Provocation. Qin He learns that Lu Ruoyan has yet to finalize her divorce. Lu's father smiles gently, saying, "It is because I know this family cannot retain Qin He. We must rely on ourselves." At this moment, Lu's mother interjects, "We do not hold Chen Ziyan in high regard. Yet, if you and Do truly cherish him, then divorce Qin He and move in with Chen Ziyan. Our only stipulation is that Chen Ziyan must not visit the ancestral home. Out of sight, out of mind." With a sigh, Lu's mother continues, "After everything, especially following your father's hospital visit for surgery, I hope you would come to understand the distinction between Chen Ziyan and Qin He. One is truly capable, the backbone of the family, able to summon resources at will. The other is simply—" Lu's mother trails off, unable to finish her thought. "Mother, Qin He and Ziyan are inherently different types of individuals. If Qin He truly is the second young master of the Qin family, it is only natural for him to leverage his family's influence to access such resources. However, you should not compare him to Ziyan. Moreover, I do not harbor any romantic notions towards Ziyan." Lu's mother waves her hand dismissively, displaying a lack of interest in further debate with Lu Ruoyan. "Regardless, we have made our point. Additionally, let Inen stay with Qin He. That girl has a close bond with him." "Mother," Lu Ruoyan feels a surge of panic and hastily interrupts her mother, "I do not currently plan on divorcing Qin He. As things stand, I feel quite content. I am willing to make amends for my past shortcomings with Qin He." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother suddenly scoffs derisively. Lu Ruoyan is taken aback by her laughter. "Then you might as well divorce him." "Mother, do you truly wish for me to divorce Qin He? Surely, I misheard you." Lu Ruoyan expresses her disbelief. "You heard correctly. What do you mean by being content with the current situation? Do you believe Qin He is easily manipulated?" Lu's mother's expression shifts ominously. "I see you think Qin He is easy to bully. Lu Ruoyan, how could I have given birth to such a daughter? You simultaneously entangle yourself with Chen Ziyan while stringing along Qin He, all the while enjoying the familial obligations and responsibilities he provides. It seems you want it all without consideration." Indeed, at this moment, Lu Kexi can no longer remain silent. "Sister, if you're not genuinely committed to a life with your husband, then you should divorce him sooner rather than later. I truly cannot bear to witness this any longer. How could you, in front of the children, in front of us, and in front of your husband, disregard our family day to leave with Chen Ziyan? Where were you while our family worried about you, sleeping by Chen Ziyan's side? Where were you when we were all trying to save Aja?" Lu Ruoyan is rendered speechless by the confrontation. Ultimately, she has no words to offer and retreats to her bedroom, retrieving her password-protected diary. Within its pages lies her obsession with Robinson. As she gazes at the densely written words, memories flood her mind of the day she donned a beautiful dress and rushed to Sunset CAF. She recalls the disappointment reflected in her family's eyes over the past few days. What direction should she take now? After much contemplation, she calmly declared her decision at the dinner table. "I shall give myself 6 months to endeavor to set aside my prejudices and to interact with Qin He, to attempt to engage in romance." Lu Ruoyan struggled to utter the words "fall in love" and then turned to her parents. It was not merely because Qin He might be the second son of the Qin family, but solely due to the essence of the man himself. However, if the interaction fails, and I find no affection for him, I shall formally divorce Qin He. After speaking these words, Lu Ruoyan looked expectantly at her family. To her dismay, they remained utterly composed, showing no reaction. Lu's mother, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "You still have not recognized your own issues. Until the matter with Chen Ziyan is resolved, you and Qin He will never find happiness together." "But, mother, he saved me," Lu Ruoyan protested. "And so what? Does Chen Ziyan not have his own family? Does he lack male friends? Must you, a married woman, be the one to care for him? Even if he was in an accident yesterday, what of it? My son is still unconscious on the mountain, his life hanging by a thread." Lu's mother grew increasingly agitated. Lu Ruoyan opened her lips to speak, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. This time, her family refrained from advocating for her or urging her to retain Qin He. Lu Ruoyan was unaccustomed to this silence, overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling of alienation. Meanwhile, Qin had been informed that someone had applied for a patent on the home system he co-developed with Chun Zian. Without disclosing his knowledge, he quietly gathered evidence. He went to the Lu family to see Lu Ruxu, expressing a desire to review the original documents. Lu Ruxu called Lu Ruoyan. On that day, Lu Ruoyan was preoccupied with caring for Lu Jia, so she did not return home, but instructed Lu Ruxu on where to find the documents in the drawer, allowing her to retrieve them independently. After hanging up, Lu Ruxu arrived at Lu Ruoyan's office with Qin He and opened the drawer to search for the documents. As she retrieved them, an unsealed envelope fell out, landing on Qin He's shoe. He bent down to pick it up, and, upon seeing the sender's information, his brow furrowed deeply. It was the envelope containing the divorce certificate he had sent to Lu Ruoyan. What was happening? He glanced at the unsealed strip on the back. It was not fully opened. In other words, Lu Ruoyan could not possibly have seen its contents. Thus, during this time, she had been entirely unaware of their divorce. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within him. What then were her recent actions meant to imply? Was she tacitly accepting their marital status? Lu Ruxu, having found the documents, noticed Qin He's troubled expression and quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Qin He replied, suppressing his emotions as he began to gather evidence regarding the contract. Once he had completed his task, he returned the envelope containing the divorce certificate and the contract to Lu Ruoyan's drawer. After departing from the Lu family, Qin He returned to his company, working late into the evening. Despite the completion of his work, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, prompting him to invite Qin Mu to join him for drinks at a bar. On the road, Qin He appeared lost in thought, unable to comprehend the recent behavior of Lu Ruoyan and her circle of friends. If Lu Ruoyan was unaware of his divorce and continued to treat him coldly while cherishing Chun Zian, the scholarship student, that could be understood. She had always shown such favoritism. But what of Lu Ruoyan's friends? Did they not pursue him precisely because they had learned of his divorce? What was truly happening? Was it a blatant seduction of his sister's husband during marriage? Lost in his reverie, Qin He had already arrived at the bar. He parked his car and stepped inside. It was nearly midnight, and Lin Yuan was already thoroughly intoxicated. The image of Qin He rejecting her, expressing his lack of interest, replayed in her mind like a haunting refrain. This was a devastating blow to Lin Yuan. How could this be? She, the esteemed Miss Lin, was renowned for her charm and allure in social circles. Witty and playful, she had yet to encounter a young gentleman who could resist her charms. It was said that no man under her skirt had an annual income less than 100 million. Moreover, she did not indulge in casual flings. She simply enjoyed the thrill of flirtation and the sweetness of romance, relishing the occasional physical connection. Of course, there were one or two who piqued her interest enough to share her bed. Yet, all men who had been with her remained infatuated, while she treated them as fleeting encounters, devoid of attachment. In her words, no man had yet managed to conquer her. However, that close call with Qin He in the car had truly awakened both her body and soul. How could such an exceptional man claim to be uninterested in her? Infuriating, Lin Yuan took several hearty swigs of her drink. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she drunkenly envisioned Qin He before her. Rising unsteadily, she threw herself into his arms, clutching his collar tightly, exclaiming, "Qin He, do you truly believe you are so remarkable? Do you even understand why I'm trying to seduce you?" Chapter 79. Qin He discovers the truth behind the sisterhood seduction. Qin He stood in silence, his expression darkening as Lin Yuan clung to him, intoxicated and chaotic. The onlookers gazed enviously at Qin He, aware that countless suitors had been rebuffed by the beauty now nestled in his embrace. Her figure, with its alluring curves, pressed against him, evoking a sensation both tantalizing and unbearable. Lin Yuan, completely inebriated, had lost track of her earlier inquiries, her mind clouded by drink. She let out a silly hiccup, gazing up at Qin He with a bewildered expression. "How could you possibly refuse me? Consider my looks." She pouted, her voice laden with grievance. "In your eyes, am I not worthy of your affection? Do you truly look down upon me? I must tell you, dear sir." Until now, before she could finish her thought, Qin He, with a weary expression, distanced himself from her and entrusted her to the care of a nearby security guard. ensuring her safety by escorting her to a secure room. This bar, owned by Qin Mu, was renowned for its safety protocols, with vigilant security personnel patrolling throughout to protect the welfare of women, preventing any untoward incidents. In the event of a woman becoming excessively intoxicated, the establishment would unhesitatingly provide accommodations for her overnight stay. Any security guard caught exploiting their position would face imprisonment, substantial fines, and a complete ban from the industry upon release. Thanks to such stringent measures, over 5 years of operation had seen no guard daring to overstep their bounds, and the bar maintained an impeccable reputation. At that moment, Qin Mu had descended to find his brother, and upon witnessing the scene, he crossed his arms, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "Brother, are you truly willing to let such a splendid opportunity slip away?" Qin shot him an exasperated glance and began to approach. However, Lin Yuan wriggled free from the guard's grip, once again entangling herself around Qin He, declaring, "Oh, Qin He, you are so pitiable. Out of compassion for your plight, allow me to enlighten you. It is Lu Ruoyan, your wife, who orchestrated this pursuit of yours." At these words, Qin He froze, his face paling dramatically. Not just him, but even Qin Mu's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, her heart racing with excitement. "You must be bewildered as to why Lu Ruoyan would do such a thing, right? Because she cannot allow Chun Zian to be the other woman. She cannot bear the scorn of the world upon Chun Zian. She and Ran Ing have elevated Chun Zian to such heights, solely to ensure he becomes Lu Ruoyan's rightful husband. Thus, we endeavor to ensnare you, to gather evidence of your infidelity, and to achieve a clean break." Qin He stood frozen, blood rushing to his head, his eyes darkening with fury. Suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The unreasonable questions that had long plagued him have all been elucidated. Lin Yuan, already inebriated, was oblivious to the expression on Qin He's face, continuing to cling to him in a drunken revelry. "Qin He, my dear, you are truly pitiable. Your wife has forsaken you, and even summoned her friends to entice you. Do you know, Qin He, that among us sisters, whoever successfully seduces you and acquires evidence of your infidelity will receive a reward of 500,000, along with various collaborative opportunities. Do not be deceived by He Shuxian's seemingly serious demeanor. She too desires these resources." With every utterance from Lin Yuan, Qin He's countenance grew increasingly somber. Noticing his persistent silence, Lin Yuan's competitive spirit surged. "Do you not believe me? I possess evidence. I have it on my phone. Proof that Lu Ruoyan consented to our scheme to seduce you." However, in her intoxicated state, Lin Yuan found herself drifting, unable to retrieve her phone. Qin He, unwilling to engage any further, entrusted her once more to the security and proceeded to the private room with Qin Mu. Qin Mu refrained from teasing him. Any man hearing such words would inevitably find their spirits dampened. Quietly, he poured Qin He a glass of liquor and offered it to him. "How credible do you find Lin Yuan's claims?" Qin He took a sip of the bitter drink, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. 9 out of 10. The remaining point hinges on the absence of definitive proof. Yet, in truth, Qin He was entirely convinced. Qin Monadid Fotfedi. Based on the logic of Lin Yuan's earlier words, it appears more akin to drunken revelations. "What do you intend to do?" Qin He countered with a question of his own. "What are the odds of Lin Yuan blacking out?" Qin Musmerkt. "If you wish, I can ensure it reaches a staggering 99. I could have the security administer a hangover pill that induces hallucinations. 99 of individuals will awaken the next day with no recollection of the events or words spoken while intoxicated." Qin He swirled the wine in his glass. "Well, if she cannot remember, I propose we play along and indulge in their antics. After all, it has been ages since I encountered anything so amusing." "Very well. I shall make the arrangements." Qin Mu promptly made a phone call. The following day, Lin Yuan awoke, her head heavy and uncomfortable. She vaguely recalled encountering Qin He the night prior, and it seemed she had clung to him and uttered something. But what was it? Lin Yuan could not recall, though she distinctly remembered touching Qin He's muscular chest. Visions of a night filled with passionate dreams flooded her mind. Images of an intense entanglement with him. Were these memories real? Lin Yuan could not discern between dream and reality. If it were merely a dream, it felt astonishingly vivid. Glancing down at her bathrobe, she noted her lack of clothing beneath, suggesting it was likely Chin He who had disrobed her. Her heart raced as she sent a tentative WeChat message to Chin He. "Baby, I was drunk last night. I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I? Nothing happened between us, right?" Upon receiving her message, Chin He immediately understood that Lin Yuan had blacked out. He simply replied, "What do you think?" Lin Yuan's heart raced violently at the response. She meticulously analyzed the underlying logic. Previously, at the resort, Chin He had deliberately rejected her in the presence of Xu Xian and Ran Ying, allowing them to serve as witnesses to his decision. His demeanor could not have been more sincere. Yet now, as she affectionately addressed him as baby, he responded in kind, suggesting that something intimate had transpired between them the previous night. Even if they had not reached the final act, it was highly probable that he had been captivated by her figure. Lin Yuan shifted slightly, noting the absence of any marks on her body, leading her to conclude that they had indeed found themselves in another moment of passionate encounter. However, as she had been unwell, He had assisted her in bathing. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile confidently. "Ah, He, it turns out that your previous rejection stemmed from a fear of losing control. I always knew that a man who had kissed me in the car could never truly resist me." At this moment, Lin Yuan's confidence in winning He over had been rekindled. Chapter 80. The following day, He returned to the Liu family home with Nen in tow. As they approached the familiar old residence, he held Nen's hand and found himself inexplicably smiling. It appeared that no one was aware of his divorce from Liu Ruoyan, which indeed added an amusing twist to the situation. Curiously, Nen inquired, "Daddy, why are we coming back here?" He, opting for a gentle fabrication, replied, "Grandpa needs us. We are here to keep him company for a while." "Yay, that means I can play with Xiao Mei every day." Nen exclaimed. Xiao Mei was the adorable Pomeranian residing in the old house. Ruffling Nen's hair, He promised, "All right, when we leave, I will take you to pick out a little dog of your own." Nen's joy was palpable upon hearing this. After setting down their modest belongings, He received a notification from the hospital, informing him that Lu Zhe could be discharged early. Lu Kiki suggested that, given everyone's presence, they should all ride together in the RV to pick up Lu Zhe. He had no objections, and soon the family boarded the vehicle. With the driver heading towards the hospital, He went to assist Lu Zhe with the discharge procedures, while Lu Kiki brought him snacks and flowers. The family exited the hospital, chatting and laughing together. In a hurried fashion, Liu Ruoyan caught up with them, asking, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Lu Kiki shot her a peculiar glance and replied, "Weren't you supposed to pick up Chenzian?" Liu Ruoyan's brow furrowed deeply. "How do you know that?" Lu Kiki smirked. "Chenzian posted it on social media." Liu Ruoyan felt an odd sensation in her heart. This was becoming too coincidental. What was Chenzian really up to? Furthermore, after he had previously posted a picture of her caring for him, she had explicitly told him not to share anything related to her online, as she was He's wife, and such posts could lead to misunderstandings. As she pondered Chenzian's intentions, she opened his social media profile, only to find that this time he had indeed refrained from posting her photo. Instead, he shared a picture of himself enjoying coffee, expressing gratitude for the wonderful friends who came to accompany him upon his discharge. In the image, only a small corner of her skirt, several cups of coffee, Ran Ying's car keys, and Lin Yuan's hand playing with her phone were visible. Liu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for words. She certainly could not restrict Chenzian from expressing his sentiments about daily life simply out of fear of He's potential misunderstandings. Liu Ruoyan concluded that Lu Kiki must have inferred her trip to pick up Chenzian from the glimpse of her skirt. Lost in thought, the group had already moved ahead. Liu Ruoyan hurried after them and boarded the RV alongside everyone else. As she settled into her seat, she remarked, "I haven't forgotten about Aja's discharge." Lu Zhe replied with a forced smile, "Thanks to President Liu for sharing the blessings." Liu Ruoyan ignored his sardonic tone and earnestly stated, "This experience should serve as a lesson for you. I have always taught you not to underestimate those who are less fortunate. Given our position of privilege and access to societal resources, we must be especially cautious in our words and actions. A single ill-considered remark can ignite public outrage, placing ourselves and the Liu family in peril. This time, I seized the opportunity to manage public relations regarding your injury, and it is only by a stroke of luck that you managed to smooth over this incident. Should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Before she could finish her sentence, Luja cast a scornful glance at her. Was it you who assisted me? This matter was clearly brought to light by my brother-in-law and cousin. My cousin has confided in me. Pray tell, where were you when I was abandoned on the mountain, fighting for my life? You were spending the night with Chun Zian. It was my cousin who brought the company's security to look for me, and it was Qin He who summoned the troops and utilized satellite surveillance to rescue me. And you? I ask you, my dear sister, aside from lecturing me now in hindsight, what have you truly done? Lu Ruoyan was left speechless by Luja's retort. Moreover, it is highly likely that Chen Zian orchestrated this whole affair. Do not be deceived by his silence when I confronted him. He subsequently sought out a henchman to knock me unconscious and discard me in the mountains. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, Lu Zhou would have perished. I assure you, this matter is far from over between Chen Zian and myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow tightly. Chen Zian would never do such a thing. He is truly a good person, not at all as you imagine. Enough, interrupted Lu father, turning his attention to Lu Zhe. You need to temper your temperament. Learn a thing or two from your brother-in-law. Father, I understand. Lu Zhe replied, adopting a demeanor of earnestness that starkly contrasted with his previous exchange with Lu Ruoyan. He then turned to Qin He with solemnity. Brother-in-law, it is your intervention that has saved my precarious life. Henceforth, if you say to go east, I, Lu Zhe, shall not venture west. I shall heed your words. Even if you were to divorce my sister, I would not stand in your way, nor would I ever cease to call you brother-in-law or brother for all eternity. Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of discomfort at his mention of divorce. She had only just resolved to explore a romantic relationship with Qin He, yet this brother of hers, whether foolish or feigning ignorance, always seemed to bolster their union, only to now become an obstacle. At that moment, Lu Kikek also chimed in, Brother-in-law, I too, shall only ever have one brother-in-law. I acknowledge you as my sole brother-in-law. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan felt a heaviness in her heart. She could not help but glance at Inin, who was observing her intently, and she attempted to shift the conversation. And, do you have something to share with Mama? Inin fixed her gaze upon Lu Ruoyan's eyes and asked, Mama, why do you always leave us for that uncle? Does he hold more importance in your heart than me and Daddy? More than uncle? Lu Ruoyan was caught off guard by her daughter's pointed inquiry, struggling to respond for a moment before finally managing, of course not. Yet before she could finish, Inin lowered her head. Forget it. If Mama does not wish to answer, that is fine. In truth, I have known for a long time, and I am not surprised. It is not the first time. Do not worry, Mama. I will take good care of Daddy. He has me, and that is enough. Lu Ruoyan felt as though a dull knife were stabbing at her heart. In that moment, Inin lifted her head and offered a warm smile to Qin He. Daddy, I will always be your daughter. You are my one and only father. Qin He gently rubbed his daughter's head, warmth enveloping his heart. However, for Lu Ruoyan, the ache within her intensified. Did the father and daughter find solace in each other during the days she had abandoned? A sudden wave of pain made it difficult for her to breathe. At that moment, Do rolled her eyes, exclaiming, if Mom and Dad divorce, I want Uncle Inin to be my dad. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly covered her mouth, glancing anxiously at Qin He. Noticing her distress, Qin He smirked, contemplating that Lu Ruoyan's anxiety stemmed from her fear of Dodo revealing her true intentions. Very well, Lu Ruoyan, since you seek to gather evidence of my infidelity within marriage, I shall not mind indulging you in this grand charade. He averted his gaze with indifference. Meanwhile, an inexplicable panic gripped Lu Ruoyan. It seemed that not only Qin He, but also her family regarded her with a sense of resignation, as if they no longer held any hope for her. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a profound sadness enveloped her. This was not her desire. As they were about to disembark, Lu Ruoyan took the initiative to catch up to Qin He. Qin He, please let me explain. Qin He turned around, his demeanor cold. There is no need for explanations. I have grown accustomed to it. Lu Ruoyan felt a lump form in her throat, as if words were lodged within, unable to escape. By 11 o'clock that night, after completing their evening routines, they prepared to lie down. After holding her breath all evening, Lu Ruoyan finally mustered the courage to speak to Qin He. Qin He, Whether you believe me or not, I genuinely wish to give us another chance. I understand that I have neglected this family and you over the past few years. Therefore, in the coming time, I will sincerely make amends and strive to communicate. To connect with you. Upon finishing, Lu Ruoyan felt her cheeks flush and quickly turn away from Qin He, lying down. Qin He observed her back and smirked, thinking this was likely Lu Ruoyan's ploy to confuse him. Just as he lifted the covers to join her, Lu Ruoyan's phone rang. The sound halted Qin He's hand, while Lu Ruoyan's nerves seemed to snap back, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 81. Indeed, it is like this. Qin He chuckled derisively, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan's heart raced, her nerves taut with tension. This always happened. Each time she and Qin He attempted to mend their relationship, something would go awry. Thus this time, she resolved not to answer the call. Lu Ruoyan reached out and ended the call, feigning nonchalance as she looked at Qin He. I vowed to nurture our relationship and take responsibility for this family and marriage, and I shall adhere to my word. It was unclear whether she aimed to prove something or if the pent-up frustration over the past few days was surfacing, but Lu Ruoyan spoke with a hint of irritation. Qin He, however, perceived her unease. What did she mean by wanting to reconnect? It was merely a reaction to his recent shift in attitude. She likely sensed his awareness of her actions and sought to lower his guard. He had never heard of a woman who would entice her husband with her own sister-in-law and still possess a semblance of integrity. The phone rang again, aggravating Qin He, who, instead of lying down, poured himself a glass of water. Lu Ruoyan terminated the call for the second time. The room was enveloped in silence as the two engaged in a wordless standoff. The incessant ringing of the phone from the same number seemed to challenge Lu Ruoyan's psychological limits, persistently calling back. Each time she hung up, the caller redialed. Eventually, Lu Ruoyan could no longer hold her composure and glanced at Qin He. I'll answer. There might be something urgent from a company. With that, she turned her back to Qin He and took the call, her voice tinged with annoyance. It's quite late. Qin He and I are about to rest. Before she could finish, the voice on the other end uttered something unknown. Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted, and she immediately replied, All right, I'll head over now. Qin He, seated on the small sofa in the room, suddenly smiled, his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, it is like this. Yet, this time, his expression was no longer indifferent. It was tinged with anger and mockery. After all, in Lu Ruoyan's perception, they were still married. Thus, her actions were directed at her husband within the confines of their marriage. It was as outrageous as ever. It turned out that his 5 years of effort had failed to warm her heart, which naturally incited desire. Seeing Qin He's demeanor, Lu Ruoyan bit her lip. Feeling somewhat helpless as she said, There is a sudden matter at the company. I must step out. It's a crucial company secret, and I cannot discuss it with you now that you're at Kashing. But Qin He, it's not about Shenzhen, so don't overthink it. I'll return soon. Having swiftly conveyed her words, Lu Ruoyan changed her clothes and departed. On the way, she gripped the steering wheel, repeatedly assuring herself, This is the last time. Nothing will go wrong. Qin He won't find out. Once this issue is resolved, I will tell him to refrain from calling me at night in the future. Before long, the car arrived at the police station. Lu Ruoyan opened the car door and stepped out, her eyelids inexplicably twitching, her heart filled with unease. It will be fine. It will be resolved swiftly. She took a deep breath, donned her high heels, and strode into the police station. Meanwhile, not long after Lu Ruoyan departed, Qin He received a call from the police station. He hung up the phone, promptly changed his attire, and drove over. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Ruoyan vehemently reprimanding his grandmother. Her commanding presence radiated like a formidable CEO in the bustling marketplace, her piercing gaze fixated on the stooped elder before her. You, madam, if you continue to meddle and create disturbances, do not blame me for being ungracious. This city is not yours to dictate. By what right do you assert that no one may reside across from you? Is the place where the Chun family currently resides yours? Is it an illegal structure? Respect is earned through character, not merely through age. I trust you are of an age where you do not wish to burden your family with worry. Should you dare to speak recklessly or act violently, do not be surprised if I unleash the Lu family's legal team upon you. Your children shall bear the consequences of your impulsive actions. Lu Ruoyan's words struck with such force that Shenzhen's parents found their own resolve strengthening. Indeed, The Liu family is a powerful conglomerate, not someone you can provoke. They echoed. That's right. My son has formidable connections with the deputy general manager of the Liu family. Soon, we shall be family. What significance do you, an old woman, hold? Upon hearing this, Grandma Qin wasted no time in producing her blood pressure medication and heart-saving pills. Ready to take action? What audacity from this pampered young lady. Have you even grasped the truth of the matter? You cast blame without discernment. Very well. You have a legal team, do you? Then let me inquire about the existence of justice. This vile couple before us possesses. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He approached, calling out Grandma. Liu Ruoyan, startled by the familiar voice, trembled violently. Upon seeing Qin He, she felt her scalp tingle. Qin He, please let me explain. She instinctively reached out to him. Yet, Qin He dodged her touch, not allowing a single glance to linger on her, and walked straight to his grandmother. Seeing Qin He standing in front of her, Grandma Qin impatiently attempted to push him aside. Enough of your nonsense. I will not rest until I deal with them. If I fail, I shall not be called Liu Jinhua. She gestured towards Liu Ruoyan. And this woman, does she think to intimidate me with the Liu family's legal team? I am not one to be easily frightened. What storms have I not weathered? Qin He, summon your elder brother. Our family also possesses a legal team. Let's engage in this contest. Leave it to me. Qin He continually soothed his grandmother and led her aside to ascertain the details. After hearing her account, he furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the Qin family, unable to suppress his laughter in disbelief. This despicable couple, even if they turned to ashes, I would recognize them. Grandma Qin seethed. She still vividly recalled the bloodshed endured by the second Branch's daughter-in-law on that fateful night, leading to an emergency procedure at the hospital. Due to that surgery, the daughter-in-law of the second family has been unable to conceive ever since. Now, this shameless couple intends to move across from her elderly home, which is quite infuriating for the old lady. Can Liu Jinhua endure it? Not in the slightest. She promptly borrowed a hoe from the neighbor and went to confront them. With the assistance of bodyguards, the old lady effortlessly dealt with the two individuals. To her astonishment, these audacious people even had the gall to call the police. Upon hearing the entire story, Qin He was both enraged and amused. If his grandmother were to discover that the son of the unscrupulous couple who once schemed against his parents was now meddling in his marriage, he wondered if it would induce a heart attack. Once he regained his composure, Qin He persuaded his grandmother to sign a settlement agreement. Qin Laotai scoffed haughtily, declaring, I shall not sign. Not a single cent of compensation shall I offer. I demand they vacate and vanish from my sight. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruoyan felt that the old lady was being utterly unreasonable. However, now aware that this was Qin He's grandmother, she softened her tone and said, Grandma, this is an unreasonable outburst. Even if the Chun family worked for you in the past and caused you distress, it does not justify assaulting them without compensation and demanding their departure. This behavior is simply atrocious. Liu Ruoyan never anticipated that her first encounter with Qin He's family would unfold in such a scene. Naturally, she harbored no favorable impression of the old lady. Her amiable demeanor was solely for Qin He's sake. Upon hearing Liu Ruoyan's words, Qin Laotai narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her, and then glanced at Chen Zian, who was attempting to soothe his parents. She inquired, Who might you be? Are you the wife of that insufferable brat? Chapter 82. Liu Ruoyan confronted Qin He, questioning why he would not acknowledge his true identity. Before Liu Ruoyan could respond, the elderly matriarch let out a cold snort. Then you are no better, she retorted. Grandmother, I am not. I am. Just as Liu Ruoyan was about to admit her identity, Qin He interrupted her. There is no need for further discussion. We are willing to reconcile. With that, Qin He reassured his grandmother, Do not worry. I will devise a plan to ensure they vacate the premises. Qin Laotai inquired, What if they refuse to leave? Qin He replied, his voice low and his gaze fierce. Then we shall blow that house up. The word sent a shiver through Liu Ruoyan, while the matriarch exclaimed in delight. Indeed, if they refuse to depart, we shall wait until they are gone and then obliterate that house. The expression on Qin Laotai's face was somewhat arrogant. Liu Ruoyan could hardly believe her eyes as she observed both Qin He and his grandmother. We are still at the police station. To utter such brazen words in this place is utterly outrageous. Liu Ruoyan shook her head, thinking to herself how uncouth and lawless this countrywoman was, with an audacity that knew no bounds. Soon, the lawyer from the Qin family arrived, and after an undisclosed conversation with the parents of the Chun family, the once boisterous couple fell silent, as if struck dumb. In a short while, both parties signed their statements and a letter of reconciliation, thus resolving the matter. As the group prepared to leave the police station, Chen Ziyan, supporting his mother, deliberately remarked to Lu Ruoyan, "Thank you for coming to help me so late, Yin Yan." Following this statement, he threw a subtle challenge towards Qin He. Upon hearing Chen Ziyan's words, Lu Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat as she glanced anxiously at Qin He. Yet, he did not spare her a single glance. Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of grievance, while Qin Laotai rolled her eyes, commenting to Lu Ruoyan, "You have no idea how imposing this female CEO was just now when she wielded the law and her legal team against me. Thankfully, you are not the one he married. If I had to endure a granddaughter-in-law like her, I would truly be at my wit's end." Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless. Qin Laotai strode ahead, continuing, "By the way, has our beautiful granddaughter-in-law returned from abroad? Is she still in Italy? You rascal. Having made her bear such a delightful pair of twins, yet you have not brought her back to see me. You deserve a scolding." As she spoke, Qin Laotai playfully tapped Qin He on the arm, saying, "I must tell you, my 80th birthday is approaching, and you must bring your wife for me to see." "Very well, Ms. Lu Jinhua. It would not be fitting to remain angry." Qin He diverted the conversation. "In the coming days, I will attend the auction and select a few gifts that you would like." Now that sounds more agreeable. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they got into the car. On the way, Qin Laotai glanced at Qin He and remarked, "When you mentioned blowing up the Chun family, it brought a certain satisfaction to my heart." Qin He cast her a sidelong glance, smiled, and said nothing. The elderly lady sighed. "Ahi, sometimes one must vent their frustrations. We, the Qin family, possess ample means. It is all your grandfather's fault, as well as your father and mother's. Your parents, in pursuit of their ideals, entrusted you to us. Your grandfather, with aspirations of cultivating you as his successor, imposed a rigorous upbringing that molded you into a character of conformity. He forbade you from expressing emotions, urging you to maintain composure in the face of challenges. You were expected to embody the demeanor of a successor, yet, ultimately, it was a Mu who inherited the company. Fortunately, there exists no rift between you brothers. Otherwise, I would have certainly confronted that old man with a few sharp reprimands." Qin He chuckled, amused by his grandmother's wit. "Grandmother, you're quite adept at navigating internet humor. Rest assured, I have no objections to whoever inherits the company. After all, it was I who sought freedom and chose to remain in Italy, neglecting my responsibilities to the company. The Qin family has historically been entrenched in traditional industries. Had it not been for my cousin's bold reforms, the Qin clan might have faced decline. It was only fitting for my grandfather to entrust the company to him. Moreover, my cousin possesses ambition, whereas my inclinations lean more towards liberty, a trait inherited from my parents. I am inherently this way, and I comprehend their decisions. Thus I harbor no resentment for their absence in my upbringing." Qin's grandmother nodded in agreement. "It is fortunate that you possess such understanding. However, your grandfather is no longer with us. You are now free to live as you wish, unbound by the old man's words. I suspect that your temperament may be why your wife seldom returns to foster a relationship with you." Qin He's smile faltered, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, after Qin He and his grandmother departed, Chen Ziyan anxiously gazed at Lu Ruoyan. "I apologize for causing a rift between you and Qin He because of my issues. Yin Yan and I, you need not say more," Lu Ruoyan replied, feeling weary as she pinched her brow. "Ziyan, please refrain from calling me at night in the future. Raning, Lin Yuan, and Sister Shuxian are all still unmarried. If there is something urgent, consult them. They are better positioned to assist." With that, Lu Ruoyan did not accompany Chen Ziyan back, instead driving home directly. After her departure, Chen's father exhaled sharply, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Ziyan. "You are utterly useless. It's just a woman, and after all these years, you still haven't won her over." Indeed, Chen's mother looked at her son with concern. "Didn't that General Lu just imply a desire to distance herself from you? Son, what are we to do now?" Chen Zian felt a stir of frustration within him as he gazed solemnly into the distance. I will find a way. On another note, after escorting his grandmother, Qin he returned to the Lu residence. Upon entering, he discovered Lu Ruoyan waiting for him in the living room. A glance at her was enough. He had no desire to engage in conversation and proceeded to ascend the stairs. Lu Ruoyan, having bottled up her emotions throughout the evening, finally let them erupt. Qin, stop right there. Qin halted, his gaze icy as he regarded her. What is it? I ask you. Why did you not acknowledge my identity before your grandmother? What do you mean by that? Qin, upon hearing her words, was both amused and exasperated. He turned from the staircase and approached her deliberately. What do you expect? Do you wish for me to declare your identity before my grandmother? What is there to be ashamed of? Besides, my grandmother has expressed a desire to meet you. Lu Ruoyan spoke with a hint of guilt. At that moment, her parents, Lu Fu and Lu Mu, emerged from their room, only to hear Qin pressing Lu Ruoyan. Chuckling softly as he said, "You are aware that my grandmother wishes to meet you. Yet, as a daughter-in-law who has been married for 5 years, have you ever taken the initiative to propose a visit? Have you ever expressed a desire to meet my family? Was it I who failed to take you to see them? I have suggested it several times, but each time you have dismissed me before I could finish my words." Lu Ruoyan was rendered speechless. She instinctively recoiled from Qin's imposing presence, taking a step back. Previously, Qin would often choose to endure and let matters pass. Occasionally, when she was assertive, he would always yield, fostering a sense of impunity in her treatment of him. However, this time, why was it that her anger elicited no soothing from Qin? Lu Ruoyan retreated in confusion, hardly daring to meet the gaze filled with disappointment in Qin's eyes. Lu Ruoyan, you just mentioned that you were attending to company matters, not Chen Zian's affairs. Yet, what do I find? I turn around to discover you bullying my grandmother on behalf of Chen Zian's family. Lu Fu and Lu Mu, upon hearing this, approached with furrowed brows. What is the matter? How could Ruoyan bully your grandmother? The mention of bullying ignited Lu Ruoyan's own ire. Qin, I acknowledge everything you have said. I recognize my faults. I have neglected you and your family in the past, but I wish to amend my ways. And I am striving to do so. Your way of amending is to deceive me, to leave our bed and rush to assist Chen Zian's family against my grandmother. Qin's fury erupted uncontrollably. Lu Ruoyan faltered, biting her lip, her demeanor softening considerably. Yes, I admit that I was wrong in this instance. However, with Ranning away and Lin Yuan occupied, Chen Zian was in a state of panic, leaving me no choice but to intervene. Furthermore, let's be clear. The matter of physical confrontation lies with your grandmother. Even if Chen Zian's parents had previously been remiss in their service at your grandmother's home, she should not be so severe and unreasonable as to forbid them from residing across the street. Remiss in service? Qin raised an eyebrow. Is that what Chen Zian's family conveyed to you? Indeed, Lu Ruoyan replied, meeting Qin's gaze. You know your grandmother's temperament well. Are you not aware of how demanding and irritable she can be? As her words lingered in the air, Lu Fu admonished Ruoyan. You. Lu Fu struggled to articulate his thoughts, prompting Lu Mu to soothe him, continuing, Ruoyan, how can you hastily evaluate an elder without grasping the full context? Qin's grandmother is also your grandmother. She is part of our family. How can you choose not to side with your own kin, instead favoring the words of Chen Zian's family? Lu Ruoyan exhaled deeply. Mother, my character is such that I stand for righteousness over kinship. Moreover, I have seen firsthand what kind of person Qin's grandmother is while at the police station. Qin gazed intently at Lu Ruoyan. He roughly understood why netizens claimed that people truly laugh in moments of speechlessness. Lu Ruoyan raised her gaze to him and asked, what are you laughing at? I laugh at the fact that you still expect me to acknowledge your identity before my grandmother. Do you have any idea what Chen Zian's parents did to our family back in the day? Chapter 83. A moment's delay would have brought down that house. Qin's gaze was piercing as he stepped forward. Years ago, Chen Zian's parents came to work as servants at my grandmother's home. Observing my parents visiting her every weekend in luxury cars, they assumed we were wealthy. Consequently, they devised a scheme to poison my father's soup. Chen Zian's mother was tasked with seducing him, while his father aimed to catch my mother in the act, taking advantage of her emotional vulnerability to ensnare her. This couple was utterly shameless. However, they underestimated my father, who never drank pork bone soup. leaving my mother to consume the tainted broth, resulting in her miscarriage. This incident led to my mother undergoing a dilatation and curettage procedure, leaving her with lasting health issues that rendered her unable to conceive again. So, Lu Ruoyan, do you wish for me to inform my grandmother that the unscrupulous couple from back then has a son who now audaciously intervenes in my marriage? Their pursuit of wealth and status led them to such depths, and now their son, fully aware of your marriage, continues to meddle in our lives. Have you considered whether my grandmother, an elderly woman, could possibly endure such revelations? As my words hung in the air, Lu Ruoyan was pushed back repeatedly by Qin He's intensity, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa. It was inconceivable. How could Xian's parents be such individuals? Overwhelmed by the shocking information, she appeared dazed. Qin He, do you possess any evidence to support your claims? If so, why didn't you report them back then? We did report it, and there is a record. Our knowledge of their vile intentions stemmed from surveillance footage capturing their conversations. Unfortunately, they were clever enough to evade the cameras, preventing us from obtaining direct evidence. Moreover, the offense of poisoning typically does not warrant severe criminal detention, leading the police to resort to administrative detention and education. If you doubt this, you can investigate the case record yourself. Hearing this, Lu's parents felt a tumult of emotions. Their disappointment was palpable as they looked at Lu Ruoyan and shook their heads. Lu's mother, filled with concern, comforted Lu's father while saying, "We've said it before. If you do not wish to nurture this marriage, do not prolong Qin He's suffering. At the villa, you abandoned me to accompany Chen Zian. Now, so late, you are scheming with Qin He to confront his grandmother on Chen Zian's behalf. Yin Yan, it's time to reconsider." After uttering these words, Lu's mother cast an apologetic glance at Qin He. "We owe you an apology. Qin He, I am truly sorry. I failed to raise my daughter properly." Qin He remained silent, unable to utter words of dismissal. Instead, he shot a sharp glance at Lu Ruoyan. "I will give you half a day to ensure that Chen Zian's family departs. If it exceeds 1 second, I will bring that house down." With that, he ascended the stairs. Lu Ruoyan was left stunned, overwhelmed by Qin He's formidable presence, and it took her some time to regain her composure. Once she did, she immediately called her assistant to investigate the truth of the past events. Observing her, Lu's mother shook her head. "Yin Yan, you still do not recognize your own issues." "What issues?" Lu Ruoyan replied, perplexed. "You have not regarded Qin He's family as your own. You unconsciously regarded Chen Zian's family as your own, placing unwavering trust in their words. Whatever Qin He uttered, you dismissed. However, what enchantment has Chen Zian cast upon you?" "I haven't." Lu Ruoyan defended herself, pressing her lips together. Lu's mother sighed and shook her head. "Yin Yan, no one will wait for you indefinitely. I hope that when the day comes when you wish to fight for him and his family, Qin He will still be willing to grant you that chance." After saying this, Lu's mother assisted Lu's father in returning home. Lu's father was indeed angry, yet in recent days, Qin He had requested Lu's mother to read him a book daily, one on psychology, primarily discussing the concept of task separation. It emphasized not to take on the burdens of others' lives, even that of one's own children. He himself grasped only a fragment of the wisdom within, yet endeavored to apply its teachings. For, as Qin He pointed out, regardless of his own ailments and discomfort, the one truly suffering was himself, and those who cared for him day and night. Lu Ruoyan might feel regret and guilt, but in time, she would revert to her habitual ways of handling matters. Qin He advised him never to resort to self-harm or suffering as a means to awaken others. Such behavior is the most foolish of acts. Contemplating this, Lu's father began to take deep breaths, striving to calm himself. Lu's mother observed this with satisfaction, gently patting his shoulder. Lu Ruoyan sat in the living room, lost in thought. Before long, her assistant called, summarizing the situation based on the archives from years past. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. Did Chen Zian's parents truly confess? Yes. All right, I understand. I will investigate the matter concerning Director Chen's parents without informing him. Understood. The assistant replied. Lu Ruoyan ended the call and met the gaze of Lu Jia, who had just entered, a smile playing on his lips. She felt a twinge of discomfort. Lu Jia, however, seemed unperturbed, casually stating, "Rest assured, I won't say a word. At this point, I find nothing you do surprising." After all, you've crossed every boundary imaginable with your brother-in-law. Lu Ruoyan's lips parted as if to respond, but ultimately, she fell silent. Lu Zhi did not glance back at her and ascended the stairs. Since that day, he had not addressed her as sister once. Reflecting on this, Lu Ruoyan felt a heaviness in her heart. Soon after, Chen Ziyan sent her a message. Yin Yin, regarding what Qinyi said about my parents, none of it is true. At that time, they couldn't even capture my parents' faces. The audio from the surveillance was taken out of context. Those were comments made by other temporary workers in the courtyard. Yin Yin, you must believe me. My parents are simple migrant workers. They harbor no ill intentions. My mother ultimately had no choice but to sign a confession, fearing there would be no one to care for me. She accepted the charges so that my father could come out and look after me. Yin Yin, can you understand? Our family is impoverished and lacks power, and when faced with such circumstances, we can only resign ourselves to our misfortunes. Lu Ruoyan gazed at Chen Ziyan's reply, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. She had never anticipated that Chen Ziyan's parents would be entangled with the Qin family. At that moment, she began to harbor doubts about Chen Ziyan's words for the first time. She truly felt exhausted and wished to disregard these trivial matters. Yet the memory of Grandma Qin He's reaction resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to respond, "Today, could you and your parents move out?" Upon sending this message, Chen Ziyan felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He paced back and forth in the living room, pondering what to do. Does Yin Yin no longer believe me? This is all your fault. Chen's parents exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. At this juncture, Chen's father narrowed his eyes, grasped Chen Ziyan's hand, and urged, "Son, quickly call her. Play the victim. Trust your old man. This tactic works well with women. Just ask her if she no longer believes you. If she remains silent, you should too. Then express your grievances about moving out right away." A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes, for he was determined to understand the woman named Lu Ruoyan. Chen's mother interjected, "Have you lost your mind? If we move out, where will we go?" Chen's father chuckled, "Fear not. We shall relocate to a better place." Hearing this, Chen Ziyan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, and he dialed Lu Ruoyan's number. "Yin Yin, do you still not believe my parents?" His voice sounded pitiful, stirring a sense of discomfort within Lu Ruoyan. Chapter 80 for Lu Ruoyan found herself locked outside, feeling aggrieved. She pinched her brow, remaining silent. She was not foolish. From the findings of her assistant's investigation, Chen Ziyan's parents were not as innocent as he portrayed. Noticing Lu Ruoyan's prolonged silence, Chen Ziyan finally spoke. "All right, Yin Yin. I understand. My parents will move." Lu Ruoyan nodded in response. "Yes, Ziyan, please have your parents relocate as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyan was taken aback. "Yin Yin, are you suggesting that my parents should move because of Qinyi? Do you truly trust what Qinyi says?" "Yes, I should believe him." Lu Ruoyan seemed to have made a resolute decision, taking a deep breath. "He is my husband. I ought to trust him. This matter is settled." With that, Lu Ruoyan hung up the phone first and headed upstairs. As her delicate hand grasped the master bedroom doorknob, she turned it twice but found it locked. Initially stunned, she soon realized that Qin had locked it from the inside. Lu Ruoyan was so infuriated that she almost laughed. What was happening? She was being locked out in her own home? At that moment, Lu Zhe and Lu Mu happened to emerge from their rooms, one heading to fetch soup for Lu Fu, the other searching for something to eat in the kitchen. Upon witnessing the scene, they were momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhe looked at Lu Ruoyan with amusement. "Can't get in. Can you? You've been locked out? How peculiar." Lu Ruoyan twisted the doorknob several more times, creating a series of thuds, hoping Qin would open the door. Yet, he seemed oblivious, leisurely enjoying a glass of red wine and scrolling through videos in his room. He had come to a clear understanding. The fault did not lie with him, so why should he retire to the children's room? He deserved to relish the comfort of the master bedroom's custom bed. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Ruoyan stamped her foot and glanced at Lu Mu. "Mom, look at Qin." Lu Mu exchanged glances with Lu Zhe, and for some reason, they both burst into laughter. Before descending, Lu Mu shot Lu Ruoyan a glare. "Well, you brought this upon yourself. Reflect on your actions." Lu Ruoyan exhaled, thoroughly frustrated, and ultimately retreated to the children's room to sleep. Without a change of clothes for the entire night, she felt utterly uncomfortable. The next day, Qin descended for breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyan join him, Lu quickly gestured for her to bring Chin He a bowl of porridge. Me? Lu Ruoyan questioned, her voice rising in disbelief. He locked me out last night, and you still want me to serve him porridge? Chin He, overhearing, turned to Lu Mu with a calm demeanor. Mom, it's unnecessary. I don't truly believe what Yin Yin says about wanting to rekindle our relationship. Lu Ruoyan, infuriated, marched up to Chin He. When did I say I wanted to pursue you? Before she could finish, Lu Mu, exasperated, pinched her arm. Did you not say you wanted to properly make amends with Chin He and date him? Is that not pursuing him? Exactly. I heard you were pursuing my brother-in-law. Lu Kiki chimed in. However, Lu Jia, biting into his bread, replied, oh, perhaps it's best to let that go. Fortunately, my brother-in-law didn't truly believe it. Lu Mu shot a glare at Lu Ruoyan, who, with no other choice, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of congee for Chin He. After finishing the congee, the two of them set off together to take the child to kindergarten. When Lu Ruoyan intended to sit in the passenger seat, Chin He did not open the door, stating, sit in the back. His tone was exceedingly calm. Lu Ruoyan tugged at the car door handle a few times without success, ultimately huffing as she took a seat in the rear. After dropping the child off at kindergarten, he had no intention of taking Lu Ruoyan to work. Lu Ruoyan, unable to open the car door, furrowed her brows and looked at Chin He, asking, what do you mean? Didn't you say you were pursuing me? Since you failed, I'm under no obligation to take you to work. Chin He, with one hand resting on the car window, wore a faint smile. But you are my wife. Lu Ruoyan gazed at Chin He in disbelief. The man before her seemed entirely transformed. Oh, so this is how you define marital relations? I am your husband, yet you have not even sought my opinion, repeatedly abandoning me to meet Chen Zian when there are matters at home. You leave the mess for me to handle while you go and keep him company at the hospital. Lu Ruoyan, as a married woman, do you think it is appropriate to spend an entire night alone with another man? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless, biting her lips for a long while before responding. Chin He, I must admit I did not consider this thoroughly. At the hospital, I could not find a nurse, and I truly had no other options. I assure you that such an occurrence will not happen again. I apologize for this situation. Moreover, the nurse on duty can attest that there is nothing between Chen Zian and me. It is not about whether you are innocent or not, Lu Ruoyan, but rather that I never envisioned having a wife like this. With that remark, Chin He prepared to start the car. Lu Ruoyan quickly reached out to stop him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. Then how am I supposed to get to work? It's up to you. Take a taxi, call your assistant, your driver, or even Chen Zian to pick you up. It's all fine by me. After saying this, Chin He expressionlessly started the car and drove off to work, leaving Lu Ruoyan standing there, seething with anger. When the workday concluded, Chin He called his grandmother. Are the Chen family still there? Old Lady Chin had her bodyguard take a look outside, then replied, they are still present. However, it seems they are beginning to pack their things. All right, Grandma, I understand. Please wait. I will bring people over right away. Chin He glanced at his watch, confirming that it had been over 12 hours, and then called Lu Jia. Are you free? Absolutely. Brother-in-law, I'm available whenever you call. Where are you now? I'll come to pick you up. Lu Jia provided an address and casually inquired. Where are we going? Back home for a meal? No, I'm taking you to blow up a house. Blow up a house? Lu Jia was momentarily stunned, but soon his excitement was visibly palpable. Chapter 85. Chin He blows up the building. Chin He drove to pick up Lu Jia, saying, come. Today I will teach you how to behave like a scion of a prestigious family. Lu Jia was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from asking further questions, promptly taking his seat in the passenger side and fastening his seatbelt. He had unreserved trust in Chin He. During the drive, Lu Jia noticed peculiarly that two cars were trailing them at a leisurely pace. Having been abducted before, his nerves instantly heightened. Brother-in-law, someone is following us. They've been tailing us for 2 intersections. They're my people, Chin He casually explained, glancing at the rearview mirror. Before long, they arrived at the countryside residence of the old matriarch of the Chin family. Every summer, she would retreat to the countryside with her bodyguards to escape the heat. This was the abode she shared with the late Chin patriarch in their youth, and she held it dear to her heart. However, even for a brief stay of 1 or 2 months, Chin wished to avoid any discomfort for his grandmother from the Chen family. As soon as the car stopped, The old lady emerged with vigorous steps to greet her grandson. Qin He introduced Lu Jia to her, and Lu Jia immediately bowed, greeting, "Hello, Grandma." "Very good, very good." The old lady beamed as she engaged Lu Jia in conversation. In a blink, a group of bodyguards and demolition specialists disembarked from the two trailing cars behind Qin He. He exchanged glances with the technicians, who promptly approached the door of a nearby self-built villa belonging to the Chun family. When the door opened, Mr. and Mrs. Chun eyed the workers warily. "Who are you? What do you want?" The technicians bluntly replied, "We are here to demolish the building. Please evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chen's brows furrowed tightly. "Demolish? What building? We were not informed of any demolition. Get out, you frauds. Leave at once." Mr. Chun waved his hand, attempting to shut the door. The bodyguards, however, were unyielding, directly seizing Mr. and Mrs. Chun and escorting them outside. Just as Chun Zian arrived at the scene, he witnessed his parents being forcibly carried away, wailing like slaughtered pigs. He hurriedly exited his vehicle and rushed over, inquiring, "Comrades, what is happening here?" Before the bodyguards could respond, Mr. Chen caught sight of Qin He and the old matriarch, with Lu Jia seated opposite them, causing him to freeze in shock. "It's them. Son, it's the Qin family that intends to harm us. Qin He wants to demolish the building and drive us out. You must call Lu Ruoyan immediately." Mrs. Chen also reacted, urgently signaling to him, "What an excellent opportunity. Hurry and call. We are about to be evicted, and Qin He plans to blow up this building. They intend to kill us." Upon hearing this, Chun Zian quickly stepped aside, trembling as he dialed Lu Ruoyan's number. "Yin Yan, I truly shouldn't disturb you after work. I don't wish to be a constant burden." At this moment, Chun Zian's heart raced with excitement. He thought to himself that this time, Lu Ruoyan would surely detest Qin He. Although Lu Ruoyan had feelings for him, it seemed that their recent time together, coupled with their child as a bond, had rekindled their emotions. Chun Zian sensed her wavering heart. When the opportunity arose, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, on the other end of the line, Lu Ruoyan, growing increasingly impatient, interrupted him. "Zian, just say what you need to say. It's urgent. Yin Yin, you must come to save my parents. Qin He plans to blow up the building. He intends to kill them." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's expression turned pale with horror, and she immediately asked Chun Zian for the address before rushing off in her car. Meanwhile, the staff had nearly completed the bomb setup, signaling an OK gesture to Qin He. Chun Zian, anxious as Lu Ruoyan had yet to arrive, stepped forward to intervene. He pulled out his phone and threatened the technicians. "This village is home to many elderly residents. Do you not fear frightening them with your actions? Most of them have heart conditions. If they suffer a crisis, who will take responsibility? Can Qin He shoulder that burden? If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation, I will expose this matter online." Just then, Lu Ruoyan and Lin Yuan, who happened to arrive together, reached the scene. Chun Zian, seeing them, felt a sense of relief and turned to Lu Ruoyan, saying, "Yin Yin, you should persuade Qin He. What I said earlier was for you, for Qin He, and for the Lu family. You and Qin He are not yet divorced. His audacity to threaten destruction will surely escalate online, creating an uproar far greater than Lu Jia's previous scandal, resulting in more negative repercussions for the Lu family." Lu Jia, upon hearing this, nearly jumped up to confront Chun Zian. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Just as Lu Jia moved, he was restrained by both old Lady Qin and Qin He, each holding him firmly in place. "No need to rush," they said calmly, remaining entirely composed. Qin He cast a glance at Lu Jia, stating, "I came today to teach you how to behave like a scion of a prestigious family. You need not speak or act. Merely observe as I demonstrate." Lu Jia shot a fierce glare at Chun Zian before resuming his seat on a small bamboo stool. Lu Ruoyan, in her high heels, hurried across the street and approached Qin He, saying, "You need to let them go. Zian's father has assured me that they will vacate today." "No," Qin He replied, glancing at his watch with an indifferent demeanor. "I allocated half a day. That is the limit. We have exceeded that time now." Lu Ruoyan was infuriated by Qin He's arrogance, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood beside them, her arms crossed as she scrutinized Qin He. Despite sitting on a cheap rural bamboo chair, he exuded an air of relaxed elegance, casually draping one leg over the other, embodying the essence of a distinguished air. His words were bold, but did not feel out of place, especially when paired with his cool demeanor, which was undeniably alluring. As Lin Yuan assessed him, a smile crept on her lips, her interest in Qin He growing stronger. The memory of their drunken encounter lingered in her mind, deepening her gaze. Lu Ruoyan tugged at Lin Yuan, who seemed lost in thought. You need to help me speak with him. Can't you see we're on the verge of disaster? Lin Yuan shrugged, deliberately casting a lingering look at Qin He. He asked for my help. What should I say? Besides, if something goes wrong, you'll be the one to take the fall, won't you? Lu Ruoyan was evidently growing anxious, her subconscious having already accepted Chen Xian's assertion. How could I handle such a monumental affair? Moreover, should this incident come to light, it would surely make headlines. Far more challenging to manage than the predicament Lu Zhe had previously encountered. Lin Yuan glanced at the composed Qin He and found no signs of fear in him. She jested with Lu Ruoyan, saying, What is this? The esteemed vice president of the Lu Corporation unable to safeguard her own husband? Perhaps you should entrust that responsibility to me instead. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan, consumed by urgency, did not delve into the implications of Lin Yuan's playful remark. Just then, a demolition technician approached Qin He and inquired, Mr. Qin, all demolition points have been properly arranged. Shall we proceed with the detonation now? Qin He did not respond. He remained seated, extending 2 fingers and beckoning to the bodyguards. They approached, and he relayed a few brief instructions. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 86. Ranning. Today, I shall ruin Qin He. Soon, the well-trained bodyguards departed. One group of bodyguards went to the supermarket to procure rice, oil, and earplugs, while another group canvassed the village, knocking on doors to summon the villagers to collect these provisions. The demolition technicians also presented documents to the villagers, explaining that instruments had detected radioactive materials beneath their homes. They warned that failing to demolish the houses and excavate the materials would jeopardize the health of the entire village. Upon hearing this, the villagers were understandably terrified. They urged for immediate demolition, exclaiming, It must be done. We need your help to eliminate these dangers. The technicians reassured them. Elders, do not worry. We will proceed with the demolition shortly. The bodyguards escorted the villagers to safety and assisted them with their earplugs. Seeing the situation was dire, Chen's father attempted to rush forward to gather his belongings, exclaiming, Wait, we need to collect our things. My money, my cash. Chen's mother cried out. Also try to move forward. However, the villagers could not afford to wait a moment longer and firmly restrained them, pleading, Do not cause a disturbance. This hazardous material must be destroyed at once. At that moment, Qin He signaled to the demolition crew. They nodded in acknowledgement and pressed the button on the remote control. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, followed by a tremendous crash. The 3-story self-built villa collapsed into ruins in an instant. Chen's parents were left stunned, collapsing to the ground. My money, my gold chain, I cannot go on. They wailed, pounding the earth in despair. Chen Xian felt a pang of regret over the lost possessions, yet witnessing his parents' distress filled him with embarrassment. When Ranning arrived at the scene and beheld the smoldering ruins still exuding smoke and dust, she stood in shock for a moment. Once she regained her composure, she pointed at Qin He, accompanied by bodyguards, and shouted, Kill him. I want him crippled today. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced as she quickly intervened to block Ranning from charging forward, while Lin Yuan spread her arms to shield Qin He. Ranning, in an agitated state, exclaimed, Lu Ruoyan, step aside. I do not care whose husband he is. I intend to leave him half alive and then send him to the police station. Lu Ruoyan clung tightly to Ranning, almost enveloping her. I will take responsibility for this matter. Ranning, grant me this favor. I will compensate you for all your losses tenfold. Absolutely not. Ranning's beautiful eyes blazed with determination. I must break Qin He's leg today. Lin Yuan scoffed. I look forward to seeing if you can indeed break Qin He's leg today. If Lu Ruoyan cannot protect him, then there is still me. Ranning, I will not allow you to harm a single hair on Qin He, let alone the most vital part of man, his leg. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Zhe's face. The sight of Lin Yuan standing in front of his brother-in-law had already left him speechless, and now she was declaring her intent to protect him. This was truly unprecedented. Lu Zhi covertly cast a glance at Qin He, observing him shaking his leg, wearing an expression akin to that of an audience member at a performance. Good heavens, his admiration deepened. Indeed, this was the essence. Even when danger loomed before him, he remained as steady as a mountain. Yes, his brother-in-law had mentioned he would teach him how to behave as a scion of a prominent family today, and he was determined to learn. He could not bring shame upon his brother-in-law. Lu Zhi adjusted his posture, striving to appear more composed. At that moment, Ranning broke free from Lu Ruoyan and rushed over, forcefully pushing Lin Yuan aside. I want Qin He dead today. Whoever stands in my way shall meet the same fate, she declared, her fiery gaze fixed intensely on Qin He. By what right do you destroy my home? As her hand reached for Qin He's collar, it was suddenly seized by him. I demolished the house because there were illegal radioactive materials beneath, he stated calmly. Moreover, the destruction of the property was sanctioned by the relevant authorities and bore your brother's signature. My actions were entirely justified and lawful. A subtle smile played at the corners of Qin He's lips as he leisurely stood up. Lu Ruoyan was utterly bewildered. Could it be that there were official procedures involved? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan snapped her fingers in excitement, exclaiming, "Well done, Qin He." Lu Ruoyan shot her a surprised glance. Lin Yuan returned her gaze with a cheerful smile. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Qin He observed their subtle exchanges with keen interest, no longer doubting Lin Yuan's previous assertions. The staff presented various documents to Ranning, whose expression darkened further with each page she perused. This house was allocated to me by my father. On what grounds does my brother sign for me? I will report this to the authorities. As her voice faded, her phone rang. It was her elder brother calling. Qin He could not hear clearly, but it seemed Ran Ying's brother subtly alluded to the championship vehicle that Ranning had previously damaged. Implicitly, he suggested that blowing up her house was a mild consequence. After hanging up, Ranning glared furiously at Qin He, stating, "This matter is far from over." With that, she stormed off, flanked by her bodyguards. Lin Yuan couldn't help but give Qin He a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Awesome." Lu Zhi joined in with applause, saying, "Brother-in-law, you're truly remarkable. No, from this day forth, you shall be my brother. We are lifelong brothers." Qin He glanced at him and remarked, "Do you understand how to conduct yourself now? Avoid impulsiveness. Yet, if one seeks vengeance, it must be executed justly and reasonably. After all, we live in a society governed by law." "Yes, brother, I understand. I will heed your guidance," Lu Zhi replied earnestly. Qin He patted his shoulder, saying, "The individuals who bound you have confessed, but they are most likely scapegoats. I will not assist you in this matter. Your vendetta is yours to resolve." Lu Zhi cast a deep look at Chen Zian, responding, "Brother, I will not let you down. I will remain composed." Qin Laotai patted his shoulder, saying, "Very well. You are quite perceptive, little brother-in-law." As she spoke, the elderly lady yawned and was escorted back inside by her bodyguards. The bodyguards at the scene began to escort the villagers home, helping the elderly carry their oil and rice. As the crowd thinned, Chen Fu suddenly exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Mu. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Mother Chen clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my heart. It feels unwell." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chen Zian, despite his disdain, had no choice but to continue the charade. He anxiously knelt beside her, shaking her gently. "Mother, what is happening? Quickly, call for an ambulance. Please, I implore you, dial the number for help. Save my mother. You must hold on, mother. You have to endure." Meanwhile, Father Chen also knelt by her side, repeatedly urging his wife, "My dear, what is wrong? You cannot leave me alone." In a fit of desperation, he shouted, "Is anyone there? We need help. Come witness this. Qin He has harmed my wife." Chapter 87. Lu Ruoyan draws a line with Chen Zian upon witnessing the unfolding drama. Lu Zhi was incensed, feeling as though his very lungs were about to burst. How could there exist such shameless individuals in this world? He was utterly at a loss for words, consumed by fury. Yet, Qin He remained composed, seemingly unfazed, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Zian. "Is this the best you can do?" As his words lingered in the air, Lu Ruoyan anxiously nudged him, urging, "Qin He, please be quiet. Do not exacerbate the situation. Allow me to handle this." With that, she crouched beside Chen's mother, intending to offer support, but just as she parted her lips to speak, Lu's agitated voice thundered overhead. "Lu Ruoyan, I am profoundly disappointed in you. You are perpetually like this, always siding with Chun Zian and his family. Is Chun Zian truly an infant? Can he not even make a simple call to 120 without your assistance? Are you genuinely incapable of seeing through their charade, or do you simply choose to ignore it?" Lu Ruoyan's heart jolted at his words. She yearned to explain, but upon raising her gaze, she met Lu's profoundly disheartened eyes. "Lu Ruoyan, I am truly disillusioned with you. From this day forth, you shall no longer be my sister. I cannot claim you as my kin. I urge you to leave immediately. You are unworthy of my brother he." With those harsh words, Lu grasped Qin He's hand. "Brother, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with this repugnant family. After all, with General Lu to oversee them, it will be fine." Qin He, equally disinterested in lingering, turned on his heel and exited. As they passed by Chun Zian, he playfully patted his shoulder, adding, "I sincerely hope you do not remain too feeble, for I still wish to play." With that, he entered the car, taking Lu away. Following their departure, Lin Yuan, feigning a headache from Chen's father's weeping, seized the opportunity to slip away. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Lu Ruoyan regarded the still-twitching Chen's mother with an impassive expression, stating, "I am aware you are merely putting on a show. Rise. If you promise not to trouble Qin He or Grandma Qin, I shall arrange accommodations for you." She had initially intended to crouch down and offer this assistance, hoping to alleviate Qin He's troubles. Little did she know it would lead to Lu's misunderstanding. Recalling Lu's earlier expression of wanting to sever ties, Lu Ruoyan felt a throbbing headache. Now, looking at the Chun family, she felt no warmth towards them. At that moment, the previously convulsing Chen's mother cautiously glanced at Chen's father and Chun Zian, ultimately deciding to abandon her act. After enduring such discomfort for an extended period, she could no longer maintain the pretense. Seeing his mother-esque shift, Chun Zian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his scalp prickling as he turned to Lu Ruoyan. Meanwhile, she turned her back to them, dialing her assistant to address the situation. After conveying her instructions, she prepared to leave. Chun Zian hurried after her, grasping her hand anxiously. "Yin Yin, I was genuinely startled by my mother too. My concern led to confusion. I did not realize she was acting." Lu Ruoyan's brow furrowed in fatigue, her disbelief evident. She extricated her hand from his grasp, drawing a clear boundary. "Zian, this is the last time I will assist you in resolving such troubles. There will be no next time." After speaking, Lu Ruoyan resolutely opened the car door. Behind her, Chun Zian's voice, devoid of any spirit, drifted through the air. "I do not wish for this either. But born into such a family, what can I do? Should I sever ties with them? Allow them to fend for themselves?" Lu Ruoyan's body quivered slightly, yet she ultimately said nothing and simply entered the vehicle, departing. As she left, Chun Zian turned to his parents, shouting, "Are you satisfied now? Lu Ruoyan is also distancing herself from me. I repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble during this time, yet you refused to listen. I even urged you to move out swiftly so I could present a pitiful image before Yin Yin. Why did you not do so?" Chen's father rolled his eyes. "All you do is shout at us. What capabilities do you possess? Indeed, if you had any abilities at all, Lu Ruoyan would surely be carrying your child by now." Chen's mother chimed in. Before long, Lu Ruoyan's assistant arrived at the scene, informing them about the new apartment they were to be taken to. Upon hearing this, Chen's parents' eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly pulled Chun Zian aside. "It seems Lu Ruoyan is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Look, she has even prepared a city apartment for us." "Exactly. She must have some feelings for you deep down," they continued. "Who would want to live in this dilapidated countryside house? Everyone desires a place in the city. If it weren't for the fact that this countryside house is a standalone, we wouldn't have come here at all." Indeed, indeed. Chen's parents grumbled as they climbed into Lu Ruoyan's assistant's car. The assistant, glancing back through the rearview mirror at Chun Zian's family, could hardly conceal her disdain. Meanwhile, Qin returned to the city just as NN's dance class concluded. He took a detour to pick her up. NN expressed a desire to make cakes, so Qin took her to a cake-making event. Upon arriving at the venue, He Shuxian appeared with Xiao Rui. Miss He, what a coincidence, Qin He remarked, casting a meaningful glance at He Shuxian. Feeling the hostility from Qin He Shuxian momentarily felt uncomfortable but quickly smiled and replied, not a coincidence. I did it intentionally. Qin He was momentarily taken aback. He Shuxian explained with a smile. I overheard In making plans with her classmates to come here at the kindergarten gate. So I brought Xiao Rui along to see if we might run into you. As she finished speaking, Xiao Rui raised a small whiteboard, writing, I wanted to see you. Qin He remained silent, gently ruffling Xiao Rui's hair. The child beamed with delight, nearly wagging his imaginary tail. He Shuxian gathered her skirt and inquired, May I sit beside you now? Of course, Qin He nodded slightly, almost certain that Xiao Rui was merely a tool for He Shuxian. Soon, the cake instructor distributed the cake bases to everyone, allowing the children to add their own fillings. In sprinkled a layer of nuts atop the first cake base, layered it with another cake base, then added pudding and mango before covering it once more. The next step involved spreading cream and decorating it. Qin He had previously participated in similar parent-child activities with In, and they quickly completed their cake. Meanwhile, Xiao Rui and He Shuxian, lacking experience, fumbled through the process, with Xiao Rui glancing over at Qin He's work, eager to learn. He Shuxian was equally intent on observing. However, the two individuals had rendered the cream atop the cake in a rather haphazard manner. And in Castaglans, somewhat disapproving, and gently nudged Qin He's elbow, urging, Father, could you assist them? Of course, Qin He replied. He Shuxian, feeling slightly awkward, glanced at Qin He, contemplating whether to set aside the knife she was using to spread the cream and allow him to take over. To her surprise, Qin He leaned forward, positioning himself behind them, and his large hand enveloped both her and Xiao Rui's small hands with an assured grip. He Shuxian was momentarily taken aback, her skin tingling with an electrifying sensation. The subtle fragrance of Qin He's body filled her nostrils, a scent she had encountered before when she had fallen into his embrace. Although familiar, for some inexplicable reason, her heart raced with fervor, pounding as if it might break free from her chest. With a gentle grasp of their hands, Qin He pivoted the cake stand and effortlessly smoothed the cream into an even layer. Xiao Rui gazed in awe, his little eyes sparkling and mouth agape. He Shuxian, feeling a flutter of anticipation, turned her attention to him and asked, Xiao Rui, do you want to say wow? Xiao Hui nodded agréably. Qin He encouraged him. Then why not let Uncle hear your wow? Chapter 88. Lu Ruoyan husband. Why do you smell like Sister Shuxian's perfume? Xiao Rui lowered his head. He Shuxian felt a tightening in her chest. Xiao Rui released Qin He's hand, contemplating retrieving a small whiteboard to explain to his uncle. However, before his tiny hand could even touch the board, he heard Qin He say, It's all right, perhaps next time. Xiao Rui was momentarily stunned. Qin He gently patted his head, an action imbued with tenderness that left Xiao Rui utterly mesmerized. He Shuxian cast a sidelong glance at Qin He, her heart swelling with a bittersweet mix of emotion. She had never anticipated that Qin He would be such a gentle and kind-hearted individual. What would you like to draw on the cake? How about an airplane? Xiao Hui nodded agréably. Qin He took his little hand and sketched a blue airplane accompanied by two fluffy clouds. Xiao Rui beamed with delight, gesturing for He Shuxian to take a photograph. She obliged, capturing a snapshot of him with the cake. At that moment, In also leaned in to admire the cake. Wow, Daddy, your airplane cake looks beautiful. In her eagerness, she nearly toppled over, but thankfully He Shuxian caught her by the shoulder. They exchanged warm smiles. Just then, a shop assistant happened to walk by with a Polaroid camera, witnessing the delightful scene and quickly pressing the shutter, presenting them with the photograph. I couldn't resist capturing the warmth of your family of four. He Shuxian glanced at the photo, which indeed radiated warmth. She embraced In's shoulders, both sharing a smile. As Qin He stood behind Xiao Rui, the two of them fortuitously looking towards the camera. The photograph captured the two little ones with their cake, rendering it a cherished memento. However, He Shuxian stiffened her lips and addressed the shop assistant. I'm sorry, but we are not a couple. Nor are we a family of four. As she spoke, she reached to tear the photo apart. Yet, Xiao Rui was quicker, clutching the picture tightly to his chest, his little eyes expressing defiance. Xiao Hui, He Shuxian admonished softly, "This cannot stay. Uncle Qin, he has a wife and a son. This photo could lead to misunderstandings." Xiao Rui, perceptive as he was, hesitated while glancing at the photo, casting a pitiful look at Qin He. "It's quite all right," Qin He said, ruffling Xiao Rui's hair. He then opened his WeChat app, scanning the QR code presented by the shop assistant. "How much for a photo?" 50 yuan. "Very well." With a beep, Qin He transferred the payment. "How could you?" He Shuxian, realizing too late, attempted to pay, but upon seeing that Qin He had already completed the transaction, she felt a wave of embarrassment and glanced at the photo, still tightly held by Xiao Rui. "Are you sure this is really okay?" "Yes. My agreement with Lu Ruoyan has expired, and it's just a matter of completing the formalities." Qin He feigned a look of helplessness. "You know she doesn't take care about me. So rather than treading carefully to avoid upsetting her, it's better to fulfill our little Xiao Rui's small wish." Xiao Rui looked up at Qin He, unable to suppress a smile that crept across his face. He Shuxian had not seen this expression on Xiao Rui for quite some time. She contemplated that with her elder brother and sister-in-law absent, Xiao Rui must have sought a maternal warmth from her, yet he was bereft of paternal affection. Upon meeting Qin He, her fondness for him led her to subconsciously envision him in the role of a father. Her heart ached for Xiao Rui, who at such a tender age had lost both parents. Thus, He Shuxian refrained from insisting he tear up the photograph. Once the cake was prepared, as they were leaving, Xiao Rui earnestly inscribed, "Uncle, I cannot speak. Will you dislike me?" The complexity of the word "like" was simplified through pinyin, yet it did not hinder Qin He's comprehension. "Both uncle and Enan cherish you. Xiao Rui, you are a wonderful child. If you prefer silence, then wait until you wish to speak. Is that agreeable?" Xiao Hui nodded. He Shuxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Qin He, thank you. Thank you for your kindness." "It's my pleasure," Qin He replied softly, before taking Enan home. Meanwhile, having delegated matters to her assistant, Lu Ruan drove home directly. On the way, she suddenly recalled Qin He's recent handling of things and couldn't help but smile. She hadn't anticipated he possessed such capabilities. Clearly, in the past, she had underestimated him. His approach was methodical and composed, employing deft strategies without leaving any incriminating evidence, unlike Lu Jia, who often charged ahead heedlessly. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan found herself surprisingly unperturbed by Qin He's involvement with Chun Zian. Soon, the car arrived at the villa. After entering, Lu Ruoyan settled in the living room to await Qin He's return. Before long, an old neighbor of Lu's mother dropped by, incessantly chattering about her son-in-law's myriad shortcomings, his laziness, the foul socks strewn about, neglect of household chores, and lack of involvement with the children. Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. It seemed these grievances had no bearing on Qin He. Noticing Lu Ruoyan's astonishment, the neighbor remarked, "Your husband must be similar, right?" Lu's mother, while shelling beans, interjected with a smile, "Not at all. My son-in-law is quite commendable, maintains cleanliness, bears responsibility for the children, and often takes the initiative with household tasks." The neighbor was astonished and quickly probed, "What about his family background? What is it like?" Lu's mother pondered for a moment. "It's probably decent. He has some connections." Upon hearing this, the old neighbor nodded in agreement, sighing with resignation. Ultimately, it is essential to match social standings. Let me tell you, my daughter is infatuated. Initially, she disregarded my and her father's advice, insisting on marrying that impoverished fellow. Now, all the issues have surfaced. The ingrained upbringing is flawed, lazy, prone to complaints, and with a hair-trigger temper. Hence, their poverty is not without reason. Lu's mother gently consoled the old neighbor. Times change, fortunes can shift. Your son-in-law may yet find prosperity ahead. The neighbor sighed again. I do not expect him to amass great wealth. What is the situation now? His family is like a pack of leeches. Today they demand money to repair the pigsty, tomorrow for house repairs, and they frequently stir up trouble, leaving a mess for my daughter to clean up. Thus, I truly fear such impoverished in-laws. As the sound faded, Lu Ruoyan found herself inexplicably immersed in the life of Chun Zian's family, suddenly realizing the validity of her aunt's words. Marrying into such a household would undoubtedly lead to a life filled with chaos. In contrast, she perceived Chin He as a commendable choice, dependable and instilling a sense of security. Reflecting on this, she recalled that day at the police station when Chin He mentioned purchasing something for the elderly matriarch of the Chin family to celebrate her birthday. Perhaps this could serve as a means to make amends with Chin He and win the affection of the elderly lady. As Lu Ruoyan gathered her thoughts, the old neighbor continued to chatter, expressing envy for Lu's mother, who had such a son-in-law. Lu's mother sighed helplessly, remarking that every family has its own troubles. As for their family, her daughter did not appreciate what she had, and she wondered how they might continue living. The old aunt, understanding the subtext of Lu's mother's words, looked at Lu Ruoyan in astonishment and whispered, "Are you in the midst of a divorce?" This comment stirred discomfort within Lu Ruoyan, prompting her to retort. But before she could respond, a voice called out from outside, "Grandma, Dad, and I are back. We even brought a small cake." As the words settled, Chin He entered, carrying the cake. The moment he stepped inside, the old aunt's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this your son-in-law? He is quite handsome." She rose to approach and scrutinized Chin He. Without hesitation, Lu Ruoyan stood up, protectively positioning herself beside Chin He, linking her arm with his as she introduced him. "Auntie, this is my husband." The moment the words left her lips, both Chin He and Lu's mother regarded Lu Ruoyan with bewilderment. The term husband had never before crossed her lips. The old aunt, being perceptive, recognized Lu Ruoyan's reaction and realized she had overstepped. She quickly excused herself and departed. As soon as the neighbor left, Chin He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoyan, subtly signaling her to release his arm. Lu Ruoyan complied, but suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted towards her, causing her brow to furrow. "Chin He, why do you smell of Sister Shuxian's perfume?" Chapter 89. Lu Ruoyan's boomerang strikes back well. "Let's bake a cake together," Chin He graciously admitted. Suddenly, a vivid image of the day at the resort flashed through Lu Ruoyan's mind, where she had seen Chin He and